Part Two, Chapter 2, Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 2, Night, continued. Section 3. Marya Timofyevna's room was twice as large as the one occupied by the captain, and furnished in the same rough style, but the table in front of the sofa was covered with a gay-coloured tablecloth, and on it a lamp was burning. There was a handsome carpet on the floor. The bed was screened off by a green curtain, which ran the length of the room, and besides the sofa there stood by the table a large soft easy chair in which Marya Timofyevna never sat, however. In the corner there was an ikon, as there had been in her old room, and a little lamp was burning before it, and on the table were all her indispensable properties: the pack of cards, the little looking-glass, the song-book, even a milk-loaf. Besides these there were two books with coloured pictures: one, extracts from a popular book of travels, published for juvenile reading; the other a collection of very light edifying tales, for the most part about the days of chivalry, intended for Christmas presents or school reading. She had, too, an album of photographs of various sorts. Marya Timofyevna was, of course, expecting the visitor, as the captain had announced. But when Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch went in, she was asleep, half reclining on the sofa, propped on a woolwork cushion. Her visitor closed the door after him noiselessly, and, standing still, scrutinized the sleeping figure. The captain had been romancing when he told Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch she had been dressing herself up. She was wearing the same dark dress as on Sunday at Varvara Petrovna's. Her hair was done up in the same little close knot at the back of her head. Her long, thin neck was exposed in the same way. The black shawl Varvara Petrovna had given her lay carefully folded on the sofa. She was coarsely rouged and powdered as before. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch did not stand there more than a minute. She suddenly waked up, as though she were conscious of his eyes fixed upon her. She opened her eyes and quickly drew herself up. But something strange must have happened to her visitor. He remained standing at the same place by the door. With a fixed and searching glance he looked mutely and persistently into her face. Perhaps that look was too grim, perhaps there was an expression of aversion in it, even a malignant enjoyment of her fright, as if it were not a fancy left by her dreams, but suddenly, after almost a moment of expectation, the poor woman's face wore a look of absolute terror. It twitched convulsively. She lifted her trembling hands and suddenly burst into tears exactly like a frightened child. In another moment she would have screamed. But Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch pulled himself together, his face changed in one instant, and he went up to the table with the most cordial and amiable smile. "I'm sorry, Marya Timofyevna, I frightened you coming in suddenly when you were asleep," he said, holding out his hand to her. The sound of his caressing words produced their effect. Her fear vanished, although she still looked at him with dismay, evidently trying to understand something. She held out her hands timorously also. At last a shy smile rose to her lips. "How do you do, prince?" she whispered, looking at him strangely. "You must have had a bad dream," he went on, with a still more friendly and cordial smile. "But how do you know that I was dreaming about that?" And again she began trembling, and started back, putting up her hand as though to protect herself, on the point of crying again. "Calm yourself. That's enough. What are you afraid of? Surely you know me?" said Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, trying to soothe her. But it was long before he could succeed. She gazed at him dumbly, with the same look of agonizing perplexity, with a painful idea in her poor brain, and she still seemed to be trying to reach some conclusion. At one moment she dropped her eyes, then suddenly scrutinized him in a rapid, comprehensive glance. At last, though not reassured, she seemed to come to a conclusion. "Sit down beside me, please, that I may look at you thoroughly later on," she brought out with more firmness, evidently with a new object. "But don't be uneasy, I won't look at you now. I'll look down. Don't you look at me either till I ask you to. Sit down," she added with positive impatience. A new sensation was obviously growing stronger and stronger in her. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch sat down and waited. Rather a long silence followed. "H'm. It all seems so strange to me," she suddenly muttered, almost disdainfully. "Of course I was depressed by bad dreams, but why have I dreamt of you looking like that?" "Come, let's have done with dreams," he said impatiently, turning to her in spite of her prohibition, and perhaps the same expression gleamed for a moment in his eyes again. He saw that she several times wanted, very much in fact, to look at him again, but that she obstinately controlled herself and kept her eyes cast down. "Listen, prince," she raised her voice suddenly. "Listen, prince." "Why do you turn away? Why don't you look at me? What's the object of this farce?" he cried, losing patience. But she seemed not to hear him. "Listen, prince," she repeated for the third time in a resolute voice, with a disagreeable fussy expression. "When you told me in the carriage that our marriage was going to be made public, I was alarmed at there being an end to the mystery. Now I don't know. I've been thinking it all over, and I see clearly that I'm not fit for it at all. I know how to dress, and I could receive guests perhaps. There's nothing much in asking people to have a cup of tea, especially when there are footmen. But what will people say, though? I saw a great deal that Sunday morning in that house. That pretty young lady looked at me all the time, especially after you came in. It was you came in, wasn't it? Her mother's simply an absurd worldly old woman. My Lebyadkin distinguished himself too. I kept looking at the ceiling to keep from laughing. The ceiling there is finely painted. His mother ought to be an abbess. I'm afraid of her, though she did give me a black shawl. Of course they must all have come to strange conclusions about me. I wasn't vexed, but I sat there thinking what relation am I to them? Of course, from a countess one doesn't expect any but spiritual qualities; for the domestic ones she's got plenty of footmen, and also a little worldly coquetry, so as to be able to entertain foreign travellers. But yet that Sunday they did look upon me as hopeless. Only Dasha's an angel. I'm awfully afraid they may wound him by some careless allusion to me." "Don't be afraid and don't be uneasy," said Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, making a wry face. "However, that doesn't matter to me if he is a little ashamed of me, for there will always be more pity than shame, though it differs with people, of course. He knows, to be sure, that I ought rather to pity them than they me." "You seem to be very much offended with him, Marya Timofyevna." "I? Oh, no," she smiled with simple hearted mirth. "Not at all. I looked at you all then. You were all angry, you were all quarrelling. They meet together and they don't know how to laugh from their hearts. So much wealth and so little gaiety. It all disgusts me. Though I feel for no one now except myself." "I've heard that you've had a hard life with your brother without me." "Who told you that? It's nonsense. It's much worse now. Now my dreams are not good, and my dreams are bad because you've come. What have you come for, I'd like to know? Tell me, please." "Wouldn't you like to go back into the nunnery?" "I knew they'd suggest the nunnery again. Your nunnery is a fine marvel for me. And why should I go to it? What should I go for now? I'm all alone in the world now. It's too late for me to begin a third life." "You seem very angry about something. Surely you're not afraid that I've left off loving you?" "I'm not troubling about you at all. I'm afraid that I may leave off loving somebody." She laughed contemptuously. "I must have done him some great wrong," she added suddenly, as it were to herself. "Only I don't know what I've done wrong. That's always what troubles me. Always, always, for the last 5 years. I've been afraid day and night that I've done him some wrong. I've prayed and always thought of the great wrong I'd done him, and now it turns out it was true." "What's turned out?" "I'm only afraid whether there's something on his side," she went on, not answering his question, not hearing it, in fact. "And then again, he couldn't get on with such horrid people. The countess would have liked to eat me, though she did make me sit in the carriage beside her. They're all in the plot. Surely he's not betrayed me?" Her chin and lips were twitching. "Tell me, have you read about Grishka Otrepyev, how he was cursed in 7 cathedrals?" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch did not speak. "But I'll turn round now and look at you," she seemed to decide suddenly. "You turn to me too, and look at me, but more attentively. I want to make sure for the last time. I've been looking at you for a long time." "H'm," said Marya Timofyevna, looking at him intently. "You've grown much fatter." She wanted to say something more, but suddenly, for the third time, the same terror instantly distorted her face, And again she drew back, putting her hand up before her. "What's the matter with you?" cried Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, almost enraged. But her panic lasted only one instant. Her face worked with a sort of strange smile, suspicious and unpleasant. "I beg you, prince, get up and come in," she brought out suddenly, in a firm, emphatic voice. "Come in? Where am I to come in?" "I've been fancying for 5 years how he would come in. Get up and go out of the door into the other room. I'll sit as though I weren't expecting anything, and I'll take up a book, and suddenly you'll come in after 5 years' travelling. I want to see what it will be like." Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch ground his teeth and muttered something to himself. "Enough," he said, striking the table with his open hand. "I beg you to listen to me, Marya Timofyevna. Do me the favour to concentrate all your attention if you can. You're not altogether mad, you know," he broke out impatiently. "To morrow I shall make our marriage public. You never will live in a palace, get that out of your head. Do you want to live with me for the rest of your life, only very far away from here? In the mountains in Switzerland, there's a place there. Don't be afraid. I'll never abandon you or put you in a madhouse. I shall have money enough to live without asking anyone's help. You shall have a servant, you shall do no work at all. Everything you want that's possible shall be got for you. You shall pray, go where you like, and do what you like. I won't touch you. I won't go away from the place myself at all. If you like, I won't speak to you all my life, or if you like, you can tell me your stories every evening, as you used to do in Petersburg in the corners. I'll read aloud to you if you like, but it must be all your life in the same place, and that place is a gloomy one. Will you? Are you ready? You won't regret it, torment me with tears and curses, will you?" She listened with extreme curiosity, and for a long time she was silent, thinking. "It all seems incredible to me," she said at last, ironically and disdainfully. "I might live for 40 years in those mountains," she laughed. "What of it? Let's live 40 years then," said Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, scowling. "H'm. I won't come for anything." "Not even with me?" "And what are you, that I should go with you? I'm to sit on a mountain beside him for 40 years on end? A pretty story! And upon my word, how long‐suffering people have become nowadays! No, it cannot be that a falcon has become an owl. My prince is not like that," she said, raising her head proudly and triumphantly. Light seemed to dawn upon him. "What makes you call me a prince, and... for whom do you take me?" he asked quickly. "Why, aren't you the prince?" "I never have been one." "So yourself, yourself, you tell me straight to my face that you're not the prince." "I tell you I never have been." "Good Lord!" she cried, clasping her hands. "I was ready to expect anything from his enemies, but such insolence, never! Is he alive?" she shrieked in a frenzy, turning upon Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. "Have you killed him? Confess!" "Whom do you take me for?" he cried, jumping up from his chair with a distorted face, but it was not easy now to frighten her. She was triumphant. "Who can tell who you are and where you've sprung from? Only my heart had misgivings all these 5 years, of all the intrigues, and I've been sitting here wondering what blind owl was making up to me. No, my dear, you're a poor actor, worse than Lebyadkin even. Give my humble greetings to the countess, and tell her to send someone better than you. Has she hired you? Tell me, have they given you a place in her kitchen out of charity? I see through your deception. I understand you all, every one of you." He seized her firmly above the elbow. She laughed in his face. "You're like him, very like. Perhaps you're a relation. You're a sly lot. Only mine is a bright falcon and a prince, and you're an owl and a shopman. Mine will bow down to God if it pleases him, and won't if it doesn't. And Shatushka he's my dear, my darling slapped you on the cheeks, my Lebyadkin told me. And what were you afraid of then, when you came in? Who had frightened you then? When I saw your mean face, after I'd fallen down and you picked me up, it was like a worm crawling into my heart. It's not he, I thought, not he! My falcon would never have been ashamed of me before a fashionable young lady. Oh, heavens! That alone kept me happy for those 5 years that my falcon was living somewhere beyond the mountains, soaring, gazing at the sun. Tell me, you impostor, have you got much by it? Did you need a big bribe to consent? I wouldn't have given you a farthing. Ha ha ha! Ha ha!" "Ugh, idiot!" snarled Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, still holding her tight by the arm. "Go away, impostor!" she shouted peremptorily. "I'm the wife of my prince. I'm not afraid of your knife." "Knife?" "Yes, knife. You've a knife in your pocket. You thought I was asleep, but I saw it. When you came in just now you took out your knife." "What are you saying, unhappy creature? What dreams you have!" he exclaimed, pushing her away from him with all his might, so that her head and shoulders fell painfully against the sofa. He was rushing away, but she at once flew to overtake him, limping and hopping, and though Lebyadkin, panic stricken, held her back with all his might, she succeeded in shouting after him into the darkness, shrieking and laughing: "A curse on you, Grishka Otrepyev!" End of Part Two, Chapter 2, Section 3, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 4 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 2, Night, continued. Section 4. A knife, he repeated with uncontrollable anger, striding along through the mud and puddles without picking his way. It is true that at moments he had a terrible desire to laugh aloud frantically, but for some reason he controlled himself and restrained his laughter. He recovered himself only on the bridge, on the spot where Fedka had met him that evening. He found the man lying in wait for him again. Seeing Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, he took off his cap, grinned gaily, and began babbling briskly and merrily about something. At first Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch walked on without stopping, and for some time did not even listen to the tramp who was pestering him again. He was suddenly struck by the thought that he had entirely forgotten him, and had forgotten him at the very moment when he himself was repeating, "A knife, a knife." He seized the tramp by the collar and gave vent to his pent-up rage by flinging him violently against the bridge. For one instant the man thought of fighting, but almost at once realizing that compared with his adversary, who had fallen upon him unawares, he was no better than a wisp of straw, he subsided and was silent, without offering any resistance. Crouching on the ground with his elbows crooked behind his back, the wily tramp calmly waited for what would happen next, apparently quite incredulous of danger. He was right in his reckoning. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch had already with his left hand taken off his thick scarf to tie his prisoner's arms, but suddenly, for some reason, he abandoned him and shoved him away. The man instantly sprang on to his feet, turned round, and a short, broad boot knife suddenly gleamed in his hand. "Away with that knife! Put it away, at once!" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch commanded with an impatient gesture, and the knife vanished as instantaneously as it had appeared. Without speaking again or turning round, Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch went on his way. But the persistent vagabond did not leave him even now, though now, it is true, he did not chatter, and even respectfully kept his distance, a full step behind. They crossed the bridge like this and came out on to the river bank, turning this time to the left, again into a long deserted back street, which led to the centre of the town by a shorter way than going through Bogoyavlensky Street. "Is it true, as they say, that you robbed a church in the district the other day?" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch asked suddenly. "I went in to say my prayers in the first place," the tramp answered, sedately and respectfully, as though nothing had happened. More than sedately, in fact, almost with dignity. There was no trace of his former friendly familiarity. All that was to be seen was a serious, businesslike man, who had indeed been gratuitously insulted, but who was capable of overlooking an insult. "But when the Lord led me there," he went on, "ech, I thought, what a heavenly abundance! It was all owing to my helpless state, as in our way of life there's no doing without assistance. And now, God be my witness, sir, it was my own loss. The Lord punished me for my sins, and what with the censer and the deacon's halter, I only got 12 roubles altogether. The chin setting of St. Nikolai of pure silver went for next to nothing. They said it was plated." "You killed the watchman?" "That is, I cleared the place out together with that watchman, but afterwards, next morning by the river, we fell to quarrelling which should carry the sack. I sinned. I did lighten his load for him." "Well, you can rob and murder again." "That's the very advice Pyotr Stepanovitch gives me, in the very same words. For he's uncommonly mean and hard‐hearted about helping a fellow creature, and what's more, he hasn't a ha'porth of belief in the heavenly Creator who made us out of earthly clay, but he says it's all the work of nature, even to the last beast. He doesn't understand either that with our way of life it's impossible for us to get along without friendly assistance. If you begin to talk to him he looks like a sheep at the water; it makes one wonder. Would you believe, at Captain Lebyadkin's out yonder, whom your honour's just been visiting, when he was living at Filipov's before you came, the door stood open all night long. He'd be drunk and sleeping like the dead, and his money dropping out of his pockets all over the floor. I've chanced to see it with my own eyes, for in our way of life it's impossible to live without assistance." "How do you mean with your own eyes? Did you go in at night then?" "Maybe I did go in, but no one knows of it." "Why didn't you kill him?" Reckoning it out, I steadied myself. For once having learned for sure that I can always get 150 roubles, why should I go so far when I can get 1,500 roubles, if I only bide my time? For Captain Lebyadkin, I've heard him with my own ears, had great hopes of you when he was drunk. And there isn't a tavern here, not the lowest pot-house, where he hasn't talked about it when he was in that state. So that hearing it from many lips, I began, too, to rest all my hopes on your Excellency. I speak to you, sir, as to my father or my own brother, for Pyotr Stepanovitch will never learn that from me, and not a soul in the world. So won't your Excellency spare me 3 roubles in your kindness? You might set my mind at rest, so that I might know the real truth, for we can't get on without assistance." Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch laughed aloud, and taking out his purse, in which he had as much as 50 roubles in small notes, threw him one note out of the bundle, then a second, a third, a fourth. Fedka flew to catch them in the air. The notes dropped into the mud, and he snatched them up, crying, "Ah, ah!" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch finished by flinging the whole bundle at him, and, still laughing, went on down the street, this time alone. The tramp remained crawling on his knees in the mud, looking for the notes which were blown about by the wind and soaking in the puddles, and for an hour after his spasmodic cries of "Ah, ah!" were still to be heard in the darkness. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3. The Duel. Section 1. The next day, at 2:00 in the afternoon, the duel took place as arranged. Things were hastened forward by Gaganov's obstinate desire to fight at all costs. He did not understand his adversary's conduct and was in a fury. For a whole month he had been insulting him with impunity, and had so far been unable to make him lose patience. What he wanted was a challenge on the part of Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, as he had not himself any direct pretext for challenging him. His secret motive for it, that is, his almost morbid hatred of Stavrogin for the insult to his family 4 years before, he was for some reason ashamed to confess. And indeed he regarded this himself as an impossible pretext for a challenge, especially in view of the humble apology offered by Nikolay Stavrogin twice already. He privately made up his mind that Stavrogin was a shameless coward, and could not understand how he could have accepted Shatov's blow. So he made up his mind at last to send him the extraordinarily rude letter that had finally roused Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch himself to propose a meeting. Having dispatched this letter the day before, he awaited a challenge with feverish impatience, and while morbidly reckoning the chances at one moment with hope and at the next with despair, he got ready for any emergency by securing a second, to wit, Mavriky Nikolaevitch Drozdov, who was a friend of his, an old schoolfellow, a man for whom he had a great respect. So when Kirillov came next morning at 9:00 with his message, he found things in readiness. All the apologies and unheard of condescension of Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch were at once, at the first word, rejected with extraordinary exasperation. Mavriky Nikolaevitch, who had only been made acquainted with the position of affairs the evening before, opened his mouth with surprise at such incredible concessions, and would have urged a reconciliation, but seeing that Gaganov, guessing his intention, was almost trembling in his chair, refrained and said nothing. If it had not been for the promise given to his old schoolfellow, he would have retired immediately. He only remained in the hope of being some help on the scene of action. Kirillov repeated the challenge. All the conditions of the encounter made by Stavrogin were accepted on the spot, without the faintest objection. Only one addition was made, and that a ferocious one. If the first shots had no decisive effect, they were to fire again, and if the second encounter were inconclusive, it was to be followed by a third. Kirillov frowned, objected to the third encounter, but gaining nothing by his efforts, agreed on the condition, however, that 3 should be the limit, and that a fourth encounter was out of the question. This was conceded. Accordingly, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon the meeting took place at Brykov, that is, in a little copse in the outskirts of the town, lying between Skvoreshniki and the Shpigulin factory. The rain of the previous night was over, but it was damp, grey, and windy. Low, ragged, dingy clouds moved rapidly across the cold sky. The tree tops roared with a deep droning sound and creaked on their roots. It was a melancholy morning. Mavriky Nikolaevitch and Gaganov arrived on the spot in a smart char à banc with a pair of horses driven by the latter. They were accompanied by a groom. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch and Kirillov arrived almost at the same instant. They were not driving, they were on horseback, and were also followed by a mounted servant. Kirillov, who had never mounted a horse before, sat up boldly, erect in the saddle, grasping in his right hand the heavy box of pistols which he would not entrust to the servant. In his inexperience he was continually with his left hand tugging at the reins, which made the horse toss his head and show an inclination to rear. This, however, seemed to cause his rider no uneasiness. Gaganov, who was morbidly suspicious, and always ready to be deeply offended, considered their coming on horseback as a fresh insult to himself, inasmuch as it showed that his opponents were too confident of success, since they had not even thought it necessary to have a carriage in case of being wounded and disabled. He got out of his char à banc yellow with anger, and felt that his hands were trembling, as he told Mavriky Nikolaevitch. He made no response at all to Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's bow, and turned away. The seconds cast lots. The lot fell on Kirillov's pistols. They measured out the barrier and placed the combatants. The servants with the carriage and horses were moved back 300 paces. The weapons were loaded and handed to the combatants. I'm sorry that I have to tell my story more quickly and have no time for descriptions, but I can't refrain from some comments. Mavriky Nikolaevitch was melancholy and preoccupied. Kirillov, on the other hand, was perfectly calm and unconcerned, very exact over the details of the duties he had undertaken, but without the slightest fussiness or even curiosity as to the issue of the fateful contest that was so near at hand. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was paler than usual. He was rather lightly dressed in an overcoat and a white beaver hat. He seemed very tired, he frowned from time to time, and seemed to feel it superfluous to conceal his ill humour. But Gaganov was at this moment more worthy of mention than any one, so that it is quite impossible not to say a few words about him in particular. Section 2. I have hitherto not had occasion to describe his appearance. He was a tall man of 33, and well fed, as the common folk express it, almost fat, with lank flaxen hair, and with features which might be called handsome. He had retired from the service with the rank of colonel, and if he had served till he reached the rank of general he would have been even more impressive in that position, and would very likely have become an excellent fighting general. I must add, as characteristic of the man, that the chief cause of his leaving the army was the thought of the family disgrace which had haunted him so painfully since the insult paid to his father by Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch 4 years before at the club. He conscientiously considered it dishonourable to remain in the service, and was inwardly persuaded that he was contaminating the regiment and his companions, although they knew nothing of the incident. It's true that he had once before been disposed to leave the army long before the insult to his father, and on quite other grounds, but he had hesitated. Strange as it is to write, the original design, or rather desire, to leave the army was due to the proclamation of the 19th of February of the emancipation of the serfs. Gaganov, who was one of the richest landowners in the province, and who had not lost very much by the emancipation, and was, moreover, quite capable of understanding the humanity of the reform and its economic advantages, suddenly felt himself personally insulted by the proclamation. It was something unconscious, a feeling, but was all the stronger for being unrecognised. He could not bring himself, however, to take any decisive step till his father's death. But he began to be well known for his gentlemanly ideas to many persons of high position in Petersburg, with whom he strenuously kept up connections. He was secretive and self-contained. Another characteristic: he belonged to that strange section of the nobility, still surviving in Russia, who set an extreme value on their pure and ancient lineage, and take it too seriously. At the same time he could not endure Russian history, and indeed looked upon Russian customs in general as more or less piggish. Even in his childhood, in the special military school for the sons of particularly wealthy and distinguished families, in which he had the privilege of being educated, from first to last certain poetic notions were deeply rooted in his mind. He loved castles, chivalry, all the theatrical part of it. He was ready to cry with shame that in the days of the Moscow Tsars the sovereign had the right to inflict corporal punishment on the Russian boyars, and blushed at the contrast. This stiff and extremely severe man, who had a remarkable knowledge of military science, and performed his duties admirably, was at heart a dreamer. It was said that he could speak at meetings, and had the gift of language, but at no time during the 33 years of his life had he spoken. Even in the distinguished circles in Petersburg, in which he had moved of late, he behaved with extraordinary haughtiness. His meeting in Petersburg with Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, who had just returned from abroad, almost sent him out of his mind. At the present moment, standing at the barrier, he was terribly uneasy. He kept imagining that the duel would somehow not come off; the least delay threw him into a tremor. There was an expression of anguish in his face when Kirillov, instead of giving the signal for them to fire, began suddenly speaking, only for form, indeed, as he himself explained aloud. "Simply as a formality, now that you have the pistols in your hands, and I must give the signal, I ask you for the last time, will you not be reconciled? It's the duty of a second." As though to spite him, Mavriky Nikolaevitch, who had till then kept silence, although he had been reproaching himself all day for his compliance and acquiescence, suddenly caught up Kirillov's thought and began to speak. "I entirely agree with Mr. Kirillov's words. This idea that reconciliation is impossible at the barrier is a prejudice only suitable for Frenchmen. Besides, with your leave, I don't understand what the offence is. I've been wanting to say so for a long time, because every apology is offered, isn't it?" He flushed all over. He had rarely spoken so much, and with such excitement. "I repeat again my offer to make every possible apology," Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch interposed hurriedly. "This is impossible!" shouted Gaganov furiously, addressing Mavriky Nikolaevitch, and stamping with rage. "Explain to this man" he pointed with his pistol at Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch "if you are my second and not my enemy, Mavriky Nikolaevitch, that such overtures only aggravate the insult. He feels it impossible to be insulted by me. He feels it no disgrace to walk away from me at the barrier. What does he take me for after that, do you think? And you, my second, too! You're simply irritating me that I may miss." He stamped again. There were flecks of foam on his lips. "Negotiations are over. I beg you to listen to the signal," Kirillov shouted at the top of his voice. "1, 2, 3." At the word "three" the combatants took aim at one another. Gaganov at once raised his pistol, and at the fifth or sixth step he fired. For a second he stood still, and making sure that he had missed, advanced to the barrier. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch advanced too, raising his pistol, but somehow holding it very high, and fired almost without taking aim. Then he took out his handkerchief and bound it round the little finger of his right hand.
Only then they saw that Gaganov had not missed him completely, but the bullet had only grazed the fleshy part of his finger without touching the bone. It was only a slight scratch. Kirillov at once announced that the duel would go on unless the combatants were satisfied. "I declare," said Gaganov hoarsely, his throat felt parched, again addressing Mavriky Nikolaevitch, "that this man," again he pointed in Stavrogin's direction, "fired in the air on purpose, intentionally. This is an insult again. He wants to make the duel impossible." "I have the right to fire as I like, so long as I keep the rules," Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch asserted resolutely. "No, he hasn't. Explain it to him. Explain it," cried Gaganov. "I'm in complete agreement with Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch," proclaimed Kirillov. "Why does he spare me?" Gaganov raged, not hearing him. "I despise his mercy. I spit on it. I give you my word that I did not intend to insult you," cried Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch impatiently. "I shot high because I don't want to kill anyone else, either you or anyone else. It's nothing to do with you personally. It's true that I don't consider myself insulted, and I'm sorry that angers you. But I don't allow anyone to interfere with my rights." "If he's so afraid of bloodshed, ask him why he challenged me," yelled Gaganov, still addressing Mavriky Nikolaevitch. "How could he help challenging you?" said Kirillov, intervening. "You wouldn't listen to anything. How was one to get rid of you?" "I'll only mention one thing," observed Mavriky Nikolaevitch, pondering the matter with painful effort. "If a combatant declares beforehand that he will fire in the air, the duel certainly cannot go on for obvious and delicate reasons." "I haven't declared that I'll fire in the air every time," cried Stavrogin, losing all patience. "You don't know what's in my mind or how I intend to fire again. I'm not restricting the duel at all." "In that case the encounter can go on," said Mavriky Nikolaevitch to Gaganov. "Gentlemen, take your places," Kirillov commanded. Again they advanced. Again Gaganov missed, and Stavrogin fired into the air. There might have been a dispute as to his firing into the air. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch might have flatly declared that he'd fired properly if he had not admitted that he had missed intentionally. He did not aim straight at the sky or at the trees, but seemed to aim at his adversary, though as he pointed the pistol the bullet flew a yard above his hat. The second time the shot was even lower, even less like an intentional miss. Nothing would have convinced Gaganov now. "Again!" he muttered, grinding his teeth. "No matter. I've been challenged, and I'll make use of my rights. I'll fire a third time, whatever happens." "You have full right to do so," Kirillov rapped out. Mavriky Nikolaevitch said nothing. The opponents were placed a third time. The signal was given. This time Gaganov went right up to the barrier and began from there taking aim at a distance of 12 paces. His hand was trembling too much to take good aim. Stavrogin stood with his pistol lowered and awaited his shot without moving. "Too long! You've been aiming too long!" Kirillov shouted impetuously. "Fire! Fire!" But the shot rang out, and this time Stavrogin's white beaver hat flew off. The aim had been fairly correct. The crown of the hat was pierced very low down, a quarter of an inch lower, and all would have been over. Kirillov picked up the hat and handed it to Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. "Fire! Don't detain your adversary," cried Mavriky Nikolaevitch in extreme agitation, seeing that Stavrogin seemed to have forgotten to fire, and was examining the hat with Kirillov. Stavrogin started, looked at Gaganov, turned round, and this time, without the slightest regard for punctilio, fired to one side into the copse. The duel was over. Gaganov stood as though overwhelmed. Mavriky Nikolaevitch went up and began saying something to him, but he did not seem to understand. Kirillov took off his hat as he went away, and nodded to Mavriky Nikolaevitch. But Stavrogin forgot his former politeness. When he had shot into the copse he did not even turn towards the barrier. He handed his pistol to Kirillov and hastened towards the horses. His face looked angry. He did not speak. Kirillov, too, was silent. They got on their horses and set off at a gallop. Section 3. "Why don't you speak?" he called impatiently to Kirillov when they were not far from home. "What do you want?" replied the latter, almost slipping off his horse, which was rearing. Stavrogin restrained himself. "I didn't mean to insult that fool, and I've insulted him again," he said quietly. "Yes, you've insulted him again," Kirillov jerked out, "and besides, he's not a fool." "I've done all I can, anyway." "No." "What ought I to have done?" "Not have challenged him." "Accept another blow in the face?" "Yes, accept another." "I can't understand anything now," said Stavrogin wrathfully. "Why does every one expect of me something not expected from any one else? Why am I to put up with what no one else puts up with, and undertake burdens no one else can bear?" "I thought you were seeking a burden yourself." "I seek a burden?" "Yes." "You've seen that?" "Yes." "Is it so noticeable?" "Yes." There was silence for a moment. Stavrogin had a very preoccupied face. He was almost impressed. "I didn't aim because I didn't want to kill any one. There was nothing more in it, I assure you," he said hurriedly, and with agitation, as though justifying himself. "You ought not to have offended him." "What ought I to have done then?" "You ought to have killed him." "Are you sorry I didn't kill him?" "I'm not sorry for anything. I thought you really meant to kill him. You don't know what you're seeking." "I seek a burden," laughed Stavrogin. "If you didn't want blood yourself, why did you give him a chance to kill you?" "If I hadn't challenged him, he'd have killed me simply, without a duel." "That's not your affair. Perhaps he wouldn't have killed you." "Only have beaten me?" "That's not your business. Bear your burden, or else there's no merit." "Hang your merit. I don't seek any one's approbation." "I thought you were seeking it," Kirillov commented with terrible unconcern. They rode into the courtyard of the house. "Do you care to come in?" said Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. "No, I'm going home. Good bye." He got off the horse and took his box of pistols under his arm. "Anyway, you're not angry with me?" said Stavrogin, holding out his hand to him. "Not in the least," said Kirillov, turning round to shake hands with him. "If my burden's light, it's because it's from nature. Perhaps your burden's heavier because that's your nature. There's no need to be much ashamed, only a little." "I know I'm a worthless character, and I don't pretend to be a strong one." "You'd better not. You're not a strong person. Come and have tea." Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch went into the house greatly perturbed. 4. He learned at once from Alexey Yegorytch that Varvara Petrovna had been very glad to hear that Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch had gone out for a ride, the first time he had left the house after 8 days' illness. She had ordered the carriage and had driven out alone for a breath of fresh air, according to the habit of the past, as she had forgotten for the last 8 days what it meant to breathe fresh air. "Alone or with Darya Pavlovna?" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch interrupted the old man with a rapid question, and he scowled when he heard that Darya Pavlovna had declined to go abroad on account of indisposition, and was in her rooms. "Listen, old man," he said, as though suddenly making up his mind. "Keep watch over her all to day, and if you notice her coming to me, stop her at once, and tell her that I can't see her for a few days at least, that I ask her not to come myself. I'll let her know myself when the time comes. Do you hear?" "I'll tell her, sir," said Alexey Yegorytch with distress in his voice, dropping his eyes. "Not till you see clearly she's meaning to come and see me of herself, though." "Don't be afraid, sir, there shall be no mistake. Your interviews have all passed through me hitherto. You've always turned to me for help." "I know. Not till she comes of herself, anyway. Bring me some tea, if you can, at once." The old man had hardly gone out when almost at the same instant the door reopened, and Darya Pavlovna appeared in the doorway. Her eyes were tranquil, though her face was pale. "Where have you come from?" exclaimed Stavrogin. "I was standing there and waiting for him to go out, to come in to you. I heard the order you gave him, and when he came out just now I hid round the corner on the right, and he didn't notice me." "I've long meant to break off with you, Dasha, for a while, for the present. I couldn't see you last night in spite of your note. I meant to write to you myself, but I don't know how to write," he added with vexation, almost as though with disgust. "I thought myself that we must break it off. Varvara Petrovna is too suspicious of our relations." "Well, let her be." "She mustn't be worried. So now we part till the end comes." "You still insist on expecting the end?" "Yes, I'm sure of it." "But nothing in the world ever has an end." "This will have an end." "Then call me. I'll come. Now good bye." "And what sort of end will it be?" smiled Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. "You're not wounded and have not shed blood?" she asked, not answering his question. "It was stupid. I didn't kill anyone. Don't be uneasy. However, you'll hear all about it to day from everyone. I'm not quite well." "I'm going. The announcement of the marriage won't be to day," she added irresolutely. "It won't be to day, and it won't be to morrow. I can't say about the day after to morrow. Perhaps we shall all be dead, and so much the better. Leave me alone, do." "You won't ruin that other mad girl." "I won't ruin either of the mad creatures. It seems to be the sane I'm ruining. I'm so vile and loathsome, Dasha, that I might really send for you at the latter end, as you say. And in spite of your sanity you'll come. Why will you be your own ruin?" "I know that at the end I shall be the only one left you, and I'm waiting for that." "And what if I don't send for you after all, but run away from you?" "That can't be. You will send for me." "There's a great deal of contempt for me in that." "You know that there's not only contempt." "Then there is contempt anyway?" "I used the wrong word. God is my witness. It's my greatest wish that you may never have need of me." "One phrase is as good as another. I should also have wished not to have ruined you." "You can never anyhow be my ruin, and you know that yourself better than anyone," Darya Pavlovna said rapidly and resolutely. "If I don't come to you I shall be a sister of mercy, a nurse, shall wait upon the sick, or go selling the gospel. I've made up my mind to that. I cannot be anyone's wife. I can't live in a house like this either. That's not what I want. You know all that." "No, I never could tell what you want. It seems to me that you're interested in me as some veteran nurses get specially interested in some particular invalid in comparison with the others, or still more, like some pious old women who frequent funerals and find one corpse more attractive than another. Why do you look at me so strangely?" "Are you very ill?" she asked sympathetically, looking at him in a peculiar way. "Good heavens! And this man wants to do without me?" "Listen, Dasha, now I'm always seeing phantoms. One devil offered me yesterday on the bridge to murder Lebyadkin and Marya Timofyevna, to settle the marriage difficulty and to cover up all traces. He asked me to give him 3 roubles on account, but gave me to understand that the whole operation wouldn't cost less than 1,500. Wasn't he a calculating devil? A regular shopkeeper! Ha ha! But you're fully convinced that it was an hallucination?" "Oh no, not a bit an hallucination. It was simply Fedka the convict, the robber who escaped from prison. But that's not the point. What do you suppose I did? I gave him all I had, everything in my purse, and now he's sure I've given him that on account." "You met him at night, and he made such a suggestion? Surely you must see that you're being caught in their nets on every side." "Well, let them be. But you've got some question at the tip of your tongue, you know. I see it by your eyes," he added with a resentful and irritable smile. Dasha was frightened. "I've no question at all, and no doubt whatever. You'd better be quiet," she cried in dismay, as though waving off his question. "Then you're convinced that I won't go to Fedka's little shop?" "Oh God!" she cried, clasping her hands. "Why do you torture me like this?" "Oh, forgive me my stupid joke. I must be picking up bad manners from them. Do you know, ever since last night I feel awfully inclined to laugh, to go on laughing continually for ever so long. It's as though I must explode with laughter. It's like an illness. Oh, my mother's coming in. I always know by the rumble when her carriage has stopped at the entrance." Dasha seized his hand. "God save you from your demon, and call me quickly." "Oh, a fine demon! It's simply a little nasty scrofulous imp with a cold in his head, one of the unsuccessful ones. But you have something you don't dare to say again, Dasha?" She looked at him with pain and reproach, and turned towards the door. "Listen," he called after her with a malignant and distorted smile. "If yes, if in one word, if you understand, even if I did go to that little shop, and if I called you after that, would you come then?" She went out, hiding her face in her hands, and neither turning nor answering. "She will come even after the shop," he whispered, thinking a moment, and an expression of scornful disdain came into his face. "A nurse! But perhaps that's what I want." CHAPTER 4
Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 1. of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, All in Expectation, Section 1. The impression made on the whole neighborhood by the story of the duel, which was rapidly noised abroad, was particularly remarkable from the unanimity with which every one hastened to take up the cudgel for Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. Many of his former enemies declared themselves his friends. The chief reason for this change of front in public opinion was chiefly due to one person, who had hitherto not expressed her opinion, but who now very distinctly uttered a few words, which at once gave the event a significance exceedingly interesting to the vast majority. This was how it happened. On the day after the duel all the town was assembled at the Marshal of Nobility's in honour of his wife's name day. Yulia Mihailovna was present, or rather presided, accompanied by Lizaveta Nikolaevna, radiant with beauty and peculiar gaiety, which struck many of our ladies at once as particularly suspicious at this time. And I may mention, by the way, her engagement to Mavriky Nikolaevitch was by now an established fact. To a playful question from a retired general of much consequence, of whom we shall have more to say later, Lizaveta Nikolaevna frankly replied that evening that she was engaged. And only imagine, not one of our ladies would believe in her engagement. They all persisted in assuming a romance of some sort, some fatal family secret, something that had happened in Switzerland, and for some reason imagined that Yulia Mihailovna must have had some hand in it. It was difficult to understand why these rumours, or rather fancies, persisted so obstinately, and why Yulia Mihailovna was so positively connected with it. As soon as she came in all turned to her with strange looks, brimful of expectation. It must be observed that owing to the freshness of the event and certain circumstances accompanying it, at the party people talked of it with some circumspection, in undertones. Besides, nothing yet was known of the line taken by the authorities. As far as was known, neither of the combatants had been troubled by the police. Every one knew, for instance, that Gaganov had set off home early in the morning to Duhovo without being hindered. Meanwhile, of course, all were eager for someone to be the first to speak of it aloud, and so to open the door to the general impatience. They rested their hopes on the general above mentioned, and they were not disappointed. This general, a landowner, though not a wealthy one, was one of the most imposing members of our club, and a man of an absolutely unique turn of mind. He flirted in the old-fashioned way with the young ladies, and was particularly fond, in large assemblies, of speaking aloud with all the weightiness of a general, on subjects to which others were alluding in discreet whispers. This was, so to say, his special rôle in local society. He drawled, too, and spoke with peculiar suavity, probably having picked up the habit from Russians travelling abroad, or from those wealthy landowners of former days who had suffered most from the emancipation. Stepan Trofimovitch had observed that the more completely a landowner was ruined, the more suavely he lisped and drawled his words. He did, as a fact, lisp and drawl himself, but was not aware of it in himself. The general spoke like a person of authority. He was, besides, a distant relation of Gaganov's, though he was on bad terms with him and even engaged in litigation with him. He had, moreover, in the past fought 2 duels himself, and had even been degraded to the ranks and sent to the Caucasus on account of one of them. Some mention was made of Varvara Petrovna's having driven out that day and the day before, after being kept indoors by illness, though the allusion was not to her but to the marvellous matching of her 4 grey horses of the Stavrogin's own breeding. The general suddenly observed that he had met young Stavrogin that day on horseback. Every one was instantly silent. The general munched his lips and suddenly proclaimed, twisting in his fingers his presentation gold snuff box: "I'm sorry I wasn't here some years ago. I mean when I was at Carlsbad. H'm. I'm very much interested in that young man about whom I heard so many rumours at that time. H'm. And I say, is it true that he's mad? Some one told me so then. Suddenly I'm told that he has been insulted by some student here in the presence of his cousins, and he slipped under the table to get away from him. And yesterday I heard from Stepan Vysotsky that Stavrogin had been fighting with Gaganov, and simply with the gallant object of offering himself as a target to an infuriated man just to get rid of him. H'm! Quite in the style of the guards of the twenties. Is there any house where he visits here?" The general paused as though expecting an answer. A way had been opened for the public impatience to express itself. "What could be simpler?" cried Yulia Mihailovna, raising her voice, irritated that all present had turned their eyes upon her, as though at a word of command. "Can one wonder that Stavrogin fought Gaganov and took no notice of the student? He couldn't challenge a man who used to be his serf." A noteworthy saying. A clear and simple notion, yet it had entered nobody's head till that moment. It was a saying that had extraordinary consequences. All scandal and gossip, all the petty tittle-tattle, was thrown into the background. Another significance had been detected. A new character was revealed whom all had misjudged, a character almost ideally severe in his standards. Mortally insulted by a student, that is, an educated man, no longer a serf, he despised the affront because his assailant had once been his serf. Society had gossiped and slandered him; shallow‐minded people had looked with contempt on a man who had been struck in the face. He had despised a public opinion which had not risen to the level of the highest standards, though it discussed them. And meantime you and I, Ivan Alexandrovitch, sit and discuss the correct standards, one old club member observed to another, with a warm and generous glow of self‐reproach. "Yes, Pyotr Mikhailovitch, yes," the other chimed in with zest. "Talk of the younger generation." "It's not a question of the younger generation," observed a third, putting in his spoke. "It's nothing to do with the younger generation. He's a star, not one of the younger generation. That's the way to look at it." "And it's just that sort we need. They're rare people." The chief point in all this was that the new man, besides showing himself an unmistakable nobleman, was the wealthiest landowner in the province, and was, therefore, bound to be a leading man who could be of assistance. I've already alluded in passing to the attitude of the landowners of our province. People were enthusiastic. "He didn't merely refrain from challenging the student, he put his hands behind him, note that particularly, your Excellency," somebody pointed out. "And he didn't haul him up before the new law courts either," added another. "In spite of the fact that for a personal insult to a nobleman he'd have got 15 roubles damages. He he he!" "No, I'll tell you a secret about the new courts," cried a third, in a frenzy of excitement. "If anyone's caught robbing or swindling and convicted, he'd better run home while there's yet time and murder his mother. He'll be acquitted of everything at once, and ladies will wave their batiste handkerchiefs from the platform. It's the absolute truth. It's the truth, it's the truth." The inevitable anecdotes followed. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's friendly relations with Count K. were recalled. Count K.'s stern and independent attitude to recent reforms was well known, as well as his remarkable public activity, though that had somewhat fallen off of late. And now suddenly every one was positive that Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was betrothed to one of the count's daughters, though nothing had given grounds for such a supposition. And as for some wonderful adventures in Switzerland with Lizaveta Nikolaevna, even the ladies quite dropped all reference to it. I must mention, by the way, that the Drozdovs had by this time succeeded in paying all the visits they had omitted at first. Every one now confidently considered Lizaveta Nikolaevna a most ordinary girl, who paraded her delicate nerves. Her fainting on the day of Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's arrival was explained now as due to her terror at the student's outrageous behaviour. They even increased the prosaicness of that to which before they had striven to give such a fantastic colour. As for a lame woman who had been talked of, she was forgotten completely. They were ashamed to remember her. And if there had been 100 lame girls, we've all been young once. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's respectfulness to his mother was enlarged upon. Various virtues were discovered in him. People talked with approbation of the learning he had acquired in the 4 years he had spent in German universities. Gaganov's conduct was declared utterly tactless, not knowing friend from foe. Yulia Mihailovna's keen insight was unhesitatingly admitted. So by the time Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch made his appearance among them, he was received by every one with naïve solemnity. In all eyes fastened upon him could be read eager anticipation. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch at once wrapped himself in the most austere silence, which, of course, gratified every one much more than if he had talked till doomsday. In a word, he was a success, he was the fashion. If once one has figured in provincial society, there's no retreating into the background. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch began to fulfil all his social duties in the province punctiliously as before. He was not found cheerful company. A man who has seen suffering, a man not like other people, he has something to be melancholy about. Even the pride and disdainful aloofness for which he had been so detested 4 years before was now liked and respected. Varvara Petrovna was triumphant. I don't know whether she grieved much over the shattering of her dreams concerning Lizaveta Nikolaevna. Family pride, of course, helped her to get over it. One thing was strange. Varvara Petrovna was suddenly convinced that Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch really had made his choice at Count K.'s. And what was strangest of all, she was led to believe it by rumours which reached her on no better authority than other people. She was afraid to ask Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch a direct question. 2 or 3 times, however, she could not refrain from slyly and good humouredly reproaching him for not being open with her. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch smiled and remained silent. The silence was taken as a sign of assent, and yet, all the time she never forgot the cripple. The thought of her lay like a stone on her heart, a nightmare; she was tortured by strange misgivings and surmises, and all this at the same time as she dreamed of Count K.'s daughters. But of this we shall speak later. Varvara Petrovna began again, of course, to be treated with extreme deference and respect in society, but she took little advantage of it and went out rarely. She did, however, pay a visit of ceremony to the governor's wife. Of course, no one had been more charmed and delighted by Yulia Mihailovna's words, spoken at the marshal's soirée, than she. They lifted a load of care off her heart, and had at once relieved much of the distress she had been suffering since that luckless Sunday. "I misunderstood that woman," she declared, and with her characteristic impulsiveness she frankly told Yulia Mihailovna that she had come to thank her. Yulia Mihailovna was flattered, but she behaved with dignity. She was beginning about this time to be very conscious of her own importance, too much so, in fact. She announced, for example, in the course of conversation, that she had never heard of Stepan Trofimovitch as a leading man or a savant. "I know young Verhovensky, of course, and make much of him. He's imprudent, but then he's young. He's thoroughly well informed, though. He's not an out-of-date, old-fashioned critic, anyway." Varvara Petrovna hastened to observe that Stepan Trofimovitch had never been a critic, but had, on the contrary, spent all his life in her house. He was renowned through circumstances of his early career, only too well known to the whole world, and of late for his researches in Spanish history. Now he intended to write also on the position of modern German universities, and, she believed, something about the Dresden Madonna too. In short, Varvara Petrovna refused to surrender Stepan Trofimovitch to the tender mercies of Yulia Mihailovna. "The Dresden Madonna? You mean the Sistine Madonna? Chère Varvara Petrovna, I spent 2 hours sitting before that picture, and came away utterly disillusioned. I could make nothing of it, and was in complete amazement. Karmazinov, too, says it's hard to understand it. They all see nothing in it now, Russians and English alike. All its fame is just the talk of the last generation." "Fashions are changed, then." "What I think is that one mustn't despise our younger generation either. They cry out that they're communists, but what I say is that we must appreciate them and mustn't be hard on them. I read everything now: the papers, communism, the natural sciences. I get everything, because, after all, one must know where one's living and with whom one has to do. One mustn't spend one's whole life on the heights of one's own fancy. I've come to the conclusion, and adopted it as a principle, that one must be kind to the young people and so keep them from the brink. Believe me, Varvara Petrovna, that none but we who make up good society can by our kindness and good influence keep them from the abyss towards which they are brought by the intolerance of all these old men. I am glad, though, to learn from you about Stepan Trofimovitch. You suggest an idea to me. He may be useful at our literary matinée. You know I'm arranging for a whole day of festivities, a subscription entertainment for the benefit of the poor governesses of our province. They are scattered about Russia. In our district alone we can reckon up 6 of them. Besides that, there are 2 girls in the telegraph office, 2 are being trained in the academy, the rest would like to be, but have not the means. The Russian woman's fate is a terrible one, Varvara Petrovna. It's out of that they're making the university question now, and there's even been a meeting of the Imperial Council about it. In this strange Russia of ours one can do anything one likes, and that, again, is why it's only by the kindness and the direct warm sympathy of all the better classes that we can direct this great common cause in the true path. Oh, heavens! Have we many noble personalities among us? There are some, of course, but they are scattered far and wide. Let us unite and we shall be stronger. In one word, I shall first have a literary matinée, then a light luncheon, then an interval, and in the evening a ball. We meant to begin the evening by living pictures, but it would involve a great deal of expense, and so, to please the public, there will be 1 or 2 quadrilles in masks and fancy dresses, representing well-known literary schools. This humorous idea was suggested by Karmazinov. He has been a great help to me. Do you know he's going to read us the last thing he's written, which no one has seen yet? He is laying down the pen, and will write no more. This last essay is his farewell to the public. It's a charming little thing called Merci. The title is French; he thinks that more amusing and even subtler. I do too; in fact I advised it. I think Stepan Trofimovitch might read us something too, if it were quite short and not so very learned. I believe Pyotr Stepanovitch and some one else too will read something. Pyotr Stepanovitch shall run round to you and tell you the programme. Better still, let me bring it to you myself. Allow me to put my name down in your subscription list too. I'll tell Stepan Trofimovitch and will beg him to consent." Varvara Petrovna returned home completely fascinated. She was ready to stand up for Yulia Mihailovna through thick and thin, and for some reason was already quite put out with Stepan Trofimovitch, while he, poor man, sat at home all unconscious. "I'm in love with her. I can't understand how I could be so mistaken in that woman," she said to Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch and Pyotr Stepanovitch, who dropped in that evening. "But you must make peace with the old man all the same," Pyotr Stepanovitch submitted. "He's in despair. You've quite sent him to Coventry. Yesterday he met your carriage and bowed, and you turned away. We'll trot him out, you know. I'm reckoning on him for something, and he may still be useful." "Oh, he'll read something." "I don't mean only that. And I was meaning to drop in on him to day. So shall I tell him?" "If you like. I don't know, though, how you'll arrange it," she said irresolutely. "I was meaning to have a talk with him myself, and wanted to fix the time and place." She frowned. "Oh, it's not worth while fixing a time. I'll simply give him the message." "Very well, do. Add that I certainly will fix a time to see him, though. Be sure to say that too." Pyotr Stepanovitch ran off grinning. He was, in fact, to the best of my recollection, particularly spiteful all this time, and ventured upon extremely impatient sallies with almost every one. Strange to say, every one somehow forgave him. It was generally accepted that he was not to be looked at from the ordinary standpoint. I may remark that he took up an extremely resentful attitude about Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's duel. It took him unawares. He turned positively green when he was told of it. Perhaps his vanity was wounded; he only heard of it next day when every one knew of it. "You had no right to fight, you know," he whispered to Stavrogin 5 days later when he chanced to meet him at the club. It was remarkable that they had not once met during those 5 days, though Pyotr Stepanovitch had dropped in at Varvara Petrovna's almost every day. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch looked at him in silence with an absent‐minded air, as though not understanding what was the matter, and he went on without stopping. He was crossing the big hall of the club on his way to the refreshment room. "You've been to see Shatov too. "You mean to make it known about Marya Timofyevna," Pyotr Stepanovitch muttered, running after him, and as though not thinking of what he was doing, he clutched at his shoulder. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch shook his hand off and turned round quickly to him with a menacing scowl. Pyotr Stepanovitch looked at him with a strange, prolonged smile. It all lasted only one moment. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch walked on. End of Part Two, Chapter 4, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 4, Section 2. Of the Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4. All in Expectation, Section 2. He went to the old man, straight from Varvara Petrovna's, and he was in such haste simply from spite, that he might revenge himself for an insult of which I had no idea at that time. The fact is that at their last interview on the Thursday of the previous week, Stepan Trofimovitch, though the dispute was one of his own beginning, had ended by turning Pyotr Stepanovitch out with his stick. He concealed the incident from me at the time. But now, as soon as Pyotr Stepanovitch ran in with his everlasting grin, which was so naively condescending, and his unpleasantly inquisitive eyes peering into every corner, Stepan Trofimovitch at once made a signal aside to me, not to leave the room. This was how their real relations came to be exposed before me, for on this occasion I heard their whole conversation. Stepan Trofimovitch was sitting stretched out on a lounge. He had grown thin and sallow since that Thursday. Pyotr Stepanovitch seated himself beside him with a most familiar air, unceremoniously tucking his legs up under him and taking up more room on the lounge than deference to his father should have allowed. Stepan Trofimovitch moved aside in silence and with dignity. On the table lay an open book. It was the novel What's to be Done? Alas, I must confess one strange weakness in my friend, the fantasy that he ought to come forth from his solitude and fight a last battle was getting more and more hold upon his deluded imagination. I guessed that he had got the novel and was studying it solely in order that when the inevitable conflict with the Shriekers came about he might know their methods and arguments beforehand from their very catechism, and in that way be prepared to confute them all triumphantly before her eyes. Oh, how that book tortured him! He sometimes flung it aside in despair, and leaping up, paced about the room almost in a frenzy. "I agree that the author's fundamental idea is a true one," he said to me feverishly, "but that only makes it more awful. It's just our idea, exactly ours. We first sowed the seed, nurtured it, prepared the way, and indeed what could they say new after us? But heavens! How it's all expressed, distorted, mutilated!" he exclaimed, tapping the book with his fingers. "Were these the conclusions we were striving for? Who can understand the original idea in this?" "Improving your mind?" sniggered Pyotr Stepanovitch, taking the book from the table and reading the title. "It's high time. I'll bring you better if you like." Stepan Trofimovitch again preserved a dignified silence. I was sitting on a sofa in the corner. Pyotr Stepanovitch quickly explained the reason of his coming. Of course Stepan Trofimovitch was absolutely staggered, and he listened in alarm which was mixed with extreme indignation. "And that Yulia Mihailovna counts on my coming to read for her?" "Well, they're by no means in such need of you. On the contrary, it's by way of an attention to you, so as to make up to Varvara Petrovna. But, of course, you won't dare to refuse, and I expect you want to yourself," he added with a grin. "You old fogies are all so devilishly ambitious. But I say, though, you must look out that it's not too boring. What have you got? Spanish history, or what is it? You'd better let me look at it 3 days beforehand, or else you'll put us to sleep perhaps." The hurried and too barefaced coarseness of these thrusts was obviously premeditated. He affected to behave as though it were impossible to talk to Stepan Trofimovitch in different and more delicate language. Stepan Trofimovitch resolutely persisted in ignoring his insults, but what his son told him made a more and more overwhelming impression upon him. "And she herself sent me this message through you?" he asked, turning pale. "Well, you see, she means to fix a time and place for a mutual explanation, the relics of your sentimentalising. You've been coquetting with her for 20 years and have trained her to the most ridiculous habits. But don't trouble yourself, it's quite different now. She keeps saying herself that she's only beginning now to have her eyes opened. I told her in so many words that all this friendship of yours is nothing but a mutual pouring forth of sloppiness. She told me lots, my boy. Foo! What a flunkey's place you've been filling all this time. I positively blushed for you." "I filling a flunkey's place?" cried Stepan Trofimovitch, unable to restrain himself. "Worse, you've been a parasite, that is, a voluntary flunkey too lazy to work, while you've an appetite for money. She too understands all that now. It's awful the things she's been telling me about you, anyway. I did laugh, my boy, over your letters to her, shameful and disgusting. But you're all so depraved, so depraved. There's always something depraving in charity. You're a good example of it." "She showed you my letters?" "All. Though, of course, one couldn't read them all. Foo, what a lot of paper you've covered! I believe there are more than 2,000 letters there. And do you know, old chap, I believe there was one moment when she'd have been ready to marry you. You let slip your chance in the silliest way. Of course, I'm speaking from your point of view, though, anyway, it would have been better than now when you've almost been married to cover another man's sins, like a buffoon, for a jest, for money." "For money? She says it was for money?" Stepan Trofimovitch wailed in anguish. "What else, then? But of course I stood up for you. That's your only line of defence, you know. She sees for herself that you needed money like every one else, and that from that point of view maybe you were right. I proved to her as clear as twice two makes four that it was a mutual bargain. She was a capitalist and you were a sentimental buffoon in her service. She's not angry about the money, though you have milked her like a goat. She's only in a rage at having believed in you for 20 years, at your having so taken her in over these noble sentiments and made her tell lies for so long. She never will admit that she told lies of herself, but you'll catch it the more for that. I can't make out how it was you didn't see that you'd have to have a day of reckoning. For after all you had some sense. I advised her yesterday to put you in an almshouse, a genteel one, don't disturb yourself, there'll be nothing humiliating, I believe that's what she'll do. Do you remember your last letter to me 3 weeks ago?" "Can you have shown her that?" cried Stepan Trofimovitch, leaping up in horror. "Rather! First thing. The one in which you told me she was exploiting you, envious of your talent, oh yes, and that about other men's sins. You've got a conceit though, my boy. How I did laugh! As a rule your letters are very tedious, you write a horrible style. I often don't read them at all, and I've one lying about to this day, unopened. I'll send it to you to morrow. But that one, that last letter of yours was the tip‐top of perfection. How I did laugh! Oh, how I laughed!" "Monster! Monster!" wailed Stepan Trofimovitch. "Foo! Damn it all! There's no talking to you. I say, you're getting huffy again, as you were last Thursday." Stepan Trofimovitch drew himself up menacingly. "How dare you speak to me in such language?" "What language? It's simple and clear." "Tell me, you monster, are you my son or not?" "You know that best. To be sure, all fathers are disposed to be blind in such cases." "Silence! Silence!" cried Stepan Trofimovitch, shaking all over. "You see, you're screaming and swearing at me as you did last Thursday. You tried to lift your stick against me, but you know, I found that document. I was rummaging all the evening in my trunk from curiosity. It's true there's nothing definite, you can take that comfort. It's only a letter of my mother's to that Pole. But to judge from her character... Another word and I'll box your ears." "What a set of people!" said Pyotr Stepanovitch, suddenly addressing himself to me. "You see, this is how we've been ever since last Thursday. I'm glad you're here this time anyway and can judge between us. To begin with, a fact. He reproaches me for speaking like this of my mother, but didn't he egg me on to it? In Petersburg, before I left the high school, didn't he wake me twice in the night, to embrace me, and cry like a woman? And what do you suppose he talked to me about at night? Why, the same modest anecdotes about my mother. It was from him I first heard them." "Oh, I meant that in a higher sense. Oh, you didn't understand me. You understood nothing, nothing." "But anyway it was meaner in you than in me. Meaner, acknowledge that. You see, it's nothing to me if you like. I'm speaking from your point of view. Don't worry about my point of view. I don't blame my mother. If it's you, then it's you. If it's a Pole, then it's a Pole. It's all the same to me. I'm not to blame, because you and she managed so stupidly in Berlin. As though you could have managed things better. Aren't you an absurd set after that? And does it matter to you whether I'm your son or not? Listen," he went on, turning to me again. "He's never spent a penny on me all his life. Till I was 16 he didn't know me at all. Afterwards he robbed me here, and now he cries out that his heart has been aching over me all his life, and carries on before me like an actor. I'm not Varvara Petrovna, mind you." He got up and took his hat. "I curse you henceforth." Stepan Trofimovitch, as pale as death, stretched out his hand above him. "Ach, what folly a man will descend to!" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, actually surprised. "Well, good bye, old fellow. I shall never come and see you again. Send me the article beforehand, don't forget, and try and let it be free from nonsense. Facts, 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 and above all let it be short. Good bye." End of Part Two, Chapter 4, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, All in Expectation, Section 3. Outside influences, too, had come into play in the matter, however. Pyotr Stepanovitch certainly had some designs on his parent. In my opinion, he calculated upon reducing the old man to despair, and so to driving him to some open scandal of a certain sort. This was to serve some remote and quite other object of his own, of which I shall speak hereafter. All sorts of plans and calculations of this kind were swarming in masses in his mind at that time, and almost all, of course, of a fantastic character. He had designs on another victim besides Stepan Trofimovitch. In fact, as appeared afterwards, his victims were not few in number, but this one he reckoned upon particularly, and it was Mr. von Lembke himself. Andrey Antonovitch von Lembke belonged to that race so favoured by nature which is reckoned by hundreds of thousands at the Russian census, and is perhaps unconscious that it forms throughout its whole mass a strictly organized union. And this union, of course, is not planned and premeditated, but exists spontaneously in the whole race, without words or agreements, as a moral obligation, consisting in mutual support given by all members of the race to one another, at all times and places and under all circumstances. Andrey Antonovitch had the honour of being educated in one of those more exalted Russian educational institutions which are filled with the youth from families well provided with wealth or connections. Almost immediately on finishing their studies, the pupils were appointed to rather important posts in one of the government departments. Andrey Antonovitch had one uncle a colonel of engineers and another a baker, but he managed to get into this aristocratic school and met many of his fellow countrymen in a similar position. He was a good humoured companion, was rather stupid at his studies, but always popular. And when many of his companions in the upper forms, chiefly Russians, had already learnt to discuss the loftiest modern questions and looked as though they were only waiting to leave school to settle the affairs of the universe, Andrey Antonovitch was still absorbed in the most innocent schoolboy interests. He amused them all, it is true, by his pranks, which were of a very simple character, at the most a little coarse, but he made it his object to be funny. At one time he would blow his nose in a wonderful way when the professor addressed a question to him, thereby making his schoolfellows and the professor laugh. Another time, in the dormitory, he would act some indecent living picture to the general applause, or he would play the overture to Fra Diavolo with his nose rather skilfully. He was distinguished, too, by intentional untidiness, thinking this for some reason witty. In his very last year at school he began writing Russian poetry. Of his native language he had only an ungrammatical knowledge, like many of his race in Russia. This turn for versifying drew him to a gloomy and depressed schoolfellow, the son of a poor Russian general, who was considered in the school to be a great future light in literature. The latter patronized him. But it happened that 3 years after leaving school, this melancholy schoolfellow, who had flung up his official career for the sake of Russian literature, and was consequently going about in torn boots, with his teeth chattering with cold, wearing a light summer overcoat in the late autumn, met one day on the Nanitchin Bridge his former protégé, Lembke, as he always used to be called at school. And what do you suppose? He did not at first recognize him and stood still in surprise. Before him stood an irreproachably dressed young man with wonderfully well kept whiskers of a reddish hue, with pince nez, with patent leather boots and the freshest of gloves, in a full overcoat from Sharmer's, and with a portfolio under his arm. Lembke was cordial to his old schoolfellow, gave him his address, and begged him to come and see him some evening. It appeared, too, that he was by now not Lembke, but Von Lembke. The schoolfellow came to see him, however, simply from malice perhaps. On the staircase, which was covered with red felt and was rather ugly and by no means smart, he was met and questioned by the house porter. A bell rang loudly upstairs, but instead of the wealth which the visitor expected, he found Lembke in a very little side room which had a dark and dilapidated appearance, partitioned into two by a large dark green curtain, and furnished with very old though comfortable furniture, with dark green blinds on high narrow windows. Von Lembke lodged in the house of a very distant relation, a general who was his patron. He met his visitor cordially, was serious and exquisitely polite. They talked of literature too, but kept within the bounds of decorum. A manservant in a white tie brought them some weak tea and little dry round biscuits. The schoolfellow, from spite, asked for some seltzer water. It was given him, but after some delays, and Lembke was somewhat embarrassed at having to summon the footman a second time and give him orders. But of himself he asked his visitor whether he would like some supper, and was obviously relieved when he refused and went away. In short, Lembke was making his career and was living in dependence on his fellow countryman, the influential general. He was at that time sighing for the general's fifth daughter, and it seemed to him that his feeling was reciprocated. But Amalia was none the less married in due time to an elderly factory owner, a German, and an old comrade of the general's. Andrey Antonovitch did not shed many tears, but made a paper theatre. The curtain drew up, the actors came in, and gesticulated with their arms. There were spectators in the boxes, the orchestra moved their bows across their fiddles by machinery, the conductor waved his baton, and in the stalls officers and dandies clapped their hands. It was all made of cardboard, it was all thought out and executed by Lembke himself. He spent 6 months over this theatre. The general arranged a friendly party on purpose. The theatre was exhibited, all the general's 5 daughters, including the newly married Amalia with her factory owner, numerous fraus and fräuleins with their menfolk, attentively examined and admired the theatre, after which they danced. Lembke was much gratified and was quickly consoled. The years passed by and his career was secured. He always obtained good posts and always under chiefs of his own race, and he worked his way up at last to a very fine position for a man of his age. He had for a long time been wishing to marry and looking about him carefully. Without the knowledge of his superiors he had sent a novel to the editor of a magazine, but it had not been accepted. On the other hand, he cut out a complete toy railway, and again his creation was most successful. Passengers came on to the platform with bags and portmanteaux, with dogs and children, and got into the carriages. The guards and porters moved away, the bell was rung, the signal was given, and the train started off. He was a whole year busy over this clever contrivance. But he had to get married all the same. The circle of his acquaintance was fairly wide, chiefly in the world of his compatriots, but his duties brought him into Russian spheres also, of course.
Finally, when he was in his 39th year, he came in for a legacy. His uncle the baker died and left him 13,000 roubles in his will. The one thing needful was a suitable post. In spite of the rather elevated style of his surroundings in the service, Mr. von Lembke was a very modest man. He would have been perfectly satisfied with some independent little government post, with the right to as much government timber as he liked, or something snug of that sort, and he would have been content all his life long. But now, instead of the Minna or Ernestine he had expected, Yulia Mihailovna suddenly appeared on the scene. His career was instantly raised to a more elevated plane. The modest and precise man felt that he, too, was capable of ambition. Yulia Mihailovna had a fortune of 200 serfs, to reckon in the old style, and she had, besides, powerful friends. On the other hand, Lembke was handsome, and she was already over 40. It is remarkable that he fell genuinely in love with her by degrees as he became more used to being betrothed to her. On the morning of his wedding day he sent her a poem. She liked all this very much, even the poem. It's no joke to be 40. He was very quickly raised to a certain grade and received a certain order of distinction, and then was appointed governor of our province. Before coming to us, Yulia Mihailovna worked hard at moulding her husband. In her opinion he was not without abilities; he knew how to make an entrance and to appear to advantage; he understood how to listen and be silent with profundity, had acquired a quite distinguished deportment, could make a speech, indeed had even some odds and ends of thought, and had caught the necessary gloss of modern liberalism. What worried her, however, was that he was not very open to new ideas, and, after the long, everlasting plodding for a career, was unmistakably beginning to feel the need of repose. She tried to infect him with her own ambition, and he suddenly began making a toy church. The pastor came out to preach the sermon, the congregation listened with their hands before them, one lady was drying her tears with her handkerchief, one old gentleman was blowing his nose. Finally the organ pealed forth. It had been ordered from Switzerland and made expressly in spite of all expense. Yulia Mihailovna, in positive alarm, carried off the whole structure as soon as she knew about it, and locked it up in a box in her own room. To make up for it, she allowed him to write a novel on condition of its being kept secret. From that time she began to reckon only upon herself. Unhappily there was a good deal of shallowness and lack of judgment in her attitude. Destiny had kept her too long an old maid. Now one idea after another fluttered through her ambitious and rather over-excited brain. She cherished designs, she positively desired to rule the province, dreamed of becoming at once the centre of a circle, adopted political sympathies. Von Lembke was actually a little alarmed, though, with his official tact, he quickly divined that he had no need at all to be uneasy about the government of the province itself. The first 2 or 3 months passed indeed very satisfactorily, but now Pyotr Stepanovitch had turned up and something queer began to happen. The fact was that young Verhovensky, from the first step, had displayed a flagrant lack of respect for Andrey Antonovitch, and had assumed a strange right to dictate to him, while Yulia Mihailovna, who had always till then been so jealous of her husband's dignity, absolutely refused to notice it, or, at any rate, attached no consequence to it. The young man became a favourite, ate, drank, and almost slept in the house. Von Lembke tried to defend himself, called him "young man" before other people, and slapped him patronizingly on the shoulder, but made no impression. Pyotr Stepanovitch always seemed to be laughing in his face, even when he appeared on the surface to be talking seriously to him, and he would say the most startling things to him before company. Returning home one day he found the young man had installed himself in his study and was asleep on the sofa there uninvited. He explained that he had come in, and finding no one at home, had had a good sleep. Von Lembke was offended and again complained to his wife. Laughing at his irritability, she observed tartly that he evidently did not know how to keep up his own dignity, and that with her, anyway, the boy had never permitted himself any undue familiarity. He was naïve and fresh indeed, though not regardful of the conventions of society. Von Lembke sulked. This time she made peace between them. Pyotr Stepanovitch did not go so far as to apologise, but got out of it with a coarse jest.
which might at another time have been taken for a fresh offence, but was accepted on this occasion as a token of repentance. The weak spot in Andrey Antonovitch's position was that he had blundered in the first instance by divulging the secret of his novel to him. Imagining him to be an ardent young man of poetic feeling, and having long dreamed of securing a listener, he had, during the early days of their acquaintance, on one occasion read aloud 2 chapters to him. The young man had listened without disguising his boredom, had rudely yawned, had vouchsafed no word of praise, but on leaving had asked for the manuscript that he might form an opinion of it at his leisure, and Andrey Antonovitch had given it him. He had not returned the manuscript since, though he dropped in every day, and had turned off all inquiries with a laugh. Afterwards he declared that he had lost it in the street. At the time Yulia Mihailovna was terribly angry with her husband when she heard of it. "Perhaps you told him about the church too?" she burst out, almost in dismay. Von Lembke unmistakably began to brood, and brooding was bad for him, and had been forbidden by the doctors. Apart from the fact that there were signs of trouble in the province, of which we will speak later, he had private reasons for brooding; his heart was wounded, not merely his official dignity. When Andrey Antonovitch had entered upon married life, he had never conceived the possibility of conjugal strife or dissension in the future. It was inconsistent with the dreams he had cherished all his life of his Minna or Ernestine. He felt that he was unequal to enduring domestic storms. Yulia Mihailovna had an open explanation with him at last. "You can't be angry at this," she said, "if only because you've still as much sense as he has and are immeasurably higher in the social scale. The boy still preserves many traces of his old free‐thinking habits. I believe it's simply mischief, but one can do nothing suddenly, in a hurry. You must do things by degrees. We must make much of our young people. I treat them with affection and hold them back from the brink." "But he says such dreadful things," Von Lembke objected. "I can't behave tolerantly when he maintains in my presence and before other people that the government purposely drenches the people with vodka in order to brutalize them, and so keep them from revolution. Fancy my position when I'm forced to listen to that before every one." As he said this, Von Lembke recalled a conversation he had recently had with Pyotr Stepanovitch. With the innocent object of displaying his liberal tendencies, he had shown him his own private collection of every possible kind of manifesto, Russian and foreign, which he had carefully collected since the year 1859, not simply from a love of collecting, but from a laudable interest in them. Pyotr Stepanovitch, seeing his object, expressed the opinion that there was more sense in one line of some manifestoes than in a whole government department, not even excluding yours, maybe. Lembke winced. "But this is premature among us, premature," he pronounced almost imploringly, pointing to the manifestoes. "No, it's not premature. You see, you're afraid, so it's not premature." "But here, for instance, is an incitement to destroy churches." "And why not? You're a sensible man, and of course you don't believe in it yourself, but you know perfectly well that you need religion to brutalize the people. Truth is honester than falsehood." I agree, I quite agree with you, but it is premature, premature in this country," said Von Lembke, frowning. "And how can you be an official of the government after that, when you agree to demolishing churches and marching on Petersburg armed with staves, and make it all simply a question of date?" Lembke was greatly put out at being so crudely caught. "It's not so, not so at all," he cried, carried away and more mortified in his amour propre. "You're young and know nothing of our aims, and that's why you're mistaken. You see, my dear Pyotr Stepanovitch, you call us officials of the government, don't you? Independent officials, don't you? But let me ask you, how are we acting? Ours is the responsibility, but in the long run we serve the cause of progress just as you do. We only hold together what you are unsettling and what, but for us, would go to pieces in all directions. We are not your enemies, not a bit of it. We say to you, go forward, progress, you may even unsettle things, that is, things that are antiquated and in need of reform, but we will keep you, when need be, within necessary limits, and so save you from yourselves. For without us you would set Russia tottering, robbing her of all external decency, while our task is to preserve external decency. Understand that we are mutually essential to one another.
In England the Whigs and Tories are in the same way mutually essential to one another. Well, you're Whigs and we're Tories. That's how I look at it." Andrey Antonovitch rose to positive eloquence. He had been fond of talking in a liberal and intellectual style even in Petersburg, and the great thing here was that there was no one to play the spy on him. Pyotr Stepanovitch was silent, and maintained an unusually grave air. This excited the orator more than ever. "Do you know that I, the person responsible for the province," he went on, walking about the study, "do you know that I have so many duties I can't perform one of them? And on the other hand I can say just as truly that there's nothing for me to do here. The whole secret of it is that everything depends upon the views of the government. Suppose the government were ever to found a republic, from policy, or to pacify public excitement, and at the same time to increase the power of the governors, then we governors would swallow up the republic, and not the republic only. Anything you like we'll swallow up. I, at least, feel that I am ready. In one word, if the government dictates to me by telegram activité dévorante, I'll supply activité dévorante. I told them here straight in their faces, 'Dear sirs, to maintain the equilibrium and to develop all the provincial institutions, one thing is essential, the increase of the power of the governor. You see, it's necessary that all these institutions, the Zemstvos, the law courts, should have a twofold existence. That is, on the one hand, it's necessary they should exist. I agree that it is necessary. On the other hand, it's necessary that they shouldn't. It's all according to the views of the government. If the mood takes them so that institutions seem suddenly necessary, I shall have them at once in readiness. The necessity passes and no one will find them under my rule. That's what I understand by activité dévorante, and you can't have it without an increase of the governor's power. We're talking tête à tête. You know I've already laid before the government in Petersburg the necessity of a special sentinel before the governor's house. I'm awaiting an answer." "You ought to have two," Pyotr Stepanovitch commented. "Why two?" said Von Lembke, stopping short before him. "One's not enough to create respect for you. You certainly ought to have two." Andrey Antonovitch made a wry face. "There's no limit to the liberties you take, Pyotr Stepanovitch. You take advantage of my good nature, you say cutting things, and play the part of a bourru bienfaisant." "Well, that's as you please," muttered Pyotr Stepanovitch. "Anyway, you pave the way for us and prepare for our success." "Now, who are 'we' and what success?" said Von Lembke, staring at him in surprise. But he got no answer. Yulia Mihailovna, receiving a report of the conversation, was greatly displeased. "But I can't exercise my official authority upon your favourite," Andrey Antonovitch protested in self‐defence, "especially when we're tête à tête. I may say too much in the goodness of my heart." "From too much goodness of heart. I didn't know you'd got a collection of manifestoes. Be so good as to show them to me." "But he asked to have them for one day." "And you've let him have them again?" cried Yulia Mihailovna, getting angry. "How tactless!" "I'll send someone to him at once to get them." "He won't give them up." "I'll insist on it," cried Von Lembke, boiling over, and he jumped up from his seat. "Who's he that we should be so afraid of him, and who am I that I shouldn't dare to do anything?" "Sit down and calm yourself," said Yulia Mihailovna, checking him. "I will answer your first question. He came to me with the highest recommendations. He's talented, and sometimes says extremely clever things. Karmazinov tells me that he has connections almost everywhere, and extraordinary influence over the younger generation in Petersburg and Moscow. And if through him I can attract them all and group them round myself, I shall be saving them from perdition by guiding them into a new outlet for their ambitions. He's devoted to me with his whole heart and is guided by me in everything. But while they're being petted, the devil knows what they may not do. Of course, it's an idea," said Von Lembke, vaguely defending himself, "but here I've heard that manifestoes of some sort have been found in X district." "But there was a rumour of that in the summer. Manifestoes, false bank notes, and all the rest of it, but they haven't found one of them so far. Who told you?" "I heard it from Von Blum." "Oh, don't talk to me of your Blum. Don't ever dare mention him again." Yulia Mihailovna flew into a rage and for a moment could not speak.
Von Blum was a clerk in the governor's office whom she particularly hated. Of that later. "Please don't worry yourself about Verhovensky," she said in conclusion. "If he had taken part in any mischief he wouldn't talk as he does to you and every one else here. Talkers are not dangerous, and I will even go so far as to say that if anything were to happen I should be the first to hear of it through him. He's quite fanatically devoted to me." I will observe, anticipating events, that had it not been for Yulia Mihailovna's obstinacy and self conceit, probably nothing of all the mischief these wretched people succeeded in bringing about amongst us would have happened. She was responsible for a great deal. End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 1 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. On the Eve of the Fête. Section 1. The date of the fête, which Yulia Mihailovna was getting up for the benefit of the governesses of our province, had been several times fixed and put off. She had invariably bustling round her Pyotr Stepanovitch and a little clerk, Lyamshin, who used at one time to visit Stepan Trofimovitch, and had suddenly found favour in the governor's house for the way he played the piano and now was of use running errands. Liputin was there a good deal too, and Yulia Mihailovna destined him to be the editor of a new independent provincial paper. There were also several ladies, married and single, and lastly, even Karmazinov, who, though he could not be said to bustle, announced aloud with a complacent air that he would agreeably astonish every one when the literary quadrille began. An extraordinary multitude of donors and subscribers had turned up, all the select society of the town, but even the unselect were admitted, if only they produced the cash. Yulia Mihailovna observed that sometimes it was a positive duty to allow the mixing of classes, for otherwise who is to enlighten them? A private drawing-room committee was formed, at which it was decided that the fête was to be of a democratic character. The enormous list of subscriptions tempted them to lavish expenditure. They wanted to do something on a marvellous scale, that's why it was put off. They were still undecided where the ball was to take place, whether in the immense house belonging to the marshal's wife, which she was willing to give up to them for the day, or at Varvara Petrovna's mansion at Skvoreshniki. It was rather a distance to Skvoreshniki, but many of the committee were of opinion that it would be freer there. Varvara Petrovna would dearly have liked it to have been in her house. It's difficult to understand why this proud woman seemed almost making up to Yulia Mihailovna. Probably what pleased her was that the latter in her turn seemed almost fawning upon Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, and was more gracious to him than to any one. I repeat again that Pyotr Stepanovitch was always, in continual whispers, strengthening in the governor's household an idea he had insinuated there already, that Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was a man who had very mysterious connections with very mysterious circles, and that he had certainly come here with some commission from them. People here seemed in a strange state of mind at the time. Among the ladies especially a sort of frivolity was conspicuous, and it could not be said to be a gradual growth. Certain very free and easy notions seemed to be in the air. There was a sort of dissipated gaiety and levity, and I can't say it was always quite pleasant. A lax way of thinking was the fashion. Afterwards, when it was all over, people blamed Yulia Mihailovna, her circle, her attitude. But it can hardly have been altogether due to Yulia Mihailovna. On the contrary, at first many people vied with one another in praising the new governor's wife for her success in bringing local society together, and for making things more lively. Several scandalous incidents took place for which Yulia Mihailovna was in no way responsible, but at the time people were amused and did nothing but laugh, and there was no one to check them. A rather large group of people, it is true, held themselves aloof and had views of their own on the course of events, but even these made no complaint at the time; they smiled, in fact. I remember that a fairly large circle came into existence, as it were, spontaneously, the centre of which perhaps was really to be found in Yulia Mihailovna's drawing room. In this intimate circle which surrounded her, among the younger members of it, of course, it was considered admissible to play all sorts of pranks, sometimes rather free and easy ones, and, in fact, such conduct became a principle among them. In this circle there were even some very charming ladies. The young people arranged picnics and even parties, and sometimes went about the town in a regular cavalcade, in carriages and on horseback. They sought out adventures, even got them up themselves, simply for the sake of having an amusing story to tell. They treated our town as though it were a sort of Glupov. People called them the jeerers or sneerers, because they did not stick at anything. It happened, for instance, that the wife of a local lieutenant, a little brunette, very young though she looked worn out from her husband's ill treatment, at an evening party thoughtlessly sat down to play whist for high stakes in the fervent hope of winning enough to buy herself a mantle, and instead of winning lost 15 roubles. Being afraid of her husband, and having no means of paying, she plucked up the courage of former days and ventured on the sly to ask for a loan, on the spot, at the party, from the son of our mayor, a very nasty youth, precociously vicious. The latter not only refused it, but went laughing aloud to tell her husband. The lieutenant, who certainly was poor, with nothing but his salary, took his wife home and avenged himself upon her to his heart's content in spite of her shrieks, wails, and entreaties on her knees for forgiveness. This revolting story excited nothing but mirth all over the town, and though the poor wife did not belong to Yulia Mihailovna's circle, one of the ladies of the cavalcade, an eccentric and adventurous character who happened to know her, drove round and simply carried her off to her own house. Here she was at once taken up by our madcaps, made much of, loaded with presents, and kept for 4 days without being sent back to her husband. She stayed at the adventurous lady's all day long, drove about with her and all the sportive company in expeditions about the town, and took part in dances and merry‐making. They kept egging her on to haul her husband before the court and to make a scandal. They declared that they would all support her and would come and bear witness. The husband kept quiet, not daring to oppose them. The poor thing realized at last that she had got into a hopeless position, and, more dead than alive with fright, on the 4th day she ran off in the dusk from her protectors to her lieutenant. It's not definitely known what took place between husband and wife, but 2 shutters of the low‐pitched little house in which the lieutenant lodged were not opened for a fortnight. Yulia Mihailovna was angry with the mischief‐makers when she heard about it all, and was greatly displeased with the conduct of the adventurous lady, though the latter had presented the lieutenant's wife to her on the day she carried her off. However, this was soon forgotten. Another time a petty clerk, a respectable head of a family, married his daughter, a beautiful girl of 17, known to every one in the town, to another petty clerk, a young man who came from a different district. But suddenly it was learned that the young husband had treated the beauty very roughly on the wedding night, chastising her for what he regarded as a stain on his honour. Lyamshin, who was almost a witness of the affair because he got drunk at the wedding and so stayed the night, as soon as the day dawned ran round with the diverting intelligence. Instantly a party of a dozen was made up, all of them on horseback, some on hired Cossack horses, Pyotr Stepanovitch, for instance, and Liputin, who in spite of his grey hairs took part in almost every scandalous adventure of our reckless youngsters. When the young couple appeared in the street in a droshky with a pair of horses, to make the calls which are obligatory in our town on the day after a wedding, in spite of anything that may happen, the whole cavalcade, with merry laughter, surrounded the droshky and followed them about the town all the morning. They did not, it's true, go into the house, but waited for them outside on horseback. They refrained from marked insult to the bride or bridegroom, but still they caused a scandal. The whole town began talking of it. Every one laughed, of course, but at this Von Lembke was angry and again had a lively scene with Yulia Mihailovna. She too was extremely angry, and formed the intention of turning the scapegraces out of her house. But next day she forgave them all after persuasions from Pyotr Stepanovitch and some words from Karmazinov, who considered the affair rather amusing. "It's in harmony with the traditions of the place," he said, Anyway, it's characteristic and bold. Look, every one's laughing. You're the only person indignant." But there were pranks of a certain character that were absolutely past endurance. A respectable woman of the artisan class, who went about selling gospels, came into the town. People talked about her because some interesting references to these gospel women had just appeared in the Petersburg papers. Again the same buffoon, Lyamshin, with the help of a divinity student, who was taking a holiday while waiting for a post in the school, succeeded, on the pretence of buying books from the gospel woman, in thrusting into her bag a whole bundle of indecent and obscene photographs from abroad, sacrificed expressly for the purpose, as we learned afterwards, by a highly respectable old gentleman I will omit his name with an order on his breast, who, to use his own words, loved a healthy laugh and a merry jest. When the poor woman went to take out the holy books in the bazaar, the photographs were scattered about the place. There were roars of laughter and murmurs of indignation. A crowd collected, began abusing her, and would have come to blows if the police had not arrived in the nick of time. The gospel woman was taken to the lock up, and only in the evening, thanks to the efforts of Mavriky Nikolaevitch, who had learned with indignation the secret details of this loathsome affair, she was released and escorted out of the town. At this point Yulia Mihailovna would certainly have forbidden Lyamshin her house, but that very evening the whole circle brought him to her with the intelligence that he had just composed a new piece for the piano, and persuaded her at least to hear it. The piece turned out to be really amusing, and bore the comic title of "The Franco-Prussian War." It began with the menacing strains of the Marseillaise, "Quand son empire abreuve nos sillons." There is heard the pompous challenge, the intoxication of future victories; but suddenly mingling with the masterly variations on the national hymn, somewhere from some corner quite close, on one side, come the vulgar strains of "Mein lieber Augustin." The Marseillaise goes on unconscious of them. The Marseillaise is at the climax of its intoxication with its own grandeur, but Augustin gains strength. Augustin grows more and more insolent, and suddenly the melody of Augustin begins to blend with the melody of the Marseillaise. The latter begins, as it were, to get angry; becoming aware of Augustin, at last she tries to fling him off, to brush him aside like a tiresome insignificant fly. But Mein lieber Augustin holds his ground firmly, he is cheerful and self confident, he is gleeful and impudent, and the Marseillaise seems suddenly to become terribly stupid. She can no longer conceal her anger and mortification. It is a wail of indignation, tears and curses, with hands outstretched to Providence. Pas un pouce de notre terrain, pas une de nos forteresses. But she is forced to sing in time with Mein lieber Augustin. Her melody passes in a sort of foolish way into Augustin; she yields and dies away, and only by snatches there is heard again "Quand son empire." But at once it passes very offensively into the vulgar waltz. She submits altogether. It is Jules Favre sobbing on Bismarck's bosom and surrendering everything. But at this point Augustin, too, grows fierce. Hoarse sounds are heard. There is a suggestion of countless gallons of beer, of a frenzy of self-glorification, demands for millions, for fine cigars, champagne, and hostages. Augustin passes into a wild yell. The Franco-Prussian war is over. Our circle applauded. Yulia Mihailovna smiled and said, "Now how is one to turn him out?" Peace was made. The rascal really had talent. Stepan Trofimovitch assured me on one occasion that the very highest artistic talents may exist in the most abominable blackguards, and that the one thing does not interfere with the other. There was a rumour afterwards that Lyamshin had stolen this burlesque from a talented and modest young man of his acquaintance, whose name remained unknown. But this is beside the mark. This worthless fellow, who had hung about Stepan Trofimovitch for years, who used at his evening parties, when invited, to mimic Jews of various types, a deaf peasant woman making her confession, or the birth of a child, now at Yulia Mihailovna's caricatured Stepan Trofimovitch himself in a killing way, under the title of "A Liberal of the 40s." Everybody shook with laughter, so that in the end it was quite impossible to turn him out, he had become too necessary a person.
Besides, he fawned upon Pyotr Stepanovitch in a slavish way, and he, in his turn, had obtained by this time a strange and unaccountable influence over Yulia Mihailovna. I wouldn't have talked about this scoundrel, and indeed he would not be worth dwelling upon, but there was another revolting story, so people declare, in which he had a hand, and this story I cannot omit from my record. One morning the news of a hideous and revolting sacrilege was all over the town. At the entrance to our immense market place there stands the ancient church of Our Lady's Nativity, which was a remarkable antiquity in our ancient town. At the gates of the precincts there is a large ikon of the Mother of God fixed behind a grating in the wall. And behold, one night the ikon had been robbed, the glass of the case was broken, the grating was smashed, and several stones and pearls I don't know whether they were very precious ones had been removed from the crown and the setting. But what was worse, besides the theft, a senseless, scoffing sacrilege had been perpetrated. Behind the broken glass of the ikon they found in the morning, so it was said, a live mouse. Now, 4 months since, it has been established beyond doubt that the crime was committed by the convict Fedka, but for some reason it is added that Lyamshin took part in it. At the time no one spoke of Lyamshin or had any suspicion of him, but now every one says it was he who put the mouse there. I remember all our responsible officials were rather staggered. A crowd thronged round the scene of the crime from early morning. There was a crowd continually before it, not a very huge one, but always about 100 people, some coming and some going. As they approached they crossed themselves and bowed down to the ikon. They began to give offerings, and a church dish made its appearance, and with the dish a monk. But it was only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon it occurred to the authorities that it was possible to prohibit the crowd standing about, and to command them when they had prayed, bowed down and left their offerings, to pass on. Upon Von Lembke this unfortunate incident made the gloomiest impression. As I was told, Yulia Mihailovna said afterwards it was from this ill-omened morning that she first noticed in her husband that strange depression which persisted in him until he left our province on account of illness 2 months ago, and, I believe, haunts him still in Switzerland, where he has gone for a rest after his brief career amongst us. I remember at 1 o'clock in the afternoon I crossed the market‐place. The crowd was silent and their faces solemn and gloomy. A merchant, fat and sallow, drove up, got out of his carriage, made a bow to the ground, kissed the ikon, offered a rouble, sighing, got back into his carriage and drove off. Another carriage drove up with 2 ladies, accompanied by 2 of our scapegraces. The young people, one of whom was not quite young, got out of their carriage too, and squeezed their way up to the ikon, pushing people aside rather carelessly. Neither of the young men took off his hat, and one of them put a pince nez on his nose. In the crowd there was a murmur, vague but unfriendly. The dandy with the pince nez took out of his purse, which was stuffed full of banknotes, a copper farthing and flung it into the dish. Both laughed, and talking loudly went back to their carriage. At that moment Lizaveta Nikolaevna galloped up, escorted by Mavriky Nikolaevitch. She jumped off her horse, flung the reins to her companion, who, at her bidding, remained on his horse, and approached the ikon at the very moment when the farthing had been flung down. A flush of indignation suffused her cheeks. She took off her round hat and her gloves, fell straight on her knees before the ikon on the muddy pavement, and reverently bowed down 3 times to the earth. Then she took out her purse, but as it appeared she had only a few small coins in it, she instantly took off her diamond ear‐rings and put them in the dish. "May I? May I? For the adornment of the setting?" she asked the monk. "It is permitted," replied the latter. "Every gift is good." The crowd was silent, expressing neither dissent nor approval. Liza got on her horse again in her muddy riding habit and galloped away. End of Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 2 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
CHAPTER V. On the Eve of the Fête. Section 2. 2 days after the incident I have described, I met her in a numerous company, who were driving out on some expedition in 3 coaches, surrounded by others on horseback. She beckoned to me, stopped her carriage, and pressingly urged me to join their party. A place was found for me in the carriage, and she laughingly introduced me to her companions, gorgeously attired ladies, and explained to me that they were all going on a very interesting expedition. She was laughing, and seemed somewhat excessively happy. Just lately she had been very lively, even playful, in fact. The expedition was certainly an eccentric one. They were all going to a house the other side of the river, to the merchant Sevastyanov's. In the lodge of this merchant's house our saint and prophet, Semyon Yakovlevitch, who was famous not only amongst us, but in the surrounding provinces, and even in Petersburg and Moscow, had been living for the last 10 years in retirement, ease, and comfort. Every one went to see him, especially visitors to the neighbourhood, extracting from him some crazy utterance, bowing down to him, and leaving an offering. These offerings were sometimes considerable, and if Semyon Yakovlevitch did not himself assign them to some other purpose, were piously sent to some church, or more often to the monastery of Our Lady. A monk from the monastery was always in waiting upon Semyon Yakovlevitch with this object. All were in expectation of great amusement. No one of the party had seen Semyon Yakovlevitch before, except Lyamshin, who declared that the saint had given orders that he should be driven out with a broom, and had with his own hand flung 2 big baked potatoes after him. Among the party I noticed Pyotr Stepanovitch, again riding a hired Cossack horse, on which he sat extremely badly, and Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch also on horseback. The latter did not always hold aloof from social diversions, and on such occasions always wore an air of gaiety, although, as always, he spoke little and seldom. When our party had crossed the bridge and reached the hotel of the town, some one suddenly announced that in one of the rooms of the hotel they had just found a traveller who had shot himself, and were expecting the police. At once the suggestion was made that they should go and look at the suicide. The idea met with approval; our ladies had never seen a suicide. I remember one of them said aloud on the occasion, "Everything's so boring; one can't be squeamish over one's amusements as long as they're interesting." Only a few of them remained outside. The others went in a body into the dirty corridor, and amongst the others I saw to my amazement Lizaveta Nikolaevna. The door of the room was open, and they did not, of course, dare to prevent our going in to look at the suicide. He was quite a young lad, not more than 19. He must have been very good looking, with thick fair hair, with a regular oval face, and a fine pure forehead. The body was already stiff, and his white young face looked like marble. On the table lay a note in his handwriting to the effect that no one was to blame for his death, that he had killed himself because he had squandered 400 roubles. The word "squandered" was used in the letter. In the 4 lines of his letter there were 3 mistakes in spelling. A stout country gentleman, evidently a neighbour, who had been staying in the hotel on some business of his own, was particularly distressed about it. From his words it appeared that the boy had been sent by his family, that is, a widowed mother, sisters, and aunts, from the country to the town in order that, under the supervision of a female relation in the town, he might purchase and take home with him various articles for the trousseau of his eldest sister, who was going to be married. The family had, with sighs of apprehension, entrusted him with the 400 roubles, the savings of 10 years, and had sent him on his way with exhortations, prayers, and signs of the cross. The boy had till then been well behaved and trustworthy. Arriving 3 days before at the town, he had not gone to his relations, had put up at the hotel, and gone straight to the club in the hope of finding in some back room a travelling banker, or at least some game of cards for money. But that evening there was no banker there, or gambling going on. Going back to the hotel about midnight, he asked for champagne, Havana cigars, and ordered a supper of 6 or 7 dishes. But the champagne made him drunk and the cigar made him sick, so that he did not touch the food when it was brought to him, and went to bed almost unconscious. Waking next morning as fresh as an apple, he went at once to the gypsies' camp, which was in a suburb beyond the river, and of which he had heard the day before at the club. He did not reappear at the hotel for 2 days. At last, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the previous day, he had returned drunk, had at once gone to bed, and had slept till 10 o'clock in the evening. On waking up he had asked for a cutlet, a bottle of Château d'Yquem, and some grapes, paper, and ink, and his bill. No one noticed anything special about him; he was quiet, gentle, and friendly. He must have shot himself at about midnight, though it was strange that no one had heard the shot, and they only raised the alarm at midday, when, after knocking in vain, they had broken in the door. The bottle of Château d'Yquem was half empty; there was half a plateful of grapes left too. The shot had been fired from a little 3-chambered revolver straight into the heart. Very little blood had flowed. The revolver had dropped from his hand on to the carpet. The boy himself was half lying in a corner of the sofa. Death must have been instantaneous. There was no trace of the anguish of death in the face; the expression was serene, almost happy, as though there were no cares in his life. All our party stared at him with greedy curiosity. In every misfortune of one's neighbour there is always something cheering for an onlooker, whoever he may be. Our ladies gazed in silence; their companions distinguished themselves by their wit and their superb equanimity. One observed that his was the best way out of it, and that the boy could not have hit upon anything more sensible. Another observed that he had had a good time, if only for a moment. A third suddenly blurted out the inquiry why people had begun hanging and shooting themselves among us of late, as though they had suddenly lost their roots, as though the ground were giving way under every one's feet. People looked coldly at this raisonneur. Then Lyamshin, who prided himself on playing the fool, took a bunch of grapes from the plate; another, laughing, followed his example, and a third stretched out his hand for the Château d'Yquem. But the head of police arriving checked him, and even ordered that the room should be cleared. As every one had seen all they wanted, they went out without disputing, although Lyamshin began pestering the police captain about something. The general merry making, laughter, and playful talk were twice as lively on the latter half of the way. We arrived at Semyon Yakovlevitch's just at 1 o'clock. The gate of the rather large house stood unfastened, and the approach to the lodge was open. We learnt at once that Semyon Yakovlevitch was dining, but was receiving guests. The whole crowd of us went in. The room in which the saint dined and received visitors had 3 windows and was fairly large. It was divided into 2 equal parts by a wooden lattice work partition which ran from wall to wall and was 3 or 4 feet high. Ordinary visitors remained on the outside of this partition, but lucky ones were, by the saint's invitation, admitted through the partition doors into his half of the room, and if so disposed he made them sit down on the sofa or on his old leather chairs. He himself invariably sat in an old-fashioned shabby Voltaire arm-chair. He was a rather big, bloated-looking, yellow-faced man of 55, with a bald head and scanty flaxen hair. He wore no beard, his right cheek was swollen, and his mouth seemed somehow twisted awry. He had a large wart on the left side of his nose, narrow eyes, and a calm, stolid, sleepy expression. He was dressed in European style, in a black coat, but had no waistcoat or tie. A rather coarse but white shirt peeped out below his coat. There was something the matter with his feet, I believe, and he kept them in slippers. I've heard that he had at one time been a clerk and received a rank in the service. He had just finished some fish soup and was beginning his second dish of potatoes in their skins, eaten with salt. He never ate anything else, but he drank a great deal of tea, of which he was very fond. 3 servants provided by the merchant were running to and fro about him. One of them was in a swallow tail, the second looked like a workman, and the third like a verger. There was also a very lively boy of 16. Besides the servants there was present, holding a jug, a reverend, grey-headed monk, who was a little too fat. On one of the tables a huge samovar was boiling, and a tray with almost 2 dozen glasses was standing near it. On another table, opposite, offerings had been placed: some loaves and also some pounds of sugar, 2 pounds of tea, a pair of embroidered slippers, a foulard handkerchief, a length of cloth, a piece of linen, and so on. Money offerings almost all went into the monk's jug. The room was full of people, at least a dozen visitors, of whom 2 were sitting with Semyon Yakovlevitch on the other side of the partition. One was a grey-headed old pilgrim of the peasant class, and the other a little dried-up monk, who sat demurely with his eyes cast down. The other visitors were all standing on the near side of the partition, and were mostly, too, of the peasant class, except one elderly and poverty-stricken lady, one landowner, and a stout merchant, who had come from the district town, a man with a big beard dressed in the Russian style, though he was known to be worth 100,000. All were waiting for their chance, not daring to speak of themselves. 4 were on their knees, but the one who attracted most attention was the landowner, a stout man of 45, kneeling right at the partition, more conspicuous than any one, waiting reverently for a propitious word or look from Semyon Yakovlevitch. He had been there for about an hour already, but the saint still did not notice him. Our ladies crowded right up to the partition, whispering gaily and laughingly together. They pushed aside or got in front of all the other visitors, even those on their knees, except the landowner, who remained obstinately in his prominent position, even holding on to the partition. Merry and greedily inquisitive eyes were turned upon Semyon Yakovlevitch, as well as lorgnettes, pince nez, and even opera glasses. Lyamshin, at any rate, looked through an opera glass. Semyon Yakovlevitch calmly and lazily scanned all with his little eyes. "Milovzors, Milovzors," he deigned to pronounce in a hoarse bass and slightly staccato. All our party laughed. "What's the meaning of Milovzors?" But Semyon Yakovlevitch relapsed into silence and finished his potatoes. Presently he wiped his lips with his napkin and they handed him tea. As a rule he did not take tea alone, but poured out some for his visitors, but by no means for all, usually pointing himself to those he wished to honour. And his choice always surprised people by its unexpectedness. Passing by the wealthy and the high-placed, he sometimes pitched upon a peasant or some decrepit old woman. Another time he would pass over the beggars to honour some fat wealthy merchant. Tea was served differently too, to different people. Sugar was put into some of the glasses and handed separately with others, while some got it without any sugar at all. This time the favoured one was the monk sitting by him who had sugar put in, and the old pilgrim to whom it was given without any sugar. The fat monk with the jug, from the monastery, for some reason had none handed to him at all, though up till then he had had his glass every day. "Semyon Yakovlevitch, do say something to me. I've been longing to make your acquaintance for ever so long," carolled the gorgeously dressed lady from our carriage, screwing up her eyes and smiling. She was the lady who had observed that one must not be squeamish about one's amusements, so long as they were interesting. Semyon Yakovlevitch did not even look at her. The kneeling landowner uttered a deep sonorous sigh, like the sound of a big pair of bellows. "With sugar in it," said Semyon Yakovlevitch suddenly, pointing to the wealthy merchant. The latter moved forward and stood beside the kneeling gentleman. "Some more sugar for him," ordered Semyon Yakovlevitch, after the glass had already been poured out. They put some more in. More for him." More was put in a third time, and again a fourth. The merchant began submissively drinking his syrup. "Heavens!" whispered the people, crossing themselves. The kneeling gentleman again heaved a deep, sonorous sigh. "Father! Semyon Yakovlevitch!" The voice of the poor lady rang out all at once plaintively, though so sharply that it was startling. Our party had shoved her back to the wall. "A whole hour, dear father, I've been waiting for grace. Speak to me. Consider my grace and my helplessness." "Ask her," said Semyon Yakovlevitch to the verger, who went to the partition. "Have you done what Semyon Yakovlevitch bade you last time?" he asked the widow in a soft and measured voice. "Done it? Father Semyon Yakovlevitch, how can one do it with them?" wailed the widow. "They're cannibals. They are lodging a complaint against me... in the court. They threaten to take it to the Senate. That's how they treat their own mother." "Give her!" Semyon Yakovlevitch pointed to a sugar loaf. The boy skipped up, seized the sugar loaf, and dragged it to the widow. "Ah, father, great is your merciful kindness! What am I to do with so much?" wailed the widow. "More, more!" said Semyon Yakovlevitch lavishly. They dragged her another sugar loaf. "More, more!" the saint commanded. They took her a third, and finally a fourth. The widow was surrounded with sugar on all sides. The monk from the monastery sighed. All this might have gone to the monastery that day as it had done on former occasions. "What am I to do with so much?" the widow sighed obsequiously. "It's enough to make one person sick. Is it some sort of a prophecy, father?" "Be sure it's by way of a prophecy," said someone in the crowd. "Another pound for her, another!" Semyon Yakovlevitch persisted. There was a whole sugar loaf still on the table, but the saint ordered a pound to be given, and they gave her a pound. "Lord have mercy on us!" gasped the people, crossing themselves. "It's surely a prophecy." "Sweeten your heart for the future with mercy and loving kindness, and then come to make complaints against your own children. Bone of your bone. That's what we must take this emblem to mean," the stout monk from the monastery, who had had no tea given to him, said softly but self‐complacently, taking upon himself the rôle of interpreter in an access of wounded vanity. "What are you saying, father?" cried the widow, suddenly infuriated. "Why, they dragged me into the fire with a rope round me when the Verhishins' house was burnt, and they locked up a dead cat in my chest. They are ready to do any villainy." "Away with her, away with her!" Semyon Yakovlevitch said suddenly, waving his hands. The verger and the boy dashed through the partition. The verger took the widow by the arm, and without resisting she trailed to the door, keeping her eyes fixed on the loaves of sugar that had been bestowed on her, which the boy dragged after her. "One to be taken away. Take it away!" Semyon Yakovlevitch commanded to the servant like a workman, who remained with him. The latter rushed after the retreating woman, and the three servants returned somewhat later, bringing back one loaf of sugar which had been presented to the widow and now taken away from her. She carried off three, however. "Semyon Yakovlevitch," said a voice at the door, "I dreamt of a bird, a jackdaw. It flew out of the water and flew into the fire. What does the dream mean?" "Frost," Semyon Yakovlevitch pronounced. "Semyon Yakovlevitch, why don't you answer me all this time? I've been interested in you ever so long," the lady of our party began again. "Ask him," said Semyon Yakovlevitch, not heeding her, but pointing to the kneeling gentleman. The monk from the monastery, to whom the order was given, moved sedately to the kneeling figure. "How have you sinned? And was not some command laid upon you?" "Not to fight. Not to give the rein to my hands," answered the kneeling gentleman hoarsely. "Have you obeyed?" asked the monk. "I cannot obey. My own strength gets the better of me." "Away with him! Away with him! With a broom! With a broom!" cried Semyon Yakovlevitch, waving his hands. The gentleman rushed out of the room without waiting for this penalty. "He's left a gold piece where he knelt," observed the monk, picking up a half imperial. "For him," said the saint, pointing to the rich merchant. The latter dared not refuse it, and took it. "Gold to gold," the monk from the monastery could not refrain from saying. "And give him some with sugar in it," said the saint, pointing to Mavriky Nikolaevitch. The servant poured out the tea, and took it by mistake to the dandy with the pince nez. The long one," Semyon Yakovlevitch corrected him. Mavriky Nikolaevitch took the glass, made a military half bow, and began drinking it. I don't know why, but all our party burst into peals of laughter. "Mavriky Nikolaevitch," cried Liza, addressing him suddenly, "that kneeling gentleman has gone away. You kneel down in his place." Mavriky Nikolaevitch looked at her in amazement. "I beg you to. You'll do me the greatest favour. Listen, Mavriky Nikolaevitch," she went on, speaking in an emphatic, obstinate, excited, and rapid voice. "You must kneel down. I must see you kneel down. If you won't, don't come near me. I insist, I insist." I don't know what she meant by it, but she insisted upon it relentlessly, as though she were in a fit. Mavriky Nikolaevitch, as we shall see later, set down these capricious impulses, which had been particularly frequent of late, to outbreaks of blind hatred for him, not due to spite, for on the contrary she esteemed him, loved him, and respected him, and he knew that himself, but from a peculiar unconscious hatred which at times she could not control. In silence he gave his cup to an old woman standing behind him, opened the door of the partition, and, without being invited, stepped into Semyon Yakovlevitch's private apartment and knelt down in the middle of the room in sight of all. I imagine that he was deeply shocked in his candid and delicate heart by Liza's coarse and mocking freak before the whole company. Perhaps he imagined that she would feel ashamed of herself, seeing his humiliation, on which she had so insisted. Of course no one but he would have dreamt of bringing a woman to reason by so naive and risky a proceeding. He remained kneeling with his imperturbable gravity, long, tall, awkward, and ridiculous. But our party did not laugh. The unexpectedness of the action produced a painful shock. Every one looked at Liza. "Anoint, anoint," muttered Semyon Yakovlevitch. Liza suddenly turned white, cried out, and rushed through the partition. Then a rapid and hysterical scene followed. She began pulling Mavriky Nikolaevitch up with all her might, tugging at his elbows with both hands. Get up!" she screamed as though she were crazy. "Get up at once, at once! How dare you!" Mavriky Nikolaevitch got up from his knees. She clutched his arms above the elbow and looked intently into his face. There was terror in her expression. "Milosvors, milosvors!" Semyon Yakovlevitch repeated again. She dragged Mavriky Nikolaevitch back to the other part of the room at last. There was some commotion in all our company. The lady from our carriage, probably intending to relieve the situation, loudly and shrilly asked the saint for the third time with an affected smile: "Well, Semyon Yakovlevitch, won't you utter some saying for me? I've been reckoning so much on you." "Out with the... out with the..." said Semyon Yakovlevitch, suddenly addressing her with an extremely indecent word. The words were uttered savagely and with horrifying distinctness. Our ladies shrieked and rushed headlong away, while the gentlemen escorting them burst into Homeric laughter. So ended our visit to Semyon Yakovlevitch. At this point, however, there took place, I am told, an extremely enigmatic incident, and, I must own, it was chiefly on account of it that I have described this expedition so minutely. I am told that, when all flocked out, Liza, supported by Mavriky Nikolaevitch, was jostled against Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch in the crush in the doorway. I must mention that since that Sunday morning when she fainted, they had not approached each other nor exchanged a word, though they had met more than once. I saw them brought together in the doorway. I fancied they both stood still for an instant and looked, as it were, strangely at one another, but I may not have seen rightly in the crowd. It is asserted, on the contrary, and quite seriously, that Liza, glancing at Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, quickly raised her hand to the level of his face and would certainly have struck him if he had not drawn back in time. Perhaps she was displeased with the expression of his face, or the way he smiled, particularly just after such an episode with Mavriky Nikolaevitch. I must admit I saw nothing myself, but all the others declared they had, though they certainly could not all have seen it in such a crush, though perhaps some may have. But I did not believe it at the time. I remember, however, that Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was rather pale all the way home. End of Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 5, Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. On the Eve of the Fête. Section 3. Almost at the same time, and certainly on the same day, the interview at last took place between Stepan Trofimovitch and Varvara Petrovna. She had long had this meeting in her mind, and had sent word about it to her former friend, but for some reason she had kept putting it off till then. It took place at Skvoreshniki. Varvara Petrovna arrived at her country house all in a bustle. It had been definitely decided the evening before that the fête was to take place at the marshal's. but Varvara Petrovna's rapid brain at once grasped that no one could prevent her from afterwards giving her own special entertainment at Skvoreshniki and again assembling the whole town. Then every one could see for themselves whose house was best, and in which more taste was displayed in receiving guests and giving a ball. Altogether she was hardly to be recognised. She seemed completely transformed, and instead of the unapproachable "noble lady" Stepan Trofimovitch's expression, seemed changed into the most commonplace, whimsical society woman. But perhaps this may only have been on the surface. When she reached the empty house she had gone through all the rooms, accompanied by her faithful old butler, Alexey Yegorytch, and by Fomushka, a man who had seen much of life and was a specialist in decoration. They began to consult and deliberate: what furniture was to be brought from the town house, what things, what pictures, where they were to be put, how the conservatories and flowers could be put to the best use, where to put new curtains, where to have the refreshment rooms, whether one or two, and so on, and so on. And behold, in the midst of this exciting bustle, she suddenly took it into her head to send for Stepan Trofimovitch. The latter had long before received notice of this interview and was prepared for it, and he had every day been expecting just such a sudden summons. As he got into the carriage he crossed himself; his fate was being decided. He found his friend in the big drawing room on the little sofa in the recess, before a little marble table with a pencil and paper in her hands. Fomushka, with a yard measure, was measuring the height of the galleries and the windows, while Varvara Petrovna herself was writing down the numbers and making notes on the margin. She nodded in Stepan Trofimovitch's direction without breaking off from what she was doing, and when the latter muttered some sort of greeting, she hurriedly gave him her hand, and without looking at him motioned him to a seat beside her. "I sat waiting for 5 minutes, mastering my heart," he told me afterwards. "I saw before me not the woman whom I had known for 20 years. An absolute conviction that all was over gave me a strength which astounded even her. I swear that she was surprised at my stoicism in that last hour." Varvara Petrovna suddenly put down her pencil on the table and turned quickly to Stepan Trofimovitch. "Stepan Trofimovitch, we have to talk of business. I'm sure you have prepared all your fervent words and various phrases, but we'd better go straight to the point, hadn't we?" She had been in too great a hurry to show the tone she meant to take, and what might not come next. "Wait, be quiet, let me speak. Afterwards you shall, though really I don't know what you can answer me," she said in a rapid patter. "The 1,200 roubles of your pension I consider a sacred obligation to pay you as long as you live. Though why a sacred obligation, simply a contract, that would be a great deal more real, wouldn't it? If you like, we'll write it out. Special arrangements have been made in case of my death. But you are receiving from me at present lodging, servants, and your maintenance in addition. Reckoning that in money, it would amount to 1,500 roubles, wouldn't it? I will add another 300 roubles, making 3,000 roubles in all. Will that be enough a year for you? I think that's not too little. In any extreme emergency I would add something more. And so take your money, send me back my servants, and live by yourself where you like, in Petersburg, in Moscow, abroad, or here, only not with me. Do you hear?" "Only lately those lips dictated to me as imperatively and as suddenly very different demands," said Stepan Trofimovitch slowly and with sorrowful distinctness. "I submitted, and danced the Cossack dance to please you. Oui, la comparaison peut être permise. C'était comme un petit Cosaque du Don qui sautait sur sa propre tombe. Now..." "Stop, Stepan Trofimovitch, you are horribly long‐winded. You didn't dance, but came to see me in a new tie, new linen, gloves, scented and pomatumed. I assure you that you were very anxious to get married yourself; it was written on your face, and I assure you a most unseemly expression it was. If I did not mention it to you at the time, it was simply out of delicacy. But you wished it, you wanted to be married, in spite of the abominable things you wrote about me and your betrothed. Now it's very different. And what has a Cosaque du Don to do with it, and what tomb do you mean? I don't understand the comparison. On the contrary, you have only to live. Live as long as you can. I shall be delighted." "In an almshouse?"
In an almshouse? People don't go into almshouses with 3,000 roubles a year." "Ah, I remember," she laughed. "Pyotr Stepanovitch did joke about an almshouse once. Bah! There certainly is a special almshouse which is worth considering. It's for persons who are highly respectable. There are colonels there, and there's positively one general who wants to get into it. If you went into it with all your money, you would find peace, comfort, servants to wait on you. There you could occupy yourself with study, and could always make up a party for cards. Passons." "Passons?" Varvara Petrovna winced. "But if so, that's all. You've been informed that we shall live henceforward entirely apart." "And that's all?" he said. "All that's left of 20 years, our last farewell?" "You're awfully fond of these exclamations, Stepan Trofimovitch. It's not at all the fashion. Nowadays people talk roughly but simply. You keep harping on our 20 years. 20 years of mutual vanity and nothing more. Every letter you've written me was written not for me but for posterity. You're a stylist and not a friend, and friendship is only a splendid word. In reality a mutual exchange of sloppiness." "Good heavens! How many sayings not your own! Lessons learned by heart! They've already put their uniform on you too. You too are rejoicing. You too are basking in the sunshine. Cher, cher, for what a mess of pottage you have sold them your freedom." "I'm not a parrot, to repeat other people's phrases," cried Varvara Petrovna, boiling over. "You may be sure I have stored up many sayings of my own. What have you been doing for me all these 20 years? You refused me even the books I ordered for you, though, except for the binder, they would have remained uncut. What did you give me to read when I asked you during those first years to be my guide? Always Kapfig and nothing but Kapfig. You were jealous of my culture even, and took measures. And all the while every one's laughing at you. I must confess I always considered you only as a critic. You are a literary critic and nothing more. When on the way to Petersburg I told you that I meant to found a journal and to devote my whole life to it, you looked at me ironically at once and suddenly became horribly supercilious. "That was not that, not that. We were afraid then of persecution." "It was just that. And you couldn't have been afraid of persecution in Petersburg at that time. Do you remember that in February, too, when the news of the emancipation came, you ran to me in a panic and demanded that I should at once give you a written statement that the proposed magazine had nothing to do with you, that the young people had been coming to see me and not you, that you were only a tutor who lived in the house, only because he had not yet received his salary. Isn't that so? Do remember that. You have distinguished yourself all your life, Stepan Trofimovitch." "That was only a moment of weakness, a moment when we were alone," he exclaimed mournfully. "But is it possible, is it possible to break off everything for the sake of such petty impressions? Can it be that nothing more has been left between us after those long years?" "You are horribly calculating. You keep trying to leave me in your debt. When you came back from abroad you looked down upon me and wouldn't let me utter a word. But when I came back myself and talked to you afterwards of my impressions of the Madonna, you wouldn't hear me. You began smiling condescendingly into your cravat, as though I were incapable of the same feelings as you." "It was not so. It was probably not so. J'ai oublié." "No, it was so," she answered, "and what's more, you've nothing to pride yourself on. That's all nonsense and one of your fancies. Now, there's no one, absolutely no one, in ecstasies over the Madonna. No one wastes time over it except old men who are hopelessly out of date. That's established." "Established, is it?" "It's of no use whatever. This jug's of use because one can pour water into it. This pencil's of use because you can write anything with it. But that woman's face is inferior to any face in nature. Try drawing an apple and put a real apple beside it. Which would you take? You wouldn't make a mistake, I'm sure. This is what all our theories amount to, now that the first light of free investigation has dawned upon them." "Indeed, indeed." You laugh ironically. And what used you to say to me about charity? Yet the enjoyment derived from charity is a haughty and immoral enjoyment. The rich man's enjoyment in his wealth, his power, and in the comparison of his importance with the poor. Charity corrupts giver and taker alike, and what's more, does not attain its object as it only increases poverty. Fathers who don't want to work crowd round the charitable like gamblers round the gambling table, hoping for gain, while the pitiful farthings that are flung them are 100 times too little. Have you given away much in your life? Less than a rouble if you try and think. Try to remember when last you gave away anything. It'll be 2 years ago, maybe 4. You make an outcry and only hinder things. Charity ought to be forbidden by law, even in the present state of society. In the new regime there'll be no poor at all." Oh, what an eruption of borrowed phrases! So it's come to the new regime already? Unhappy woman, God help you! "Yes, it has, Stepan Trofimovitch. You carefully concealed all these new ideas from me, though every one's familiar with them nowadays. And you did it simply out of jealousy, so as to have power over me, so that now even that Yulia is 100 miles ahead of me. But now my eyes have been opened. I have defended you, Stepan Trofimovitch, all I could, but there is no one who does not blame you." "Enough," said he, getting up from his seat. "Enough. And what can I wish you now, unless it's repentance?" "Sit still a minute, Stepan Trofimovitch. I have another question to ask you. You've been told of the invitation to read at the literary matinée. It was arranged through me. Tell me what you're going to read." "Why, about that very Queen of Queens, that ideal of humanity, the Sistine Madonna, who to your thinking is inferior to a glass or a pencil." "So you're not taking something historical?" said Varvara Petrovna in mournful surprise. "But they won't listen to you. You've got that Madonna on your brain. You seem bent on putting every one to sleep. Let me assure you, Stepan Trofimovitch, I am speaking entirely in your own interest. It would be a different matter if you would take some short but interesting story of medieval court life from Spanish history, or, better still, some anecdote, and pad it out with other anecdotes and witty phrases of your own. There were magnificent courts then, ladies, you know, poisonings. Karmazinov says it would be strange if you couldn't read something interesting from Spanish history." "Karmazinov, that fool who has written himself out, looking for a subject for me?" "Karmazinov, that almost imperial intellect. You are too free in your language, Stepan Trofimovitch." "Your Karmazinov is a spiteful old woman whose day is over. Cher, cher, how long have you been so enslaved by them? Oh, God!" I can't endure him even now for the airs he gives himself, but I do justice to his intellect. I repeat, I have done my best to defend you as far as I could, and why do you insist on being absurd and tedious? On the contrary, come on to the platform with a dignified smile as the representative of the last generation, and tell them 2 or 3 anecdotes in your witty way, as only you can tell things sometimes. Though you may be an old man now, though you may belong to a past age, though you may have dropped behind them, in fact, yet you'll recognize it yourself, with a smile, in your preface, and all will see that you're an amiable, good-natured, witty relic. In brief, a man of the old savour, and so far advanced as to be capable of appreciating at their value all the absurdities of certain ideas which you have hitherto followed. Come, as a favour to me, I beg you." "Cher, enough. Don't ask me. I can't. I shall speak of the Madonna, but I shall raise a storm that will either crush them all or shatter me alone." "It will certainly be you alone, Stepan Trofimovitch." "Such is my fate. I will speak of the contemptible slave, of the stinking, depraved flunkey, who will first climb a ladder with scissors in his hands and slash to pieces the divine image of the great ideal, in the name of equality, envy, and digestion. Let my curse thunder out upon them, and then..." "The madhouse? Perhaps. But in any case, whether I shall be left vanquished or victorious, that very evening I shall take my bag, my beggar's bag, I shall leave all my goods and chattels, all your presents, all your pensions and promises of future benefits, and go forth on foot to end my life, a tutor in a merchant's family, or to die somewhere of hunger in a ditch. I have said it. Alea jacta est." He got up again. "I've been convinced for years," said Varvara Petrovna, getting up with flashing eyes, "that your only object in life is to put me and my house to shame by your calumnies. What do you mean by being a tutor in a merchant's family, or dying in a ditch? It's spite, calumny, and nothing more." "You have always despised me. but I will end like a knight, faithful to my lady. Your good opinion has always been dearer to me than anything. From this moment I will take nothing, but will worship you disinterestedly." How stupid that is! "You have never respected me. I may have had a mass of weaknesses, yes. I have sponged on you. I speak the language of nihilism, but sponging has never been the guiding motive of my action. It has happened so of itself. I don't know how. I always imagined there was something higher than meat and drink between us, and I've never, never been a scoundrel. And so, to take the open road, to set things right, I set off late, late autumn out of doors, the mist lies over the fields, the hoar-frost of old age covers the road before me, and the wind howls about the approaching grave. But so forward, forward, on my new way, filled with purest love and fervour, faith which my sweet dream did yield. Oh, my dreams, farewell. 20 years. Alea jacta est." His face was wet with a sudden gush of tears. He took his hat. "I don't understand Latin," said Varvara Petrovna, doing her best to control herself. Who knows, perhaps she too felt like crying, but caprice and indignation once more got the upper hand. "I know only one thing, that all this is childish nonsense. You will never be capable of carrying out your threats, which are a mass of egoism. You will set off nowhere, to no merchant. You'll end very peaceably on my hands, taking your pension, and receiving your utterly impossible friends on Tuesdays. Good bye, Stepan Trofimovitch." "Alea jacta est." He made her a deep bow, and returned home almost dead with emotion. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 2, Chapter 6, Sections 1 and 2 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6, Pyotr Stepanovitch is busy. Section 1. The date of the fête was definitely fixed, and Von Lembke became more and more depressed. He was full of strange and sinister forebodings, and this made Yulia Mihailovna seriously uneasy. Indeed, things were not altogether satisfactory. Our mild governor had left the affairs of the province a little out of gear. At the moment we were threatened with cholera, serious outbreaks of cattle plague had appeared in several places, fires were prevalent that summer in towns and villages, whilst among the peasantry foolish rumours of incendiarism grew stronger and stronger. Cases of robbery were twice as numerous as usual. But all this, of course, would have been perfectly ordinary had there been no other and more weighty reason to disturb the equanimity of Andrey Antonovitch, who had till then been in good spirits. What struck Yulia Mihailovna most of all was that he became more silent and, strange to say, more secretive every day. Yet it was hard to imagine what he had to hide. It is true that he rarely opposed her, and as a rule followed her lead without question. At her instigation, for instance, 2 or 3 regulations of a risky and hardly legal character were introduced with the object of strengthening the authority of the governor. There were several ominous instances of transgressions being condoned with the same end in view. Persons who deserved to be sent to prison in Siberia were, solely because she insisted, recommended for promotion. Certain complaints and inquiries were deliberately and systematically ignored. All this came out later on. Not only did Lembke sign everything, but he did not even go into the question of the share taken by his wife in the execution of his duties. On the other hand, he began at times to be restive about the most trifling matters, to the surprise of Yulia Mihailovna. No doubt he felt the need to make up for the days of suppression by brief moments of mutiny. Unluckily, Yulia Mihailovna was unable, for all her insight, to understand this honourable punctiliousness in an honourable character. Alas, she had no thought to spare for that, and that was the source of many misunderstandings. There are some things of which it is not suitable for me to write, and indeed I am not in a position to do so. It is not my business to discuss the blunders of administration either.
and I prefer to leave out this administrative aspect of the subject altogether. In the chronicle I have begun I've set before myself a different task. Moreover, a great deal will be brought to light by the commission of inquiry which has just been appointed for our province. It's only a matter of waiting a little. Certain explanations, however, cannot be omitted. But to return to Yulia Mihailovna. The poor lady I feel very sorry for her might have attained all that attracted and allured her, renown and so on, without any such violent and eccentric actions as she resolved upon at the very first step. But either from an exaggerated passion for the romantic or from the frequently blighted hopes of her youth, she felt suddenly, at the change of her fortunes, that she had become one of the specially elect, almost God's anointed, over whom there gleamed a burning tongue of fire. And this tongue of flame was the root of the mischief, for, after all, it is not like a chignon which will fit any woman's head. But there is nothing of which it is more difficult to convince a woman than of this. On the contrary, any one who cares to encourage the delusion in her will always be sure to meet with success. And people vied with one another in encouraging the delusion in Yulia Mihailovna. The poor woman became at once the sport of conflicting influences, while fully persuaded of her own originality. Many clever people feathered their nests and took advantage of her simplicity during the brief period of her rule in the province. And what a jumble there was under this assumption of independence! She was fascinated at the same time by the aristocratic element and the system of big landed properties and the increase of the governor's power, and the democratic element and the new reforms and discipline and free thinking and stray socialistic notions and the correct tone of the aristocratic salon and the free and easy, almost pothouse manners of the young people that surrounded her. She dreamed of giving happiness and reconciling the irreconcilable, or rather of uniting all and everything in the adoration of her own person. She had favourites too. She was particularly fond of Pyotr Stepanovitch, who had recourse at times to the grossest flattery in dealing with her. But she was attracted by him for another reason, an amazing one, and most characteristic of the poor lady. She was always hoping that he would reveal to her a regular conspiracy against the government. Difficult as it is to imagine such a thing, it really was the case. She fancied for some reason that there must be a Nihilist plot concealed in the province. By his silence at one time and his hints at another, Pyotr Stepanovitch did much to strengthen this strange idea in her. She imagined that he was in communication with every revolutionary element in Russia, but at the same time passionately devoted to her. To discover the plot, to receive the gratitude of the government, to enter on a brilliant career, to influence the young by kindness, and to restrain them from extremes, all these dreams existed side by side in her fantastic brain. She had saved Pyotr Stepanovitch, she had conquered him, of this she was for some reason firmly convinced. She would save others. None of them should perish. She should save them all. She would pick them out. She would send in the right report of them. She would act in the interests of the loftiest justice, and perhaps posterity and Russian liberalism would bless her name. Yet the conspiracy would be discovered. Every advantage at once. Still it was essential that Andrey Antonovitch should be in rather better spirits before the festival. He must be cheered up and reassured. For this purpose she sent Pyotr Stepanovitch to him in the hope that he would relieve his depression by some means of consolation best known to himself, perhaps by giving him some information, so to speak, first hand. She put implicit faith in his dexterity. It was some time since Pyotr Stepanovitch had been in Mr. von Lembke's study. He popped in on him just when the sufferer was in a most stubborn mood. Section 2. A combination of circumstances had arisen which Mr. von Lembke was quite unable to deal with. In the very district where Pyotr Stepanovitch had been having a festive time, a sub lieutenant had been called up to be censured by his immediate superior, and the reproof was given in the presence of the whole company. The sub lieutenant was a young man fresh from Petersburg, always silent and morose, of dignified appearance, though small, stout, and rosy cheeked. He resented the reprimand, and suddenly, with a startling shriek that astonished the whole company, he charged at his superior officer with his head bent down like a wild beast's, struck him, and bit him on the shoulder with all his might; they had difficulty in getting him off. There was no doubt that he had gone out of his mind. Anyway, it became known that of late he had been observed performing incredibly strange actions. He had, for instance, flung 2 ikons belonging to his landlady out of his lodgings and smashed up one of them with an axe. In his own room he had on 3 stands resembling lecterns laid out the works of Vogt, Moleschott, and Buchner, and before each lectern he used to burn a church wax candle. From the number of books found in his rooms it could be gathered that he was a well-read man. If he had had 50,000 francs, he would perhaps have sailed to the island of Marquisas like the cadet to whom Herzen alludes with such sprightly humour in one of his writings. When he was seized, whole bundles of the most desperate manifestoes were found in his pockets and his lodgings. Manifestoes are a trivial matter too, and to my thinking not worth troubling about. We have seen plenty of them. Besides, they were not new manifestoes, they were, it was said later, just the same as had been circulated in the X province, and Liputin, who had travelled in that district and the neighbouring province 6 weeks previously, declared that he had seen exactly the same leaflets there then. But what struck Andrey Antonovitch most was that the overseer of Shpigulin's factory had brought the police just at the same time 2 or 3 packets of exactly the same leaflets as had been found on the lieutenant. The bundles which had been dropped in the factory in the night had not been opened, and none of the factory hands had had time to read one of them. The incident was a trivial one, but it set Andrey Antonovitch pondering deeply. The position presented itself to him in an unpleasantly complicated light. In this factory the famous Shpigulin scandal was just then brewing, which made so much talk among us and got into the Petersburg and Moscow papers with all sorts of variations. 3 weeks previously one of the hands had fallen ill and died of Asiatic cholera, then several others were stricken down. The whole town was in a panic, for the cholera was coming nearer and nearer and had reached the neighbouring province. I may observe that satisfactory sanitary measures had been, so far as possible, taken to meet the unexpected guest. But the factory belonging to the Shpigulins, who were millionaires and well-connected people, had somehow been overlooked, and there was a sudden outcry from every one that this factory was the hotbed of infection, that the factory itself, and especially the quarters inhabited by the workpeople, were so inveterately filthy that even if cholera had not been in the neighbourhood there might well have been an outbreak there. Steps were immediately taken, of course, and Andrey Antonovitch vigorously insisted on their being carried out without delay within 3 weeks. The factory was cleansed, but the Shpigulins for some unknown reason closed it. One of the Shpigulin brothers always lived in Petersburg and the other went away to Moscow when the order was given for cleansing the factory. The overseer proceeded to pay off the workpeople and, as it appeared, cheated them shamelessly. The hands began to complain among themselves, asking to be paid fairly, and foolishly went to the police, though without much disturbance, for they were not so very much excited. It was just at this moment that the manifestoes were brought to Andrey Antonovitch by the overseer. Pyotr Stepanovitch popped into the study unannounced, like an intimate friend and one of the family. Besides, he had a message from Yulia Mihailovna. Seeing him, Lembke frowned grimly and stood still at the table without welcoming him. Till that moment he had been pacing up and down the study and had been discussing something tête à tête with his clerk Blum, a very clumsy and surly German whom he had brought with him from Petersburg, in spite of the violent opposition of Yulia Mihailovna. On Pyotr Stepanovitch's entrance the clerk had moved to the door, but had not gone out. Pyotr Stepanovitch even fancied that he exchanged significant glances with his chief. "Aha! I've caught you at last, you secretive monarch of the town!" Pyotr Stepanovitch cried out laughing, and laid his hand over the manifesto on the table. "This increases your collection, eh?" Andrey Antonovitch flushed crimson; his face seemed to twitch. Leave off at once!" he cried, trembling with rage. "And don't you dare, sir!" "What's the matter with you? You seem to be angry."
Allow me to inform you, sir, that I've no intention of putting up with your sans façon henceforward, and I beg you to remember." "Why, damn it all, he is in earnest!" "Hold your tongue, hold your tongue!" Von Lembke stamped on the carpet, "and don't dare." God knows what it might have come to. Alas, there was one circumstance involved in the matter of which neither Pyotr Stepanovitch nor even Yulia Mihailovna herself had any idea. The luckless Andrey Antonovitch had been so greatly upset during the last few days that he had begun to be secretly jealous of his wife and Pyotr Stepanovitch. In solitude, especially at night, he spent some very disagreeable moments. "Well, I imagined that if a man reads you his novel 2 days running till after midnight and wants to hear your opinion of it, he has of his own act discarded official relations, anyway. Yulia Mihailovna treats me as a friend. There's no making you out," Pyotr Stepanovitch brought out with a certain dignity indeed. "Here is your novel, by the way." He laid on the table a large, heavy manuscript rolled up in blue paper. Lembke turned red and looked embarrassed. "Where did you find it?" he asked discreetly, with a rush of joy that he was unable to suppress, though he did his utmost to conceal it. "Only fancy, done up like this, it rolled under the chest of drawers. I must have thrown it down carelessly on the chest when I went out. It was only found the day before yesterday when the floor was scrubbed. You did set me a task, though." Lembke dropped his eyes sternly. "I haven't slept for the last 2 nights, thanks to you. It was found the day before yesterday, but I kept it and have been reading it ever since. I've no time in the day, so I've read it at night. Well, I don't like it. It's not my way of looking at things, but that's no matter. I've never set up for being a critic, but I couldn't tear myself away from it, my dear man, though I didn't like it. The 4th and 5th chapters are... they really are... damn it all, they are beyond words. And what a lot of humour you've packed into it, it made me laugh. How you can make fun of things, sans que cela paraisse. As for the 9th and 10th chapters, it's all about love. That's not my line, but it's effective, though I was nearly blubbering over Egranov's letter, though you've shown him up so cleverly. You know, it's touching, though at the same time you want to show the false side of him, as it were, don't you? Have I guessed right? But I could simply beat you for the ending. What are you setting up? Why, the same old idyll of domestic happiness, begetting children and making money. They were married and lived happy ever afterwards. Come, it's too much. You will enchant your readers, for even I couldn't put the book down, but that makes it all the worse. The reading public is as stupid as ever, but it's the duty of sensible people to wake them up, while you... But that's enough. Good bye. Don't be cross another time. I came in to you because I had a couple of words to say to you, but you are so unaccountable." Andrey Antonovitch meantime took his novel and locked it up in an oak bookcase, seizing the opportunity to wink to Blum to disappear. The latter withdrew with a long mournful face. "I am not unaccountable, I am simply... nothing but annoyances," he muttered, frowning but without anger, and sitting down to the table. "Sit down and say what you have to say. It's a long time since I've seen you, Pyotr Stepanovitch. Only don't burst upon me in the future with such manners. Sometimes when one has business, it's..." "My manners are always the same." "I know, and I believe that you mean nothing by it, but sometimes one is worried. Sit down." Pyotr Stepanovitch immediately lolled back on the sofa and drew his legs under him. Chapter 7 Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6. Pyotr Stepanovitch is busy. Section 3. "What sort of worries? Surely not these trifles?" He nodded towards the manifesto. "I can bring you as many of them as you like. I made their acquaintance in X province." "You mean at the time you were staying there?" "Of course, it was not in my absence. I remember there was a hatchet printed at the top of it. Allow me." He took up the manifesto. "Yes, there's the hatchet here too. That's it, the very same." "Yes, here's a hatchet. You see, a hatchet." "Well, is it the hatchet that scares you?" "No, it's not, and I am not scared, but this business, it is a business, there are circumstances." "What sort?" "That it's come from the factory?"
But do you know, at that factory the workpeople will soon be writing manifestoes for themselves." "What do you mean?" Von Lembke stared at him severely. "What I say. You've only to look at them. You are too soft, Andrey Antonovitch. You write novels, but this has to be handled in the good old way." "What do you mean by the good old way? What do you mean by advising me? The factory has been cleaned. I gave the order and they've cleaned it. And the workmen are in rebellion. They ought to be flogged, every one of them. That would be the end of it." "In rebellion? That's nonsense. I gave the order and they've cleaned it." "Ech, you are soft, Andrey Antonovitch." "In the first place, I am not so soft as you think, and in the second place..." Von Lembke was piqued again. He had exerted himself to keep up the conversation with the young man from curiosity, wondering if he would tell him anything new. "Ha ha! An old acquaintance again," Pyotr Stepanovitch interrupted, pouncing on another document that lay under a paper weight, something like a manifesto, obviously printed abroad and in verse. "Oh, come, I know this one by heart. 'A noble personality.' Let me have a look at it. Yes, 'A noble personality' it is. I made acquaintance with that personality abroad. Where did you unearth it?" "You say you've seen it abroad?" Von Lembke said eagerly. "I should think so. 4 months ago, or maybe 5." "You seem to have seen a great deal abroad." Von Lembke looked at him subtly. Pyotr Stepanovitch, not heeding him, unfolded the document and read the poem aloud. "A noble personality. He was not of rank exalted, he was not of noble birth, he was bred among the people in the breast of Mother Earth. But the malice of the nobles and the Tsar's revengeful wrath drove him forth to grief and torture on the martyr's chosen path. He set out to teach the people freedom, love, equality, to exhort them to resistance, but to flee the penalty of the prison, whip, and gallows. To a foreign land he went, while the people waited hoping from Smolensk to far Tashkent. Waited eager for his coming to rebel against their fate, to arouse and crush the tsardom and the nobles' vicious hate, to share all the wealth in common and the antiquated thrall of the church, the home, and marriage, to abolish once for all." "You got that from that officer, I suppose, eh?" asked Pyotr Stepanovitch. "Why, do you know that officer then, too?" "I should think so. I had a gay time with him there for 2 days. He was bound to go out of his mind." "Perhaps he did not go out of his mind." "You think he didn't because he began to bite?" "But excuse me, if you saw those verses abroad, and then, it appears, at that officer's..." "What? Puzzling, is it? You are putting me through an examination, Andrey Antonovitch, I see. You see," he began suddenly with extraordinary dignity, "as to what I saw abroad I have already given explanations, and my explanations were found satisfactory, otherwise I should not have been gratifying this town with my presence. I consider that the question as regards me has been settled, and I am not obliged to give any further account of myself, not because I am an informer, but because I could not help acting as I did. The people who wrote to Yulia Mihailovna about me knew what they were talking about, and they said I was an honest man. But that's neither here nor there. I've come to see you about a serious matter, and it's as well you've sent your chimney sweep away. It's a matter of importance to me, Andrey Antonovitch. I shall have a very great favour to ask of you." "A favour? Hm! By all means. I am waiting and, I confess, with curiosity. And I must add, Pyotr Stepanovitch, that you surprise me not a little." Von Lembke was in some agitation. Pyotr Stepanovitch crossed his legs. "In Petersburg," he began, "I talked freely of most things, but there were things this, for instance," he tapped the noble personality with his finger, "about which I held my tongue. In the first place because it wasn't worth talking about, and secondly because I only answered questions. I don't care to put myself forward in such matters; in that I see the distinction between a rogue and an honest man forced by circumstances. Well, in short, we'll dismiss that. But now that these fools... now that this has come to the surface and is in your hands, and I see that you'll find out all about it, for you are a man with eyes, and one can't tell beforehand what you'll do, and these fools are still going on, well, the fact is, I've come to ask you to save one man, a fool too, most likely mad, for the sake of his youth, his misfortunes, in the name of your humanity. You can't be so humane only in the novels you manufacture," he said, breaking off with coarse sarcasm and impatience. In fact, he was seen to be a straightforward man, awkward and impolitic from excess of humane feeling and perhaps from excessive sensitiveness; above all, a man of limited intelligence, as Von Lembke saw at once with extraordinary subtlety. He had indeed long suspected it, especially when during the previous week he had, sitting alone in his study at night, secretly cursed him with all his heart for the inexplicable way in which he had gained Yulia Mihailovna's good graces. "For whom are you interceding, and what does all this mean?" he inquired majestically, trying to conceal his curiosity. "It's damn it! It's not my fault that I trust you. Is it my fault that I look upon you as a most honourable and, above all, a sensible man, capable, that is, of understanding? Damn!" The poor fellow evidently could not master his emotion. "You must understand at last," he went on, "you must understand that in pronouncing his name I am betraying him to you. I am betraying him, am I not? I am I not?" "But how am I to guess if you don't make up your mind to speak out?" "That's just it. You always cut the ground from under one's feet with your logic, damn it! Well, here goes. This noble personality, this student, is Shatov, that's all." "Shatov? How do you mean it's Shatov?" "Shatov is the student who is mentioned in this. He lives here, he was once a serf, the man who gave that slap." I know." Lembke screwed up his eyes. "But excuse me, what is he accused of? Precisely, and above all, what is your petition?" "I beg you to save him, do you understand? I used to know him 8 years ago, I might almost say I was his friend," cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, completely carried away. "But I am not bound to give you an account of my past life," he added, with a gesture of dismissal. "All this is of no consequence. It's the case of 3 men and a half, and with those that are abroad you can't make up a dozen. But what I am building upon is your humanity and your intelligence. You will understand and you will put the matter in its true light as the foolish dream of a man driven crazy by misfortunes, by continued misfortunes, and not as some impossible political plot or God knows what." He was almost gasping for breath. "H'm. I see that he is responsible for the manifestoes with the axe," Lembke concluded almost majestically. "Excuse me, though. If he were the only person concerned, how could he have distributed it both here and in other districts and in the X province, and above all, where did he get them?" "But I tell you that at the utmost there are not more than 5 people in it. A dozen perhaps. How can I tell?" "You don't know?" "How should I know? Damn it all!" "Well, you knew that Shatov was one of the conspirators." "Ech!" Pyotr Stepanovitch waved his hand, as though to keep off the overwhelming penetration of the inquirer. "Well, listen, I'll tell you the whole truth. Of the manifestoes I know nothing, that is, absolutely nothing. Damn it all, don't you know what nothing means? That sub lieutenant, to be sure, and somebody else, and someone else here, and Shatov perhaps, and someone else too, well, that's the lot of them. A wretched lot. But I've come to intercede for Shatov. He must be saved. For this poem is his own composition, and it was through him it was published abroad. That I know for a fact. But of the manifestoes I really know nothing." "If the poem is his work, no doubt the manifestoes are too. But what data have you for suspecting Mr. Shatov?" Pyotr Stepanovitch, with the air of a man driven out of all patience, pulled a pocket book out of his pocket and took a note out of it. "Here are the facts," he cried, flinging it on the table. Lembke unfolded it. It turned out to be a note written 6 months before, from here to some address abroad. It was a brief note, only 2 lines. "I can't print a noble personality here, and in fact I can do nothing. Print it abroad." Lembke looked intently at Pyotr Stepanovitch. Varvara Petrovna had been right in saying that he had at times the expression of a sheep. "You see, it's like this," Pyotr Stepanovitch burst out. "He wrote this poem here 6 months ago, but he couldn't get it printed here in a secret printing press, and so he asked to have it printed abroad. That seems clear." "Yes, that's clear, but to whom did he write? That's not clear yet," Lembke observed with the most subtle irony. "Why, Kirillov, of course. The letter was written to Kirillov abroad. Surely you knew that? What's so annoying is that perhaps you are only putting it on before me, and most likely you knew all about this poem and everything long ago. How did it come to be on your table? It found its way there somehow. Why are you torturing me, if so?" He feverishly mopped his forehead with his handkerchief. "I know something, perhaps," Lembke parried dexterously. "But who is this Kirillov?" "An engineer who has lately come to the town. He was Stavrogin's second, a maniac, a madman. Your sub lieutenant may really only be suffering from temporary delirium. But Kirillov is a thorough‐going madman, thorough‐going, that I guarantee. Ah, Andrey Antonovitch, if the government only knew what sort of people these conspirators all are, they wouldn't have the heart to lay a finger on them. Every single one of them ought to be in an asylum. I had a good look at them in Switzerland and at the congresses." "From which they direct the movement here?" "Why, who directs it? 3 men and a half. It makes one sick to think of them. And what sort of movement is there here? Manifestoes? And what recruits have they made? Sub lieutenants in brain fever and 2 or 3 students? You are a sensible man. Answer this question: why don't people of consequence join their ranks? Why are they all students and half‐baked boys of 22? And not many of those. I dare say there are thousands of bloodhounds on their track, but have they tracked out many of them? 7. I tell you, it makes one sick." Lembke listened with attention, but with an expression that seemed to say, "You don't feed nightingales on fairy tales." "Excuse me, though, you asserted that the letter was sent abroad, but there's no address on it. How do you come to know that it was addressed to Mr. Kirillov, and abroad too, and that it really was written by Mr. Shatov?" "Why, fetch some specimen of Shatov's writing and compare it. You must have some signature of his in your office. As for its being addressed to Kirillov, it was Kirillov himself showed it me at the time." "Then you were yourself..." "Of course I was, myself. They showed me lots of things out there. And as for this poem, they say it was written by Herzen to Shatov when he was still wandering abroad, in memory of their meeting, so they say, by way of praise and recommendation, damn it all. And Shatov circulates it among the young people as much as to say, 'This was Herzen's opinion of me.'" "Aha!" cried Lembke, feeling he had got to the bottom of it at last. "That's just what I was wondering. One can understand the manifesto, but what's the object of the poem?" "Of course you'd see it. Goodness knows why I've been babbling to you. Listen. Spare Shatov for me, and the rest may go to the devil, even Kirillov, who is in hiding now, shut up in Filipov's house, where Shatov lodges too. They don't like me because I've turned round, but promise me Shatov and I'll dish them all up for you. I shall be of use, Andrey Antonovitch. I reckon 9 or 10 men make up the whole wretched lot. I am keeping an eye on them myself, on my own account. We know of 3 already: Shatov, Kirillov, and that sub lieutenant. The others I am only watching carefully, though I am pretty sharp-sighted too. It's the same over again as it was in the X province: 2 students, a schoolboy, 2 noblemen of 20, a teacher, and a half‐pay major of 60, crazy with drink, have been caught with manifestoes. That was all. You can take my word for it, that was all. It was quite a surprise that that was all. But I must have 6 days. I have reckoned it out. 6 days, not less. If you want to arrive at any result, don't disturb them for 6 days, and I can kill all the birds with 1 stone for you. But if you flutter them before, the birds will fly away. But spare me Shatov. I speak for Shatov. The best plan would be to fetch him here secretly, in a friendly way, to your study, and question him without disguising the facts. I have no doubt he'll throw himself at your feet and burst into tears. He is a highly strung and unfortunate fellow. His wife is carrying on with Stavrogin. Be kind to him, and he will tell you everything, but I must have 6 days. And above all, not a word to Yulia Mihailovna. It's a secret. May it be a secret?" "What?" cried Lembke, opening wide his eyes. "Do you mean to say you said nothing of this to Yulia Mihailovna?" "To her? Heaven forbid! Ech, Andrey Antonovitch, you see I value her friendship, and I have the highest respect for her and all the rest of it, but I couldn't make such a blunder. I don't contradict her, for, as you know yourself, it's dangerous to contradict her. I may have dropped a word to her, for I know she likes that, but to suppose that I mention names to her, as I have to you, or anything of that sort? My good sir, why am I appealing to you? Because you are a man, anyway, a serious person with old‐fashioned firmness, and experience in the service. You've seen life.
You must know by heart every detail of such affairs, I expect, from what you've seen in Petersburg. But if I were to mention those two names, for instance, to her, she'd stir up such a hubbub. You know, she would like to astonish Petersburg. No, she's too hot‐headed, she really is." "Yes, she has something of that fougue," Andrey Antonovitch muttered with some satisfaction, though at the same time he resented this unmannerly fellow's daring to express himself rather freely about Yulia Mihailovna. But Pyotr Stepanovitch probably imagined that he had not gone far enough, and that he must exert himself further to flatter Lembke and make a complete conquest of him. "Fougue is just it," he assented. "She may be a woman of genius, a literary woman, but she would scare our sparrows. She wouldn't be able to keep quiet for 6 hours, let alone 6 days. Ech, Andrey Antonovitch, don't attempt to tie a woman down for 6 days. You do admit that I have some experience in this sort of thing, I mean. I know something about it. And you know that I may very well know something about it. I am not asking for 6 days for fun, but with an object." "I have heard" Lembke hesitated to utter his thought "I have heard that on your return from abroad you made some expression, as it were, of repentance in the proper quarter?" "Well, that's as it may be." "And, of course, I don't want to go into it, but it has seemed to me all along that you've talked in quite a different style, about the Christian faith, for instance, about social institutions, about the government even." "I've said lots of things, no doubt. I am saying them still, but such ideas mustn't be applied as those fools do it, that's the point. What's the good of biting his superior's shoulder? You agreed with me yourself, only you said it was premature." "I didn't mean that when I agreed and said it was premature." "You weigh every word you utter, though. Ha ha! You are a careful man," Pyotr Stepanovitch observed gaily all of a sudden. "Listen, old friend. I had to get to know you, that's why I talked in my own style. You are not the only one I get to know like that. Maybe I needed to find out your character." "What's my character to you?" "How can I tell what it may be to me?" He laughed again. "You see, my dear and highly respected Andrey Antonovitch, you are cunning, but it's not come to that yet, and it certainly never will come to it, you understand? Perhaps you do understand. Though I did make an explanation in the proper quarter when I came back from abroad, and I really don't know why a man of certain convictions should not be able to work for the advancement of his sincere convictions, but nobody there has yet instructed me to investigate your character, and I've not undertaken any such job from them. Consider, I need not have given those two names to you. I might have gone straight there. That is where I made my first explanations. And if I'd been acting with a view to financial profit or my own interest in any way, it would have been a bad speculation on my part, for now they'll be grateful to you and not to me at headquarters. I've done it solely for Shatov's sake," Pyotr Stepanovitch added generously, "for Shatov's sake, because of our old friendship. But when you take up your pen to write to headquarters, you may put in a word for me if you like. I'll make no objection, ha ha! Adieu, though. I've stayed too long, and there was no need to gossip so much," he added with some amiability, and he got up from the sofa. "On the contrary, I am very glad that the position has been defined, so to speak." Von Lembke too got up, and he too looked pleasant, obviously affected by the last words. "I accept your services and acknowledge my obligation, and you may be sure that anything I can do by way of reporting your zeal... 6 days. The great thing is to put it off for 6 days, and that you shouldn't stir for those 6 days. That's what I want." "So be it." "Of course, I don't tie your hands and shouldn't venture to. You are bound to keep watch, only don't flutter the nest too soon. I rely on your sense and experience for that. But I think you've plenty of bloodhounds and trackers of your own in reserve," Pyotr Stepanovitch blurted out with the gaiety and irresponsibility of youth. "Not quite so." Lembke parried amiably. "Young people are apt to suppose that there is a great deal in the background. But, by the way, allow me one little word. If this Kirillov was Stavrogin's second, then Mr. Stavrogin too..." "What about Stavrogin?" "I mean, if they are such friends?" "Oh, no, no, no! There you are quite out of it, though you are cunning. You really surprise me. I thought that you had some information about it." "H'm... Stavrogin. It's quite the opposite, quite." "Avis au lecteur." "Do you mean it? And can it be so?" Lembke articulated mistrustfully.
Yulia Mihailovna told me that from what she heard from Petersburg he is a man acting on some sort of instructions, so to speak." "I know nothing about it, I know nothing, absolutely nothing. Adieu, avis au lecteur." Abruptly and obviously Pyotr Stepanovitch declined to discuss it. He hurried to the door. "Stay, Pyotr Stepanovitch, stay!" cried Lembke. "One other tiny matter, and I won't detain you." He drew an envelope out of a table drawer. "Here is a little specimen of the same kind of thing, and I let you see it to show how completely I trust you. Here, and tell me your opinion." In the envelope was a letter, a strange anonymous letter addressed to Lembke and only received by him the day before. With intense vexation Pyotr Stepanovitch read as follows: "Your Excellency, for such you are by rank, herewith I make known that there is an attempt to be made on the life of personages of general's rank and on the fatherland. For it's working up straight for that. I myself have been disseminating unceasingly for a number of years. There's infidelity too. There's a rebellion being got up, and there are some thousands of manifestoes, and for every one of them there will be 100 running with their tongues out unless they've been taken away beforehand by the police. For they've been promised a mighty lot of benefits, and the simple people are foolish, and there's vodka too. The people will attack one after another, taking them to be guilty, and, fearing both sides, I repent of what I had no share in, my circumstances being what they are. If you want information to save the fatherland, and also the church and the ikons, I am the only one that can do it, but only on condition that I get a pardon from the secret police by telegram at once, me alone, but the rest may answer for it. Put a candle every evening at 7 o'clock in the porter's window for a signal. Seeing it, I shall believe and come to kiss the merciful hand from Petersburg. But on condition there's a pension for me, for else how am I to live? You won't regret it, for it will mean a star for you. You must go secretly or they'll wring your neck. Your Excellency's desperate servant falls at your feet. Signed, Repentant Freethinker Incognito. Von Lembke explained that the letter had made its appearance in the porter's room when it was left empty the day before. "So what do you think?" Pyotr Stepanovitch asked almost rudely. "I think it's an anonymous skit by way of a hoax." "Most likely it is. There's no taking you in." "What makes me think that is that it's so stupid." "Have you received such documents here before?" "Once or twice. Anonymous letters." "Oh, of course they wouldn't be signed." "In a different style? In different handwritings?" "Yes." "And were they buffoonery like this one?" "Yes, and you know, very disgusting." "Well, if you had them before, it must be the same thing now." "Especially because it's so stupid. Because these people are educated and wouldn't write so stupidly." "Of course, of course. But what if this is someone who really wants to turn informer?" "It's not very likely," Pyotr Stepanovitch rapped out dryly. "What does he mean by a telegram from the secret police and a pension? It's obviously a hoax." "Yes, yes," Lembke added, abashed. "I tell you what, you leave this with me. I can certainly find out for you before I track out the others." "Take it," Lembke assented, though with some hesitation. "Have you shown it to any one?" "Is it likely? No." "Not to Yulia Mihailovna?" "Oh, Heaven forbid! And for God's sake don't you show it to her," Lembke cried in alarm. "She'll be so upset and will be dreadfully angry with me." "Yes, you'll be the first to catch it. She'd say you brought it on yourself if people write like that to you. I know what women's logic is. Well, good bye. I dare say I shall bring you the writer in a couple of days or so. Above all, our compact." End of Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6, Sections 4 and 5 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6. Pyotr Stepanovitch is busy. Section 4. Though Pyotr Stepanovitch was perhaps far from being a stupid man, Fedka the convict had said of him truly that he would make up a man himself and go on living with him too. He came away from Lembke fully persuaded that for the next 6 days, anyway, he had put his mind at rest, and this interval was absolutely necessary for his own purposes.
But it was a false idea, and founded entirely on the fact that he had made up for himself once for all in Andrey Antonovitch, who was a perfect simpleton. Like every morbidly suspicious man, Andrey Antonovitch was always exceedingly and joyfully trustful the moment he got on to sure ground. The new turn of affairs struck him at first in a rather favourable light, in spite of some fresh and troublesome complications. Anyway, his former doubts fell to the ground. Besides, he had been so tired for the last few days, so exhausted and helpless, that his soul involuntarily yearned for rest. But alas, he was again uneasy. The long time he had spent in Petersburg had left ineradicable traces in his heart. The official and even the secret history of the younger generation was fairly familiar to him. He was a curious man and used to collect manifestoes, but he could never understand a word of it. Now he felt like a man lost in a forest. Every instinct told him that there was something in Pyotr Stepanovitch's words utterly incongruous, anomalous, and grotesque, though there's no telling what may not happen with this younger generation, and the devil only knows what's going on among them, he mused, lost in perplexity. And at this moment, to make matters worse, Blum poked his head in. He had been waiting not far off through the whole of Pyotr Stepanovitch's visit. This Blum was actually a distant relation of Andrey Antonovitch, though the relationship had always been carefully and timorously concealed. I must apologize to the reader for devoting a few words here to this insignificant person. Blum was one of that strange class of unfortunate Germans who are unfortunate not through lack of ability, but through some inexplicable ill luck. Unfortunate Germans are not a myth, but really do exist even in Russia, and are of a special type. Andrey Antonovitch had always had a quite touching sympathy for him, and wherever he could, as he rose himself in the service, had promoted him to subordinate positions under him. But Blum had never been successful. Either the post was abolished after he had been appointed to it, or a new chief took charge of the department. Once he was almost arrested by mistake with other people. He was precise, but he was gloomy to excess and to his own detriment. He was tall and had red hair. He stooped and was depressed and even sentimental, and in spite of his being humbled by his life, he was obstinate and persistent as an ox, though always at the wrong moment. For Andrey Antonovitch he, as well as his wife and numerous family, had cherished for many years a reverent devotion. Except Andrey Antonovitch no one had ever liked him. Yulia Mihailovna would have discarded him from the first, but could not overcome her husband's obstinacy. It was the cause of their first conjugal quarrel. It had happened soon after their marriage, in the early days of their honeymoon, when she was confronted with Blum, who, together with the humiliating secret of his relationship, had been until then carefully concealed from her. Andrey Antonovitch besought her with clasped hands, told her pathetically all the story of Blum and their friendship from childhood, but Yulia Mihailovna considered herself disgraced forever, and even had recourse to fainting. Von Lembke would not budge an inch, and declared that he would not give up Blum or part from him for anything in the world, so that she was surprised at last and was obliged to put up with Blum. It was settled, however, that the relationship should be concealed even more carefully than before, if possible, and that even Blum's Christian name and patronymic should be changed, because he too was for some reason called Andrey Antonovitch. Blum knew no one in the town except the German chemist, had not called on anyone, and led, as he always did, a lonely and niggardly existence. He had long been aware of Andrey Antonovitch's literary peccadilloes. He was generally summoned to listen to secret tête-à-tête readings of his novel. He would sit like a post for 6 hours at a stretch, perspiring and straining his utmost to keep awake and smile. On reaching home he would groan with his long‐legged and lanky wife over their benefactor's unhappy weakness for Russian literature. Andrey Antonovitch looked with anguish at Blum. "I beg you to leave me alone, Blum," he began with agitated haste, obviously anxious to avoid any renewal of the previous conversation, which had been interrupted by Pyotr Stepanovitch. "And yet this may be arranged in the most delicate way and with no publicity. You have full power." Blum respectfully but obstinately insisted on some point, stooping forward and coming nearer and nearer by small steps to Andrey Antonovitch. "Blum, you are so devoted to me and so anxious to serve me that I am always in a panic when I look at you." "You always say witty things and sleep in peace, satisfied with what you've said, but that's how you damage yourself." "Blum, I have just convinced myself that it's quite a mistake, quite a mistake. Not from the words of that false, vicious young man whom you suspect yourself. He has won you by his flattering praise of your talent for literature. Blum, you understand nothing about it. Your project is absurd, I tell you. We shall find nothing, and there will be a fearful upset, and laughter too. And then Yulia Mihailovna..." "We shall certainly find everything we are looking for." Blum advanced firmly towards him, laying his right hand on his heart. "We will make a search suddenly early in the morning, carefully showing every consideration for the person himself, and strictly observing all the prescribed forms of the law. The young men, Lyamshin and Telyatnikov, assert positively that we shall find all we want. They were constant visitors there. Nobody is favourably disposed to Mr. Verhovensky. Madame Stavrogin has openly refused him her graces, and every honest man, if only there is such a one in this coarse town, is persuaded that a hotbed of infidelity and social doctrines has always been concealed there. He keeps all the forbidden books. Ryliev's Reflections, all Herzen's works. I have an approximate catalogue in case of need." "Oh, heavens! Every one has these books. How simple you are, my poor Blum." "And many manifestoes," Blum went on, without heeding the observation. "We shall end by certainly coming upon traces of the real manifestoes here. That young Verhovensky I feel very suspicious of." "But you are mixing up the father and the son. They are not on good terms. The son openly laughs at his father." "That's only a mask." "Blum, you've sworn to torment me. Think! He is a conspicuous figure here, after all. He's been a professor, he is a well known man. He'll make such an uproar and there will be such gibes all over the town, and we shall make a mess of it all. And only think how Yulia Mihailovna will take it." Blum pressed forward and did not listen. He was only a lecturer, and of a low rank when he retired. He smote himself on the chest. He has no marks of distinction, he was discharged from the service on suspicion of plots against the government. He has been under secret supervision and undoubtedly still is so. And in view of the disorders that have come to light now, you are undoubtedly bound in duty. You are losing your chance of distinction by letting slip the real criminal." "Yulia Mihailovna! Get away, Blum!" Von Lembke cried suddenly, hearing the voice of his spouse in the next room. Blum started, but did not give in. Allow me," he persisted, pressing both hands still more tightly on his chest. "Get away!" hissed Andrey Antonovitch. "Do what you like... afterwards. Oh, my God!" The curtain was raised, and Yulia Mihailovna made her appearance. She stood still majestically at the sight of Blum, casting a haughty and offended glance at him, as though the very presence of this man was an affront to her. Blum respectfully made her a deep bow without speaking, and, doubled up with veneration, moved towards the door on tiptoe with his arms held a little away from him. Either because he really took Andrey Antonovitch's last hysterical outbreak as a direct permission to act as he was asking, or whether he strained a point in this case for the direct advantage of his benefactor because he was too confident that success would crown his efforts. Anyway, as we shall see later on, this conversation of the governor with his subordinate led to a very surprising event which amused many people, became public property, moved Yulia Mihailovna to fierce anger, utterly disconcerting Andrey Antonovitch and reducing him at the crucial moment to a state of deplorable indecision. Section 5 It was a busy day for Pyotr Stepanovitch. From Von Lembke he hastened to Bogoyavlensky Street. But as he went along Bykovy Street, past the house where Karmazinov was staying, he suddenly stopped, grinned, and went into the house. The servant told him that he was expected, which interested him, as he had said nothing beforehand of his coming. But the great writer really had been expecting him, not only that day but the day before and the day before that.
3 days before he had handed him his manuscript Merci, which he had meant to read at the literary matinée at Yulia Mihailovna's fête. He had done this out of amiability, fully convinced that he was agreeably flattering the young man's vanity by letting him read the great work beforehand. Pyotr Stepanovitch had noticed long before that this vainglorious, spoiled gentleman, who was so offensively unapproachable for all but the elect, this writer with the intellect of a statesman, was simply trying to curry favour with him, even with avidity. I believe the young man guessed at last that Karmazinov considered him, if not the leader of the whole secret revolutionary movement in Russia, at least one of those most deeply initiated into the secrets of the Russian Revolution, who had an incontestable influence on the younger generation. The state of mind of the cleverest man in Russia interested Pyotr Stepanovitch, but hitherto he had, for certain reasons, avoided explaining himself. The great writer was staying in the house belonging to his sister, who was the wife of a kammerherr and had an estate in the neighbourhood. Both she and her husband had the deepest reverence for their illustrious relation, but to their profound regret both of them happened to be in Moscow at the time of his visit, so that the honour of receiving him fell to the lot of an old lady, a poor relation of the kammerherr's, who had for years lived in the family and looked after the housekeeping. All the household had moved about on tiptoe since Karmazinov's arrival. The old lady sent news to Moscow almost every day, how he had slept, what he had deigned to eat, and had once sent a telegram to announce that after a dinner party at the mayor's he was obliged to take a spoonful of a well‐known medicine. She rarely plucked up courage to enter his room, though he behaved courteously to her, but dryly, and only talked to her of what was necessary. When Pyotr Stepanovitch came in, he was eating his morning cutlet with half a glass of red wine. Pyotr Stepanovitch had been to see him before, and always found him eating this cutlet, which he finished in his presence without ever offering him anything. After the cutlet a little cup of coffee was served. The footman who brought in the dishes wore a swallow‐tail coat, noiseless boots, and gloves. "Ha ha!" Karmazinov got up from the sofa, wiping his mouth with a table napkin, and came forward to kiss him with an air of unmixed delight, after the characteristic fashion of Russians if they are very illustrious. But Pyotr Stepanovitch knew by experience that though Karmazinov made a show of kissing him, he really only proffered his cheek, and so this time he did the same. The cheeks met. Karmazinov did not show that he noticed it, sat down on the sofa, and affably offered Pyotr Stepanovitch an easy chair facing him, in which the latter stretched himself at once. "You wouldn't like some lunch?" inquired Karmazinov, abandoning his usual habit, but with an air, of course, which would prompt a polite refusal. Pyotr Stepanovitch at once expressed a desire for lunch. A shade of offended surprise darkened the face of his host, but only for an instant. He nervously rang for the servant and, in spite of all his breeding, raised his voice scornfully as he gave orders for a second lunch to be served. "What will you have, cutlet or coffee?" he asked once more. "A cutlet and coffee, and tell him to bring some more wine. I am hungry," answered Pyotr Stepanovitch, calmly scrutinising his host's attire. Mr. Karmazinov was wearing a sort of indoor wadded jacket with pearl buttons, but it was too short, which was far from becoming to his rather comfortable stomach and the solid curves of his hips. But tastes differ. Over his knees he had a checkered woollen plaid reaching to the floor, though it was warm in the room. "Are you unwell?" commented Pyotr Stepanovitch. "No, not unwell, but I am afraid of being so in this climate," answered the writer in his squeaky voice, though he uttered each word with a soft cadence and agreeable gentlemanly lisp. "I've been expecting you since yesterday." "Why? I didn't say I'd come." "No, but you have my manuscript. Have you read it?" "Manuscript? Which one?" Karmazinov was terribly surprised. "But you brought it with you, haven't you?" He was so disturbed that he even left off eating and looked at Pyotr Stepanovitch with a face of dismay. "Ah, that 'Bonjour' you mean." "Merci. Oh, all right. I'd quite forgotten it and hadn't read it. I haven't had time. I really don't know. It's not in my pockets. It must be on my table. Don't be uneasy, it will be found." "No, I'd better send you to your rooms at once. It might be lost; besides, it might be stolen." "Oh, who'd want it? But why are you so alarmed? Why, Yulia Mihailovna told me you always have several copies made. One kept at a notary's abroad, another in Petersburg, a third in Moscow, and then you send some to a bank, I believe." "But Moscow might be burnt again, and my manuscript with it. No, I'd better send at once." "Stay, here it is." Pyotr Stepanovitch pulled a roll of notepaper out of a pocket at the back of his coat. "It's a little crumpled. Only fancy, it's been lying there with my pocket handkerchief ever since I took it from you. I forgot it." Karmazinov greedily snatched the manuscript, carefully examined it, counted the pages, and laid it respectfully beside him on a special table for the time, in such a way that he would not lose sight of it for an instant. "You don't read very much, it seems," he hissed, unable to restrain himself. "No, not very much." "And nothing in the way of Russian literature?" "In the way of Russian literature? Let me see. I have read something. 'On the Way,' or 'Away,' or 'At the Parting of the Ways,' something of the sort, I don't remember. It's a long time since I read it, 5 years ago. I've no time." A silence followed. "When I came I assured every one that you were a very intelligent man, and now I believe every one here is wild over you." "Thank you," Pyotr Stepanovitch answered calmly. Lunch was brought in. Pyotr Stepanovitch pounced on the cutlet with extraordinary appetite, had eaten it in a trice, tossed off the wine, and swallowed his coffee. "This boor," thought Karmazinov, looking at him askance as he munched the last morsel and drained the last drops, "this boor probably understood the biting taunt in my words, and no doubt he has read the manuscript with eagerness. He is simply lying with some object. But possibly he is not lying and is only genuinely stupid. I like a genius to be rather stupid. Mayn't he be a sort of genius among them? Devil take the fellow!" He got up from the sofa and began pacing from one end of the room to the other for the sake of exercise, as he always did after lunch. "Leaving here soon?" asked Pyotr Stepanovitch from his easy chair, lighting a cigarette. "I really came to sell an estate, and I am in the hands of my bailiff." "You left, I believe, because they expected an epidemic out there after the war." "No, not entirely for that reason," Mr. Karmazinov went on, uttering his phrases with an affable intonation, and each time he turned round in pacing the corner there was a faint but jaunty quiver of his right leg. "I certainly intend to live as long as I can," he laughed, not without venom. "There is something in our Russian nobility that makes them wear out very quickly, from every point of view. But I wish to wear out as late as possible. And now I am going abroad for good. There the climate is better, the houses are of stone, and everything stronger. Europe will last my time, I think. What do you think?" "How can I tell?" "If the Babylon out there really does fall, and great will be the fall thereof, about which I quite agree with you, yet I think it will last my time, there's nothing to fall here in Russia, comparatively speaking. There won't be stones to fall, everything will crumble into dirt. Holy Russia has less power of resistance than anything in the world. The Russian peasantry is still held together somehow by the Russian God. But according to the latest accounts, the Russian God is not to be relied upon, and scarcely survived the emancipation. It certainly gave him a severe shock. And now, what with railways, what with you, I've no faith in the Russian God." "And how about the European one?" "I don't believe in any. I've been slandered to the youth of Russia. I've always sympathised with every movement among them. I was shown the manifestoes here. Every one looks at them with perplexity because they are frightened at the way things are put in them. But every one is convinced of their power, even if they don't admit it to themselves. Everybody has been rolling downhill, and every one has known for ages that they have nothing to clutch at. I am persuaded of the success of this mysterious propaganda, if only because Russia is now preeminently the place in all the world where anything you like may happen without any opposition. I understand only too well why wealthy Russians all flock abroad, and more so every year. It's simply instinct. If the ship is sinking, the rats are the first to leave it.
Holy Russia is a country of wood, of poverty, and of danger, the country of ambitious beggars in its upper classes, while the immense majority live in poky little huts. She will be glad of any way of escape, you have only to present it to her. It's only the government that still means to resist, but it brandishes its cudgel in the dark and hits its own men. Everything here is doomed and awaiting the end. Russia as she is has no future. I have become a German, and I am proud of it." "But you began about the manifestoes. Tell me everything. How do you look at them?" "Every one is afraid of them, so they must be influential. They openly unmask what is false, and prove that there is nothing to lay hold of among us, and nothing to lean upon. They speak aloud while all is silent. What is most effective about them, in spite of their style, is the incredible boldness with which they look the truth straight in the face. To look facts straight in the face is only possible to Russians of this generation. No, in Europe they are not yet so bold. It is a realm of stone; there is still something to lean upon. So far as I see and am able to judge, the whole essence of the Russian revolutionary idea lies in the negation of honour. I like its being so boldly and fearlessly expressed. No, in Europe they wouldn't understand it yet, but that's just what we shall clutch at. For a Russian a sense of honour is only a superfluous burden, and it always has been a burden through all his history. The open right to dishonour will attract him more than anything. I belong to the older generation and, I must confess, still cling to honour. But only from habit. It is only that I prefer the old forms. Granted, it's from timidity; you see one must live somehow what's left of one's life." He suddenly stopped. "I am talking," he thought, "while he holds his tongue and watches me. He has come to make me ask him a direct question, and I shall ask him. "Yulia Mihailovna asked me by some stratagem to find out from you what the surprise is that you are preparing for the ball to morrow?" Pyotr Stepanovitch asked suddenly. "Yes, there really will be a surprise, and I certainly shall astonish," said Karmazinov with increased dignity. "But I won't tell you what the secret is." Pyotr Stepanovitch did not insist. "There is a young man here called Shatov," observed the great writer. "Would you believe it, I haven't seen him." "A very nice person. What about him?" "Oh, nothing. He talks about something. Isn't he the person who gave Stavrogin that slap in the face?" "Yes. And what's your opinion of Stavrogin?" "I don't know. He is such a flirt." Karmazinov detested Stavrogin because it was the latter's habit not to take any notice of him. "That flirt," he said, chuckling, "if what is advocated in your manifestoes ever comes to pass, will be the first to be hanged." "Perhaps before," Pyotr Stepanovitch said suddenly. "Quite right, too," Karmazinov assented, not laughing, and with pronounced gravity. "You have said so once before, and do you know, I repeated it to him." "What? You surely didn't repeat it?" Karmazinov laughed again. "He said that if he were to be hanged, it would be enough for you to be flogged, not simply as a compliment, but to hurt, as they flog the peasants." Pyotr Stepanovitch took his hat and got up from his seat. Karmazinov held out both his hands to him at parting. "And what if all that you are plotting for is destined to come to pass?" he piped suddenly, in a honeyed voice with a peculiar intonation, still holding his hands in his. "How soon could it come about?" "How could I tell?" Pyotr Stepanovitch answered rather roughly. They looked intently into each other's eyes. "At a guess? Approximately?" Karmazinov piped still more sweetly. "You'll have time to sell your estate and time to clear out, too," Pyotr Stepanovitch muttered still more roughly. They looked at one another even more intently. There was a minute of silence. "It will begin early next May and will be over by October," Pyotr Stepanovitch said suddenly. "I thank you sincerely," Karmazinov pronounced in a voice saturated with feeling, pressing his hands. "You will have time to get out of the ship, you rat," Pyotr Stepanovitch was thinking as he went out into the street. "Well, if that imperial intellect inquires so confidently of the day and the hour, and thanks me so respectfully for the information I have given, we mustn't doubt of ourselves." He grinned. "H'm! But he really isn't stupid. And he is simply a rat escaping. Men like that don't tell tales." He ran to Filipov's house in Bogoyavlensky Street. End of Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6, Section 6 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6. Pyotr Stepanovitch is busy. Section 6. Pyotr Stepanovitch went first to Kirillov's. He found him as usual alone, and at the moment practising gymnastics, that is, standing with his legs apart, brandishing his arms above his head in a peculiar way. On the floor lay a bowl. The tea stood cold on the table, not cleared since breakfast. Pyotr Stepanovitch stood for a minute on the threshold. "You are very anxious about your health, it seems," he said in a loud and cheerful tone, going into the room. "What a jolly ball, though! Foo, how it bounces! Is that for gymnastics too?" Kirillov put on his coat. "Yes, that's for the good of my health too," he muttered dryly. "Sit down." "I'm only here for a minute. Still, I'll sit down. Health is all very well, but I've come to remind you of our agreement. The appointed time is approaching in a certain sense," he concluded awkwardly. "What agreement?" "How can you ask?" Pyotr Stepanovitch was startled and even dismayed. "It's not an agreement and not an obligation. I have not bound myself in any way. It's a mistake on your part." "I say, what's this you're doing?" Pyotr Stepanovitch jumped up. "What I choose." "What do you choose?" "The same as before." "How am I to understand that? Does that mean that you are in the same mind?" "Yes. Only there's no agreement and never has been, and I have not bound myself in any way. I could do as I like, and I can still do as I like." Kirillov explained himself curtly and contemptuously. "I agree, I agree. Be as free as you like if you don't change your mind." Pyotr Stepanovitch sat down again with a satisfied air. "You are angry over a word. You've become very irritable of late, that's why I've avoided coming to see you. I was quite sure, though, you would be loyal." "I dislike you very much, but you can be perfectly sure, though I don't regard it as loyalty and disloyalty." "But do you know," Pyotr Stepanovitch was startled again, "we must talk things over thoroughly again so as not to get in a muddle. The business needs accuracy, and you keep giving me such shocks. Will you let me speak?" "Speak," snapped Kirillov, looking away. "You made up your mind long ago to take your life. I mean, you had the idea in your mind. Is that the right expression? Is there any mistake about that?" "I have the same idea still." "Excellent. Take note that no one has forced it on you." "Rather not. What nonsense you talk." "I dare say I express it very stupidly. Of course it would be very stupid to force anybody to it. I'll go on. You were a member of the society before its organisation was changed, and confessed it to one of the members." "I didn't confess it. I simply said no." "Quite so. And it would be absurd to confess such a thing. What a confession! You simply said so. Excellent." "No, it's not excellent, for you are being tedious. I am not obliged to give you any account of myself, and you can't understand my ideas. I want to put an end to my life because that's my idea, because I don't want to be afraid of death, because there's no need for you to know. What do you want? Would you like tea? It's cold. Let me get you another glass." Pyotr Stepanovitch actually had taken up the teapot and was looking for an empty glass. Kirillov went to the cupboard and brought a clean glass. "I've just had lunch at Karmazinov's," observed his visitor. "Then I listened to him talking, and perspired, and got into a sweat again running here. I am fearfully thirsty." "Drink. Cold tea is good." Kirillov sat down on his chair and again fixed his eyes on the farthest corner. "The idea had arisen in the society," he went on in the same voice, "that I might be of use if I killed myself, and that when you get up some bit of mischief here, and they are looking for the guilty, I might suddenly shoot myself and leave a letter saying I did it all, so that you might escape suspicion for another year." "For a few days, anyway. One day is precious." "Good. So for that reason they asked me if I would, to wait. I said I'd wait till the society fixed the day, because it makes no difference to me." Yes, but remember that you bound yourself not to make up your last letter without me, and that in Russia you would be at my well, at my disposition, that is, for that purpose only. I need hardly say in everything else, of course, you are free," Pyotr Stepanovitch added almost amiably. "I didn't bind myself, I agreed, because it makes no difference to me." "Good, good. I have no intention of wounding your vanity, but..." "It's not a question of vanity." "But remember that 120 thalers were collected for your journey, so you've taken money." "Not at all," Kirillov fired up. "The money was not on that condition. One doesn't take money for that." "People sometimes do." "That's a lie. I sent a letter from Petersburg, and in Petersburg I paid you 120 thalers. I put it in your hand, and it has been sent off there, unless you've kept it for yourself." "All right, all right. I don't dispute anything. It has been sent off. All that matters is that you are still in the same mind." "Exactly the same. When you come and tell me it's time, I'll carry it all out. Will it be very soon?" "Not very many days. But remember, we'll make up the letter together the same night." "The same day, if you like. You say I must take the responsibility for the manifestoes on myself?" "And something else too." "I am not going to make myself out responsible for everything." "What won't you be responsible for?" said Pyotr Stepanovitch again. "What I don't choose. That's enough. I don't want to talk about it any more." Pyotr Stepanovitch controlled himself and changed the subject. "To speak of something else," he began, "will you be with us this evening? It's Virginsky's name day, that's the pretext for our meeting." "I don't want to." "Do me a favour, do come. You must. We must impress them by our number and our looks. You have a face well, in one word, you have a fateful face." "You think so?" laughed Kirillov. "Very well, I'll come, but not for the sake of my face. What time is it?" "Oh, quite early, 6:30. And you know you can go in, sit down, and not speak to anyone, however many there may be there. Only I say, don't forget to bring pencil and paper with you." "What's that for?" "Why, it makes no difference to you, and it's my special request. You'll only have to sit still, speaking to no one, listen, and sometimes seem to make a note. You can draw something if you like." "What nonsense! What for?" "Why, since it makes no difference to you. You keep saying that it's just the same to you." "No, what for?" "Why, because that member of the society, the inspector, has stopped at Moscow, and I told some of them here that possibly the inspector may turn up to night, and they'll think that you are the inspector, and as you've been here 3 weeks already they'll be still more surprised." "Stage tricks. You haven't got an inspector in Moscow." "Well, suppose I haven't, damn him! What business is that of yours, and what bother will it be to you? You are a member of the society yourself." "Tell them I am the inspector. I'll sit still and hold my tongue. But I won't have the pencil and paper." "But why?" "I don't want to." Pyotr Stepanovitch was really angry. He turned positively green, but again he controlled himself. He got up and took his hat. "Is that fellow with you?" he brought out suddenly in a low voice. "Yes." "That's good. I'll soon get him away. Don't be uneasy." "I'm not uneasy. He's only here at night. The old woman is in the hospital, her daughter in law is dead. I've been alone for the last 2 days. I've shown him the place in the paling where you can take a board out. He gets through, no one sees." "I'll take him away soon." "He says he has got plenty of places to stay the night in." "Oh, that's rot. They are looking for him, but here he wouldn't be noticed. Do you ever get into talk with him?" "Yes, at night. He abuses you tremendously." "I've been reading the Apocalypse to him at night, and we have tea. He listened eagerly, very eagerly, the whole night." "Hang it all, you'll convert him to Christianity." "He is a Christian as it is. Don't be uneasy, he'll do the murder. Whom do you want to murder?" "No, I don't want him for that. I want him for something different. And does Shatov know about Fedka?" "I don't talk to Shatov, and I don't see him." "Is he angry?" "No, we are not angry, only we shun one another. We lay too long side by side in America." "I am going to him directly." "As you like." "Stavrogin and I may come and see you from there about 10 o'clock." "Do." "I want to talk to him about something important. I say, make me a present of your ball. What do you want with it now? I want it for gymnastics too. I'll pay you for it if you like." "You can take it without." Pyotr Stepanovitch put the ball in the back pocket of his coat. "But I'll give you nothing against Stavrogin," Kirillov muttered after his guest as he saw him out. The latter looked at him in amazement, but did not answer. Kirillov's last words perplexed Pyotr Stepanovitch extremely. He had not time yet to discover their meaning, but even while he was on the stairs of Shatov's lodging he tried to remove all trace of annoyance and to assume an amiable expression. Shatov was at home and rather unwell. He was lying on his bed, though dressed. "What bad luck!" Pyotr Stepanovitch cried out in the doorway. "Are you really ill?" The amiable expression of his face suddenly vanished. There was a gleam of spite in his eyes. "Not at all." Shatov jumped up nervously. "I am not ill at all. A little headache." He was disconcerted. The sudden appearance of such a visitor positively alarmed him. "You mustn't be ill for the job I've come about," Pyotr Stepanovitch began quickly and, as it were, peremptorily. "Allow me to sit down." He sat down. "And you sit down again on your bedstead. That's right. There will be a party of our fellows at Virginsky's to night on the pretext of his birthday. It will have no political character, however. We've seen to that. I am coming with Nikolay Stavrogin. I would not, of course, have dragged you there, knowing your way of thinking at present, simply to save your being worried, not because we think you would betray us. But as things have turned out, you will have to go. You'll meet there the very people with whom we shall finally settle how you are to leave the society and to whom you are to hand over what is in your keeping. We'll do it without being noticed. I'll take you aside into a corner. There'll be a lot of people, and there's no need for every one to know. I must confess I've had to keep my tongue wagging on your behalf, but now I believe they've agreed, on condition you hand over the printing press and all the papers, of course. Then you can go where you please." Shatov listened, frowning and resentful. The nervous alarm of a moment before had entirely left him. "I don't acknowledge any sort of obligation to give an account to the devil knows whom," he declared definitely. "No one has the authority to set me free." "Not quite so. A great deal has been entrusted to you. You hadn't the right to break off simply. Besides, you made no clear statement about it, so that you put them in an ambiguous position." "I stated my position clearly by letter as soon as I arrived here." "No, it wasn't clear," Pyotr Stepanovitch retorted calmly. "I sent you a noble personality to be printed here, and meaning the copies to be kept here till they were wanted, and the two manifestoes as well. You returned them with an ambiguous letter which explained nothing." "I refused definitely to print them." "Well, not definitely. You wrote that you couldn't, but you didn't explain for what reason. 'I can't' doesn't mean I don't want to. It might be supposed that you were simply unable through circumstances. That was how they took it, and considered that you still meant to keep up your connection with the society, so that they might have entrusted something to you again and so have compromised themselves. They say here that you simply meant to deceive them, so that you might betray them when you got hold of something important. I have defended you to the best of my powers, and have shown your brief note as evidence in your favour. But I had to admit, on re reading those two lines, that they were misleading and not conclusive." "You kept that note so carefully, then?" "My keeping it means nothing. I've got it still." "Well, I don't care, damn it!" Shatov cried furiously. "Your fools may consider that I've betrayed them if they like. What is that to me? I should like to see what you can do to me." "Your name would be noted, and at the first success of the revolution you would be hanged." "That's when you get the upper hand and dominate Russia?" "You needn't laugh. I tell you again I stood up for you. Anyway, I advise you to turn up to day. Why waste words through false pride? Isn't it better to part friends? In any case you'll have to give up the printing press and the old type and papers. That's what we must talk about." "I'll come," Shatov muttered, looking down thoughtfully. Pyotr Stepanovitch glanced askance at him from his place. "Will Stavrogin be there?" Shatov asked suddenly, raising his head. "He is certain to be." "Aha!" Again they were silent for a minute. Shatov grinned disdainfully and irritably. "And that contemptible 'noble personality' of yours that I wouldn't print here. Has it been printed?" he asked. "Yes." "To make the schoolboys believe that Herzen himself had written it in your album?" "Yes, Herzen himself." Again they were silent for 3 minutes. At last Shatov got up from the bed. Go out of my room. I don't care to sit with you." "I'm going," Pyotr Stepanovitch brought out with positive alacrity, getting up at once. "Only one word. Kirillov is quite alone in the lodge now, isn't he, without a servant?" "Quite alone. Get along. I can't stand being in the same room with you." "Well, you are a pleasant customer now," Pyotr Stepanovitch reflected gaily as he went out into the street. "And you will be pleasant this evening too, and that just suits me. Nothing better could be wished. Nothing better could be wished. The Russian God himself seems helping me." End of Part Two, Chapter 6, Section 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 6, Section 7 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 6. Fyodor Stepanovitch is busy. Section 7. He had probably been very busy that day on all sorts of errands, and probably with success, which was reflected in the self-satisfied expression of his face when at 6 o'clock that evening he turned up at Stavrogin's. But he was not at once admitted. Stavrogin had just locked himself in the study with Mavriky Nikolaevitch. This news instantly made Pyotr Stepanovitch anxious. He seated himself close to the study door to wait for the visitor to go away. He could hear conversation, but could not catch the words. The visit did not last long. Soon he heard a noise, the sound of an extremely loud and abrupt voice. Then the door opened and Mavriky Nikolaevitch came out with a very pale face. He did not notice Pyotr Stepanovitch and quickly passed by. Pyotr Stepanovitch instantly ran into the study. I cannot omit a detailed account of the very brief interview that had taken place between the two rivals, an interview which might well have seemed impossible under the circumstances, but which had yet taken place. This is how it had come about. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch had been enjoying an after-dinner nap on the couch in his study when Alexey Yegorytch had announced the unexpected visitor. Hearing the name, he had positively leapt up, unwilling to believe it. But soon a smile gleamed on his lips, a smile of haughty triumph and at the same time of a blank, incredulous wonder. The visitor, Mavriky Nikolaevitch, seemed struck by the expression of that smile as he came in. Anyway, he stood still in the middle of the room, as though uncertain whether to come further in or to turn back. Stavrogin succeeded at once in transforming the expression of his face, and with an air of grave surprise took a step towards him. The visitor did not take his outstretched hand, but awkwardly moved a chair and, not uttering a word, sat down without waiting for his host to do so. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch sat down on the sofa facing him obliquely, and, looking at Mavriky Nikolaevitch, waited in silence. "If you can, marry Lizaveta Nikolaevna," Mavriky Nikolaevitch brought out suddenly at last, and what was most curious, it was impossible to tell from his tone whether it was an entreaty, a recommendation, a surrender, or a command. Stavrogin still remained silent, but the visitor had evidently said all he had come to say, and gazed at him persistently, waiting for an answer. "If I am not mistaken, but it's quite certain, Lizaveta Nikolaevna is already betrothed to you," Stavrogin said at last. "Promised and betrothed," Mavriky Nikolaevitch assented firmly and clearly. "You have quarrelled?" "Excuse me, Mavriky Nikolaevitch." "No, she loves and respects me, those are her words. Her words are more precious than anything." "Of that there can be no doubt." "But let me tell you, if she were standing in the church at her wedding, and you were to call her, she'd give up me and every one and go to you." "From the wedding?" "Yes, and after the wedding." "Aren't you making a mistake?" "No. Under her persistent, sincere, and intense hatred for you, love is flashing out at every moment, and madness. The sincerest infinite love and madness. On the contrary, behind the love she feels for me, which is sincere too, every moment there are flashes of hatred. The most intense hatred. I could never have fancied all these transitions before." "But I wonder, though, how could you come here and dispose of the hand of Lizaveta Nikolaevna? Have you the right to do so? Has she authorized you?" Mavriky Nikolaevitch frowned, and for a minute he looked down.
"That's all words on your part," he brought out suddenly. "Words of revenge and triumph. I am sure you can read between the lines, and is this the time for petty vanity? Haven't you satisfaction enough? Must I really dot my i's and go into it all? Very well, I will dot my i's if you are so anxious for my humiliation. I have no right, it's impossible for me to be authorised. Lizaveta Nikolaevna knows nothing about it, and her betrothed has finally lost his senses and is only fit for a madhouse, and, to crown everything, has come to tell you so himself. You are the only man in the world who can make her happy, and I am the one to make her unhappy. You are trying to get her, you are pursuing her, but, I don't know why, you won't marry her. If it's because of a lovers' quarrel abroad, and I must be sacrificed to end it, sacrifice me. She is too unhappy, and I can't endure it. My words are not a sanction, not a prescription, and so it's no slur on your pride. If you care to take my place at the altar, you can do it without any sanction from me, and there is no ground for me to come to you with a mad proposal, especially as our marriage is utterly impossible after the step I am taking now. I cannot lead her to the altar feeling myself an abject wretch. What I am doing here, in my handing her over to you, perhaps her bitterest foe, is to my mind something so abject that I shall never get over it. Will you shoot yourself on our wedding day? No, much later. Why stain her bridal dress with my blood? Perhaps I shall not shoot myself at all, either now or later. I suppose you want to comfort me by saying that. You? What would the blood of one more mean to you?" He turned pale and his eyes gleamed. A minute of silence followed. "Excuse me for the questions I've asked you," Stavrogin began again. "Some of them I had no business to ask you, but one of them I think I have every right to put to you. Tell me, what facts have led you to form a conclusion as to my feelings for Lizaveta Nikolaevna? I mean to a conviction of a degree of feeling on my part as would justify your coming here and risking such a proposal." "What?" Mavriky Nikolaevitch positively started. "Haven't you been trying to win her? Aren't you trying to win her, and don't you want to win her?" "Generally speaking, I can't speak of my feeling for this woman or that to a third person, or to anyone except the woman herself. You must excuse it, it's a constitutional peculiarity. But to make up for it, I'll tell you the truth about everything else. I am married, and it's impossible for me either to marry or to try to win anyone." Mavriky Nikolaevitch was so astounded that he started back in his chair and for some time stared fixedly into Stavrogin's face. "Only fancy! I never thought of that," he muttered. "You said then, that morning, that you were not married, and so I believed you were not married." He turned terribly pale. Suddenly he brought his fist down on the table with all his might. "If after that confession you don't leave Lizaveta Nikolaevna alone, if you make her unhappy, I'll kill you with my stick like a dog in a ditch." He jumped up and walked quickly out of the room. Pyotr Stepanovitch, running in, found his host in a most unexpected frame of mind. "Ah, it's you!" Stavrogin laughed loudly. His laughter seemed to be provoked simply by the appearance of Pyotr Stepanovitch as he ran in with such impulsive curiosity. "Were you listening at the door? Wait a bit. What have you come about? I promised you something, didn't I? Ah, bah! I remember, to meet our fellows. Let us go. I am delighted. You couldn't have thought of anything more appropriate." He snatched up his hat and they both went at once out of the house. "Are you laughing beforehand at the prospect of seeing 'our fellows'?" chirped gaily Pyotr Stepanovitch, dodging round him with obsequious alacrity, at one moment trying to walk beside his companion on the narrow brick pavement, and at the next running right into the mud of the road. For Stavrogin walked in the middle of the pavement without observing that he left no room for any one else. "I am not laughing at all," he answered loudly and gaily. "On the contrary, I am sure that you have the most serious set of people there." "Surly dullards, as you once deigned to express it." "Nothing is more amusing sometimes than a surly dullard." "Ah, you mean Mavriky Nikolaevitch. I am convinced he came to give up his betrothed to you, eh? I egged him on to do it indirectly, would you believe it? And if he doesn't give her up, we'll take her anyway, won't we? Eh?" Pyotr Stepanovitch knew no doubt that he was running some risk in venturing on such sallies, but when he was excited he preferred to risk anything rather than to remain in uncertainty.
Stavrogin only laughed. "You still reckon you'll help me?" he asked. "If you call me. But you know there's one way, and the best one." "Do I know your way?" "Oh, no, that's a secret for the time. Only remember, a secret has its place." "I know what it costs," Stavrogin muttered to himself, but he restrained himself and was silent. "What it costs? What did you say?" Pyotr Stepanovitch was startled. "I said, damn you and your secret. You'd better be telling me who will be there. I know that we are going to a name day party, but who will be there?" "Oh, all sorts, even Kirillov." "All members of circles? Hang it all, you are in a hurry. There's not one circle formed yet." "How did you manage to distribute so many manifestoes then?" "Where we are going only 4 are members of the circle. The others on probation are spying on one another with jealous eagerness, and bring reports to me. They are a trustworthy set. It's all material which we must organise, and then we must clear out. But you wrote the rules yourself, there's no need to explain." "Are things going badly then? Is there a hitch?" "Going? Couldn't be better. It will amuse you. The first thing which has a tremendous effect is giving them titles. Nothing has more influence than a title. I invent ranks and duties on purpose. I have secretaries, secret spies, treasurers, presidents, registrars, their assistants. They like it awfully, it's taken capitally. Then the next force is sentimentalism, of course. You know, amongst us socialism spreads principally through sentimentalism. But the trouble is, these lieutenants who bite, sometimes you put your foot in it. Then come the out and out rogues. Well, they are a good sort, if you like, and sometimes very useful, but they waste a lot of one's time, they want incessant looking after. And the most important force of all, the cement that holds everything together, is their being ashamed of having an opinion of their own. That is a force. And whose work is it, whose precious achievement is it, that not one idea of their own is left in their heads? They think originality a disgrace." "If so, why do you take so much trouble?" "Why, if people lie simply gaping at every one, how can you resist annexing them? Can you seriously refuse to believe in the possibility of success? Yes, you have the faith, but one wants will. It's just with people like this that success is possible. I tell you I could make them go through fire; one has only to din it into them that they are not advanced enough. The fools reproach me that I have taken in every one here over the Central Committee and the innumerable branches. You once blamed me for it yourself, but where's the deception? You and I are the Central Committee, and there will be as many branches as we like." "And always the same sort of rabble?" "Raw material; even they will be of use." "And you are still reckoning on me?" "You are the chief, you are the head. I shall only be a subordinate, your secretary. We shall take to our barque, you know. The oars are of maple, the sails are of silk. At the helm sits a fair maiden, Lizaveta Nikolaevna. Hang it, how does it go in the ballad?" "He is stuck," laughed Stavrogin. "No, I'd better give you my version. There you reckon on your fingers the forces that make up the circles. All that business of titles and sentimentalism is a very good cement, but there is something better. Persuade 4 members of the circle to do for a 5th on the pretence that he is a traitor, and you'll tie them all together with the blood they've shed as though it were a knot. They'll be your slaves, they won't dare to rebel or call you to account. Ha ha ha!" "But you shall pay for those words," Pyotr Stepanovitch thought to himself, "and this very evening, in fact. You go too far." This or something like this must have been Pyotr Stepanovitch's reflection. They were approaching Virginsky's house. "You've represented me, no doubt, as a member from abroad, an inspector in connection with the International?" Stavrogin asked suddenly. "No, not an inspector. You won't be an inspector. But you are one of the original members from abroad. Who knows the most important secrets, that's your rôle. You are going to speak, of course." "What's put that idea into your head? Now you are bound to speak." Stavrogin positively stood still in the middle of the street in surprise, not far from a street lamp. Pyotr Stepanovitch faced his scrutiny calmly and defiantly. Stavrogin cursed and went on. "And are you going to speak?" he suddenly asked Pyotr Stepanovitch. "No, I am going to listen to you." "Damn you! You really are giving me an idea." "What idea?" Pyotr Stepanovitch asked quickly. "Perhaps I will speak there, but afterwards I will give you a hiding, and a sound one too, you know." By the way, I told Karmazinov this morning that you said he ought to be thrashed, and not simply as a form, but to hurt, as they flog peasants." "But I never said such a thing." "Ha ha!" "No matter. Ce non è vero." "Well, thanks, I am truly obliged." "And another thing. Do you know Karmazinov says that the essence of our creed is the negation of honour, and that by the open advocacy of a right to be dishonourable a Russian can be won over more easily than by anything." "An excellent saying! Golden words!" cried Stavrogin. "He's hit the mark there. The right to dishonour. Why, they'd all flock to us for that, not one would stay behind. And listen, Verhovensky, you are not one of the higher police, are you?" "Anyone who has a question like that in his mind doesn't utter it." "I understand, but we are by ourselves." "No, so far I am not one of the higher police. Enough! Here we are. Compose your features, Stavrogin, I always do mine when I go in. A gloomy expression, that's all, nothing more is wanted. It's a very simple business." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 1. Of the Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7. A Meeting. Section 1. Virginsky lived in his own house, or rather his wife's, in Muravyin Street. It was a wooden house of one story, and there were no lodgers in it. On the pretext of Virginsky's name-day party, about 15 guests were assembled, but the entertainment was not in the least like an ordinary provincial name-day party. From the very beginning of their married life, the husband and wife had agreed once for all that it was utterly stupid to invite friends to celebrate name-days, and that there is nothing to rejoice about in fact. In a few years they had succeeded in completely cutting themselves off from all society. Though he was a man of some ability, and by no means very poor, he somehow seemed to every one an eccentric fellow who was fond of solitude and, what's more, stuck up in conversation. Madame Virginsky was a midwife by profession, and by that very fact was on the lowest rung of the social ladder, lower even than the priest's wife, in spite of her husband's rank as an officer. But she was conspicuously lacking in the humility befitting her position. And after her very stupid and unpardonably open liaison on principle with Captain Lebyadkin, a notorious rogue, even the most indulgent of our ladies turned away from her with marked contempt. But Madame Virginsky accepted all this as though it were what she wanted. It is remarkable that those very ladies applied to Irina Prohorovna, that is Madame Virginsky, when they were in an interesting condition, rather than to any of the other three accoucheuses of the town. She was sent for even by country families living in the neighbourhood, so great was the belief in her knowledge, luck, and skill in critical cases. It ended in her practising only among the wealthiest ladies; she was greedy of money. Feeling her power to the full, she ended by not putting herself out for any one. Possibly on purpose, indeed, in her practice in the best houses she used to scare nervous patients by the most incredible and nihilistic disregard of good manners, or by jeering at everything holy, at the very time when everything holy might have come in most useful. Our town doctor, Rozanoff he too was an accoucheur asserted most positively that on one occasion, when a patient in labour was crying out and calling on the name of the Almighty, a free‐thinking sally from Arina Prohorovna, fired off like a pistol shot, had so terrifying an effect on the patient that it greatly accelerated her delivery. But though she was a nihilist, Madame Virginsky did not, when occasion arose, disdain social or even old‐fashioned superstitions and customs if they could be of any advantage to herself. She would never, for instance, have stayed away from a baby's christening, and always put on a green silk dress with a train, and adorned her chignon with curls and ringlets for such events, though at other times she positively revelled in slovenliness.
and though during the ceremony she always maintained the most insolent air, so that she put the clergy to confusion, yet when it was over she invariably handed champagne to the guests, it was for that she came and dressed up, and it was no use trying to take the glass without a contribution to her porridge bowl. The guests who assembled that evening at Virginsky's, mostly men, had a casual, an exceptional air. There was no supper nor cards. In the middle of the large drawing room, which was papered with extremely old blue paper, two tables had been put together and covered with a large though not quite clean tablecloth, and on them two samovars were boiling. The end of the table was taken up by a huge tray with 25 glasses on it, and a basket with ordinary French bread cut into a number of slices, as one sees it in genteel boarding schools for boys or girls. The tea was poured out by a maiden lady of 30, Arina Prohorovna's sister, a silent and malevolent creature, with flaxen hair and no eyebrows, who shared her sister's progressive ideas and was an object of terror to Virginsky himself and domestic life. There were only three ladies in the room: the lady of the house, her eyebrowless sister, and Virginsky's sister, a girl who had just arrived from Petersburg. Arina Prohorovna, a good-looking and buxom woman of 27, rather dishevelled, in an everyday greenish woollen dress, was sitting scanning the guests with her bold eyes, and her look seemed in haste to say, "You see, I am not in the least afraid of anything." Miss Virginsky, a rosy cheeked student and a nihilist, who was also good looking, short, plump, and round as a little ball, had settled herself beside Arina Prohorovna, almost in her travelling clothes. She held a roll of paper in her hand and scrutinised the guests with impatient and roving eyes. Virginsky himself was rather unwell that evening, but he came in and sat in an easy chair by the tea table. All the guests were sitting down too, and the orderly way in which they were ranged on chairs suggested a meeting. Evidently all were expecting something and were filling up the interval with loud but irrelevant conversation. When Stavrogin and Verhovensky appeared there was a sudden hush. But I must be allowed to give a few explanations to make things clear. I believe that all these people had come together in the agreeable expectation of hearing something particularly interesting, and had notice of it beforehand. They were the flower of the reddest radicalism of our ancient town, and had been carefully picked out by Virginsky for this meeting. I may remark too that some of them, though not very many, had never visited him before. Of course most of the guests had no clear idea why they had been summoned. It was true that at that time all took Pyotr Stepanovitch for a fully authorized emissary from abroad. This idea had somehow taken root among them at once and naturally flattered them. And yet among the citizens assembled ostensibly to keep a name day there were some who had been approached with definite proposals. Pyotr Verhovensky had succeeded in getting together a quintet amongst us, like the one he had already formed in Moscow and, as appeared later, in our province among the officers. It was said that he had another in X province. This quintet of the elect were sitting now at the general table, and very skilfully succeeded in giving themselves the air of being quite ordinary people, so that no one could have known them. They were, since it is no longer a secret, first Liputin, then Virginsky himself, then Shigalov, a gentleman with long ears, the brother of Madame Virginsky, Lyamshin, and lastly a strange person called Tolkatchenko, a man of 40, who is famed for his vast knowledge of the people, especially of thieves and robbers. He used to frequent the taverns on purpose, though not only with the object of studying the people, and plumed himself on his shabby clothes, tarred boots, and crafty wink, and a flourish of peasant phrases. Lyamshin had once or twice brought him to Stepan Trofimovitch's gatherings, where, however, he did not make a great sensation. He used to make his appearance in the town from time to time, chiefly when he was out of a job. He was employed on the railway. Every one of these fine champions had formed this first group in the fervent conviction that their quintet was only one of hundreds and thousands of similar groups scattered all over Russia.
and that they all depended on some immense central but secret power, which in its turn was intimately connected with the revolutionary movement all over Europe. But I regret to say that even at that time there was beginning to be dissension among them. Though they had, ever since the spring, been expecting Pyotr Verhovensky, whose coming had been heralded first by Tolkatchenko and then by the arrival of Shigalov, though they had expected extraordinary miracles from him, and though they had responded to his first summons without the slightest criticism, yet they had no sooner formed the quintet than they all somehow seemed to feel insulted, and I really believe it was owing to the promptitude with which they consented to join. They had joined, of course, from a not ignoble feeling of shame, for fear people might say afterwards that they had not dared to join. Still they felt Pyotr Verhovensky ought to have appreciated their heroism and have rewarded it by telling them some really important bits of news at least. But Verhovensky was not at all inclined to satisfy their legitimate curiosity, and told them nothing but what was necessary. He treated them in general with great sternness and even rather casually. This was positively irritating, and Comrade Shigalov was already egging the others on to insist on his explaining himself, though of course not at Virginsky's, where so many outsiders were present. I have an idea that the above mentioned members of the first quintet were disposed to suspect that among the guests of Virginsky's that evening some were members of other groups, unknown to them, belonging to the same secret organization, and founded in the town by the same Verhovensky, so that in fact all present were suspecting one another, and posed in various ways to one another, which gave the whole party a very perplexing and even romantic air. Yet there were persons present who were beyond all suspicion. For instance, a major in the service, a near relation of Virginsky, a perfectly innocent person who had not been invited but had come of himself for the name-day celebration, so that it was impossible not to receive him. But Virginsky was quite unperturbed, as the major was incapable of betraying them. For in spite of his stupidity he had all his life been fond of dropping in wherever extreme radicals met. He did not sympathize with their ideas himself, but was very fond of listening to them. What's more, he had even been compromised in deed. It had happened in his youth that whole bundles of manifestoes and of numbers of The Bell had passed through his hands, and although he had been afraid even to open them, yet he would have considered it absolutely contemptible to refuse to distribute them, and there are such people in Russia even to this day. The rest of the guests were either types of honourable amour propre, crushed and embittered, or types of the generous impulsiveness of ardent youth. There were 2 or 3 teachers, of whom one, a lame man of 45, a master in the high school, was a very malicious and strikingly vain person, and 2 or 3 officers. Of the latter, one very young artillery officer who had only just come from a military training school, a silent lad who had not yet made friends with anyone, turned up now at Virginsky's with a pencil in his hand, and, scarcely taking any part in the conversation, continually made notes in his notebook. Everybody saw this, but every one pretended not to. There was, too, an idle divinity student who had helped Lyamshin to put indecent photographs into the gospel woman's pack. He was a solid youth, with a free and easy though mistrustful manner, with an unchangeably satirical smile, together with a calm air of triumphant faith in his own perfection. There was also present, I don't know why, the mayor's son, that unpleasant and prematurely exhausted youth to whom I have referred already in telling the story of the lieutenant's little wife. He was silent the whole evening. Finally there was a very enthusiastic and tousle-headed schoolboy of 18, who sat with the gloomy air of a young man whose dignity has been wounded, evidently distressed by his 18 years. This infant was already the head of an independent group of conspirators which had been formed in the highest class of the gymnasium, as it came out afterwards to the surprise of every one. I haven't mentioned Shatov. He was there at the farthest corner of the table, his chair pushed back a little out of the row. He gazed at the ground, was gloomily silent, refused tea and bread, and did not for one instant let his cap go out of his hand as though to show that he was not a visitor but had come on business. and when he liked would get up and go away. Kirillov was not far from him. He too was very silent, but he did not look at the ground. On the contrary, he scrutinized intently every speaker with his fixed, lustreless eyes, and listened to everything without the slightest emotion or surprise. Some of the visitors who had never seen him before stole thoughtful glances at him. I can't say whether Madame Virginsky knew anything about the existence of the quintet. I imagine she knew everything, and from her husband. The girl student, of course, took no part in anything, but she had an anxiety of her own. She intended to stay only a day or two, and then to go on farther and farther from one university town to another, to show active sympathy with the sufferings of poor students, and to rouse them to protest. She was taking with her some hundreds of copies of a lithographed appeal, I believe of her own composition. It is remarkable that the schoolboy conceived an almost murderous hatred for her from the first moment, though he saw her for the first time in his life, and she felt the same for him. The Major was her uncle and met her to day for the first time after 10 years. When Stavrogin and Verhovensky came in, her cheeks were as red as cranberries. She had just quarrelled with her uncle over his views on the woman question. End of Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 2a of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7, A Meeting. Section 2a. With conspicuous nonchalance Verhovensky lounged in the chair at the upper end of the table, almost without greeting anyone. His expression was disdainful and even haughty. Stavrogin bowed politely, but in spite of the fact that they were all only waiting for them, everybody, as though acting on instruction, appeared scarcely to notice them. The lady of the house turned severely to Stavrogin as soon as he was seated. "Stavrogin, will you have tea?" "Please," he answered. "Tea for Stavrogin," she commanded her sister at the samovar. "And you, will you?" This was to Verhovensky. "Of course. What a question to ask a visitor! And give me cream too. You always give one such filthy stuff by way of tea, and with a name day party in the house." "What, you believe in keeping name days too?" the girl student laughed suddenly. "We were just talking of that." "That's stale," muttered the schoolboy at the other end of the table. "What's stale? To disregard conventions, even the most innocent, is not stale. On the contrary, to the disgrace of every one, so far it's a novelty," the girl student answered instantly, darting forward on her chair. "Besides, there are no innocent conventions," she added with intensity. "I only meant," cried the schoolboy with tremendous excitement, "to say that though conventions of course are stale and must be eradicated, yet about name days everybody knows that they are stupid and very stale to waste precious time upon, which has been wasted already all over the world, so that it would be as well to sharpen one's wits on something more useful." "You drag it out so, one can't understand what you mean," shouted the girl. "I think that every one has a right to express an opinion as well as every one else, and if I want to express my opinion like anybody else..." "No one is attacking your right to give an opinion," the lady of the house herself cut in sharply. "You are only asked not to ramble, because no one can make out what you mean." "But allow me to remark that you are not treating me with respect. If I couldn't fully express my thought, it's not from want of thought, but from too much thought," the schoolboy muttered, almost in despair, losing his thread completely. "If you don't know how to talk, you'd better keep quiet," blurted out the girl. The schoolboy positively jumped from his chair. "I only wanted to state," he shouted, crimson with shame and afraid to look about him, "that you only wanted to show off your cleverness because Mr. Stavrogin came in. So there!" "That's a nasty and immoral idea, and shows the worthlessness of your development. I beg you not to address me again," the girl rattled off. "Stavrogin," began the lady of the house, "they've been discussing the rights of the family before you came. This officer here," she nodded towards her relation the Major, "and of course I am not going to worry you with such stale nonsense, which has been dealt with long ago.
But how have the rights and duties of the family come about in the superstitious form in which they exist at present? That's the question. What's your opinion?" "What do you mean by 'come about'?" Stavrogin asked in his turn. "We know, for instance, that the superstition about God came from thunder and lightning." The girl student rushed into the fray again, staring at Stavrogin with her eyes almost jumping out of her head. "It's well known that primitive man, scared by thunder and lightning, made a god of the unseen enemy, feeling their weakness before it. But how did the superstition of the family arise? How did the family itself arise?" "That's not quite the same thing," Madame Virginsky tried to check her. "I think the answer to this question wouldn't be quite discreet," answered Stavrogin. "How so?" said the girl student, craning forward suddenly. But there was an audible titter in the group of teachers, which was at once caught up at the other end by Lyamshin and the schoolboy, and followed by a hoarse chuckle from the major. "You ought to write vaudevilles," Madame Virginsky observed to Stavrogin. "It does you no credit. I don't know what your name is," the girl rapped out with positive indignation. "And don't you be too forward," boomed the major. "You are a young lady and you ought to behave modestly. And you keep jumping about as though you were sitting on a needle." "Kindly hold your tongue and don't address me familiarly with your nasty comparisons. I've never seen you before and I don't recognise the relationship." "But I am your uncle. I used to carry you about when you were a baby." "I don't care what babies you used to carry about. I didn't ask you to carry me. It must have been a pleasure to you to do so, you rude officer. And allow me to observe, don't dare to address me so familiarly unless it's as a fellow citizen. I forbid you to do it, once for all." "There, they are all like that," cried the major, banging the table with his fist and addressing Stavrogin who was sitting opposite. "But allow me. I am fond of liberalism and modern ideas, and I am fond of listening to clever conversation. Masculine conversation, though, I warn you. But to listen to these women, these nightly windmills, no, that makes me ache all over. Don't wriggle about," he shouted to the girl, who was leaping up from her chair. "No, it's my turn to speak. I've been insulted." "You can't say anything yourself and only hinder other people talking," the lady of the house grumbled indignantly. "No, I will have my say," said the major hotly, addressing Stavrogin. "I reckon on you, Mr. Stavrogin, as a fresh person who has only just come on the scene, though I haven't the honour of knowing you. Without men they'll perish like flies, that's what I think. All their woman question is only lack of originality. I assure you that all this woman question has been invented for them by men in foolishness and to their own hurt. I only thank God I am not married. There's not the slightest variety in them. They can't even invent a simple pattern. They have to get men to invent them for them. Here I used to carry her in my arms, used to dance the mazurka with her when she was 10 years old. To day she's come, naturally I fly to embrace her, and at the second word she tells me there's no God. She might have waited a little, she was in too great a hurry. Clever people don't believe, I dare say, but that's from their cleverness. 'But you, chicken, what do you know about God?' I said to her. 'Some student taught you, and if he'd taught you to light the lamp before the ikons you would have lighted it.'" "You keep telling lies. You are a very spiteful person. I proved to you just now the untenability of your position," the girl answered contemptuously, as though disdaining further explanations with such a man. "I told you just now that we've all been taught in the catechism, if you honour your father and your parents you will live long and have wealth. That's in the Ten Commandments. If God thought it necessary to offer rewards for love, your God must be immoral. That's how I proved it to you. It wasn't the second word, and it was because you asserted your rights. It's not my fault if you are stupid and don't understand even now. You are offended and you are spiteful, and that's what explains all your generation." "You're a goose," said the major, "and you are a fool." "You can call me names?" "Excuse me, Kapiton Maximitch, you told me yourself you don't believe in God," Liputin piped from the other end of the table. "What if I did say so? That's a different matter. I believe, perhaps, only not altogether. Even if I don't believe altogether, still I don't say God ought to be shot. I used to think about God before I left the Hussars. From all the poems you would think that hussars do nothing but carouse and drink. Yes, I did drink, maybe, but would you believe it? I used to jump out of bed at night and stood crossing myself before the images with nothing but my socks on.
praying to God to give me faith. For even then I couldn't be at peace as to whether there was a God or not. It used to fret me so. In the morning, of course, one would amuse oneself and one's faith would seem to be lost again. And in fact I've noticed that faith always seems to be less in the daytime." "Haven't you any cards?" asked Verhovensky with a mighty yawn, addressing Madame Virginsky. "I sympathise with your question, I sympathise entirely," the girl student broke in hotly, flushed with indignation at the major's words. "We are wasting precious time listening to silly talk," snapped out the lady of the house, and she looked reprovingly at her husband. The girl pulled herself together. "I wanted to make a statement to the meeting concerning the sufferings of the students and their protest, but as time is being wasted in immoral conversation..." "There's no such thing as moral or immoral," the schoolboy brought out, unable to restrain himself as soon as the girl began. "I knew that, Mr. Schoolboy, long before you were taught it." "And I maintain," he answered savagely, "that you are a child come from Petersburg to enlighten us all, though we know for ourselves the commandment 'Honour thy father and thy mother,' which you could not repeat correctly, and the fact that it's immoral every one in Russia knows from Byelinsky." "Are we ever to have an end of this?" Madame Virginsky said resolutely to her husband. As the hostess she blushed for the ineptitude of the conversation, especially as she noticed smiles and even astonishment among the guests who had been invited for the first time. "Gentlemen," said Virginsky, suddenly lifting up his voice, "if anyone wishes to say anything more nearly connected with our business, or has any statement to make, I call upon him to do so without wasting time." "I'll venture to ask one question," said the lame teacher suavely. He had been sitting particularly decorously and had not spoken till then. "I should like to know, are we some sort of meeting, or are we simply a gathering of ordinary mortals paying a visit? I ask simply for the sake of order and so as not to remain in ignorance." This sly question made an impression. People looked at each other, every one expecting someone else to answer, and suddenly all, as though at a word of command, turned their eyes to Verhovensky and Stavrogin. "I suggest our voting on the answer to the question whether we are a meeting or not," said Madame Virginsky. "I entirely agree with the suggestion," Liputin chimed in, "though the question is rather vague." "I agree too." "And so do I," cried voices. "I too think it would make our proceedings more in order," confirmed Virginsky. "To the vote then," said his wife. "Lyamshin, please sit down to the piano. You can give your vote from there when the voting begins." "Again?" cried Lyamshin. "I've strummed enough for you." "I beg you most particularly, sit down and play. Don't you care to do anything for the cause?" "But I assure you, Arina Prohorovna, nobody is eavesdropping. It's only your fancy. Besides, the windows are high and people would not understand if they did hear." "We don't understand ourselves," someone muttered. "But I tell you one must always be on one's guard. I mean in case there should be spies," she explained to Verhovensky. "Let them hear from the street that we have music and a name‐day party." "Hang it all!" Lyamshin swore, and sitting down to the piano began strumming a valse, banging on the keys almost with his fists at random. "I propose that those who want it to be a meeting should put up their right hands," Madame Virginsky proposed. Some put them up, others did not; some held them up and then put them down again, and then held them up again. "Foo! I don't understand it at all," one officer shouted. "I don't either," cried the other. "Oh, I understand," cried a third. "If it's yes, you hold your hand up." "But what does yes mean?" "Means a meeting." "No, it means not a meeting." "I voted for a meeting," cried the schoolboy to Madame Virginsky. "Then why didn't you hold up your hand?" "I was looking at you. You didn't hold up yours, so I didn't hold up mine." "How stupid! I didn't hold up my hand because I proposed it. Gentlemen, now I propose the contrary. Those who want a meeting sit still and do nothing; those who don't hold up their right hands." "Those who don't want it?" inquired the schoolboy. "Are you doing it on purpose?" cried Madame Virginsky wrathfully. "No, excuse me. Those who want it or those who don't want it. One must know that definitely," cried two or three voices. "Those who don't want it, those who don't want it." "Yes, but what is one to do? Hold up one's hand or not hold it up if one doesn't want it?" cried an officer. "Ech! "We are not accustomed to constitutional methods yet," remarked the major. "Mr. Lyamshin, excuse me, but you are thumping so that no one can hear anything," observed the lame teacher. "But upon my word, Arina Prohorovna, nobody is listening, really," cried Lyamshin, jumping up. "I won't play. I've come to you as a visitor, not as a drummer." "Gentlemen," Virginsky went on, "answer verbally, are we a meeting or not?" We are," was heard on all sides. "If so, there's no need to vote, that's enough. Are you satisfied, gentlemen? Is there any need to put it to the vote?" "No need, no need, we understand." "Perhaps someone doesn't want it to be a meeting." "No, no, we all want it." "But what does meeting mean?" cried a voice. No one answered. "We must choose a chairman," people cried from different parts of the room. "Our host, of course, our host." "Gentlemen, if so," Virginsky, the chosen chairman, began, "I propose my original motion. If anyone wants to say anything more relevant to the subject, or has some statement to make, let him bring it forward without loss of time." There was a general silence. The eyes of all were turned again on Verhovensky and Stavrogin. "Verhovensky, have you no statement to make?" Madame Virginsky asked him directly. "Nothing whatever," he answered, yawning and stretching on his chair. "But I should like a glass of brandy." "Stavrogin, don't you want to?" "Thank you, I don't drink." "I mean, don't you want to speak, not don't you want brandy?" "To speak? What about? No, I don't want to." "They'll bring you some brandy," she answered Verhovensky. The girl student got up. She had darted up several times already. "I have come to make a statement about the sufferings of poor students and the means of rousing them to protest." But she broke it off. At the other end of the table a rival had risen, and all eyes turned to him. Shigalov, the man with the long ears, slowly rose from his seat with a gloomy and sullen air, and mournfully laid on the table a thick notebook filled with extremely small handwriting. He remained standing in silence. Many people looked at the notebook in consternation, but Liputin, Virginsky, and the lame teacher seemed pleased. "I ask leave to address the meeting," Shigalov pronounced sullenly but resolutely. "You have leave," Virginsky gave his sanction. The orator sat down, was silent for half a minute, and pronounced in a solemn voice, "Gentlemen." "Here's the brandy." The sister who had been pouring out tea and had gone to fetch brandy rapped out, contemptuously and disdainfully putting the bottle before Verhovensky, together with the wine glass which she brought in her fingers without a tray or a plate. The interrupted orator made a dignified pause. "Never mind, go on, I am not listening," cried Verhovensky, pouring himself out a glass. "Gentlemen, asking your attention and, as you will see later, soliciting your aid in a matter of the first importance," Shigalov began again, "I must make some prefatory remarks." "Arina Prohorovna, haven't you some scissors?" Pyotr Stepanovitch asked suddenly. "What do you want scissors for?" she asked, with wide open eyes. "I've forgotten to cut my nails. I've been meaning to for the last 3 days," he observed, scrutinising his long and dirty nails with unruffled composure. Arina Prohorovna crimsoned, but Miss Virginsky seemed pleased. "I believe I saw them just now on the window." She got up from the table, went and found the scissors, and at once brought them. Pyotr Stepanovitch did not even look at her, took the scissors and set to work with them. Arina Prohorovna grasped that these were realistic manners, and was ashamed of her sensitiveness. People looked at one another in silence. The lame teacher looked vindictively and enviously at Verhovensky. Shigalov went on. "Dedicating my energies to the study of the social organisation, which is in the future to replace the present condition of things, I've come to the conviction that all makers of social systems, from ancient times up to the present year, 1870, have been dreamers, tellers of fairy tales, fools who contradicted themselves, who understood nothing of natural science and the strange animal called man. Plato, Rousseau, Fourier, columns of aluminium are only fit for sparrows and not for human society. But now that we are all at last preparing to act, a new form of social organisation is essential. In order to avoid further uncertainty, I propose my own system of world organisation. Here it is." He tapped the notebook.
I wanted to expound my views to the meeting in the most concise form possible, but I see that I should need to add a great many verbal explanations, and so the whole exposition would occupy at least 10 evenings, one for each of my chapters." There was the sound of laughter. "I must add besides that my system is not yet complete." Laughter again. "I am perplexed by my own data, and my conclusion is a direct contradiction of the original idea with which I start. Starting from unlimited freedom, I arrive at unlimited despotism. I will add, however, that there can be no solution of the social problem but mine." The laughter grew louder and louder, but it came chiefly from the younger and less initiated visitors. There was an expression of some annoyance on the faces of Madame Virginsky, Liputin, and the lame teacher. End of Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 2A. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7, Section 2B, of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 7, A Meeting, Section 2B. If you've been unsuccessful in making your system consistent, and have been reduced to despair yourself, what could we do with it? One officer observed warily. "You are right, Mr. Officer," Shigalov turned sharply to him, "especially in using the word despair. Yes, I am reduced to despair. Nevertheless, nothing can take the place of the system set forth in my book, and there is no other way out of it. No one can invent anything else. And so I hasten without loss of time to invite the whole society to listen for 10 evenings to my book and then give their opinions of it. If the members are unwilling to listen to me, let us break up from the start, the men to take up service under government, the women to their cooking. For if you reject my solution you'll find no other, none whatever. If they let the opportunity slip, it will simply be their loss, for they will be bound to come back to it again." There was a stir in the company. "Is he mad or what?" voices asked. "So the whole point lies in Shigalov's despair," Lyamshin commented, "and the essential question is whether he must despair or not." "Shigalov's being on the brink of despair is a personal question," declared the schoolboy. "I propose we put it to the vote how far Shigalov's despair affects the common cause, and at the same time whether it's worth while listening to him or not," an officer suggested gaily. "That's not right." The lame teacher put in his spoke at last. As a rule he spoke with a rather mocking smile, so that it was difficult to make out whether he was in earnest or joking. "That's not right, gentlemen. Mr. Shigalov is too much devoted to his task and is also too modest. I know his book. He suggests as a final solution of the question the division of mankind into two unequal parts. 1/10 enjoys absolute liberty and unbounded power over the other 9/10. The others have to give up all individuality and become, so to speak, a herd, and through boundless submission will by a series of regenerations attain primeval innocence, something like the Garden of Eden. They'll have to work, however. The measures proposed by the author for depriving 9/10 of mankind of their freedom and transforming them into a herd through the education of whole generations are very remarkable, founded on the facts of nature and highly logical. One may not agree with some of the deductions, but it would be difficult to doubt the intelligence and knowledge of the author. It's a pity that the time required, 10 evenings, is impossible to arrange for, or we might hear a great deal that's interesting." "Can you be in earnest?" Madame Virginsky addressed the lame gentleman with a shade of positive uneasiness in her voice. "When that man doesn't know what to do with people and so turns 9/10 of them into slaves? I've suspected him for a long time." "You say that of your own brother?" asked the lame man. "Relationship? Are you laughing at me?" "And besides, to work for aristocrats and to obey them as though they were gods is contemptible," observed the girl student fiercely. "What I propose is not contemptible. It's paradise, an earthly paradise, and there can be no other on earth," Shigalov pronounced authoritatively. "For my part," said Lyamshin, "if I didn't know what to do with 9/10 of mankind, I'd take them and blow them up into the air instead of putting them in paradise. I'd only leave a handful of educated people, who would live happily ever afterwards on scientific principles." "No one but a buffoon can talk like that," cried the girl, flaring up. "He is a buffoon, but he is of use," Madame Virginsky whispered to her. "And possibly that would be the best solution of the problem," said Shigalov, turning hotly to Lyamshin. "You certainly don't know what a profound thing you've succeeded in saying, my merry friend. But as it's hardly possible to carry out your idea, we must confine ourselves to an earthly paradise, since that's what they call it." "This is pretty thorough rot," broke, as though involuntarily, from Verhovensky. Without even raising his eyes, however, he went on cutting his nails with perfect nonchalance. "Why is it rot?" The lame man took it up instantly, as though he had been lying in wait for his first words, to catch at them. "Why is it rot? Mr. Shigalov is somewhat fanatical in his love for humanity, but remember that Fourier, still more Cabet and even Proudhon himself, advocated a number of the most despotic and even fantastic measures. Mr. Shigalov is perhaps far more sober in his suggestions than they are. I assure you that when one reads his book it's almost impossible not to agree with some things. He is perhaps less far from realism than anyone, and his earthly paradise is almost the real one, if it ever existed, for the loss of which man is always sighing." "I knew I was in for something," Verhovensky muttered again. "Allow me," said the lame man, getting more and more excited. "Conversations and arguments about the future organisation of society are almost an actual necessity for all thinking people nowadays. Herzen was occupied with nothing else all his life. Byelinsky, as I know on very good authority, used to spend whole evenings with his friends debating and settling beforehand even the minutest, so to speak, domestic details of the social organisation of the future." "Some people go crazy over it," the major observed suddenly. "We are more likely to arrive at something by talking, anyway, than by sitting silent and posing as dictators," Liputin hissed, as though at last venturing to begin the attack. "I didn't mean Shigalov when I said it was rot," Verhovensky mumbled. "You see, gentlemen," he raised his eyes a trifle, "to my mind, all these books, Fourier, Cabet, all this talk about the right to work, and Shigalov's theories, are all like novels of which one can write 100,000, an aesthetic entertainment. I can understand that in this little town you are bored, so you rush to ink and paper." "Excuse me," said the lame man, wriggling on his chair. "Though we are provincials and of course objects of commiseration on that ground, yet we know that so far nothing has happened in the world new enough to be worth our weeping at having missed it. It is suggested to us in various pamphlets made abroad and secretly distributed that we should unite and form groups with the sole object of bringing about universal destruction. It's urged that, however much you tinker with the world, you can't make a good job of it, but that by cutting off 100 million heads and so lightening one's burden, one can jump over the ditch more safely. A fine idea, no doubt, but quite as impracticable as Shigalov's theories, which you referred to just now so contemptuously." "Well, but I haven't come here for discussion." Verhovensky let drop this significant phrase, and as though quite unaware of his blunder, drew the candle nearer to him that he might see better. "It's a pity, a great pity that you haven't come for discussion, and it's a great pity that you are so taken up just now with your toilette." "What's my toilette to you?" "To remove 100 million heads is as difficult as to transform the world by propaganda. Possibly more difficult, especially in Russia," Liputin ventured again. "It's Russia they rest their hopes on now," said an officer. "We've heard they are resting their hopes on it," interposed the lame man. "We know that a mysterious finger is pointing to our delightful country as the land most fitted to accomplish the great task. But there's this: by the gradual solution of the problem by propaganda I shall gain something anyway. I shall have some pleasant talk at least, and shall even get some recognition from government for my services to the cause of society. But in the second way, by the rapid method of cutting off 100 million heads, what benefit shall I get personally? If you began advocating that, your tongue might be cut out." "Yours certainly would be," observed Verhovensky. "You see? And as under the most favourable circumstances you would not get through such a massacre in less than 50 or at the best 30 years, for they are not sheep, you know, and perhaps they would not let themselves be slaughtered. Wouldn't it be better to pack one's bundle and migrate to some quiet island beyond calm seas, and there close one's eyes tranquilly? Believe me," he tapped the table significantly with his finger, "you will only promote emigration by such propaganda and nothing else." He finished evidently triumphant. He was one of the intellects of the province. Liputin smiled slyly, Virginsky listened rather dejectedly, the others followed the discussion with great attention, especially the ladies and officers. They all realised that the advocate of the 100,000,000 heads theory had been driven into a corner, and waited to see what would come of it. "That was a good saying of yours, though," Verhovensky mumbled more carelessly than ever, in fact with an air of positive boredom. "Emigration is a good idea. But all the same, if in spite of all the obvious disadvantages you foresee, more and more come forward every day ready to fight for the common cause, it will be able to do without you. It's a new religion, my good friend, coming to take the place of the old one. That's why so many fighters come forward, and it's a big movement. You'd better emigrate. And you know, I should advise Dresden, not the calm islands. To begin with, it's a town that has never been visited by an epidemic. And as you are a man of culture, no doubt you are afraid of death. Another thing, it's near the Russian frontier, so you can more easily receive your income from your beloved fatherland. Thirdly, it contains what are called treasures of art, and you are a man of aesthetic tastes, formerly a teacher of literature, I believe. And, finally, it has a miniature Switzerland of its own, to provide you with poetic inspiration, for no doubt you write verse. In fact, it's a treasure in a nutshell." There was a general movement, especially among the officers. In another instant they would have all begun talking at once. But the lame man rose irritably to the bait. "No, perhaps I am not going to give up the common cause. You must understand that." "What, would you join the quintet if I proposed it to you?" Verhovensky boomed suddenly, and he laid down the scissors. Every one seemed startled. The mysterious man had revealed himself too freely. He had even spoken openly of the quintet. "Every one feels himself to be an honest man, and will not shirk his part in the common cause." The lame man tried to wriggle out of it. "But..." "No, this is not a question which allows of a 'but,'" Verhovensky interrupted harshly and peremptorily. "I tell you, gentlemen, I must have a direct answer. I quite understand that, having come here and having called you together myself, I am bound to give you explanations." Again an unexpected revelation. "But I can give you none till I know what is your attitude to the subject. To cut the matter short, for we can't go on talking for another 30 years, as people have done for the last 30, I ask you which you prefer: the slow way, which consists in the composition of socialistic romances and the academic ordering of the destinies of humanity 1,000 years hence, while despotism will swallow the savoury morsels, which would almost fly into your mouths of themselves if you'd take a little trouble, or do you, whatever it may imply, prefer a quicker way, which will at last untie your hands and will let humanity make its own social organisation in freedom and in action, not on paper? They shout 100,000,000 heads. That may be only a metaphor, but why be afraid of it, if, with a slow daydream on paper, despotism in the course of some 100 years will devour not 100 but 500,000,000 heads? Take note, too, that an incurable invalid will not be cured whatever prescriptions are written for him on paper. On the contrary, if there is delay, he will grow so corrupt that he will infect us too, and contaminate all the fresh forces which one might still reckon upon now, so that we shall all at last come to grief together. I thoroughly agree that it's extremely agreeable to chatter liberally and eloquently, but action is a little trying. However, I am no hand at talking. I came here with communications, and so I beg all the honourable company not to vote, but simply and directly to state which you prefer: walking at a snail's pace in the marsh, or putting on full steam to get across it." "I am certainly for crossing at full steam," cried the schoolboy in an ecstasy. "So am I," Lyamshin chimed in. "There can be no doubt about the choice," muttered an officer, followed by another, then by someone else. What struck them all most was that Verhovensky had come "with communications," and had himself just promised to speak. "Gentlemen, I see that almost all decide for the policy of the manifestoes," he said, looking round at the company. "All, all!" cried the majority of voices. "I confess I am rather in favour of a more humane policy," said the Major, "but as all are on the other side, I go with all the rest." "It appears, then, that even you are not opposed to it," said Verhovensky, addressing the lame man. "I am not exactly..." said the latter, turning rather red. "But if I do agree with the rest now, it's simply not to break up..." "You are all like that. Ready to argue for 6 months to practise your liberal eloquence, and in the end you vote the same as the rest. Gentlemen, consider though, is it true that you are all ready?" "Ready for what?" The question was vague but very alluring. "All are, of course," voices were heard, but all were looking at one another. "But afterwards perhaps you will resent having agreed so quickly. That's almost always the way with you." The company was excited in various ways, greatly excited. The lame man flew at him. "Allow me to observe, however, that answers to such questions are conditional. Even if we have given our decision, you must note that questions put in such a strange way..." "In what strange way?" "In a way such questions are not asked." "Teach me how, please. But do you know, I felt sure you'd be the first to take offence." "You've extracted from us an answer as to our readiness for immediate action. But what right had you to do so? By what authority do you ask such questions?" "You should have thought of asking that question sooner. Why did you answer? You agree and then you go back on it?" "But to my mind the irresponsibility of your principal question suggests to me that you have no authority, no right, and only ask from personal curiosity." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" cried Verhovensky, apparently beginning to be much alarmed. "Why, that the initiation of new members into anything you like is done, anyway, tête à tête, and not in the company of 20 people one doesn't know," blurted out the lame man. He had said all that was in his mind because he was too irritated to restrain himself. Verhovensky turned to the general company with a capitally simulated look of alarm. "Gentlemen, I deem it my duty to declare that all this is folly, and that our conversation has gone too far. I have so far initiated no one, and no one has the right to say of me that I initiate members. We were simply discussing our opinions. That's so, isn't it? But whether that's so or not, you alarm me very much." He turned to the lame man again. "I had no idea that it was unsafe here to speak of such practically innocent matters except tête à tête. Are you afraid of informers? Can there possibly be an informer among us here?" The excitement became tremendous. All began talking. "Gentlemen, if that is so," Verhovensky went on, "I have compromised myself more than any one. And so I will ask you to answer one question, if you care to, of course, you are all perfectly free." "What question? What question?" every one clamoured. "A question that will make it clear whether we are to remain together or take up our hats and go our several ways without speaking." "The question, the question!" "If any one of us knew of a proposed political murder, would he, in view of all the consequences, go to give information, or would he stay at home and await events? Opinions may differ on this point. The answer to the question will tell us clearly whether we are to separate or to remain together and for far longer than this one evening. Let me appeal to you first." He turned to the lame man. "Why to me first?" "Because you began it all. Be so good as not to prevaricate. It won't help you to be cunning. But please yourself, it's for you to decide." "Excuse me, but such a question is positively insulting." "No? Can't you be more exact than that?" "I've never been an agent of the secret police," replied the latter, wriggling more than ever. "Be so good as to be more definite. Don't keep us waiting." The lame man was so furious that he left off answering. Without a word he glared wrathfully from under his spectacles at his tormentor. "Yes or no? Would you inform or not?" cried Verhovensky. "Of course I wouldn't," the lame man shouted twice as loudly. "And no one would, of course," cried many voices. "Allow me to appeal to you, Mr. Major. Would you inform or not?" Verhovensky went on. "And note that I appeal to you on purpose." "I won't inform." "But you knew that someone meant to rob and murder someone else, an ordinary mortal, then you would inform and give warning?" "Yes, of course. But that's a private affair, while the other would be a political treachery. I've never been an agent of the secret police." "And no one here has," voices cried again. "It's an unnecessary question. Every one will make the same answer. There are no informers here."
"What is that gentleman getting up for?" cried the girl student. "That's Shatov. What are you getting up for?" cried the lady of the house. Shatov did, in fact, stand up. He was holding his cap in his hand and looking at Verhovensky. Apparently he wanted to say something to him, but was hesitating. His face was pale and wrathful, but he controlled himself. He did not say one word, but in silence walked towards the door. "Shatov, this won't make things better for you," Verhovensky called after him enigmatically. "But it will for you, since you are a spy and a scoundrel," Shatov shouted to him from the door, and he went out. Shouts and exclamations again. "That's what comes of a test," cried a voice. "It's been of use," cried another. "Hasn't it been of use too late?" observed a third. "Who invited him? Who let him in? Who is he? Who is Shatov? Will he inform or won't he?" There was a shower of questions. "If he were an informer he would have kept up appearances instead of cursing it all and going away," observed someone. "See, Stavrogin is getting up too. Stavrogin has not answered the question either," cried the girl student. Stavrogin did actually stand up, and at the other end of the table Kirillov rose at the same time. "Excuse me, Mr. Stavrogin," Madame Virginsky addressed him sharply. "We all answered the question, while you are going away without a word." "I see no necessity to answer the question which interests you," muttered Stavrogin. "But we've compromised ourselves and you won't," shouted several voices. "What business is it of mine if you have compromised yourselves?" laughed Stavrogin, but his eyes flashed. "What business? What business?" voices exclaimed. Many people got up from their chairs. "Allow me, gentlemen, allow me," cried the lame man. "Mr. Verhovensky hasn't answered the question either. He has only asked it." The remark produced a striking effect. All looked at one another. Stavrogin laughed aloud in the lame man's face and went out. Kirillov followed him. Verhovensky ran after them into the passage. "What are you doing?" he faltered, seizing Stavrogin's hand and gripping it with all his might in his. Stavrogin pulled away his hand without a word. "Be at Kirillov's directly, I'll come. It's absolutely necessary for me to see you." "It isn't necessary for me," Stavrogin cut him short. "Stavrogin will be there," Kirillov said finally. "Stavrogin, it is necessary for you. I will show you that there." They went out. Chapter 8 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 8. Ivan the Tsarevitch. They had gone. Pyotr Stepanovitch was about to rush back to the meeting to bring order into chaos, but probably reflecting that it wasn't worth bothering about, left everything, and 2 minutes later was flying after the other two. On the way he remembered a short cut to Filipov's house. He rushed along it, up to his knees in mud, and did in fact arrive at the very moment when Stavrogin and Kirillov were coming in at the gate. "You here already?" observed Kirillov. "That's good. Come in." "How is it you told us you lived alone?" asked Stavrogin, passing a boiling samovar in the passage. "You will see directly who it is I live with," muttered Kirillov. "Go in." They had hardly entered when Verhovensky at once took out of his pocket the anonymous letter he had taken from Lembke and laid it before Stavrogin. They all then sat down. Stavrogin read the letter in silence. "Well?" he asked. "That scoundrel will do as he writes," Verhovensky explained. "So, as he is under your control, tell me how to act. I assure you he may go to Lembke to morrow." "Well, let him go." "Let him go? And when we can prevent him too?" "You are mistaken. He is not dependent on me. Besides, I don't care. He doesn't threaten me in any way, he only threatens you." "You too." "I don't think so." "But there are other people who may not spare you. Surely you understand that. Listen, Stavrogin, this is only playing with words. Surely you don't grudge the money?" "Why, would it cost money?" "It certainly would. 2,000 or at least 1,500. Give it to me to morrow, or even to day, and to morrow evening I'll send him to Petersburg for you. That's just what he wants. If you like, he can take Marya Timofyevna. Note that." There was something distracted about him. He spoke as it were without caution, and he did not reflect on his words.
Stavrogin watched him, wondering. "I've no reason to send Marya Timofyevna away." "Perhaps you don't even want to." Pyotr Stepanovitch smiled ironically. "Perhaps I don't." "In short, will there be the money or not?" he cried with angry impatience, and, as it were, peremptorily, to Stavrogin. The latter scrutinised him gravely. "There won't be the money." "Look here, Stavrogin, you know something, or have done something already. You are going it." His face worked, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly laughed an unprovoked and irrelevant laugh. "But you've had money from your father for the estate," Stavrogin observed calmly. "Maman sent you 6 or 8,000 for Stepan Trofimovitch. So you can pay the 1,500 out of your own money. I don't care to pay for other people. I've given a lot as it is. It annoys me." He smiled himself at his own words. "Ah, you are beginning to joke." Stavrogin got up from his chair. Verhovensky instantly jumped up too, and mechanically stood with his back to the door as though barring the way to him. Stavrogin had already made a motion to push him aside and go out, when he stopped short. "I won't give up Shatov to you," he said. Pyotr Stepanovitch started. They looked at one another. "I told you this evening why you needed Shatov's blood," said Stavrogin, with flashing eyes. "It's the cement you want to bind your groups together with. You drove Shatov away cleverly just now. You knew very well that he wouldn't promise not to inform, and he would have thought it mean to lie to you. But what do you want with me? What do you want with me? Ever since we met abroad you won't let me alone. The explanation you've given me so far was simply raving. Meanwhile, you are driving at my giving Lebyadkin 1,500 roubles so as to give Fedka an opportunity to murder him. I know that you think I want my wife murdered too. You think to tie my hands by this crime and have me in your power. That's it, isn't it? What good will that be to you? What the devil do you want with me? Look at me. Once for all, am I the man for you? And let me alone." "Has Fedka been to you himself?" Verhovensky asked breathlessly. "Yes, he came. His price is 1,500 too, but here, he'll repeat it himself, there he stands." Stavrogin stretched out his hand. Pyotr Stepanovitch turned round quickly. A new figure, Fedka, wearing a sheepskin coat but without a cap, as though he were at home, stepped out of the darkness in the doorway. He stood there laughing and showing his even white teeth. His black eyes, with yellow whites, darted cautiously about the room watching the gentleman. There was something he did not understand. He had evidently been just brought in by Kirillov, and his inquiring eyes turned to the latter. He stood in the doorway, but was unwilling to come into the room. "I suppose you got him ready here to listen to our bargaining, or that he may actually see the money in our hands. Is that it?" asked Stavrogin, and without waiting for an answer he walked out of the house. Verhovensky, almost frantic, overtook him at the gate. "Stop, not another step!" he cried, seizing him by the arm. Stavrogin tried to pull away his arm, but did not succeed. He was overcome with fury. Seizing Verhovensky by the hair with his left hand, he flung him with all his might on the ground, and went out at the gate. But he had not gone 30 paces before Verhovensky overtook him again. "Let us make it up, let us make it up," he murmured in a spasmodic whisper. Stavrogin shrugged his shoulders, but neither answered nor turned round. "I will bring you Lizaveta Nikolaevna to morrow, shall I? No? Why don't you answer? Tell me what you want. I'll do it. Listen. I'll let you have Shatov, shall I?" "Then it's true that you meant to kill him," cried Stavrogin. "What do you want with Shatov? What is he to you?" Pyotr Stepanovitch went on, gasping, speaking rapidly. He was in a frenzy, and kept running forward and seizing Stavrogin by the elbow, probably unaware of what he was doing. "Listen, I'll let you have him. Let's make it up. Your price is a very great one, but let's make it up." Stavrogin glanced at him at last and was amazed. The eyes, the voice were not the same as always, or as they had been in the room just now. What he saw was almost another face. The intonation of the voice was different. Verhovensky besought, implored. He was a man from whom what was most precious was being taken, or had been taken, and who was still stunned by the shock. "But what's the matter with you?" cried Stavrogin. The other did not answer, but ran after him and gazed at him with the same imploring but yet inflexible expression. "Let's make it up," he whispered once more. Listen, like Fedka, I have a knife in my boot, but I'll make it up with you." "But what do you want with me, damn you?" Stavrogin cried with intense anger and amazement. "Is there some mystery about it? Am I a sort of talisman for you?" "Listen, we are going to make a revolution," the other muttered rapidly and almost in delirium. "You don't believe we shall make a revolution? We are going to make such an upheaval that everything will be uprooted from its foundation. Karmazinov is right that there is nothing to lay hold of. Karmazinov is very intelligent. Another 10 such groups in different parts of Russia, and I am safe." "Groups of fools like that?" broke reluctantly from Stavrogin. "Oh, don't be so clever, Stavrogin. Don't be so clever yourself. And you know you are by no means so intelligent that you need wish others to be. You are afraid, you have no faith, you are frightened at our doing things on such a scale. And why are they fools? They are not such fools. No one has a mind of his own nowadays. There are terribly few original minds nowadays. Virginsky is a pure-hearted man, 10 times as pure as you or I. But never mind about him. Liputin is a rogue, but I know one point about him. Every rogue has some point in him. Lyamshin is the only one who hasn't, but he is in my hands. A few more groups, and I should have money and passports everywhere, so much at least. Suppose it were only that. And safe places, so that they can search as they like. They might uproot one group, but they'd stick at the next. We'll set things in a ferment. Surely you don't think that we two are not enough? Take Shigalov and let me alone." "Shigalov is a man of genius. Do you know he is a genius like Fourier, but bolder than Fourier, stronger. I'll look after him. He's discovered equality." "He is in a fever. He is raving. Something very queer has happened to him," thought Stavrogin, looking at him once more. Both walked on without stopping. "He's written a good thing in that manuscript," Verhovensky went on. "He suggests a system of spying. Every member of the society spies on the others, and it's his duty to inform against them. Every one belongs to all, and all to every one. All are slaves and equal in their slavery. In extreme cases he advocates slander and murder, but the great thing about it is equality. To begin with, the level of education, science, and talents is lowered. A high level of education and science is only possible for great intellects, and they are not wanted. The great intellects have always seized the power and been despots. Great intellects cannot help being despots, and they've always done more harm than good. They will be banished or put to death. Cicero will have his tongue cut out, Copernicus will have his eyes put out, Shakespeare will be stoned. That's Shigalovism. Slaves are bound to be equal. There has never been either freedom or equality without despotism, but in the herd there is bound to be equality, and that's Shigalovism. Ha ha ha! Do you think it strange? I am for Shigalovism." Stavrogin tried to quicken his pace, and to reach home as soon as possible. "If this fellow is drunk, where did he manage to get drunk?" crossed his mind. "Can it be the brandy?" "Listen, Stavrogin. To level the mountains is a fine idea, not an absurd one. I am for Shigalov. Down with culture. We've had enough science. Without science we have material enough to go on for 1,000 years, but one must have discipline. The one thing wanting in the world is discipline. The thirst for culture is an aristocratic thirst. The moment you have family ties or love, you get the desire for property. We will destroy that desire. We'll make use of drunkenness, slander, spying. We'll make use of incredible corruption. We'll stifle every genius in its infancy. We'll reduce all to a common denominator, complete equality. We've learned a trade and we are honest men, we need nothing more. That was an answer given by English working men recently. Only the necessary is necessary. That's the motto of the whole world henceforward. But it needs a shock. That's for us, the directors, to look after. Slaves must have directors. Absolute submission, absolute loss of individuality, but once in 30 years Shigalov would let them have a shock, and they would all suddenly begin eating one another up to a certain point, simply as a precaution against boredom. Boredom is an aristocratic sensation. The Shigalovians will have no desires. Desire and suffering are our lot, but Shigalovism is for the slaves." "You exclude yourself?" Stavrogin broke in again. "You too. Do you know, I have thought of giving up the world to the Pope."
Let him come forth, on foot and barefoot, and show himself to the rabble, saying, 'See what they have brought me to!' And they will all rush after him, even the troops. The Pope at the head, with us round him, and below us, Shigalovism. All that's needed is that the International should come to an agreement with the Pope. So it will. And the old chap will agree at once. There's nothing else he can do. Remember my words. Aha! Is it stupid? Tell me, is it stupid or not?" "That's enough," Stavrogin muttered with vexation. "Enough? Listen. I've given up the Pope. Damn Shigalovism! Damn the Pope! We must have something more every day. Not Shigalovism, for Shigalovism is a rare specimen of the jeweller's art. It's an ideal, it's in the future. Shigalov is an artist and a fool like every philanthropist. We need coarse work, and Shigalov despises coarse work. Listen. The Pope shall be for the West, and you shall be for us. You shall be for us." "Let me alone, you drunken fellow," muttered Stavrogin, and he quickened his pace. "Stavrogin, you are beautiful!" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, almost ecstatically. "Do you know that you are beautiful? What's the most precious thing about you is that you sometimes don't know it. Oh, I've studied you. I often watch you on the sly. There's a lot of simple-heartedness and naïveté about you still. Do you know that? There still is. There is. You must be suffering, and suffering genuinely from that simple-heartedness. I love beauty. I am a nihilist, but I love beauty. Are nihilists incapable of loving beauty? It's only idols they dislike, but I love an idol. You are my idol. You injure no one and every one hates you. You treat every one as an equal, and yet every one is afraid of you. That's good. Nobody would slap you on the shoulder. You are an awful aristocrat. An aristocrat is irresistible when he goes in for democracy. To sacrifice life, your own or another's, is nothing to you. You are just the man that's needed. It's just such a man as you that I need. I know no one but you. You are the leader. You are the sun and I am your worm." He suddenly kissed his hand. A shiver ran down Stavrogin's spine and he pulled away his hand in dismay. They stood still. "Madman!" whispered Stavrogin. "Perhaps I am raving, perhaps I am raving," Pyotr Stepanovitch assented, speaking rapidly. "But I've thought of the first step. Shigalov would never have thought of it. There are lots of Shigalovs, but only one man. One man in Russia has hit on the first step and knows how to take it. And I am that man. Why do you look at me? I need you. You. Without you I am nothing. Without you I am a fly, a bottled idea, Columbus without America." Stavrogin stood still and looked intently into his wild eyes. "Listen. First of all we'll make an upheaval," Verhovensky went on in desperate haste, continually clutching at Stavrogin's left sleeve. "I've already told you. We shall penetrate to the peasantry. Do you know that we are tremendously powerful already? Our party does not consist only of those who commit murder and arson, fire off pistols in the traditional fashion, or bite colonels. They are only a hindrance. I don't accept anything without discipline. I am a scoundrel, of course, and not a socialist. Aha! Listen! I've reckoned them all up. A teacher who laughs with children at their God and at their cradle is on our side. The lawyer who defends an educated murderer because he is more cultured than his victims and could not help murdering them to get money is one of us. The schoolboys who murder a peasant for the sake of sensation are ours. The juries who acquit every criminal are ours. The prosecutor who trembles at a trial for fear he should not seem advanced enough is ours. Among officials and literary men we have lots, and they don't know it themselves. On the other hand, the docility of schoolboys and fools has reached an extreme pitch. The schoolmasters are bitter and bilious. On all sides we see vanity puffed up out of all proportion, brutal, monstrous appetites. Do you know how many we shall catch by little ready-made ideas? When I left Russia, Littra's dictum that crime is insanity was all the rage. I come back and I find that crime is no longer insanity, but simply common sense, almost a duty. Anyway, a gallant protest. How can we expect a cultured man not to commit a murder if he is in need of money? But these are only the first fruits. The Russian God has already been vanquished by cheap vodka.
The peasants are drunk, the mothers are drunk, the children are drunk, the churches are empty, and in the peasant courts one hears 100 lashes or stand us a bucket of vodka. Oh, this generation has only to grow up. It's only a pity we can't afford to wait, or we might have let them get a bit more tipsy. Ah, what a pity there's no proletariat! But there will be, there will be, we are going that way." "It's a pity, too, that we've grown greater fools," muttered Stavrogin, moving forward as before. "Listen. I've seen a child of 6 years old leading home his drunken mother whilst she swore at him with foul words. Do you suppose I am glad of that? When it's in our hands, maybe we'll mend things. If need be, we'll drive them for 40 years into the wilderness. But 1 or 2 generations of vice are essential now, monstrous, abject vice by which a man is transformed into a loathsome, cruel, egoistic reptile. That's what we need. And what's more, a little fresh blood that we may get accustomed to it. Why are you laughing? I am not contradicting myself. I am only contradicting the philanthropists and Shigalovism, not myself. I am a scoundrel, not a socialist. Ha ha! I'm only sorry there's no time. I promised Karmazinov to begin in May and to make an end by October. Is that too soon? Aha! Do you know what, Stavrogin? Though the Russian people use foul language, there's nothing cynical about them so far. Do you know the serfs had more self-respect than Karmazinov? Though they were beaten, they always preserved their gods, which is more than Karmazinov's done." "Well, Verhovensky, this is the first time I've heard you talk, and I listen with amazement," observed Stavrogin. "So you are really not a socialist then, but some sort of ambitious politician?" "A scoundrel, a scoundrel. You are wondering what I am. I'll tell you what I am directly. That's what I'm leading up to. It was not for nothing that I kissed your hand. But the people must believe that we know what we are after, while the other side do nothing but brandish their cudgels and beat their own followers. Ah, if we only had more time! That's the only trouble, we have no time. We will proclaim destruction. Why is it that idea has such a fascination? But we must have a little exercise, we must. We'll set fires going. We'll set legends going. Every scurvy group will be of use. Out of those very groups I'll pick you out fellows so keen they'll not shrink from shooting, and be grateful for the honour of a job, too. Well, and there will be an upheaval. There's going to be such an upset as the world has never seen before. Russia will be overwhelmed with darkness, the earth will weep for its old gods. Well, then we shall bring forward whom?" "Whom?" "Ivan the Tsarevitch." "Whom?" "Ivan the Tsarevitch. You. You." Stavrogin thought a minute. "A pretender?" he asked suddenly, looking with intense surprise at his frantic companion. "Ah, so that's your plan at last?" "We shall say that he is in hiding," Verhovensky said softly, in a sort of tender whisper, as though he really were drunk indeed. "Do you know the magic of that phrase, 'he is in hiding'? But he will appear, he will appear. We'll set a legend going better than the Skoptsis. He exists, but no one has seen him. Oh, what a legend one can set going! And the great thing is that it will be a new force at work. And we need that, that's what they are crying for. What can Socialism do? It's destroyed the old forces, but hasn't brought in any new. But in this we have a force, and what a force! Incredible! We only need one lever to lift up the earth. Everything will rise up." "Then have you been seriously reckoning on me?" Stavrogin said with a malicious smile. "Why do you laugh, and so spitefully? Don't frighten me. I am like a little child now. I can be frightened to death by one smile like that. Listen. I'll let no one see you, no one. So it must be. He exists, but no one has seen him, he is in hiding. And do you know, one might show you to 1 out of 100,000, for instance, and the rumour will spread over all the land, 'We've seen him, we've seen him.' Ivan Filipovitch, the god of Sabaoth, has been seen too, when he ascended into heaven in his chariot in the sight of men. They saw him with their own eyes. And you are not an Ivan Filipovitch. You are beautiful and proud as a god. You are seeking nothing for yourself, with the halo of a victim round you, in hiding. The great thing is the legend. You'll conquer them. You'll have only to look and you will conquer them. He is in hiding and will come forth bringing a new truth. And meanwhile we'll pass two or three judgments as wise as Solomon's. The groups, you know, the quintets. We've no need of newspapers. If out of 10,000 petitions only one is granted, all would come with petitions. In every parish every peasant will know that there is somewhere a hollow tree where petitions are to be put. And the whole land will resound with the cry, 'A new just law is to come,' and the sea will be troubled, and the whole gimcrack show will fall to the ground, and then we shall consider how to build up an edifice of stone. For the first time. We are going to build it, we and only we." "Madness," said Stavrogin. "Why? Why don't you want it? Are you afraid? That's why I caught at you, because you are afraid of nothing. Is it unreasonable? But you see, so far I am Columbus without America. Would Columbus without America seem reasonable?" Stavrogin did not speak. Meanwhile they had reached the house and stopped at the entrance. "Listen," Verhovensky bent down to his ear. "I'll do it for you without the money. I'll settle Marya Timofyevna to morrow, without the money, and to morrow I'll bring you Liza. Will you have Liza to morrow?" "Is he really mad?" Stavrogin wondered, smiling. The front door was opened. "Stavrogin, is America ours?" said Verhovensky, seizing his hand for the last time. "What for?" said Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch gravely and sternly. "You don't care, I knew that!" cried Verhovensky in an access of furious anger. "You are lying, you miserable, profligate, perverted little aristocrat! I don't believe you, you've the appetite of a wolf. Understand that you've cost me such a price I can't give you up now. There's no one on earth but you. I invented you abroad, I invented it all, looking at you. If I hadn't watched you from my corner, nothing of all this would have entered my head." Stavrogin went up the steps without answering. "Stavrogin!" Verhovensky called after him. "I give you a day, 2 then, 3 then, more than 3 I can't, and then you're to answer." Chapter 9. Of the Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part II, Chapter 9. A Raid at Stepan Trofimovitch's. Meanwhile an incident had occurred which astounded me and shattered Stepan Trofimovitch. At 8 o'clock in the morning Nastasya ran round to me from him with the news that her master was "raided." At first I could not make out what she meant. I could only gather that the raid was carried out by officials, that they had come and taken his papers, and that a soldier had tied them up in a bundle and wheeled them away in a barrow. It was a fantastic story. I hurried at once to Stepan Trofimovitch. I found him in a surprising condition, upset and in great agitation, but at the same time unmistakably triumphant. On the table in the middle of the room the samovar was boiling, and there was a glass of tea poured out but untouched and forgotten. Stepan Trofimovitch was wandering round the table and peeping into every corner of the room, unconscious of what he was doing. He was wearing his usual red knitted jacket, but seeing me he hurriedly put on his coat and waistcoat, a thing he had never done before when any of his intimate friends found him in his jacket. He took me warmly by the hand at once. "Enfin un ami," he heaved a deep sigh. "Cher, I've sent to you only, and no one knows anything. We must give Nastasya orders to lock the doors and not admit anyone except, of course, them. Vous comprenez?" He looked at me uneasily, as though expecting a reply. I made haste, of course, to question him, and from his disconnected and broken sentences, full of unnecessary parentheses, I succeeded in learning that at 7 o'clock that morning an official of the province had all of a sudden called on him. Pardon, j'ai oublié son nom. Il n'est pas du pays, but I think he came to the town with Lembke. Quelque chose de bête et d'allemand dans la physionomie. Il s'appelle Rosenthal. Wasn't it Blum? Yes, that was his name. Vous le connaissez? Quelque chose de bête et de très content dans la figure. Pourtant très sévère, roide et sérieux. A type of the police, of the submissive subordinates. Je m'y connais. I was still asleep, and would you believe it? He asked to have a look at my books and manuscripts. Oui, je m'en souviens. Il a employé ces mots. He did not arrest me, but only the books. Il se tenait à distance, and when he began to explain his visit, it looked as though enfin il avait l'air de croire que je tomberais sur lui immédiatement et que je commencerais à le battre comme plâtre. Tous ces gens du bas étage sont comme ça when they have to do with a gentleman. I need hardly say I understood it all at once. Voilà 20 ans que je m'y prépare. I opened all the drawers and handed him all the keys. I gave them myself. I gave him all. Je te digne calme. From the books he took the foreign edition of Herzen, the bound volume of The Bell, 4 copies of my poem, et enfin tout ça. Then he took my letters and my papers, et quelques-unes de mes ébauches historiques, critiques et politiques. All that they carried off. Nastasya says that a soldier wheeled them away in a barrow and covered them with an apron. Oui, c'est cela, with an apron. It sounded like delirium. Who could make head or tail of it? I pelted him with questions again. Had Blum come alone or with others? On whose authority? By what right? How had he dared? How did he explain it? Il était so, bien so, but there was someone else dans l'antichambre. Oui, je m'en souviens, et puis... Though I believe there was someone else besides, and there was a guard standing in the entry. You must ask Nastasya. She knows all about it better than I do. J'étais surexcité. Voyez-vous, il parlait un tas de choses. He said very little, though. It was I said all that. I told him the story of my life, simply from that point of view, of course. J'étais surexcité, mais digne, je vous assure. I'm afraid, though, I may have shed tears. They got the barrow from the shop next door. Oh, heavens! How could all this have happened? But for mercy's sake, speak more exactly, Stepan Trofimovitch. What you tell me sounds like a dream. Cher, I feel as though I were in a dream myself. Savez-vous, il a prononcé le nom de Telyatnikov, and I believe that that man was concealed in the entry. Yes, I remember. He suggested calling the prosecutor and Dmitri Dmitritch, I believe. Qui me doit encore 15 roubles I won at cards, soit dit en passant. Enfin, je n'ai pas trop compris, but I got the better of them, and what do I care for Dmitri Dmitritch? I believe I begged him very earnestly to keep it quiet. I begged him particularly, most particularly. I am afraid I demeaned myself, in fact. Comment croyez-vous? Enfin, il a consenti. Yes, I remember, he suggested that himself, that it would be better to keep it quiet, for he had only come to have a look round, et rien de plus, and nothing more, nothing more, and that if they find nothing, nothing will happen. So that we ended it all en ami, je suis tout à fait content. Why, then he suggested the usual course of proceedings in such cases, and regular guarantees, and you rejected them yourself, I cried with friendly indignation. Yes, it's better without the guarantees. And why make a scandal? Let's keep it en amis so long as we can. You know, in our town, if they get to know it, mes amis, et puis à quoi bon le procureur, ce cochon de notre procureur, qui deux fois m'a manqué de politesse et qu'on a arrosé à plaisir l'autre année chez cette charmante et belle Natalia Pavlovna quand il se cacha dans son boudoir. Et puis, mon ami, don't make objections and don't depress me, I beg you, for nothing is more unbearable when a man is in trouble than for 100 friends to point out to him what a fool he has made of himself. Sit down, though, and have some tea. I must admit I am awfully tired. Hadn't I better lie down and put vinegar on my head? What do you think?" "Certainly," I cried. "Ice even. You are very much upset, you are pale and your hands are trembling. Lie down, rest, and put off telling me. I'll sit by you and wait." He hesitated, but I insisted on his lying down. Nastasya brought a cup of vinegar. I wetted a towel and laid it on his head. Then Nastasya stood on a chair and began lighting a lamp before the ikon in the corner. I noticed this with surprise. There had never been a lamp there before, and now suddenly it had made its appearance. "I arranged for that as soon as they had gone away," muttered Stepan Trofimovitch, looking at me slyly. "Quand on a de ces choses-là dans sa chambre, et qu'on vient vous arrêter, it makes an impression, and they are sure to report that they have seen it." When she had done the lamp, Nastasya stood in the doorway, leaned her cheek in her right hand, and began gazing at him with a lachrymose air. "Éloignez là on some excuse," he nodded to me from the sofa. "I can't endure this Russian sympathy, et puis ça m'embête." But she went away of herself. I noticed that he kept looking towards the door and listening for sounds in the passage. "Il faut être prêt, voyez vous," he said, looking at me significantly. "Chaque moment they may come and take one, and phew, a man disappears." "Heavens! Who'll come? Who will take you? Voyez vous, mon cher, I asked straight out when he was going away, what would they do to me now?" "You'd better have asked them where you'd be exiled," I cried out in the same indignation. "That's just what I meant when I asked, but he went away without answering. Voyez vous, as for linen, clothes, warm things especially, that must be as they decide. If they tell me to take them, all right, or they might send me in a soldier's overcoat. But I thrust 35 roubles" he suddenly dropped his voice, looking towards the door by which Nastasya had gone out "in a slit in my waistcoat pocket. Here, feel. I believe they won't take the waistcoat off, and left 7 roubles in my purse to keep up appearances, as though that were all I have. You see it's in small change, and the coppers are on the table, so they won't guess that I've hidden the money, but will suppose that that's all. For God knows where I may have to sleep to night." I bowed my head before such madness. It was obvious that a man could not be arrested and searched in the way he was describing, and he must have mixed things up. It's true it all happened in the days before our present, more recent regulations. It's true, too, that, according to his own account, they had offered to follow the more regular procedure, but he got the better of them and refused. Of course, not long ago a governor might, in extreme cases... But how could this be an extreme case? That's what baffled me. "No doubt they had a telegram from Petersburg," Stepan Trofimovitch said suddenly. "A telegram? About you? Because of the works of Herzen and your poem? Have you taken leave of your senses? What is there in that to arrest you for?" I was positively angry. He made a grimace and was evidently mortified, not at my exclamation, but at the idea that there was no ground for arrest. "Who can tell in our day what he may not be arrested for?" he muttered enigmatically. A wild and nonsensical idea crossed my mind. "Stepan Trofimovitch, tell me as a friend," I cried. "As a real friend, I will not betray you. Do you belong to some secret society or not?" And on this, to my amazement, he was not quite certain whether he was or was not a member of some secret society. "That depends, voyez vous." "How do you mean, it depends?" "When with one's whole heart one is an adherent of progress and... who can answer it? You may suppose you don't belong, and suddenly it turns out that you do belong to something." "Now, is that possible? It's a case of yes or no." "C'est la date de Petersburg, when she and I were meaning to found a magazine there. That's what's at the root of it. She gave them the slip then, and they forgot us, but now they've remembered. Cher, cher, don't you know me?" he cried hysterically. "And they'll take us, put us in a cart, and march us off to Siberia for ever, or forget us in prison." And he suddenly broke into bitter weeping. His tears positively streamed. He covered his face with his red silk handkerchief and sobbed, sobbed convulsively for 5 minutes. It wrung my heart. This was the man who had been a prophet among us for 20 years, a leader, a patriarch, the Kukolnik who had borne himself so loftily and majestically before all of us, before whom we bowed down with genuine reverence, feeling proud of doing so, and all of a sudden here he was sobbing, sobbing like a naughty child, waiting for the rod which the teacher is fetching for him. I felt fearfully sorry for him. He believed in the reality of that cart as he believed that I was sitting by his side, and he expected it that morning, at once, that very minute, and all this on account of his Herzen and some poem. Such complete, absolute ignorance of everyday reality was touching, and somehow repulsive. At last he left off crying, got up from the sofa and began walking about the room again, continuing to talk to me, though he looked out of the window every minute and listened to every sound in the passage. Our conversation was still disconnected. All my assurances and attempts to console him rebounded from him like peas from a wall. He scarcely listened, but yet what he needed was that I should console him and keep on talking with that object. I saw that he could not do without me now, and would not let me go for anything. I remained, and we spent more than 2 hours together. In conversation he recalled that Blum had taken with him 2 manifestoes he had found. "Manifestoes?" I said, foolishly frightened. "Do you mean to say you..." "Oh, 10 were left here," he answered, with vexation. He talked to me at one moment in a vexed and haughty tone, and at the next with dreadful plaintiveness and humiliation. But I had disposed of 8 already, and Blum only found 2. And he suddenly flushed with indignation. "Vous me mettez avec ces gens-là. Do you suppose I could be working with those scoundrels, those anonymous libellers, with my son Pyotr Stepanovitch, avec ces esprits forts de la cité? Oh, heavens!" "Bah! Haven't they mixed you up, perhaps? But it's nonsense, it can't be so," I observed. "Savez-vous," broke from him suddenly, "I feel at moments que je ferai là-bas quelques esclandres. Oh, don't go away, don't leave me alone. Ma carrière est finie aujourd'hui, je le sens. Do you know, I might fall on somebody there and bite him, like that lieutenant." He looked at me with a strange expression, alarmed, and at the same time anxious to alarm me. He certainly was getting more and more exasperated with somebody and about something as time went on and the police cart did not appear. He was positively wrathful. Suddenly Nastasya, who had come from the kitchen into the passage for some reason, upset a clothes horse there. Stepan Trofimovitch trembled and turned numb with terror as he sat, but when the noise was explained he almost shrieked at Nastasya, and stamping drove her back to the kitchen. A minute later he said, looking at me in despair, "I am ruined." "Cher," he sat down suddenly beside me and looked piteously into my face. "Cher, it's not Siberia I am afraid of, I swear. Oh, je vous jure!" Tears positively stood in his eyes. "It's something else I fear." I saw from his expression that he wanted at last to tell me something of great importance, which he had till now refrained from telling. "I am afraid of disgrace," he whispered mysteriously. "What disgrace? On the contrary, believe me, Stepan Trofimovitch, that all this will be explained to day, and will end to your advantage." "Are you so sure that they will pardon me?" "Pardon you? What? What a word! What have you done? I assure you you've done nothing." "Qu'en savez-vous? All my life has been... cher... They'll remember everything, and if they find nothing it will be worse still," he added all of a sudden, unexpectedly. "How do you mean it will be worse?" "It will be worse. I don't understand." "My friend, let it be Siberia, Archangel, loss of rights. If I must perish, let me perish, but I am afraid of something else." Again whispering, a scared face, mystery. "But of what? Of what?" "They'll flog me," he pronounced, looking at me with a face of despair. "Who'll flog you? What for? Where?" I cried, feeling alarmed that he was going out of his mind. "Where? Why, there, where that's done." "But where is it done?" "Eh, cher," he whispered almost in my ear, "the floor suddenly gives way under you, you drop half through, every one knows that." "Legends!" I cried, guessing what he meant. "Old tales, can you have believed them till now?" I laughed. "Tales, but there must be foundation for them. Flogged men tell no tales. I've imagined it 10,000 times." "But you, why you? You've done nothing, you know." "That makes it worse. They'll find out I've done nothing and flog me for it." "And are you sure that you'll be taken to Petersburg for that?" "My friend, I've told you already that I regret nothing. Ma carrière est finie. From that hour when she said good bye to me at Skvoreshniki my life has had no value for me. But disgrace, disgrace. Que dira-t-elle if she finds out?" He looked at me in despair, and the poor fellow flushed all over. I dropped my eyes too. "She'll find out nothing, for nothing will happen to you. I feel as if I were speaking to you for the first time in my life, Stepan Trofimovitch. You've astonished me so this morning." "But, my friend, this isn't fear. For even if I am pardoned, even if I am brought here and nothing is done to me, then I am undone. Elle me soupçonnera toute sa vie. Me, the poet, the thinker, the one whom she has worshipped for 22 years. It will never enter her head. It will, he whispered with profound conviction. We've talked of it several times in Petersburg, in Lent, before we came away, when we were both afraid. Elle me soupçonnera toute sa vie, and how can I disabuse her? It won't sound likely. And in this wretched town, who'd believe it? C'est invraisemblable. Et puis les femmes. She will be pleased, she will be genuinely grieved like a true friend, but secretly she will be pleased. I shall give her a weapon against me for the rest of my life. Oh, it's all over with me. 20 years of such perfect happiness with her, and now..." He hid his face in his hands. "Stepan Trofimovitch, oughtn't you to let Varvara Petrovna know at once of what has happened?" I suggested. "God preserve me!" he cried, shuddering and leaping up from his place. "On no account, never! After what was said at parting at Skvoreshniki, never!" His eyes flashed. We went on sitting together another hour or more, I believe, expecting something all the time. The idea had taken such hold of us. He lay down again, even closed his eyes, and lay for 20 minutes without uttering a word, so that I thought he was asleep or unconscious. Suddenly he got up impulsively, pulled the towel off his head, jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the looking-glass, with trembling eyes tied his cravat, and in a voice of thunder called to Nastasya, telling her to give him his overcoat, his new hat, and his stick. "I can bear no more," he said in a breaking voice. I can't. I am going myself." "Where?" I cried, jumping up too. "To Lembke. Cher, I am obliged. It's my duty. I am a citizen and a man, not a worthless chip. I have rights, I want my rights. For 20 years I've not insisted on my rights. All my life I've neglected them criminally, but now I'll demand them. He must tell me everything, everything. He received a telegram. He dare not torture me. If so, let him arrest me, let him arrest me." He stamped and vociferated almost with shrieks. "I approve of what you say," I said, speaking as calmly as possible, on purpose, though I was very much afraid for him. "Certainly it is better than sitting here in such misery, but I can't approve of your state of mind. Just see what you look like and in what a state you are going there. Il faut être digne et calme avec Lembke. You really might rush at someone there and bite him." "I am giving myself up. I am walking straight into the jaws of the lion." "I'll go with you." "I expected no less of you. I accept your sacrifice, the sacrifice of a true friend. But only as far as the house, only as far as the house. You ought not, you have no right to compromise yourself further by being my confederate. Oh, croyez moi, je serai calme. I feel that I am at this moment à la hauteur de tout ce qu'il y a de plus sacré." "I may perhaps go into the house with you," I interrupted him. "I had a message from their stupid committee yesterday through Vysotsky that they reckon on me and invite me to the fête to morrow as one of the stewards, or whatever it is, one of the 6 young men whose duty it is to look after the trays, wait on the ladies, take the guests to their places, and wear a rosette of crimson and white ribbon on the left shoulder. I meant to refuse, but now why shouldn't I go into the house on the excuse of seeing Yulia Mihailovna herself about it? So we will go in together." He listened, nodding, but I think he understood nothing. We stood on the threshold. "Cher," he stretched out his arm to the lamp before the ikon. "Cher, I have never believed in this, but so be it, so be it." He crossed himself. "Allons!" "Well, that's better so," I thought, as I went out on to the steps with him. "The fresh air will do him good on the way, and we shall calm down, turn back, and go home to bed." But I reckoned without my host. On the way an adventure occurred which agitated Stepan Trofimovitch even more, and finally determined him to go on, so that I should never have expected of our friend so much spirit as he suddenly displayed that morning. Poor friend, kind-hearted friend! End of chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 1a, of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky.
Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10. Filibusters. A Fatal Morning. Section 1a. The adventure that befell us on the way was also a surprising one. But I must tell the story in due order. An hour before Stepan Trofimovitch and I came out into the street, a crowd of people, the hands from Shpiegelin's factory, 70 or more in number, had been marching through the town, and had been an object of curiosity to many spectators. They walked intentionally in good order and almost in silence. Afterwards it was asserted that these 70 had been elected out of the whole number of factory hands, amounting to about 900, to go to the governor and to try and get from him, in the absence of their employer, a just settlement of their grievances against the manager, who, in closing the factory and dismissing the workmen, had cheated them all in an impudent way, a fact which has since been proved conclusively. Some people still deny that there was any election of delegates, maintaining that 70 was too large a number to elect, and that the crowd simply consisted of those who had been most unfairly treated, and that they only came to ask for help in their own case, so that the general mutiny of the factory workers, about which there was such an uproar later on, had never existed at all. Others fiercely maintained that these 70 men were not simple strikers, but revolutionists. That is, not merely that they were the most turbulent, but that they must have been worked upon by seditious manifestos. The fact is, it is still uncertain whether there had been any outside influence or incitement at work or not. My private opinion is that the workmen had not read the seditious manifestos at all, and if they had read them would not have understood one word, for one reason, because the authors of such literature write very obscurely in spite of the boldness of their style. But as the workmen really were in a difficult plight, and the police to whom they appealed would not enter into their grievances, what could be more natural than their idea of going in a body to the General himself, if possible, with a petition at their head, forming up in an orderly way before his door, and as soon as he showed himself, all falling on their knees and crying out to him as to Providence itself? To my mind, there's no need to see in this a mutiny or even a deputation, for it's a traditional, historical mode of action. The Russian people have always loved to parley with the General himself for the mere satisfaction of doing so, regardless of how the conversation may end. And so I am quite convinced that, even though Pyotr Stepanovitch, Liputin, and perhaps some others, perhaps even Fedka too, had been flitting about among the workpeople talking to them, and there is fairly good evidence of this, they had only approached 2, 3, 5 at the most, trying to sound them, and nothing had come of their conversation. As for the mutiny they advocated, if the factory workers did understand anything of their propaganda, they would have left off listening to it at once as to something stupid that had nothing to do with them. Fedka was a different matter. He had more success, I believe, than Pyotr Stepanovitch. 2 workmen are now known for a fact to have assisted Fedka in causing the fire in the town which occurred 3 days afterwards, and a month later 3 men who had worked in the factory were arrested for robbery and arson in the province. But if in these cases Fedka did lure them to direct and immediate action, he could only have succeeded with these 5, for we have heard of nothing of the sort being done by others. Be that as it may, the whole crowd of workpeople had at last reached the open space in front of the governor's house, and were drawn up there in silence and good order. Then, gaping open-mouthed at the front door, they waited. I am told that as soon as they halted they took off their caps, that is, a good half-hour before the appearance of the governor, who, as ill luck would have it, was not at home at the moment. The police made their appearance at once. At first individual policemen, and then as large a contingent of them as could be gathered together. They began, of course, by being menacing, ordering them to break up. But the workmen remained obstinately, like a flock of sheep at a fence, and replied laconically that they had come to see the General himself. It was evident that they were firmly determined. The unnatural shouting of the police ceased, and was quickly succeeded by deliberations, mysterious whispered instructions, and stern, fussy perplexity, which wrinkled the brows of the police officers. The head of the police preferred to await the arrival of the governor himself,
It was not true that he galloped to the spot with 3 horses at full speed and began hitting out right and left before he alighted from his carriage. It's true that he used to dash about, and was fond of dashing about at full speed in a carriage with a yellow back, and while his trace horses, who were so trained to carry their heads that they looked positively perverted, galloped more and more frantically, rousing the enthusiasm of all the shopkeepers in the bazaar, he would rise up in the carriage, stand erect, holding on by a strap which had been fixed on purpose at the side, and with his right arm extended into space like a figure on a monument, survey the town majestically. But in the present case he did not use his fists, and though as he got out of the carriage he could not refrain from a forcible expression, this was simply done to keep up his popularity. There is a still more absurd story that soldiers were brought up with bayonets, and that a telegram was sent for artillery and Cossacks. Those are legends which are not believed now even by those who invented them. It's an absurd story, too, that barrels of water were brought from the fire brigade, and that people were drenched with water from them. The simple fact is that Ilya Ilyitch shouted in his heat that he wouldn't let one of them come dry out of the water. Probably this was the foundation of the barrel legend which got into the columns of the Petersburg and Moscow newspapers. Probably the most accurate version was that at first all the available police formed a cordon round the crowd, and a messenger was sent for Lembke, a police superintendent, who dashed off in the carriage belonging to the head of the police on the way to Skvoreshniki, knowing that Lembke had gone there in his carriage half an hour before. But I must confess that I am still unable to answer the question how they could at first sight, from the first moment, have transformed an insignificant, that is to say an ordinary crowd of petitioners, even though there were several of them, into a rebellion which threatened to shake the foundations of the state. Why did Lembke himself rush at that idea when he arrived 20 minutes after the messenger? I imagine, but again it's only my private opinion, that it was to the interest of Ilya Ilyitch, who was a crony of the factory manager's, to represent the crowd in this light to Lembke, in order to prevent him from going into the case. And Lembke himself had put the idea into his head. In the course of the last 2 days he had had 2 unusual and mysterious conversations with him. It is true they were exceedingly obscure, but Ilya Ilyitch was able to gather from them that the governor had thoroughly made up his mind that there were political manifestoes, and that Shpigulin's factory hands were being incited to a socialist rising, and that he was so persuaded of it that he would perhaps have regretted it if the story had turned out to be nonsense. He wants to get distinction in Petersburg, our wily Ilya Ilyitch thought to himself as he left Von Lembke. Well, that just suits me. But I am convinced that poor Andrey Antonovitch would not have desired a rebellion even for the sake of distinguishing himself. He was a most conscientious official, who had lived in a state of innocence up to the time of his marriage. And was it his fault that instead of an innocent allowance of wood from the government and an equally innocent Minnchen, a princess of 40 summers had raised him to her level? I know almost for certain that the unmistakable symptoms of the mental condition which brought poor Andrey Antonovitch to a well-known establishment in Switzerland, where, I am told, he is now regaining his energies, were first apparent on that fatal morning. But once we admit that unmistakable signs of something were visible that morning, it may well be allowed that similar symptoms may have been evident the day before, though not so clearly. I happen to know from the most private sources. Well, you may assume that Yulia Mihailovna later on, not in triumph but almost in remorse, for a woman is incapable of complete remorse, revealed part of it to me herself, that Andrey Antonovitch had gone into his wife's room in the middle of the previous night, past 2 o'clock in the morning, had waked her up and had insisted on her listening to his ultimatum. He demanded it so insistently that she was obliged to get up from her bed in indignation and curl papers, and, sitting down on a couch, she had to listen, though with sarcastic disdain. Only then she grasped for the first time how far gone her Andrey Antonovitch was, and was secretly horrified. She ought to have thought what she was about and have been softened, but she concealed her horror and was more obstinate than ever. Like every wife, she had her own method of treating Andrey Antonovitch, which she had tried more than once already, and with it driven him to frenzy. Yulia Mihailovna's method was that of contemptuous silence, for 1 hour, 2, a whole day, and almost for 3 days and nights, silence whatever happened, whatever he said, whatever he did, even if he had clambered up to throw himself out of a 3-story window, a method unendurable for a sensitive man. Whether Yulia Mihailovna meant to punish her husband for his blunders of the last few days, and the jealous envy he, as the chief authority in the town, felt for her administrative abilities, whether she was indignant at his criticism of her behaviour with the young people and local society generally, and lack of comprehension of her subtle and far-sighted political aims, or was angry with his stupid and senseless jealousy of Pyotr Stepanovitch, however that may have been, she made up her mind not to be softened even now, in spite of its being 3 o'clock at night, and though Andrey Antonovitch was in a state of emotion such as she had never seen him in before. Pacing up and down in all directions over the rugs of her boudoir, beside himself, he poured out everything, everything, quite disconnectedly, it's true, but everything that had been rankling in his heart, for it was outrageous. He began by saying that he was a laughing-stock to every one and was being led by the nose. "Curse the expression," he squealed, at once catching her smile. "Let it stand, it's true. No, madam, the time has come. Let me tell you it's not a time for laughter and feminine arts now. We are not in the boudoir of a mincing lady, but like two abstract creatures in a balloon who have met to speak the truth." He was no doubt confused, and could not find the right words for his ideas, however just they were. "It is you, madam, you who have destroyed my happy past. I took up this post simply for your sake, for the sake of your ambition. You smile sarcastically? Don't triumph, don't be in a hurry. Let me tell you, madam, let me tell you that I should have been equal to this position, and not only this position, but a dozen positions like it. For I have abilities. But with you, madam, with you, it's impossible, for with you here I have no abilities. There cannot be two centres, and you have created two, one of mine and one in your boudoir, two centres of power, madam, but I won't allow it, I won't allow it. In the service, as in marriage, there must be one centre, two are impossible. How have you repaid me?" he went on. "Our marriage has been nothing but your proving to me all the time, every hour, that I am a nonentity, a fool, and even a rascal, and I have been all the time, every hour, forced in a degrading way to prove to you that I am not a nonentity, not a fool at all, and that I impress every one with my honourable character. Isn't that degrading for both sides?" At this point he began rapidly stamping with both feet on the carpet, so that Yulia Mihailovna was obliged to get up with stern dignity. He subsided quickly, but passed to being pathetic, and began sobbing, yes, sobbing, beating himself on the breast almost for 5 minutes, getting more and more frantic at Yulia Mihailovna's profound silence. At last he made a fatal blunder and let slip that he was jealous of Pyotr Stepanovitch. Realizing that he had made an utter fool of himself, he became savagely furious, and shouted that he would not allow them to deny God, and that he would send her salon of irresponsible infidels packing, that the governor of a province was bound to believe in God, and so his wife was too, that he wouldn't put up with these young men, that you, madam, for the sake of your own dignity, ought to have thought of your husband, and to have stood up for his intelligence even if he were a man of poor abilities, and I'm by no means a man of poor abilities. And yet it's your doing that every one here despises me. It was you who put them all up to it. He shouted that he would annihilate the woman question, that he would eradicate every trace of it, that tomorrow he would forbid and break up their silly fête for the benefit of the governesses, damn them, that the first governess he came across tomorrow morning he would drive out of the province with a Cossack. "I'll make a point of it," he shrieked. "Do you know," he screamed, "do you know that your rascals are inciting men at the factory, and that I know it? Let me tell you, I know the names of 4 of these rascals, and that I am going out of my mind, hopelessly, hopelessly." End of Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 1a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10.
Section 1b of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10, Filibusters, A Fatal Morning, Section 1b. But at this point Yulia Mihailovna suddenly broke her silence, and sternly announced that she had long been aware of these criminal designs, and that it was all foolishness, and that he had taken it too seriously, and that as for "these mischievous fellows," she knew not only those four, but all of them (it was a lie), but that she had not the faintest intention of going out of her mind on account of it, but, on the contrary, had all the more confidence in her intelligence, and hoped to bring it all to a harmonious conclusion, to encourage the young people, to bring them to reason, to show them suddenly and unexpectedly that their designs were known, and then to point out to them new aims for rational and more noble activity. Oh, how can I describe the effect of this on Andrey Antonovitch? Hearing that Pyotr Stepanovitch had duped him again and had made a fool of him so coarsely, that he had told her much more than he had told him, and sooner than him, and that perhaps Pyotr Stepanovitch was the chief instigator of all these criminal designs, he flew into a frenzy. "Senseless but malignant woman!" he cried, snapping his bonds at one blow. "Let me tell you, I shall arrest your worthless lover at once. I shall put him in fetters and send him to the fortress, or I shall jump out of a window before your eyes this minute." Yulia Mihailovna, turning green with anger, greeted this tirade at once with a burst of prolonged, ringing laughter, going off into peals such as one hears at the French theatre when a Parisian actress, imported for a fee of 100,000 to play a coquette, laughs in her husband's face for daring to be jealous of her. Von Lembke rushed to the window, but suddenly stopped as though rooted to the spot, folded his arms across his chest, and, white as a corpse, looked with a sinister gaze at the laughing lady. "Do you know, Yulia, do you know," he said in a gasping and suppliant voice, "do you know that even I can do something?" But at the renewed and even louder laughter that followed his last words, he clenched his teeth, groaned, and suddenly rushed, not towards the window, but at his spouse, with his fist raised. He did not bring it down. No, I repeat again and again, no. But it was the last straw. He ran to his own room, not knowing what he was doing, flung himself, dressed as he was, face downwards on his bed, wrapped himself convulsively, head and all, in the sheet, and lay so for 2 hours, incapable of sleep, incapable of thought, with a load on his heart and blank, immovable despair in his soul. Now and then he shivered all over with an agonizing, feverish tremor. Disconnected and irrelevant things kept coming into his mind. At one minute he thought of the old clock which used to hang on his wall 15 years ago in Petersburg, and had lost the minute hand. At another of the cheerful clerk, Millebois, and how they had once caught a sparrow together in Alexandrovsky Park, and had laughed so that they could be heard all over the park, remembering that one of them was already a college assessor. I imagine that about 7 in the morning he must have fallen asleep without being aware of it himself, and must have slept with enjoyment, with agreeable dreams. Waking about 10 o'clock, he jumped wildly out of bed, remembered everything at once, and slapped himself on the head. He refused his breakfast, and would see neither Blum nor the chief of the police, nor the clerk who came to remind him that he was expected to preside over a meeting that morning. He would listen to nothing, and did not want to understand. He ran like one possessed to Yulia Mihailovna's part of the house. There Sophia Andropovna, an old lady of good family who had lived for years with Yulia Mihailovna, explained to him that his wife had set off at 10 o'clock that morning with a large company in 3 carriages to Varvara Petrovna Stavrogin's, to Skvoreshniki to look over the place, with a view to the second fête which was planned for a fortnight later, and that the visit to day had been arranged with Varvara Petrovna 3 days before. Overwhelmed with this news, Andrey Antonovitch returned to his study and impulsively ordered the horses. He could hardly wait for them to be got ready. His soul was hungering for Yulia Mihailovna, to look at her, to be near her for 5 minutes. Perhaps she would glance at him, notice him, would smile as before, forgive him. Oh!
Aren't the horses ready?" Mechanically he opened a thick book lying on the table. He sometimes used to try his fortune in this way with a book, opening it at random and reading the 3 lines at the top of the right hand page. What turned up was "Tu es pour le mieux dans le milieu du monde possible. Voltaire, Candide." He uttered an ejaculation of contempt and ran to get into the carriage. "Skvoreshniki!" The coachman said afterwards that his master urged him on all the way. But as soon as they were getting near the mansion he suddenly told him to turn and drive back to the town, bidding him "Drive fast, please drive fast." Before they reached the town wall, master told me to stop again, got out of the carriage, and went across the road into the field. I thought he felt ill, but he stopped and began looking at the flowers. And so he stood for a time. It was strange, really. I began to feel quite uneasy. This was the coachman's testimony. I remember the weather that morning. It was a cold, clear, but windy September morning. Before Andrey Antonovitch stretched a forbidding landscape of bare fields from which the crop had long been harvested. There were a few dying yellow flowers, pitiful relics blown about by the howling wind. Did he want to compare himself and his fate with those wretched flowers battered by the autumn and the forest? I don't think so. In fact, I feel sure it was not so, and that he realised nothing about the flowers in spite of the evidence of the coachman and of the police superintendent, who drove up at that moment and asserted afterwards that he found the governor with a bunch of yellow flowers in his hand. This police superintendent, Flibusterov by name, was an ardent champion of authority, who had only recently come to our town, but had already distinguished himself and become famous by his inordinate zeal, by a certain vehemence in the execution of his duties, and his inveterate inebriety. Jumping out of the carriage and not the least disconcerted at the sight of what the governor was doing, he blurted out all in one breath with a frantic expression, yet with an air of conviction, that "there's an upset in the town." "Eh? What?" said Andrey Antonovitch, turning to him with a stern face, but without a trace of surprise or any recollection of his carriage and his coachman, as though he had been in his own study. "Police Superintendent Flibusterov, your Excellency. There's a riot in the town." "Filibusters?" Andrey Antonovitch said thoughtfully. "Just so, your Excellency. The Shpigulin men are making a riot." "The Shpigulin men?" The name Shpigulin seemed to remind him of something. He started and put his finger to his forehead. "The Shpigulin men." In silence, and still plunged in thought, he walked without haste to the carriage, took his seat, and told the coachman to drive to the town. The police superintendent followed in the droshky. I imagine that he had vague impressions of many interesting things of all sorts on the way, but I doubt whether he had any definite idea or any settled intention as he drove into the open space in front of his house. But no sooner did he see the resolute and orderly ranks of the rioters, the cordon of police, the helpless, and perhaps purposely helpless, chief of police, and the general expectation of which he was the object, than all the blood rushed to his heart. With a pale face he stepped out of the carriage. "Caps off," he said breathlessly and hardly audibly. "On your knees," he squealed to the surprise of every one, to his own surprise too, and perhaps the very unexpectedness of the position was the explanation of what followed. Can a sledge on a switchback at carnival stop short as it flies down the hill? What made it worse, Andrey Antonovitch had been all his life serene in character, and never shouted or stamped at anyone, and such people are always the most dangerous if it once happens that something sets their sledge sliding downhill. Everything was whirling before his eyes. "Filibusters!" he yelled still more shrilly and absurdly, and his voice broke. He stood, not knowing what he was going to do, but knowing and feeling in his whole being that he would certainly do something directly. "Lord!" was heard from the crowd. A lad began crossing himself. 3 or 4 men actually did try to kneel down, but the whole mass moved 3 steps forward, and suddenly all began talking at once. "Your Excellency! We were hired for a term. The manager! You mustn't say!" and so on and so on. It was impossible to distinguish anything. Alas, Andrey Antonovitch could distinguish nothing. The flowers were still in his hands. The riot was as real to him as the prison carts were to Stepan Trofimovitch. And flitting to and fro in the crowd of rioters who gazed open‐eyed at him, he seemed to see Pyotr Stepanovitch, who had egged them on, Pyotr Stepanovitch whom he hated and whose image had never left him since yesterday. "Rods!" he cried even more unexpectedly. A dead silence followed. From the facts I have learnt and those I have conjectured, this must have been what happened at the beginning, but I have no such exact information for what followed, nor can I conjecture it so easily. There are some facts, however. In the first place, rods were brought on the scene with strange rapidity. They had evidently been got ready beforehand in expectation by the intelligent chief of the police. Not more than 2 or at most 3 were actually flogged. However, that fact I wish to lay stress on. It's an absolute fabrication to say that the whole crowd of rioters, or at least half of them, were punished. It is a nonsensical story, too, that a poor but respectable lady was caught as she passed by and promptly thrashed. Yet I read myself an account of this incident afterwards among the provincial items of a Petersburg newspaper. Many people in the town talked of an old woman called Avdotya Petrovna Taropygin, who lived in the almshouse by the cemetery. She was said, on her way home from visiting a friend, to have forced her way into the crowd of spectators through natural curiosity. Seeing what was going on, she cried out, "What a shame!" and spat on the ground. For this it was said she had been seized and flogged too. This story not only appeared in print, but in our excitement we positively got up a subscription for her benefit. I subscribed 20 kopecks myself. And would you believe it? It appears now that there was no old woman called Taropygin living in the almshouse at all. I went to inquire at the almshouse by the cemetery myself. They had never heard of anyone called Taropygin there, and what's more, they were quite offended when I told them the story that was going round. I mention this fabulous Avdotya Petrovna because what happened to her, if she really had existed, very nearly happened to Stepan Trofimovitch. Possibly, indeed, his adventure may have been at the bottom of the ridiculous tale about the old woman; that is, as the gossip went on growing, he was transformed into this old dame. What I find most difficult to understand is how he came to slip away from me as soon as he got into the square. As I had a misgiving of something very unpleasant, I wanted to take him round the square straight to the entrance to the governor's, but my own curiosity was roused, and I stopped only for 1 minute to question the first person I came across, and suddenly I looked round and found Stepan Trofimovitch no longer at my side. Instinctively I darted off to look for him in the most dangerous place. Something made me feel that his sledge, too, was flying downhill. And I did, as a fact, find him in the very centre of things. I remember I seized him by the arm, but he looked quietly and proudly at me with an air of immense authority. "Cher," he pronounced, in a voice which quivered on a breaking note, "if they are dealing with people so unceremoniously before us, in an open square, what is to be expected from that man, for instance, if he happens to act on his own authority?" And shaking with indignation and with an intense desire to defy them, he pointed a menacing, accusing finger at Flibusterov, who was gazing at us open‐eyed 2 paces away. "That man!" cried the latter, blind with rage. "What man? And who are you?" He stepped up to him, clenching his fist. "Who are you?" he roared ferociously, hysterically, and desperately. I must mention that he knew Stepan Trofimovitch perfectly well by sight. Another moment and he would have certainly seized him by the collar, but luckily, hearing him shout, Lembke turned his head. He gazed intensely but with perplexity at Stepan Trofimovitch, seeming to consider something, and suddenly he shook his hand impatiently. Flibusterov was checked. I drew Stepan Trofimovitch out of the crowd, though perhaps he may have wished to retreat himself. "Home, home," I insisted. "It was certainly thanks to Lembke that we were not beaten." "Go, my friend. I am to blame for exposing you to this. You have a future and a career of a sort before you, while I... mon heure est sonné." He resolutely mounted the governor's steps. The hall porter knew me. I said that we both wanted to see Yulia Mihailovna. We sat down in the waiting room and waited. I was unwilling to leave my friend, but I thought it unnecessary to say anything more to him. He had the air of a man who had consecrated himself to certain death for the sake of his country. We sat down, not side by side, but in different corners, I nearer to the entrance, he at some distance facing me, with his head bent in thought, leaning lightly on his stick. He held his wide brimmed hat in his left hand. We sat like that for 10 minutes. End of Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 1b. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10, Sections 2 and 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10. Filibusters, a Fatal Morning. Sections 2 and 3. Lembke suddenly came in with rapid steps, accompanied by the chief of police, looked absent-mindedly at us, and, taking no notice of us, was about to pass into his study on the right. But Stepan Trofimovitch stood before him blocking his way. The tall figure of Stepan Trofimovitch, so unlike other people, made an impression. Lembke stopped. "Who is this?" he muttered, puzzled, as if he were questioning the chief of police, though he did not turn his head towards him and was all the time gazing at Stepan Trofimovitch. "Retired college assessor, Stepan Trofimovitch Verhovensky, your Excellency," answered Stepan Trofimovitch, bowing majestically. His Excellency went on staring at him with a very blank expression, however. "What is it?" And with the curtness of a great official he turned his ear to Stepan Trofimovitch with disdainful impatience, taking him for an ordinary person with a written petition of some sort. "I was visited, and my house was searched to day by an official acting in your Excellency's name. Therefore I am desirous..." "Name? Name?" Lembke asked impatiently, seeming suddenly to have an inkling of something. Stepan Trofimovitch repeated his name still more majestically. "Ah, it's that hotbed! You have shown yourself, sir, in such a light! Are you a professor? A professor?" "I once had the honour of giving some lectures to the young men of the X university." "The young men?" Lembke seemed to start, though I am ready to bet that he grasped very little of what was going on, or even, perhaps, did not know with whom he was talking. "That, sir, I won't allow," he cried, suddenly getting terribly angry. "I won't allow young men. It's all these manifestoes. It's an assault on society, sir, a piratical attack, filibustering. What is your request?" "On the contrary, your wife requested me to read something to morrow at her fête. I've not come to make a request, but to ask for my rights." "At the fête? There'll be no fête. I won't allow your fête. A lecture? A lecture?" he screamed furiously. "I should be very glad if you would speak to me rather more politely, your Excellency, without stamping or shouting at me as though I were a boy." "Perhaps you understand whom you are speaking to?" said Lembke, turning crimson. "Perfectly, your Excellency." "I am protecting society while you are destroying it. You! I remember about you, though. You used to be a tutor in the house of Madame Stavrogin." "Yes, I was in the position of tutor... in the house of Madame Stavrogin." "And have been for 20 years the hotbed of all that has now accumulated... all the fruits. I believe I saw you just now in the square. You'd better look out, sir, you'd better look out. Your way of thinking is well known. You may be sure that I keep my eye on you. I cannot allow your lectures, sir, I cannot. Don't come with such requests to me." He would have passed on again. "I repeat that your Excellency is mistaken. It was your wife who asked me to give, not a lecture, but a literary reading at the fête to morrow. But I decline to do so in any case now. I humbly request that you will explain to me, if possible, how, why, and for what reason I was subjected to an official search to day. Some of my books and papers, private letters to me, were taken from me and wheeled through the town in a barrel." "Who searched you?" said Lembke, starting and returning to full consciousness of the position. He suddenly flushed all over. He turned quickly to the chief of police. At that moment the long, stooping, and awkward figure of Blum appeared in the doorway.
"Why, this official here," said Stepan Trofimovitch, indicating him. Blum came forward with a face that admitted his responsibility but showed no contrition. "Vous ne faites que des bêtises," Lembke threw at him in a tone of vexation and anger, and suddenly he was transformed and completely himself again. "Excuse me," he muttered, utterly disconcerted and turning absolutely crimson. All this was probably a mere blunder, a misunderstanding, nothing but a misunderstanding." "Your Excellency," observed Stepan Trofimovitch, "once when I was young I saw a characteristic incident. In the corridor of a theatre a man ran up to another and gave him a sounding smack in the face before the whole public. Perceiving at once that his victim was not the person whom he had intended to chastise, but someone quite different, who only slightly resembled him, he pronounced angrily, with the haste of one whose moments are precious, as your Excellency did just now, 'I've made a mistake. Excuse me, it was a misunderstanding, nothing but a misunderstanding.' And when the offended man remained resentful and cried out, he observed to him with extreme annoyance, 'Why, I tell you it was a misunderstanding. What are you crying out about?'" "That's very amusing, of course." Lembke gave a wry smile. "But can't you see how unhappy I am myself?" He almost screamed and seemed about to hide his face in his hands. This unexpected and piteous exclamation, almost a sob, was almost more than one could bear. It was probably the first moment since the previous day that he had full, vivid consciousness of all that had happened, and it was followed by complete humiliating despair that could not be disguised. Who knows, in another minute he might have sobbed aloud. For the first moment Stepan Trofimovitch looked wildly at him; then he suddenly bowed his head and in a voice pregnant with feeling pronounced: "Your Excellency, don't trouble yourself with my petulant complaint, and only give orders for my books and letters to be restored to me." He was interrupted. At that very instant Yulia Mihailovna returned and entered noisily with all the party which had accompanied her. But at this point I should like to tell my story in as much detail as possible. Section 3. In the first place, the whole company who had filled 3 carriages crowded into the waiting room. There was a special entrance to Yulia Mihailovna's apartments on the left as one entered the house, but on this occasion they all went through the waiting room, and I imagine, just because Stepan Trofimovitch was there, and because all that had happened to him as well as the Shpigulin affair had reached Yulia Mihailovna's ears as she drove into the town. Lyamshin, who for some misdemeanour had not been invited to join the party, and so knew all that had been happening in the town before anyone else, brought her the news. With spiteful glee he hired a wretched Cossack nag and hastened on the way to Skvoreshniki to meet the returning cavalcade with the diverting intelligence. I fancy that, in spite of her lofty determination, Yulia Mihailovna was a little disconcerted on hearing such surprising news, but probably only for an instant. The political aspect of the affair, for instance, could not cause her uneasiness. Pyotr Stepanovitch had impressed upon her 3 or 4 times that the Shpigulin ruffians ought to be flogged, and Pyotr Stepanovitch certainly had for some time past been a great authority in her eyes. "But anyway, I shall make him pay for it," she doubtless reflected, the "he," of course, referring to her spouse. I must observe in passing that on this occasion, as though purposely, Pyotr Stepanovitch had taken no part in the expedition, and no one had seen him all day. I must mention too, by the way, that Varvara Petrovna had come back to the town with her guests, in the same carriage with Yulia Mihailovna, in order to be present at the last meeting of the committee which was arranging the fête for the next day. She too must have been interested, and perhaps even agitated by the news about Stepan Trofimovitch communicated by Lyamshin. The hour of reckoning for Andrey Antonovitch followed at once. Alas! He felt that from the first glance at his admirable wife. With an open air and an enchanting smile she went quickly up to Stepan Trofimovitch, held out her exquisitely gloved hand, and greeted him with a perfect shower of flattering phrases, as though the only thing she cared about that morning was to make haste to be charming to Stepan Trofimovitch, because at last she saw him in her house. There was not one hint of the search that morning; it was as though she knew nothing of it.
There was not one word to her husband, not one glance in his direction, as though he had not been in the room. What's more, she promptly confiscated Stepan Trofimovitch and carried him off to the drawing room, as though he had had no interview with Lembke, or as though it was not worth prolonging if he had. I repeat again, I think that in this Yulia Mihailovna, in spite of her aristocratic tone, made another great mistake, and Karmazinov particularly did much to aggravate this. He had taken part in the expedition at Yulia Mihailovna's special request, and in that way had incidentally paid his visit to Varvara Petrovna, and she was so poor‐spirited as to be perfectly delighted at it. On seeing Stepan Trofimovitch he called out from the doorway. He came in behind the rest, and pressed forward to embrace him, even interrupting Yulia Mihailovna. What years, what ages! At last! Excellent ami! He made as though to kiss him, offering his cheek, of course, and Stepan Trofimovitch was so fluttered that he could not avoid saluting it. "Cher," he said to me that evening, recalling all the events of that day, "I wondered at that moment which of us was the most contemptible. He, embracing me only to humiliate me, or I, despising him and his face, and kissing it on the spot, though I might have turned away. Foo!" "Come, tell me about yourself, tell me everything," Karmazinov drawled and lisped, as though it were possible for him on the spur of the moment to give an account of 25 years of his life. But this foolish trifling was the height of chic. "Remember that the last time we met was at the Granovsky dinner in Moscow, and that 24 years have passed since then." Stepan Trofimovitch began very reasonably, and consequently not at all in the same chic style. "Ce cher homme," Karmazinov interrupted with shrill familiarity, squeezing his shoulder with exaggerated friendliness. "Make haste and take us to your room, Yulia Mihailovna. There he'll sit down and tell us everything." "And yet I was never at all intimate with that peevish old woman," Stepan Trofimovitch went on complaining to me that same evening, shaking with anger. "We were almost boys, and I'd begun to detest him even then, just as he had me, of course." Yulia Mihailovna's drawing room filled up quickly. Varvara Petrovna was particularly excited, though she tried to appear indifferent, but I caught her once or twice glancing with hatred at Karmazinov and with wrath at Stepan Trofimovitch, the wrath of anticipation, the wrath of jealousy and love. If Stepan Trofimovitch had blundered this time and had let Karmazinov make him look small before every one, I believe she would have leapt up and beaten him. I have forgotten to say that Liza, too, was there, and I had never seen her more radiant, carelessly light‐hearted and happy. Mavriky Nikolaevitch was there too, of course. In the crowd of young ladies and rather vulgar young men who made up Yulia Mihailovna's usual retinue, and among whom this vulgarity was taken for sprightliness and cheap cynicism for wit, I noticed 2 or 3 new faces: a very obsequious Pole who was on a visit in the town, a German doctor, a sturdy old fellow who kept loudly laughing with great zest at his own wit, and lastly, a very young princeling from Petersburg like an automaton figure, with the deportment of a state dignitary and a fearfully high collar. But it was evident that Yulia Mihailovna had a very high opinion of this visitor, and was even a little anxious of the impression her salon was making on him. "Cher Monsieur Karmazinov," said Stepan Trofimovitch, sitting in a picturesque pose on the sofa, and suddenly beginning to lisp as daintily as Karmazinov himself. "Cher Monsieur Karmazinov, the life of a man of our time and of certain convictions, even after an interval of 25 years, is bound to seem monotonous." The German went off into a loud abrupt guffaw like a neigh, evidently imagining that Stepan Trofimovitch had said something exceedingly funny. The latter gazed at him with studied amazement, but produced no effect on him whatever. The prince, too, looked at the German, turning head, collar and all towards him and putting up his pince nez, though without the slightest curiosity. "Is bound to seem monotonous," Stepan Trofimovitch intentionally repeated, drawling each word as deliberately and nonchalantly as possible. "And so my life has been throughout this quarter of a century. et comme on trouve partout plus de moi que de raison, and as I am entirely of this opinion, it has come to pass that throughout this quarter of a century I..." "C'est charmant, le moi," whispered Yulia Mihailovna, turning to Varvara Petrovna, who was sitting beside her. Varvara Petrovna responded with a look of pride. But Karmazinov could not stomach the success of the French phrase, and quickly and shrilly interrupted Stepan Trofimovitch. "As for me, I am quite at rest on that score, and for the past 7 years I've been settled at Karlsruhe. And last year, when it was proposed by the town council to lay down a new water pipe, I felt in my heart that this question of water pipes in Karlsruhe was dearer and closer to my heart than all the questions of my precious fatherland in this period of so‐called reform." "I can't help sympathising, though it goes against the grain," sighed Stepan Trofimovitch, bowing his head significantly. Yulia Mihailovna was triumphant. The conversation was becoming profound and taking a political turn. "A drain pipe?" the doctor inquired in a loud voice. "A water pipe, doctor, a water pipe, and I positively assisted them in drawing up the plan." The doctor went off into a deafening guffaw. Many people followed his example, laughing in the face of the doctor, who remained unconscious of it and was highly delighted that every one was laughing. "You must allow me to differ from you, Karmazinov," Yulia Mihailovna hastened to interpose. "Karlsruhe is all very well, but you are fond of mystifying people, and this time we don't believe you. What Russian writer has presented so many modern types, has brought forward so many contemporary problems, has put his finger on the most vital modern points which make up the type of the modern man of action? You, only you, and no one else. It's no use your assuring us of your coldness towards your own country and your ardent interest in the water pipes of Karlsruhe. Ha ha!" "Yes, no doubt," lisped Karmazinov, "I have portrayed in the character of Pogojov all the failings of the Slavophiles, and in the character of Nikodimov all the failings of the Westerners." "I say, hardly all," Lyamshin whispered slyly. "But I do this by the way, simply to while away the tedious hours and to satisfy the persistent demands of my fellow countrymen." "You are probably aware, Stepan Trofimovitch," Yulia Mihailovna went on enthusiastically, "that to‐morrow we shall have the delight of hearing the charming lines, one of the last of Semyon Yakovlevitch's exquisite literary inspirations. It's called 'Merci.' He announces in this piece that he will write no more, that nothing in the world will induce him to, if angels from heaven or, what's more, all the best society were to implore him to change his mind. In fact, he is laying down the pen for good, and this graceful 'Merci' is addressed to the public in grateful acknowledgment of the constant enthusiasm with which it has for so many years greeted his unswerving loyalty to true Russian thought." Yulia Mihailovna was the acme of bliss. "Yes, I shall make my farewell. I shall say my merci and depart, and there, in Karlsruhe, I shall close my eyes." Karmazinov was gradually becoming maudlin. Like many of our great writers, and there are numbers of them amongst us, he could not resist praise, and began to be limp at once, in spite of his penetrating wit. But I consider this is pardonable. They say that one of our Shakespeares positively blurted out in private conversation that "we great men can't do otherwise," and so on, and what's more, was unaware of it. There in Karlsruhe I shall close my eyes. When we have done our duty, all that's left for us great men is to make haste to close our eyes without seeking a reward. I shall do so too. "Give me the address, and I shall come to Karlsruhe to visit your tomb," said the German, laughing immoderately. "They send corpses by rail nowadays," one of the less important young men said unexpectedly. Lyamshin positively shrieked with delight. Yulia Mihailovna frowned. Nikolay Stavrogin walked in. "Why, I was told that you were locked up," he said aloud, addressing Stepan Trofimovitch before every one else. "No, it was a case of unlocking," jested Stepan Trofimovitch. "But I hope that what's happened will have no influence on what I asked you to do," Yulia Mihailovna put in again. "I trust that you will not let this unfortunate annoyance, of which I had no idea, lead you to disappoint our eager expectations, and deprive us of the enjoyment of hearing your reading at our literary matinée."
I don't know, Really, I am so unlucky, Varvara Petrovna, and only fancy, just when I was so longing to make the personal acquaintance of one of the most remarkable and independent intellects of Russia, and here Stepan Trofimovitch suddenly talks of deserting us." "Your compliment is uttered so audibly that I ought to pretend not to hear it," Stepan Trofimovitch said neatly. "But I cannot believe that my insignificant presence is so indispensable at your fête to morrow. However, I..." "Why, you'll spoil him!" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, bursting into the room. "I've only just got him in hand, and in one morning he has been searched, arrested, taken by the collar by a policeman, and here ladies are cooing to him in the governor's drawing room. Every bone in his body is aching with rapture. In his wildest dreams he had never hoped for such good fortune. Now he'll begin informing against the socialists after this." "Impossible, Pyotr Stepanovitch. Socialism is too grand an idea to be unrecognised by Stepan Trofimovitch." Yulia Mihailovna took up the gauntlet with energy. "It's a great idea, but its exponents are not always great men. Et brisons là, mon cher," Stepan Trofimovitch ended, addressing his son and rising gracefully from his seat. But at this point an utterly unexpected circumstance occurred. Von Lembke had been in the room for some time, but seemed unnoticed by anyone, though every one had seen him come in. In accordance with her former plan, Yulia Mihailovna went on ignoring him. He took up his position near the door and with a stern face listened gloomily to the conversation. Hearing an allusion to the events of the morning, he began fidgeting uneasily, stared at the prince, obviously struck by his stiffly starched prominent collar, then suddenly he seemed to start on hearing the voice of Pyotr Stepanovitch and seeing him burst in. And no sooner had Stepan Trofimovitch uttered his phrase about socialists than Lembke went up to him, pushing against Lyamshin, who at once skipped out of the way with an affected gesture of surprise, rubbing his shoulder and pretending that he had been terribly bruised. "Enough!" said Von Lembke to Stepan Trofimovitch, vigorously gripping the hand of the dismayed gentleman and squeezing it with all his might in both of his. "Enough! The filibusters of our day are unmasked. Not another word. Measures have been taken." He spoke loudly enough to be heard by all the room, and concluded with energy. The impression he produced was poignant. Everybody felt that something was wrong. I saw Yulia Mihailovna turn pale. The effect was heightened by a trivial accident. After announcing that "measures" had been taken, Lembke turned sharply and walked quickly towards the door, but he had hardly taken 2 steps when he stumbled over a rug, swerved forward and almost fell. For a moment he stood still, looked at the rug at which he had stumbled, and, uttering a loud "Change it," went out of the room. Yulia Mihailovna ran after him. Her exit was followed by an uproar in which it was difficult to distinguish anything. Some said he was deranged, others that he was liable to attacks, others put their fingers to their forehead. Lyamshin in the corner put his 2 fingers above his forehead. People hinted at some domestic difficulties, in a whisper of course. No one took up his hat, all were waiting. I don't know what Yulia Mihailovna managed to do, but 5 minutes later she came back, doing her utmost to appear composed. She replied evasively that Andrey Antonovitch was rather excited, but that it meant nothing, that he had been like that from a child, that she knew much better, and that the fête next day would certainly cheer him up. Then followed a few flattering words to Stepan Trofimovitch simply from civility, and a loud invitation to the members of the committee to open the meeting now, at once. Only then all who were not members of the committee prepared to go home, but the painful incidents of this fatal day were not yet over. I noticed at the moment when Nikolay Stavrogin came in that Liza looked quickly and intently at him, and was for a long time unable to take her eyes off him. So much so that at last it attracted attention. I saw Mavriky Nikolaevitch bend over her from behind. He seemed to mean to whisper something to her, but evidently changed his intention and drew himself up quickly, looking round at every one with a guilty air. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, too, excited curiosity. His face was paler than usual, and there was a strangely absent‐minded look in his eyes. After flinging his question at Stepan Trofimovitch, he seemed to forget about him altogether, and I really believe he even forgot to speak to his hostess. He did not once look at Liza.
not because he did not want to, but I am certain because he did not notice her either. And suddenly, after the brief silence that followed Yulia Mihailovna's invitation to open the meeting without loss of time, Liza's musical voice, intentionally loud, was heard. She called to Stavrogin. "Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, a captain who calls himself a relation of yours, the brother of your wife, and whose name is Lebyadkin, keeps writing impertinent letters to me, complaining of you and offering to tell me some secrets about you. If he really is a connection of yours, please tell him not to annoy me, and save me from this unpleasantness." There was a note of desperate challenge in these words; every one realised it. The accusation was unmistakable, though perhaps it was a surprise to herself. She was like a man who shuts his eyes and throws himself from the roof. But Nikolay Stavrogin's answer was even more astounding. To begin with, it was strange that he was not in the least surprised and listened to Liza with unruffled attention. There was no trace of either confusion or anger in his face. Simply, firmly, even with an air of perfect readiness, he answered the fatal question. "Yes, I have the misfortune to be connected with that man. I have been the husband of his sister for nearly 5 years. You may be sure I will give him your message as soon as possible, and I'll answer for it that he shan't annoy you again." I shall never forget the horror that was reflected on the face of Varvara Petrovna. With a distracted air she got up from her seat, lifting up her right hand as though to ward off a blow. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch looked at her, looked at Liza, at the spectators, and suddenly smiled with infinite disdain. He walked deliberately out of the room. Every one saw how Liza leapt up from the sofa as soon as he turned to go and unmistakably made a movement to run after him. But she controlled herself and did not run after him, she went quietly out of the room, without saying a word, or even looking at anyone, accompanied, of course, by Mavriky Nikolaevitch, who rushed after her. The uproar and the gossip that night in the town I will not attempt to describe. Varvara Petrovna shut herself up in her town house, and Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, it was said, went straight to Skvoreshniki without seeing his mother. Stepan Trofimovitch sent me that evening to cette chère amie to implore her to allow him to come to her, but she would not see me. He was terribly overwhelmed, he shed tears. "Such a marriage, such a marriage, such an awful thing in the family," he kept repeating. He remembered Karmazinov, however, and abused him terribly. He set to work vigorously to prepare for the reading too, and the artistic temperament rehearsed before the looking glass and went over all the jokes and witticisms uttered in the course of his life which he had written down in a separate notebook, to insert into his reading next day. "My dear, I do this for the sake of a great idea," he said to me, obviously justifying himself. "Chère amie, I have been stationary for 25 years, and suddenly I've begun to move. Whither, I know not, but I've begun to move." End of Part Two. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Chapter 1 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1. The Fête, First Part. Section 1 and 2a. The fête took place in spite of all the perplexities of the preceding Shpigulin day. I believe that even if Lembke had died the previous night, the fête would still have taken place next morning, so peculiar was the significance Yulia Mihailovna attached to it. Alas, up to the last moment she was blind and had no inkling of the state of public feeling. No one believed at last that the festive day would pass without some tremendous scandal, some catastrophe, as some people expressed it, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Many people, it is true, tried to assume a frowning and diplomatic countenance, but speaking generally, every Russian is inordinately delighted at any public scandal and disorder. It is true that we did feel something much more serious than the mere craving for a scandal. There was a general feeling of irritation, a feeling of implacable resentment. Every one seemed thoroughly disgusted with everything. A kind of bewildered cynicism, a forced, as it were, strained cynicism, was predominant in every one. The only people who were free from bewilderment were the ladies, and they were clear on only one point their remorseless detestation of Yulia Mihailovna. Ladies of all shades of opinion were agreed in this. And she, poor dear, had no suspicion. Up to the last hour she was persuaded that she was surrounded by followers, and that they were still fanatically devoted to her. I have already hinted that some low fellows of different sorts had made their appearance amongst us. In turbulent times of upheaval or transition low characters always come to the front everywhere. I am not speaking now of the so‐called advanced people who are always in a hurry to be in advance of every one else, their absorbing anxiety, and who always have some more or less definite, though often very stupid, aim. No, I am speaking only of the riff-raff. In this period of transition this riff-raff, which exists in every society, rises to the surface, and is not only without any aim, but has not even a symptom of an idea. It merely does its utmost to give expression to uneasiness and impatience. Moreover, this riff-raff almost always falls unconsciously under the control of the little group of advanced people who do act with a definite aim, and this little group can direct all this rabble as it pleases, if only it does not itself consist of absolute idiots, which, however, is sometimes the case. It is said among us now that it is all over, that Pyotr Stepanovitch was directed by the International and Yulia Mihailovna by Pyotr Stepanovitch, while she controlled, under his rule, a rabble of all sorts. The more sober minds amongst us wonder at themselves now, and can't understand how they came to be so foolish at the time. What constituted the turbulence of our time and what transition it was we were passing through, I don't know, nor I think does anyone, unless it were some of those visitors of ours. Yet the most worthless fellows suddenly gained predominant influence, began loudly criticizing everything sacred, though till then they had not dared to open their mouths, while the leading people, who had till then so satisfactorily kept the upper hand, began listening to them and holding their peace. Some even simpered approval in a most shameless way. People like Lyamshin and Telyatnikov, like Gogol's Tentchotnikov, drivelling home‐bred editions of Radishov, wretched little Jews with a mournful but haughty smile, guffawing foreigners, poets of advanced tendencies from the capital, poets who made up with peasant coats and tarred boots for the lack of tendencies or talents, majors and colonels who ridiculed the senselessness of the service, and who would have been ready for an extra rouble to unbuckle their swords and take jobs as railway clerks, generals who had abandoned their duties to become lawyers, advanced mediators, advancing merchants, innumerable divinity students, women who were the embodiment of the woman question, all these suddenly gained complete sway among us, and over whom? Over the club, the venerable officials, over generals with wooden legs, over the very strict and inaccessible ladies of our local society. Since even Varvara Petrovna was almost at the beck and call of this rabble right up to the time of the catastrophe with her son, our other local Minervas may well be pardoned for their temporary aberration. Now all this is attributed, as I have mentioned already, to the International. This idea has taken such root that it is given as the explanation to visitors from other parts. Only lately Councillor Kubryakov, a man of 62, with the Stanislav Order on his breast, came forward uninvited and confessed in a voice full of feeling that he had beyond a shadow of doubt been for fully 3 months under the influence of the International. When with every deference for his years and services he was invited to be more definite, he stuck firmly to his original statement, though he could produce no evidence except that he had felt it in all his feelings, so that they cross‐examined him no further. I repeat again, there was still even among us a small group who held themselves aloof from the beginning and even locked themselves up. But what lock can stand against the law of nature? Daughters will grow up even in the most careful families, and it is essential for grown‐up daughters to dance. And so all these people, too, ended by subscribing to the governess's fund. The ball was assumed to be an entertainment so brilliant, so unprecedented, marvels were told about it. There were rumours of princes from a distance with lorgnettes, of 10 stewards, all young dandies, with rosettes on their left shoulder, of some Petersburg people who were setting the thing going. There was a rumour that Karmazinov had consented to increase the subscriptions to the fund by reading his Merci in the costume of the governesses of the district, that there would be a literary quadrille all in costume, and every costume would symbolize some special line of thought, and finally that honest Russian thought would dance in costume, which would certainly be a complete novelty in itself. Who could resist subscribing? Every one subscribed. Section 2. The programme of the fête was divided into 2 parts: the literary matinée from midday till 4 o'clock, and afterwards a ball from 10 o'clock onwards through the night. But in this very programme there lay concealed germs of disorder. In the first place, from the very beginning, a rumour had gained ground among the public concerning a luncheon immediately after the literary matinée, or even while it was going on, during an interval arranged expressly for it; a free luncheon, of course, which would form part of the programme and be accompanied by champagne. The immense price of the tickets, 3 roubles, tended to confirm this rumour. As though one would subscribe for nothing! The fête is arranged for 24 hours, so food must be provided, people will get hungry. This was how people reasoned in the town. I must admit that Yulia Mihailovna did much to confirm this disastrous rumour by her own heedlessness. A month earlier, under the first spell of the great project, she would babble about it to anyone she met, and even sent a paragraph to one of the Petersburg papers about the toasts and speeches arranged for her fête. What fascinated her most at that time was the idea of these toasts. She wanted to propose them herself, and was continually composing them in anticipation. They were to make clear what was their banner. What was it? I don't mind betting that the poor dear composed nothing after all. They were to get into the Petersburg and Moscow papers, to touch and fascinate the higher powers, and then to spread the idea over all the provinces of Russia, rousing people to wonder and imitation. But for toasts champagne was essential, and as champagne can't be drunk on an empty stomach, it followed that a lunch was essential too. Afterwards, when by her efforts a committee had been formed and had attacked the subject more seriously, it was proved clearly to her at once that if they were going to dream of banquets there would be very little left for the governesses, however well people subscribed. There were 2 ways out of the difficulty: either Belshazzar's feasts with toasts and speeches, and 90 roubles for the governesses, or a considerable sum of money with the fête only as a matter of form to raise it. The committee, however, only wanted to scare her, and had of course worked out a third course of action, which was reasonable and combined the advantages of both. That is, a very decent fête in every respect, only without champagne, and so yielding a very respectable sum, much more than 90 roubles. But Yulia Mihailovna would not agree to it. Her proud spirit revolted from paltry compromise. She decided at once that if the original idea could not be carried out, they should rush to the opposite extreme, that is, raise an enormous subscription that would be the envy of other provinces. "The public must understand," she said at the end of her flaming speech to the committee, "that the attainment of an object of universal human interest is infinitely loftier than the corporeal enjoyments of the passing moment; that the fête in its essence is only the proclamation of a great idea, and so we ought to be content with the most frugal German ball simply as a symbol, that is, if we can't dispense with this detestable ball altogether," so great was the aversion she suddenly conceived for it. But she was pacified at last. It was then that the literary quadrille and the other æsthetic items were invented and proposed as substitutes for the corporeal enjoyments. It was then that Karmazinov finally consented to read Merci. Until then he had only tantalized them by his hesitation, and so eradicate the very idea of victuals from the minds of our incontinent public. So the ball was once more to be a magnificent function, though in a different style. And not to be too ethereal, it was decided that tea with lemon and round biscuits should be served at the beginning of the ball, and later on orchard and limonade, and at the end even ices, but nothing else. For those who always and everywhere are hungry and, still more, thirsty, they might open a buffet in the farthest of the suite of rooms and put it in charge of Prohorovitch, the head cook of the club, who would, subject to the strict supervision of the committee, serve whatever was wanted at a fixed charge, and a notice should be put up on the door of the hall that refreshments were extra. But on the morning they decided not to open the buffet at all for fear of disturbing the reading, though the buffet would have been 5 rooms off the White Hall, in which Karmazinov had consented to read Merci. It is remarkable that the committee, and even the most practical people in it, attached enormous consequence to this reading. As for people of poetical tendencies, the marshal's wife, for instance, informed Karmazinov that after the reading she would immediately order a marble slab to be put up in the wall of the White Hall with an inscription in gold letters, that on such a day and year, here in this place, the great writer of Russia and of Europe had read Merci on laying aside his pen, and so had for the first time taken leave of the Russian public represented by the leading citizens of our town, and that this inscription would be read by all at the ball, that is, only 5 hours after Merci had been read. I know for a fact that Karmazinov it was who insisted that there should be no buffet in the morning on any account, while he was reading, in spite of some protest from members of the committee that this was rather opposed to our way of doing things. This was a position of affairs while in the town people were still reckoning on a Belshazzar feast, that is, on refreshments provided by the committee. They believed in this to the last hour. Even the young ladies were dreaming of masses of sweets and preserves, and something more beyond their imagination. Every one knew that the subscriptions had reached a huge sum, that all the town was struggling to go, that people were driving in from the surrounding districts, and that there were not tickets enough. It was known, too, that there had been some large subscriptions apart from the price paid for tickets. Varvara Petrovna, for instance, had paid 300 roubles for her ticket, and had given almost all the flowers from her conservatory to decorate the room. The marshal's wife, who was a member of the committee, provided the house and the lighting. The club furnished the music, the attendance, and gave up Prohorovitch for the whole day. There were other contributions as well, though lesser ones, so much so indeed that the idea was mooted of cutting down the price of tickets from 3 roubles to 2. Indeed, the committee were afraid at first that 3 roubles would be too much for young ladies to pay, and suggested that they might have family tickets, so that every family should pay for one daughter only, while the other young ladies of the family, even if there were a dozen specimens, should be admitted free. But all their apprehensions turned out to be groundless. It was just the young ladies who did come. Even the poorest clerks brought their girls, and it was quite evident that if they had had no girls it would never have occurred to them to subscribe for tickets. One insignificant little secretary brought all his 7 daughters, to say nothing of his wife and a niece into the bargain, and every one of these persons held in her hand an entrance ticket that cost 3 roubles. It may be imagined what an upheaval it made in the town. One has only to remember that as the fête was divided into 2 parts, every lady needed 2 costumes for the occasion, a morning one for the matinée and a ball dress for the evening. Many middle‐class people, as it appeared afterwards, had pawned everything they had for that day, even the family linen, even the sheets, and possibly the mattresses, to the Jews who had been settling in our town in great numbers during the previous 2 years, and who became more and more numerous as time went on. Almost all the officials had asked for their salary in advance, and some of the landowners sold beasts they could ill spare, and all simply to bring their ladies got up as marchionesses and to be as good as anybody. The magnificence of dresses on this occasion was something unheard of in our neighbourhood. For a fortnight beforehand the town was overflowing with funny stories, which were all brought by our wits to Yulia Mihailovna's court. Caricatures were passed from hand to hand. I have seen some drawings of the sort myself in Yulia Mihailovna's album. All this reached the ears of the families who were the source of the jokes. I believe this was the cause of the general hatred of Yulia Mihailovna which had grown so strong in the town. People swear and gnash their teeth when they think of it now, but it was evident, even at the time, that if the committee were to displease them in anything, or if anything went wrong at the ball, the outburst of indignation would be something surprising. That's why every one was secretly expecting a scandal, and if it was so confidently expected, how could it fail to come to pass? The orchestra struck up punctually at midday. Being one of the stewards, that is, one of the 12 young men with a rosette, I saw with my own eyes how this day of ignominious memory began. It began with an enormous crush at the doors. How was it that everything, including the police, went wrong that day? I don't blame the genuine public. The fathers of families did not crowd, nor did they push against anyone, in spite of their position. On the contrary, I am told that they were disconcerted even in the street, at the sight of the crowd shoving in a way unheard of in our town, besieging the entry and taking it by assault instead of simply going in. Meanwhile the carriages kept driving up, and at last blocked the street. Now, at the time I write I have good grounds for affirming that some of the lowest rabble of our town were brought in without tickets by Lyamshin and Liputin, possibly, too, by other people who were stewards like me. Anyway, some complete strangers who had come from the surrounding districts and elsewhere were present. As soon as these savages entered the hall they began asking where the buffet was, as though they had been put up to it beforehand, and learning that there was no buffet, they began swearing with brutal directness, and an unprecedented insolence. Some of them, it is true, were drunk when they came. Some of them were dazed like savages at the splendour of the hall, as they had never seen anything like it, and subsided for a minute, gazing at it open-mouthed. This great white hall really was magnificent, though the building was falling into decay. It was of immense size, with 2 rows of windows, with an old‐fashioned ceiling covered with gilt carving, with a gallery with mirrors on the walls, red and white draperies, marble statues, nondescript but still statues, with heavy old furniture of the Napoleonic period, white and gold, upholstered in red velvet. At the moment I am describing a high platform had been put up for the literary gentlemen who were to read, and the whole hall was filled with chairs, like the parterre of a theatre with wide aisles for the audience. But after the first moments of surprise, the most senseless questions and protests followed. "Perhaps we don't care for a reading. We've paid our money. The audience has been impudently swindled. This is our entertainment, not the Lemkes." They seemed, in fact, to have been let in for this purpose. I remember specially an encounter in which the princeling with the stand‐up collar and the face of a Dutch doll, whom I had met the morning before at Yulia Mihailovna's, distinguished himself. He had, at her urgent request, consented to pin a rosette on his left shoulder and to become one of our stewards. It turned out that this dumb wax figure could act after a fashion of his own if he could not talk. When a colossal pock‐marked captain, supported by a herd of rabble following at his heels, pestered him by asking "which way to the buffet," he made a sign to a police sergeant. His hint was promptly acted upon, and in spite of the drunken captain's abuse he was dragged out of the hall. Meantime the genuine public began to make its appearance and stretched in 3 long files between the chairs. The disorderly elements began to subside, but the public, even the most respectable among them, had a dissatisfied and perplexed air. Some of the ladies looked positively scared. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 and 2a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 2b, of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, The Fête. First Part. Section 2b. At last all were seated. The music ceased. People began blowing their noses and looking about them. They waited with too solemn an air, which is always a bad sign. But nothing was to be seen yet of the Lembkes. Silks, velvets, diamonds glowed and sparkled on every side. Whiffs of fragrance filled the air. The men were wearing all their decorations, and the old men were even in uniform. At last the marshal's wife came in with Liza. Liza had never been so dazzlingly charming or so splendidly dressed as that morning. Her hair was done up in curls, her eyes sparkled, a smile beamed on her face. She made an unmistakable sensation; people scrutinized her and whispered about her. They said that she was looking for Stavrogin, but neither Stavrogin nor Varvara Petrovna were there. At the time I did not understand the expression of her face. Why was there so much happiness, such joy, such energy and strength in that face? I remembered what had happened the day before and could not make it out. But still the Lembkes did not come. This was distinctly a blunder. I learned that Yulia Mihailovna waited till the last minute for Pyotr Stepanovitch, without whom she could not stir a step, though she never admitted it to herself. I must mention, in parenthesis, that on the previous day Pyotr Stepanovitch had, at the last meeting of the committee, declined to wear the rosette of a steward, which had disappointed her dreadfully, even to the point of tears. To her surprise and, later on, her extreme discomfiture to anticipate things he vanished for the whole morning and did not make his appearance at the literary matinée at all, so that no one met him till evening. At last the audience began to manifest unmistakable signs of impatience. No one appeared on the platform either. The back rows began applauding, as in a theatre. The elderly gentlemen and the ladies frowned. The Lembkes are really giving themselves unbearable airs. Even among the better part of the audience an absurd whisper began to gain ground that perhaps there would not be a fête at all, that Lembke perhaps was really unwell, and so on and so on. But, thank God, the Lembkes at last appeared. She was leaning on his arm. I must confess I was in great apprehension myself about their appearance. But the legends were disproved and the truth was triumphant. The audience seemed relieved. Lembke himself seemed perfectly well. Every one, I remember, was of that opinion, for it can be imagined how many eyes were turned on him. I may mention, as characteristic of our society, that there were very few of the better class people who saw reason to suppose that there was anything wrong with him. His conduct seemed to them perfectly normal, and so much so that the action he had taken in the square the morning before was accepted and approved. That's how it should have been from the first, the higher officials declared. If a man begins as a philanthropist he has to come to the same thing in the end, though he does not see that it was necessary from the point of view of philanthropy itself. That, at least, was the opinion at the club. They only blamed him for having lost his temper. It ought to have been done more coolly, but there, he is a new man, said the authorities. All eyes turned with equal eagerness to Yulia Mihailovna. Of course no one has the right to expect from me an exact account in regard to one point, that is a mysterious, a feminine question. But I only know one thing. On the evening of the previous day she had gone into Andrey Antonovitch's study and was there with him till long after midnight. Andrey Antonovitch was comforted and forgiven. The husband and wife came to a complete understanding, everything was forgotten. And when at the end of the interview Lembke went down on his knees, recalling with horror the final incident of the previous night, the exquisite hand, and after it the lips of his wife, checked the fervent flow of penitent phrases of the chivalrously delicate gentleman who was limp with emotion. Every one could see the happiness in her face. She walked in with an open‐hearted air, wearing a magnificent dress. She seemed to be at the very pinnacle of her heart's desires, the fête. The goal and crown of her diplomacy was an accomplished fact. As they walked to their seats in front of the platform, the Lembkes bowed in all directions and responded to greetings. They were at once surrounded. The marshal's wife got up to meet them. But at that point a horrid misunderstanding occurred. The orchestra, apropos of nothing, struck up a flourish, not a triumphal march of any kind, but a simple flourish such as was played at the club when someone's health was drunk at an official dinner. I know now that Lyamshin, in his capacity of steward, had arranged this, as though in honour of the Lembkes' entrance. Of course he could always excuse it as a blunder or excessive zeal. Alas! I did not know at the time that they no longer cared even to find excuses, and that all such considerations were from that day a thing of the past. But the flourish was not the end of it. In the midst of the vexatious astonishment and the smiles of the audience there was a sudden hurrah from the end of the hall, and from the gallery also, apparently in Lembke's honour. The hurrahs were few, but I must confess they lasted for some time. Yulia Mihailovna flushed, her eyes flashed, Lembke stood still at his chair, and turning towards the voices, sternly and majestically scanned the audience. They hastened to make him sit down. I noticed with dismay the same dangerous smile on his face as he had worn the morning before in his wife's drawing room, when he stared at Stepan Trofimovitch before going up to him. It seemed to me that now too there was an ominous and, worst of all, a rather comic expression on his countenance, the expression of a man resigned to sacrifice himself to satisfy his wife's lofty aims. Yulia Mihailovna beckoned to me hurriedly, and whispered to me to run to Karmazinov and entreat him to begin. And no sooner had I turned away than another disgraceful incident, much more unpleasant than the first, took place. On the platform, the empty platform, on which till that moment all eyes and all expectations were fastened, and where nothing was to be seen but a small table, a chair in front of it, and on the table a glass of water on a silver salver, on the empty platform there suddenly appeared the colossal figure of Captain Lebyadkin wearing a dress coat and a white tie. I was so astounded I could not believe my eyes. The captain seemed confused and remained standing at the back of the platform. Suddenly there was a shout in the audience: "Lebyadkin! You?" The captain's stupid red face he was hopelessly drunk expanded in a broad vacant grin at this greeting. He raised his hand, rubbed his forehead with it, shook his shaggy head, and, as though making up his mind to go through with it, took two steps forward and suddenly went off into a series of prolonged, blissful, gurgling but not loud guffaws, which made him screw up his eyes and set all his bulky person heaving. This spectacle set almost half the audience laughing; 20 people applauded. The serious part of the audience looked at one another gloomily. It all lasted only half a minute, however. Liputin, wearing his steward's rosette, ran on to the platform with two servants. They carefully took the captain by both arms, while Liputin whispered something to him. The captain scowled, muttered "Ah, well, if that's it," waved his hand, turned his huge back to the public, and vanished with his escort. But a minute later Liputin skipped on to the platform again. He was wearing the sweetest of his invariable smiles, which usually suggested vinegar and sugar, and carried in his hands a sheet of notepaper. With tiny but rapid steps he came forward to the edge of the platform. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, addressing the public, "through our inadvertency there has arisen a comical misunderstanding which has been removed, but I've hopefully undertaken to do something at the earnest and most respectful request of one of our local poets. Deeply touched by the humane and lofty object, in spite of his appearance, the object which has brought us all together, to wipe away the tears of the poor but well-educated girls of our province, this gentleman, I mean this local poet, although desirous of preserving his incognito, would gladly have heard his poem read at the beginning of the ball, that is, I mean, of the matinée. Though this poem is not in the programme, for it has only been received half an hour ago, yet it has seemed to us" (us? Whom did he mean by us? I report his confused and incoherent speech word for word) "that through its remarkable naïveté of feeling, together with its equally remarkable gaiety, the poem might well be read, that is, not as something serious, but as something appropriate to the occasion, that is, to the idea, especially as some lines, and I wanted to ask the kind permission of the audience." "Read it!" boomed a voice at the back of the hall. "Then I am to read it?" "Read it, read it!" cried many voices. "With the permission of the audience I will read it." Liputin minced again, still with the same sugary smile. He still seemed to hesitate, and I even thought that he was rather excited. These people are sometimes nervous in spite of their impudence. A divinity student would have carried it through without winking, but Liputin did, after all, belong to the last generation. I must say, that is, I have the honour to say by way of preface that it is not precisely an ode such as used to be written for fêtes, but is rather, so to say, a jest, but full of undoubted feeling, together with playful humour and, so to say, the most realistic truthfulness. Read it, read it!" He unfolded the paper. No one, of course, was in time to stop him. Besides, he was wearing his steward's badge. In a ringing voice he declaimed: "To the local governesses of the fatherland from the poet at the fête. Governesses all, good morrow, triumph on this festive day, retrograde or vowed George Sander, never mind, just frisk away." "But that's Lebyadkin's, Lebyadkin's!" cried several voices. There was laughter and even applause, though not from very many. "Teaching French to wet-nosed children, you are glad enough to think You can catch a worn-out sexton, even he is worth a wink." "Hurrah, hurrah!" "But in these great days of progress, ladies, to your sorrow know, you can't even catch a sexton if you have not got a dot." To be sure, that's realism. You can't hook a husband without a dot. "But henceforth, since throughout our feasting capital has flowed from all, And we send you forth to conquest, dancing dowried from this hall, Retrograde or vowed George Sander, never mind, rejoice you may, You're a governess with a dowry, spit on all and frisk away." I must confess I could not believe my ears. The insolence of it was so unmistakable that there was no possibility of excusing Liputin on the ground of stupidity. Besides, Liputin was by no means stupid. The intention was obvious, to me, anyway; they seemed in a hurry to create disorder. Some lines in these idiotic verses, for instance the last, were such that no stupidity could have let them pass. Liputin himself seemed to feel that he had undertaken too much. When he had achieved his exploit, he was so overcome by his own impudence that he did not even leave the platform, but remained standing, as though there were something more he wanted to say. He had probably imagined that it would somehow produce a different effect. But even the group of ruffians who had applauded during the reading suddenly sank into silence, as though they too were overcome. What was silliest of all, many of them took the whole episode seriously, that is, did not regard the verses as a lampoon, but actually thought it realistic and true as regards the governesses, a poem with a tendency, in fact. But the excessive freedom of the verses struck even them at last. As for the general public, they were not only scandalised, but obviously offended. I am sure I am not mistaken as to the impression. Yulia Mihailovna said afterwards that in another moment she would have fallen into a swoon. One of the most respectable old gentlemen helped his old wife on to her feet, and they walked out of the hall accompanied by the agitated glances of the audience. Who knows, the example might have infected others if Karmazinov himself, wearing a dress coat and a white tie and carrying a manuscript in his hand, had not appeared on the platform at that moment. Yulia Mihailovna turned an ecstatic gaze at him as on her deliverer. But I was by that time behind the scenes. I was in quest of Liputin. "You did that on purpose," I said, seizing him indignantly by the arm. "I assure you I never thought..." he began, cringing and lying at once, pretending to be unhappy. "The verses had only just been brought, and I thought that as an amusing pleasantry..." "You did not think anything of the sort. You can't really think that stupid rubbish an amusing pleasantry?" "Yes, I do." "You are simply lying. And it wasn't brought to you just now. You helped Lebyadkin to compose it yourself, yesterday very likely, to create a scandal. The last verse must have been yours, the part about the sexton too. Why did he come on in a dress coat? You must have meant him to read it too if he had not been drunk." Liputin looked at me coldly and ironically. "What business is it of yours?" he asked suddenly, with strange calm. "What business is it of mine? You are wearing the steward's badge too. Where is Pyotr Stepanovitch?" "I don't know. Somewhere here. Why do you ask?" "Because now I see through it. It's simply a plot against Yulia Mihailovna so as to ruin the day by a scandal." Liputin looked at me askance again. "But what is it to you?" he said, grinning. He shrugged his shoulders and walked away. It came over me with a rush. All my suspicions were confirmed. Till then I had been hoping I was mistaken. What was I to do? I was on the point of asking the advice of Stepan Trofimovitch, but he was standing before the looking glass trying on different smiles, and continually consulting a piece of paper on which he had notes. He had to go on immediately after Karmazinov, and was not in a fit state for conversation. Should I run to Yulia Mihailovna? But it was too soon to go to her. She needed a much sterner lesson to cure her of her conviction that she had a following, and that every one was fanatically devoted to her. She would not have believed me, and would have thought I was dreaming. Besides, what help could she be? "Eh," I thought, "after all, what business is it of mine? I'll take off my badge and go home when it begins." That was my mental phrase, "when it begins." I remember it. But I had to go and listen to Karmazinov. Taking a last look round behind the scenes, I noticed that a good number of outsiders, even women among them, were flitting about, going in and out. Behind the scenes was rather a narrow space, completely screened from the audience by a curtain and communicating with other rooms by means of a passage. Here our readers were awaiting their turns. But I was struck at that moment by the reader who was to follow Stepan Trofimovitch. He, too, was some sort of professor I don't know to this day exactly what he was who had voluntarily left some educational institution after a disturbance among the students, and had arrived in the town only a few days before. He, too, had been recommended to Yulia Mihailovna, and she had received him with reverence. I know now that he had only spent one evening in her company before the reading. He had not spoken all that evening, had listened with an equivocal smile to the jests and the general tone of the company surrounding Yulia Mihailovna, and had made an unpleasant impression on every one by his air of haughtiness, and at the same time almost timorous readiness to take offence. It was Yulia Mihailovna herself who had enlisted his services. Now he was walking from corner to corner and, like Stepan Trofimovitch, was muttering to himself, though he looked on the ground instead of in the looking‐glass. He was not trying on smiles, though he often smiled rapaciously. It was obvious that it was useless to speak to him either. He looked about 40, was short and bald, had a greyish beard and was decently dressed. But what was most interesting about him was that at every turn he took he threw up his right fist, brandished it above his head, and suddenly brought it down again, as though crushing an antagonist to atoms. He went through this by-play every moment. It made me uncomfortable. I hastened away to listen to Karmazinov. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, The Fete, First Part, Section 3. There was a feeling in the hall that something was wrong again. Let me state to begin with that I have the deepest reverence for genius. But why do our geniuses in the decline of their illustrious years behave sometimes exactly like little boys? What though he was Karmazinov, and came forward with as much dignity as 5 Kammerherrs rolled into one? How could he expect to keep an audience like ours listening for a whole hour to a single paper? I have observed, in fact, that however big a genius a man may be, he can't monopolize the attention of an audience at a frivolous literary matinée for more than 20 minutes with impunity. The entrance of the great writer was received, indeed, with the utmost respect. Even the severest elderly men showed signs of approval and interest, and the ladies even displayed some enthusiasm. The applause was brief, however, and somehow uncertain and not unanimous. Yet there was no unseemly behaviour in the back rows till Karmazinov began to speak. Not that anything very bad followed then, but only a sort of misunderstanding. I have mentioned already that he had rather a shrill voice, almost feminine in fact, and at the same time a genuinely aristocratic lisp. He had hardly articulated a few words when someone had the effrontery to laugh aloud, probably some ignorant simpleton who knew nothing of the world and was congenitally disposed to laughter. But there was nothing like a hostile demonstration; on the contrary, people said "Sh!" and the offender was crushed. But Mr. Karmazinov, with an affected air and intonation, announced that at first he had declined absolutely to read. Much need there was to mention it. There are some lines which come so deeply from the heart that it is impossible to utter them aloud, so that these holy things cannot be laid before the public. Why lay them then? But as he had been begged to do so, he was doing so, and as he was, moreover, laying down his pen for ever, and had sworn to write no more, he had written this last farewell. And as he had sworn never on any inducement to read anything in public, and so on, all in that style. But all that would not have mattered. Every one knows what authors' prefaces are like, though, I may observe, that considering the lack of culture of our audience and the irritability of the back rows, all this may have had an influence. Surely it would have been better to have read a little story, a short tale such as he had written in the past, over elaborate, that is, and affected, but sometimes witty. It would have saved the situation. No, this was quite another story, it was a regular oration. Good heavens, what wasn't there in it? I am positive that it would have reduced to rigidity even a Petersburg audience, let alone ours. Imagine an article that would have filled some 30 pages of print of the most affected, aimless prattle, and to make matters worse, the gentleman read it with a sort of melancholy condescension as though it were a favour, so that it was almost insulting to the audience. The subject who could make it out? It was a sort of description of certain impressions and reminiscences, but of what, and about what? Though the leading intellects of the province did their utmost during the first half of the reading, they could make nothing of it, and they listened to the second part simply out of politeness. A great deal was said about love, indeed of the love of the genius for some person, but I must admit it made rather an awkward impression. For the great writer to tell us about his first kiss seemed to my mind a little incongruous with his short and fat little figure. Another thing that was offensive: these kisses did not occur as they do with the rest of mankind. There had to be a framework of gorse it had to be gorse, or some such plant that one must look up in a flora and there had to be a tint of purple in the sky, such as no mortal had ever observed before, or if some people had seen it they had never noticed it, but he seemed to say, "I have seen it and am describing it to you, fools," as if it were a most ordinary thing. The tree under which the interesting couple sat had of course to be of an orange colour. They were sitting somewhere in Germany. Suddenly they see Pompey or Cassius on the eve of a battle, and both are penetrated by a thrill of ecstasy. Some wood nymph squeaked in the bushes. Gluck played the violin among the reeds. The title of the piece he was playing was given in full, but no one knew it, so that one would have had to look it up in a musical dictionary. Meanwhile a fog came on, such a fog, that it was more like a million pillows than a fog. And suddenly everything disappears, and the great genius is crossing the frozen Volga in a thaw. 2½ pages are filled with the crossing, and yet he falls through the ice. The genius is drowning. You imagine he was drowned? Not a bit of it. This was simply in order that when he was drowning, and at his last gasp, he might catch sight of a bit of ice the size of a pea, but pure and crystal as a frozen tear, and in that tear was reflected Germany, or, more accurately, the sky of Germany. And its iridescent sparkle recalled to his mind the very tear which, dost thou remember, fell from thine eyes when we were sitting under that emerald tree, and thou didst cry out joyfully, 'There is no crime!' 'No,' I said through my tears, 'but if that is so, there are no righteous either.' We sobbed, and parted for ever. She went off somewhere to the sea coast, while he went to visit some caves, and then he descends and descends and descends for 3 years under Suharev Tower in Moscow, and suddenly in the very bowels of the earth he finds in a cave a lamp, and before the lamp a hermit. The hermit is praying. The genius leans against a little barred window and suddenly hears a sigh. Do you suppose it was the hermit sighing? Much he cares about the hermit! Not a bit of it! This sigh simply reminds him of her first sigh, 37 years before. 'In Germany, when dost thou remember, we sat under an agate tree, and thou didst say to me, "Why, love? See, ochra is growing all around, and I love thee, but the ochra will cease to grow, and I shall cease to love."' Then the fog comes on again, Hoffman appears on the scene, the wood nymph whistles a tune from Chopin, and suddenly out of the fog appears Ancus Marcius over the roofs of Rome, wearing a laurel wreath. 'A chill of ecstasy ran down our backs, and we parted for ever,' and so on, and so on. Perhaps I am not reporting it quite right, and don't know how to report it, but the drift of the babble was something of that sort. And after all, how disgraceful this passion of our great intellects for jesting in a superior way really is. The great European philosopher, the great man of science, the inventor, the martyr, all these who labour and are heavy laden, are to the great Russian genius no more than so many cooks in his kitchen. He is the master and they come to him, cap in hand, awaiting orders. It is true he jeers superciliously at Russia too, and there is nothing he likes better than exhibiting the bankruptcy of Russia in every relation before the great minds of Europe, but as regards himself, no, he is at a higher level than all the great minds of Europe, they are only material for his jests. He takes another man's idea, tacks on to it its antithesis, and the epigram is made. There is such a thing as crime, there is no such thing as crime, there is no such thing as justice, there are no just men, atheism, Darwinism, the Moscow bells, but alas, he no longer believes in the Moscow bells. Rome, laurels, but he has no belief in laurels even. We have a conventional attack of Byronic spleen, a grimace from Heine, something of Petchorin, and the machine goes on rolling, whistling at full speed. But you may praise me, you may praise me, that I like extremely. It's only in a manner of speaking that I lay down the pen. I shall bore you 300 times more, you'll grow weary of reading me." Of course, it did not end without trouble, but the worst of it was that it was his own doing. People had for some time begun shuffling their feet, blowing their noses, coughing, and doing everything that people do when a lecturer, whoever he may be, keeps an audience for longer than 20 minutes at a literary matinée. But the genius noticed nothing of all this. He went on lisping and mumbling without giving a thought to the audience, so that every one began to wonder. Suddenly, in a back row, a solitary but loud voice was heard. "Good Lord, what nonsense!" The exclamation escaped involuntarily, and I'm sure was not intended as a demonstration. The man was simply worn out. But Mr. Karmazinov stopped, looked sarcastically at the audience, and suddenly lisped with the deportment of an aggrieved Kammerherr. "I'm afraid I've been boring you dreadfully, gentlemen?" That was his blunder, that he was the first to speak. For provoking an answer in this way, he gave an opening for the rabble to speak too, and even legitimately so to say, while if he had restrained himself, people would have gone on blowing their noses, and it would have passed off somehow. Perhaps he expected applause in response to his question. But there was no sound of applause. On the contrary, every one seemed to subside and shrink back in dismay. "You never did see Ancus Marcius, that's all brag," cried a voice that sounded full of irritation and even nervous exhaustion. "Just so," another voice agreed at once. "There are no such things as ghosts nowadays, nothing but natural science. Look it up in a scientific book." "Gentlemen, there was nothing I expected less than such objections," said Karmazinov, extremely surprised. The great genius had completely lost touch with his fatherland in Karlsruhe. "Nowadays it's outrageous to say that the world stands on three fishes," a young lady snapped out suddenly. "You can't have gone down to the hermit's cave, Karmazinov, and who talks about hermits nowadays?" "Gentlemen, what surprises me most of all is that you take it all so seriously. However, you are perfectly right. No one has greater respect for truth and realism than I have." Though he smiled ironically, he was tremendously overcome. His face seemed to express: "I am not the sort of man you think. I am on your side. Only praise me more, as much as possible. I like it extremely." "Gentlemen," he cried, completely mortified at last, "I see that my poor poem is quite out of place here. And indeed I am out of place here myself, I think." "You threw at the crow and you hit the cow," some fool, probably drunk, shouted at the top of his voice, and of course no notice ought to have been taken of him. It is true there was a sound of disrespectful laughter. "A cow, you say?" Karmazinov caught it up at once, his voice grew shriller and shriller. "As for crows and cows, gentlemen, I will refrain. I've too much respect for any audience to permit myself comparisons, however harmless. But I did think..." "You'd better be careful, sir," someone shouted from a back row. "But I had supposed that laying aside my pen and saying farewell to my readers, I should be heard." "No, no, we want to hear you, we want to," a few voices from the front row plucked up spirit to exclaim at last. "Read, read!" several enthusiastic ladies' voices chimed in, and at last there was an outburst of applause, sparse and feeble, it is true. "Believe me, Karmazinov, every one looks on it as an honour," the marshal's wife herself could not resist saying. "Mr. Karmazinov!" cried a fresh young voice in the back of the hall suddenly. It was the voice of a very young teacher from the district school, who had only lately come among us, an excellent young man, quiet and gentlemanly. He stood up in his place. "Mr. Karmazinov, if I had the happiness to fall in love as you have described to us, I really shouldn't refer to my love in an article intended for public reading." He flushed red all over. "Ladies and gentlemen," cried Karmazinov, "I have finished. I will omit the end and withdraw, only allow me to read the 6 last lines." "Yes, dear reader, farewell," he began at once from the manuscript, without sitting down again in his chair. "Farewell, reader. I do not greatly insist on our parting friends. What need to trouble you, indeed? You may abuse me as you will, if it affords you any satisfaction. But best of all, if we forget one another for ever, and if you all readers were suddenly so kind as to fall on your knees and begin begging me with tears, 'Write, oh, write for us, Karmazinov, for the sake of Russia, for the sake of posterity, to win laurels,' even then I would answer you, thanking you, of course, with every courtesy, 'No, we've had enough of one another, dear fellow countrymen. Merci! It's time we took our separate ways. Merci, merci, merci!'" Karmazinov bowed ceremoniously, and, as red as though he had been cooked, retired behind the scenes. "Nobody would go down on their knees! A wild idea!" "What conceit?" "That's only humour," someone more reasonable suggested. "Spare me your humour." "I call it impudence, gentlemen." "Well, he's finished now, anyway." "Ech, what a dull show!" But all these ignorant exclamations in the back rows, though they were confined to the back rows, were drowned in applause from the other half of the audience. They called for Karmazinov. Several ladies with Yulia Mihailovna and the marshal's wife crowded round the platform. In Yulia Mihailovna's hands was a gorgeous laurel wreath resting on another wreath of living roses on a white velvet cushion. "Laurels," Karmazinov pronounced, with a subtle and rather sarcastic smile. "I am touched, of course, and accept with real emotion this wreath prepared beforehand, but still fresh and unwithered. But I assure you, mesdames, that I have suddenly become so realistic that I feel laurels would in this age be far more appropriate in the hands of a skilful cook than in mine." "Well, a cook is more useful," cried the divinity student, who had been at the "meeting" at Virginsky's. There was some disorder. In many rows people jumped up to get a better look of the presentation of the laurel wreath. "I'd give another 3 roubles for a cook this minute," another voice assented loudly. Too loudly, insistently in fact. "So would I." "And I." "Is it possible there's no buffet?" "Gentlemen, it's simply a swindle." It must be admitted, however, that all these unbridled gentlemen still stood in awe of our higher officials and of the police superintendent, who was present in the hall. 10 minutes later all had somehow got back into their places, but there was not the same good order as before, and it was into this incipient chaos that poor Stepan Trofimovitch was thrust. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 4 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1, The Fête, First Part, Section 4. I ran out to him behind the scenes once more, and had time to warn him excitedly that in my opinion the game was up, that he had better not appear at all, but had better go home at once, on the excuse of his usual ailment, for instance, and I would take off my badge and come with him. At that instant he was on his way to the platform. He stopped suddenly, and haughtily looking me up and down, he pronounced solemnly: "What grounds have you, sir, for thinking me capable of such baseness?" I drew back. I was as sure as twice two make four that he would not get off without a catastrophe. Meanwhile, as I stood utterly dejected, I saw moving before me again the figure of the professor, whose turn it was to appear after Stepan Trofimovitch, and who kept lifting up his fist and bringing it down again with a swing. He kept walking up and down, absorbed in himself and muttering something to himself with a diabolical but triumphant smile. I somehow almost unintentionally went up to him, I don't know what induced me to meddle again. "Do you know," I said, "judging from many examples, if a lecturer keeps an audience for more than 20 minutes it won't go on listening. No celebrity is able to hold his own for half an hour." He stopped short and seemed almost quivering with resentment. Infinite disdain was expressed in his countenance. "Don't trouble yourself," he muttered contemptuously, and walked on. At that moment Stepan Trofimovitch's voice rang out in the hall. "Oh, hang you all," I thought, and ran to the hall. Stepan Trofimovitch took his seat in the lecturer's chair in the midst of the still persisting disorder. He was greeted by the first rows with looks which were evidently not over friendly. Of late, at the club, people almost seemed not to like him, and treated him with much less respect than formerly. But it was something to the good that he was not hissed. I had had a strange idea in my head ever since the previous day. I kept fancying that he would be received with hisses as soon as he appeared. They scarcely noticed him, however, in the disorder. What could that man hope for if Karmazinov was treated like this? He was pale. It was 10 years since he had appeared before an audience. From his excitement and from all that I knew so well in him, it was clear to me that he, too, regarded his present appearance on the platform as a turning point of his fate, or something of the kind. That was just what I was afraid of. The man was dear to me. And what were my feelings when he opened his lips and I heard his first phrase? "Ladies and gentlemen," he pronounced suddenly, as though resolved to venture everything, though in an almost breaking voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, only this morning there lay before me one of the illegal leaflets that have been distributed here lately, and I asked myself for the 100th time, wherein lies its secret?" The whole hall became instantly still. All looks were turned to him, some with positive alarm. There was no denying, he knew how to secure their interest from the first word. Heads were thrust out from behind the scenes. Liputin and Lyamshin listened greedily. Yulia Mihailovna waved to me again. "Stop him! Whatever happens, stop him!" she whispered in agitation. I could only shrug my shoulders. How could one stop a man resolved to venture everything? Alas, I understood what was in Stepan Trofimovitch's mind. "Aha, the manifestoes!" was whispered in the audience. The whole hall was stirred. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've solved the whole mystery. The whole secret of their effect lies in their stupidity." His eyes flashed. "Yes, gentlemen, if this stupidity were intentional, pretended and calculated, oh, that would be a stroke of genius. But we must do them justice. They don't pretend anything. It's the barest, most simple‐hearted, most shallow stupidity. C'est la bêtise dans son essence la plus pure, quelque chose comme un simple chimique. If it were expressed ever so little more cleverly, every one would see at once the poverty of this shallow stupidity. But as it is, every one is left wondering, no one can believe that it is such elementary stupidity. 'It's impossible that there's nothing more in it,' every one says to himself, and tries to find the secret of it, sees a mystery in it, tries to read between the lines. The effect is attained. Oh, never has stupidity been so solemnly rewarded, though it has so often deserved it. For, in parenthesis, stupidity is of as much service to humanity as the loftiest genius." Epigram of 1840 was commented in a very modest voice, however, but it was followed by a general outbreak of noise and uproar. "Ladies and gentlemen, hurrah! I propose a toast to stupidity!" cried Stepan Trofimovitch, defying the audience in a perfect frenzy. I ran up on the pretext of pouring out some water for him. "Stepan Trofimovitch, leave off! Yulia Mihailovna entreats you to." "No, you leave me alone, idle young man!" he cried out at me at the top of his voice. I ran away. "Messieurs," he went on, "why this excitement? Why the outcries of indignation I hear? I have come forward with an olive branch. I bring you the last word, for in this business I have the last word, and we shall be reconciled." "Down with him!" shouted some. "Hush! Let him speak, let him have his say," yelled another section. The young teacher was particularly excited; having once brought himself to speak, he seemed now unable to be silent. "Messieurs, the last word in this business is forgiveness. I, an old man at the end of my life, I solemnly declare that the spirit of life breathes in us still, and there is still a living strength in the young generation. The enthusiasm of the youth of to day is as pure and bright as in our age. All that has happened is a change of aim, the replacing of one beauty by another. The whole difficulty lies in the question which is more beautiful, Shakespeare or boots, Raphael or petroleum." "It's treachery," growled some. "Compromising questions. Agent provocateur." "But I maintain," Stepan Trofimovitch shrilled at the utmost pitch of excitement, "I maintain that Shakespeare and Raphael are more precious than the emancipation of the serfs, more precious than nationalism, more precious than socialism, more precious than the young generation, more precious than chemistry, more precious than almost all humanity, because they are the fruit, the real fruit of all humanity, and perhaps the highest fruit that can be. A form of beauty already attained, but for the attaining of which I would not perhaps consent to live. Oh, heavens!" he cried, clasping his hands. "10 years ago I said the same thing from the platform in Petersburg, exactly the same thing, in the same words, and in just the same way they did not understand it, they laughed and hissed, as now. Shallow people! What is lacking in you that you cannot understand? But let me tell you, without the English life is still possible for humanity. Without Germany life is possible, without the Russians it is only too possible, without science, without bread life is possible, only without beauty it is impossible, for there will be nothing left in the world. That's the secret at the bottom of everything. That's what history teaches. Even science would not exist a moment without beauty. Do you know that, you who laugh? It will sink into bondage. You won't invent a nail even. I won't yield an inch," he shouted absurdly in confusion, and with all his might banged his fist on the table. But all the while that he was shrieking senselessly and incoherently, the disorder in the hall increased. Many people jumped up from their seats, some dashed forward, nearer to the platform. It all happened much more quickly than I describe it, and there was no time to take steps, perhaps no wish to either. "It's all right for you, with everything found for you, you pampered creatures," the same divinity student bellowed at the foot of the platform, grinning with relish at Stepan Trofimovitch, who noticed it and darted to the very edge of the platform. Haven't I just declared that the enthusiasm of the young generation is as pure and bright as it was, and that it is coming to grief through being deceived only in the forms of beauty? Isn't that enough for you? And if you consider that he who proclaims this is a father crushed and insulted, can one, oh shallow hearts, can one rise to greater heights of impartiality and fairness? Ungrateful, unjust! Why can't you be reconciled?" And he burst into hysterical sobs. He wiped away his dropping tears with his fingers. His shoulders and breast were heaving with sobs. He was lost to everything in the world. A perfect panic came over the audience. Almost all got up from their seats. Yulia Mihailovna, too, jumped up quickly, seizing her husband by the arm and pulling him up too. The scene was beyond all belief. "Stepan Trofimovitch," the divinity student roared gleefully, "there's Fedka the convict wandering about the town and the neighbourhood, escaped from prison. He is a robber and has recently committed another murder. Allow me to ask you: if you had not sold him as a recruit 15 years ago to pay a gambling debt, that is, more simply, lost him at cards, tell me, would he have got into prison? Would he have cut men's throats now in his struggle for existence? What do you say, Mr. Æsthete?" I decline to describe the scene that followed. To begin with, there was a furious volley of applause. The applause did not come from all, probably from some fifth part of the audience, but they applauded furiously. The rest of the public made for the exit.
But as the applauding part of the audience kept pressing forward towards the platform, there was a regular block. The ladies screamed, some of the girls began to cry, and asked to go home. Lembke, standing up by his chair, kept gazing wildly about him. Yulia Mihailovna completely lost her head, for the first time during her career amongst us. As for Stepan Trofimovitch, for the first moment he seemed literally crushed by the divinity student's words, but he suddenly raised his arms as though holding them out above the public and yelled, "I shake the dust from off my feet, and I curse you! It's the end, the end!" And turning, he ran behind the scenes, waving his hands menacingly. "He has insulted the audience! Verhovensky!" the angry section roared. They even wanted to rush in pursuit of him. It was impossible to appease them at the moment, any way, and a final catastrophe broke like a bomb on the assembly and exploded in its midst. The third reader, the maniac who kept waving his fist behind the scenes, suddenly ran on to the platform. He looked like a perfect madman. With a broad, triumphant smile, full of boundless self‐confidence, he looked round at the agitated hall, and he seemed to be delighted at the disorder. He was not in the least disconcerted at having to speak in such an uproar. On the contrary, he was obviously delighted. This was so obvious that it attracted attention at once. "What's this now?" people were heard asking. "Who is this? Sh! What does he want to say?" "Ladies and gentlemen," the maniac shouted with all his might, standing at the very edge of the platform and speaking with almost as shrill, feminine a voice as Karmazinov's, but without the aristocratic lisp. "Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago, on the eve of war with half Europe, Russia was regarded as an ideal country by officials of all ranks. Literature was in the service of the censorship, military drill was all that was taught at the universities. The troops were trained like a ballet, and the peasants paid the taxes and were mute under the lash of serfdom. Patriotism meant the wringing of bribes from the quick and the dead. Those who did not take bribes were looked upon as rebels, because they disturbed the general harmony. The birch copses were extirpated in support of discipline. Europe trembled, but never in the 1,000 years of its senseless existence had Russia sunk to such ignominy." He raised his fist, waved it ecstatically and menacingly over his head, and suddenly brought it down furiously as though pounding an adversary to powder. A frantic yell rose from the whole hall. There was a deafening roar of applause. Almost half the audience was applauding. Their enthusiasm was excusable. Russia was being put to shame publicly, before every one. Who could fail to roar with delight? "This is the real thing! Come, this is something like! Hurrah! Yes, this is none of your æsthetics!" The maniac went on ecstatically. 20 years have passed since then. Universities have been opened and multiplied. Military drill has passed into a legend. Officers are too few by thousands. The railways have eaten up all the capital and have covered Russia as with a spider's web, so that in another 15 years one will perhaps get somewhere. Bridges are rarely on fire, and fires in towns occur only at regular intervals, in turn, at the proper season. In the law courts judgments are as wise as Solomon's, and the jury only take bribes through the struggle for existence, to escape starvation. The serfs are free and flog one another instead of being flogged by the landowners. Seas and oceans of vodka are consumed to support the budget. And in Novgorod, opposite the ancient and useless St. Sophia, there has been solemnly put up a colossal bronze globe to celebrate 1,000 years of disorder and confusion. Europe scowls and begins to be uneasy again. 15 years of reforms, and yet never even in the most grotesque periods of its madness has Russia sunk. The last words could not be heard in the roar of the crowd. One could see him again raise his arm and bring it down triumphantly again. Enthusiasm was beyond all bounds. People yelled, clapped their hands. Even some of the ladies shouted, "Enough! You can't beat that!" Some might have been drunk. The orator scanned them all and seemed revelling in his own triumph. I caught a glimpse of Lembke in indescribable excitement, pointing something out to somebody. Yulia Mihailovna, with a pale face, said something in haste to the prince, who had run up to her. But at that moment a group of 6 men, officials more or less, burst on to the platform, seized the orator and dragged him behind the scenes. I can't understand how he managed to tear himself away from them, but he did escape, darted up to the edge of the platform again, and succeeded in shouting again at the top of his voice, waving his fist, "But never has Russia sunk," but he was dragged away again. I saw some 15 men dash behind the scenes to rescue him, not crossing the platform, but breaking down the light screen at the side of it. I saw afterwards, though I could hardly believe my eyes, the girl student, Virginsky's sister, leap on to the platform with the same roll under her arm, dressed as before, as plump and rosy as ever, surrounded by 2 or 3 women and 2 or 3 men, and accompanied by her mortal enemy, the schoolboy. I even caught the phrase, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to call attention to the sufferings of poor students, and to rouse them to a general protest." But I ran away. Hiding my badge in my pocket, I made my way from the house into the street by back passages which I knew of. First of all, of course, I went to Stepan Trofimovitch's. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 and 2 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2, The End of the Fête. Section 1. He would not see me. He had shut himself up and was writing. At my repeated knocks and appeals he answered through the door, "My friend, I have finished everything. Who can ask anything more of me?" "You haven't finished anything. You've only helped to make a mess of the whole thing. For God's sake, no epigrams, Stepan Trofimovitch! Open the door. We must take steps. They may still come and insult you." I thought myself entitled to be particularly severe and even rigorous. I was afraid he might be going to do something still more mad. But to my surprise I met an extraordinary firmness. "Don't be the first to insult me then. I thank you for the past, but I repeat I've done with all men, good and bad. I am writing to Darya Pavlovna, whom I've forgotten so unpardonably till now. You may take it to her to morrow if you like. Now, merci." "Stepan Trofimovitch, I assure you that the matter is more serious than you think. Do you think that you've crushed someone there? You've pulverised no one, but have broken yourself to pieces like an empty bottle." Oh, I was coarse and discourteous, I remember it with regret. "You've absolutely no reason to write to Darya Pavlovna, and what will you do with yourself without me? What do you understand about practical life? I expect you are plotting something else. You'll simply come to grief again if you go plotting something more." He rose and came close up to the door. "You've not been long with them, but you've caught the infection of their tone and language. Dieu vous pardonne, mon ami, et Dieu vous garde. But I've always seen in you the germs of delicate feeling, and you will get over it perhaps, après le temps, of course, like all of us Russians. As for what you say about my impracticability, I'll remind you of a recent idea of mine. A whole mass of people in Russia do nothing whatever but attack other people's impracticability with the utmost fury and with the tiresome persistence of flies in the summer, accusing every one of it except themselves. Cher, remember that I am excited and don't distress me. Once more merci for everything, and let us part like Karmazinov and the public. That is, let us forget each other with as much generosity as we can. He was posing in begging his former readers so earnestly to forget him, quand en moi I am not so conceited, and I rest my hopes on the youth of your inexperienced heart. How should you remember a useless old man for long? Live more, my friend, as Nastasya wished me on my last name day. Ces pauvres gens ont quelquefois des mots charmants et pleins de philosophie. I do not wish you much happiness, it will bore you. I do not wish you trouble either, but following the philosophy of the present, I will repeat simply, live more, and try not to be much bored. This useless wish I add from myself. Well, good bye, and good bye for good. Don't stand at my door, I will not open it." He went away and I could get nothing more out of him. In spite of his excitement he spoke smoothly, deliberately, with weight. obviously trying to be impressive. Of course he was rather vexed with me and was avenging himself indirectly, possibly even for the yesterday's prison carts and floors that give way. His tears in public that morning, in spite of a triumph of a sort, had put him, he knew, in rather a comic position, and there never was a man more solicitous of dignity and punctilio in his relations with his friends than Stepan Trofimovitch. Oh, I don't blame him. But this fastidiousness and irony which he preserved, in spite of all shocks, reassured me at the time. A man who was so little different from his ordinary self was, of course, not in the mood at that moment for anything tragic or extraordinary. So I reasoned at the time, and heavens, what a mistake I made! I'd left too much out of my reckoning. In anticipation of events I will quote the few first lines of the letter to Darya Pavlovna, which she actually received the following day. "Mon enfant, my hand trembles, but I'm done with everything. You were not present at my last struggle, you did not come to that matinée, and you did well to stay away. But you will be told that in our Russia, which has grown so poor in men of character, one man had the courage to stand up and, in spite of deadly menaces showered on him from all sides, to tell the fools the truth, that is, that they are fools. Oh, ce sont de pauvres petits vauriens et rien de plus. De petits fools, voilà le mot. The die is cast. I am going from this town forever, and I know not whither. Every one I loved has turned from me, but you are a pure and naïve creature. You, a gentle being whose life has been all but linked with mine at the will of a capricious and imperious heart. You who looked at me perhaps with contempt when I shed weak tears on the eve of our frustrated marriage. You who cannot in any case look on me except as a comic figure. For you is the last cry of my heart, for you my last duty, for you alone. I cannot leave you for ever thinking of me as an ungrateful fool, a churlish egoist, as probably a cruel and ungrateful heart, whom, alas, I cannot forget, is every day describing me to you." And so on, 4 large pages. Answering his "I won't open" with 3 bangs with my fist on the door, and shouting after him that I was sure he would send Nastasya for me 3 times that day, but I would not come, I gave him up and ran off to Yulia Mihailovna. II. There I was the witness of a revolting scene. The poor woman was deceived to her face, and I could do nothing. Indeed, what could I say to her? I had had time to reconsider things a little and reflect that I had nothing to go upon but certain feelings and suspicious presentiments. I found her in tears, almost in hysterics, with compresses of eau de Cologne and a glass of water. Before her stood Pyotr Stepanovitch, who talked without stopping, and the prince, who held his tongue as though it had been under a lock. With tears and lamentations she reproached Pyotr Stepanovitch for his desertion. I was struck at once by the fact that she ascribed the whole failure, the whole ignominy of the matinée, everything, in fact, to Pyotr Stepanovitch's absence. In him I observed an important change. He seemed a shade too anxious, almost serious. As a rule he never seemed serious, he was always laughing, even when he was angry, and he was often angry. Oh, he was angry now. He was speaking coarsely, carelessly, with vexation and impatience. He said that he had been taken ill at Gaganov's lodging, where he had happened to go early in the morning. Alas, the poor woman was so anxious to be deceived again. The chief question which I found being discussed was whether the ball, that is the whole second half of the fête, should or should not take place. Yulia Mihailovna could not be induced to appear at the ball after the insult she had received that morning. In other words, her heart was set on being compelled to do so, and by him, by Pyotr Stepanovitch. She looked upon him as an oracle, and I believe if he had gone away she would have taken to her bed at once. But he did not want to go away. He was desperately anxious that the ball should take place and that Yulia Mihailovna should be present at it. Come, what is there to cry about? Are you set on having a scene? On venting your anger at somebody? Well, vent it on me. Only make haste about it, for the time is passing and you must make up your mind. We made a mess of it with the matinée. We'll pick it up on the ball. Here, the prince thinks as I do. Yes, If it hadn't been for the prince, how would things have ended there?" The prince had been at first opposed to the ball, that is, opposed to Yulia Mihailovna's appearing at it; the ball was bound to go on in any case. But after two or three such references to his opinion he began little by little to grunt his acquiescence. I was surprised, too, at the extraordinary rudeness of Pyotr Stepanovitch's tone. Oh, I scout with indignation the contemptible slander which was spread later of some supposed liaison between Yulia Mihailovna and Pyotr Stepanovitch. There was no such thing, nor could there be. He gained his ascendancy over her from the first only by encouraging her in her dreams of influence in society and in the ministry, by entering into her plans, by inventing them for her, and working upon her with the grossest flattery. He had got her completely into his toils and had become as necessary to her as the air she breathed. Seeing me, she cried, with flashing eyes: "Here, ask him! He kept by my side all the while, just like the prince did. Tell me, isn't it plain that it was all a preconcerted plot, a base, designing plot to damage Andrey Antonovitch and me as much as possible? Oh, they had it arranged beforehand, they had a plan, it's a party, a regular party." "You are exaggerating as usual. You've always some romantic notion in your head. But I am glad to see Mr." He pretended to have forgotten my name. "He'll give us his opinion." "My opinion," I hastened to put in, "is the same as Yulia Mihailovna's. The plot is only too evident. I have brought you these ribbons, Yulia Mihailovna. Whether the ball is to take place or not is not my business, for it's not in my power to decide. But my part as steward is over. Forgive my warmth, but I can't act against the dictates of common sense and my own convictions. You hear? You hear?" She clasped her hands. "I hear, and I tell you this." He turned to me. "I think you must have eaten something which has made you all delirious. To my thinking nothing has happened, absolutely nothing but what has happened before and is always liable to happen in this town. A plot indeed! It was an ugly failure, disgracefully stupid. But where's the plot? A plot against Yulia Mihailovna, who has spoiled them and protected them and fondly forgiven them all their schoolboy pranks? Yulia Mihailovna, what have I been hammering into you for the last month continually? What did I warn you? What did you want with all these people? What did you want with them? What induced you to mix yourself up with these fellows? What was the motive? What was the object of it? To unite society? But mercy on us, will they ever be united?" "When did you warn me? On the contrary, you approved of it, you even insisted on it. I confess I am so surprised, you brought all sorts of strange people to see me yourself." "On the contrary, I opposed you. I did not approve of it. As for bringing them to see you, I certainly did, but only after they'd got in by dozens, and only of late to make up the literary quadrille. We couldn't get on without these rogues. Only I don't mind betting that a dozen or two more of the same sort were let in without tickets to day." "Not a doubt of it," I agreed. "There, you see, you are agreeing already. Think what the tone has been lately here, I mean in this wretched town. It's nothing but insolence, impudence. It's been a crying scandal all the time. And who's been encouraging it? Who's screened it by her authority? Who's upset them all? Who has made all the small fry huffy? All their family secrets are caricatured in your album. Didn't you pat them on the back, your poets and caricaturists? Didn't you let Lyamshin kiss your hand? Didn't a divinity student abuse an actual state councillor in your presence and spoil his daughter's dress with his tarred boots? Now, can you wonder that the public is set against you? But that's all your doing, yours. Oh, my goodness!" "No, I warned you. We quarrelled. Do you hear, we quarrelled." "Why, you are lying to my face." "Of course it's easy for you to say that. You need a victim to vent your wrath on. Well, vent it on me, as I've said already. I'd better appeal to you, Mr." He was still unable to recall my name. "We'll reckon on our fingers. I maintain that, apart from Liputin, there was nothing preconcerted, nothing. I will prove it, but first let us analyse Liputin. He came forward with that fool Lebyadkin's verses. Do you maintain that that was a plot? But do you know, it might simply have struck Liputin as a clever thing to do. Seriously, seriously. He simply came forward with the idea of making every one laugh and entertaining them, his protectress, Yulia Mihailovna, first of all. That was all. Don't you believe it? Isn't that in keeping with all that has been going on here for the last month? Do you want me to tell the whole truth? I declare that under other circumstances it might have gone off all right. It was a coarse joke. Well, a bit strong perhaps, but it was amusing, you know, wasn't it?" "What? You think what Liputin did was clever?" Yulia Mihailovna cried in intense indignation. "Such stupidity, such tactlessness, so contemptible, so mean! It was intentional. Oh, you are saying it on purpose. I believe after that you are in the plot with them yourself." "Of course I was behind the scenes, I was in hiding. I set it all going. But if I were in the plot understand that, anyway it wouldn't have ended with Liputin. So according to you I had arranged with my papa, too, that he should cause such a scene on purpose? Well, whose fault is it that my papa was allowed to read? Who tried only yesterday to prevent you from allowing it, only yesterday?" "Oh! Il avait tant d'esprit. I was so reckoning on him, and then he has such manners. I thought with him and Karmazinov... only think!" "Yes, only think. But in spite of tant d'esprit, Papa has made things worse, and if I'd known beforehand that he'd make such a mess of it, I should certainly not have persuaded you yesterday to keep the goat out of the kitchen garden, should I, since I am taking part in this conspiracy against your fête that you are so positive about. And yet I did try to dissuade you yesterday. I tried to because I foresaw it. To foresee everything was, of course, impossible; he probably did not know himself a minute before what he would fire off; these nervous old men can't be reckoned on like other people. But you can still save the situation. To satisfy the public, send to him to morrow, by administrative order, and with all the ceremonies, 2 doctors to inquire into his health. Even to day, in fact, and take him straight to the hospital and apply cold compresses. Every one would laugh anyway, and see that there was nothing to take offence at. I'll tell people about it in the evening at the ball, as I am his son. Karmazinov is another story. He was a perfect ass, and dragged out his article for a whole hour. He certainly must have been in the plot with me. 'I'll make a mess of it too,' he thought, 'to damage Yulia Mihailovna.' Oh, Karmazinov! Quelle honte! I was burning, burning with shame for his audience." "Well, I shouldn't have burnt, but have cooked him instead. The audience was right, you know. Who was to blame for Karmazinov again? Did I foist him upon you? Was I one of his worshippers? Well, hang him! But the third maniac, the political, that's a different matter. That was every one's blunder, not only my plot." "Ah, don't speak of it. That was awful, awful. That was my fault, entirely my fault." "Of course it was, but I don't blame you for that. No one can control them, these candid souls. You can't always be safe from them, even in Petersburg. He was recommended to you, and in what terms too. So you will admit that you are bound to appear at the ball to night. It's an important business. It was you put him on to the platform. You must make it plain now to the public that you are not in league with him, that the fellow is in the hands of the police, and that you were in some inexplicable way deceived. You ought to declare with indignation that you were the victim of a madman. Because he is a madman and nothing more. That's how you must put it about him. I can't endure these people who bite. I say worse things perhaps, but not from the platform, you know, and they are talking about a senator too." "What senator? Who's talking?" "I don't understand it myself, you know. Do you know anything about a senator, Yulia Mihailovna?" "A senator?" "You see, they are convinced that a senator has been appointed to be governor here, and that you are being superseded from Petersburg. I've heard it from lots of people." "I've heard it too," I put in. "Who said so?" asked Yulia Mihailovna, flushing all over. "You mean who said so first? How can I tell? But there it is, people say so. Masses of people are saying so. They were saying so yesterday particularly. They are all very serious about it, though I can't make it out. Of course the more intelligent and competent don't talk, but even some of those listen." "How mean! And... how stupid! Well, that's just why you must make your appearance, to show these fools." "I confess I feel myself that it's my duty, but... What if there's another disgrace in store for us? What if people don't come? No one will come, you know, no one." "How hot you are! They not come? What about the new clothes? What about the girls' dresses? I give you up as a woman after that. Is that your knowledge of human nature?" "The marshal's wife won't come, she won't." "But after all, what has happened? Why won't they come?" he cried at last with angry impatience. "Ignominy, disgrace, that's what happened. I don't know what to call it, but after it I can't face people." "Why? How are you to blame for it after all? Why do you take the blame of it on yourself? Isn't it rather the fault of the audience, of your respectable residents, your paterfamilias? They ought to have controlled the roughs and the rowdies, for it was all the work of roughs and rowdies, nothing serious. You can never manage things with the police alone in any society, anywhere. Among us every one asks for a special policeman to protect him wherever he goes. People don't understand that society must protect itself. And what do our paterfamilias, the officials, the wives and daughters do in such cases? They sit quiet and sulk. In fact, there's not enough social initiative to keep the disorderly in check." "Ah, that's the simple truth. They sit quiet, sulk, and gaze about them. And if it's the truth you ought to say so aloud, proudly, sternly, just to show that you are not defeated, to those respectable residents and mothers of families. Oh, you can do it. You have the gift when your head is clear. You will gather them round you and say it aloud. And then a paragraph in the Voice and the Financial News. Wait a bit, I'll undertake it myself. I'll arrange it all for you. Of course, there must be more superintendents. You must look after the buffet, you must ask the prince, you must ask Mr. You must not desert us, monsieur, just when we have to begin all over again. And finally, you must appear arm in arm with Andrey Antonovitch." "How is Andrey Antonovitch?" "Oh, how unjustly, how untruly, how cruelly you have always judged that angelic man!" Yulia Mihailovna cried in a sudden outburst, almost with tears, putting her handkerchief to her eyes. Pyotr Stepanovitch was positively taken aback for the moment. "Good heavens, I? What have I said? I've always..." "You never have, never. You have never done him justice." "There's no understanding a woman," grumbled Pyotr Stepanovitch with a wry smile. "He is the most sincere, the most delicate, the most angelic of men, the most kind‐hearted of men." "Well, really, as for kind‐heartedness, I've always done him justice." "Never! But let us drop it. I am too awkward in my defence of him. This morning that little Jesuit, the marshal's wife, also dropped some sarcastic hints about what happened yesterday." "Oh, she has no thoughts to spare for yesterday now. She is full of to day. And why are you so upset at her for not coming to the ball to night? Of course she won't come after getting mixed up in such a scandal. Perhaps it's not her fault, but still her reputation, her hands are soiled." "What do you mean? I don't understand. Why are her hands soiled?" Yulia Mihailovna looked at him in perplexity. "I don't vouch for the truth of it, but the town is ringing with the story that it was she brought them together." "What do you mean? Brought whom together?" "What, do you mean to say you don't know?" he exclaimed with well simulated wonder. "Why, Stavrogin and Lizaveta Nikolaevna." "What? How?" we all cried out at once. "Is it possible you don't know? Phew! Why, it is quite a tragic romance. Lizaveta Nikolaevna was pleased to get out of that lady's carriage and get straight into Stavrogin's carriage, and slipped off with the latter to Skvoreshniki in full daylight, only an hour ago, hardly an hour." We were flabbergasted. Of course we fell to questioning him, but to our wonder, although he happened to be a witness of the scene himself, he could give us no detailed account of it. The thing seemed to have happened like this. When the marshal's wife was driving Liza and Mavriky Nikolaevitch from the matinée to the house of Praskovya Ivanovna, whose legs were still bad, they saw a carriage waiting a short distance, about 25 paces, to one side of the front door. When Liza jumped out she ran straight to this carriage, the door was flung open and shut again. Liza called to Mavriky Nikolaevitch, "Spare me," and the carriage drove off at full speed to Skvoreshniki. To our hurried questions, whether it was by arrangement, who was in the carriage, Pyotr Stepanovitch answered that he knew nothing about it. No doubt it had been arranged, but he did not see Stavrogin himself, possibly the old butler. Alexey Yegorytch might have been in the carriage. To the question, "How did he come to be there, and how did he know for a fact that she had driven to Skvoreshniki?" he answered that he happened to be passing, and at seeing Liza he had run up to the carriage, and yet he could not make out who was in it, an inquisitive man like him, and that Mavriky Nikolaevitch, far from setting off in pursuit, had not even tried to stop Liza, and had even laid a restraining hand on the marshal's wife, who was shouting at the top of her voice, "She is going to Stavrogin, to Stavrogin!" At this point I lost patience and cried furiously to Pyotr Stepanovitch: "It's all your doing, you rascal! This was what you were doing this morning. You helped Stavrogin, you came in the carriage, you helped her into it. It was you! Yulia Mihailovna, he is your enemy, he will be your ruin too. Beware of him!" And I ran headlong out of the house. I wonder myself, and cannot make out to this day, how I came to say that to him. But I guessed quite right. It had all happened almost exactly as I said, as appeared later. What struck me most was the obviously artificial way in which he broke the news. He had not told it at once on entering the house as an extraordinary piece of news, but pretended that we knew without his telling us, which was impossible in so short a time. And if we had known it, we could not possibly have refrained from mentioning it till he introduced the subject. Besides, he could not have heard yet that the town was ringing with gossip about the marshal's wife in so short a time. Besides, he had once or twice given a vulgar, frivolous smile as he told the story, probably considering that we were fools and completely taken in. But I had no thought to spare for him. The central fact I believed, and ran from Yulia Mihailovna's beside myself. The catastrophe cut me to the heart. I was wounded almost to tears. Perhaps I did shed some indeed. I was at a complete loss what to do. I rushed to Stepan Trofimovitch's, but the vexatious man still refused to open the door. Nastasya informed me in a reverent whisper that he had gone to bed, but I did not believe it. At Liza's house I succeeded in questioning the servants. They confirmed the story of the elopement, but knew nothing themselves. There was great commotion in the house; their mistress had been attacked by fainting fits, and Mavriky Nikolaevitch was with her. I did not feel it possible to ask for Mavriky Nikolaevitch. To my inquiries about Pyotr Stepanovitch they told me that he had been in and out continually of late, sometimes twice in the day. The servants were sad, and showed particular respectfulness in speaking of Liza; they were fond of her. That she was ruined, utterly ruined, I did not doubt. But the psychological aspect of the matter I was utterly unable to understand, especially after her scene with Stavrogin the previous day. To run about the town and inquire at the houses of acquaintances, who would, of course, by now have heard the news and be rejoicing at it, seemed to me revolting, besides being humiliating for Liza. But, strange to say, I ran to see Darya Pavlovna, though I was not admitted. No one had been admitted into the house since the previous morning. I don't know what I could have said to her and what made me run to her. From her I went to her brother's. Shatov listened sullenly and in silence. I may observe that I found him more gloomy than I had ever seen him before. He was awfully preoccupied, and seemed only to listen to me with an effort. He said scarcely anything, and began walking up and down his cell from corner to corner, treading more noisily than usual. As I was going down the stairs he shouted after me to go to Liputin's. "There you'll hear everything." Yet I did not go to Liputin's, but after I'd gone a good way towards home I turned back to Shatov's again and, half opening the door without going in, suggested to him laconically and with no kind of explanation, "Won't you go to Marya Timofyevna to day?" At this Shatov swore at me and I went away. I note here, that I may not forget it, that he did purposely go that evening to the other end of the town to see Marya Timofyevna, whom he had not seen for some time. He found her in excellent health and spirits, and Lebyadkin dead drunk, asleep on the sofa in the first room. This was at 9 o'clock. He told me so himself next day when we met for a moment in the street. Before 10 o'clock I made up my mind to go to the ball, but not in the capacity of a steward; besides, my rosette had been left at Yulia Mihailovna's. I was tempted by irresistible curiosity to listen, without asking any questions, to what people were saying in the town about all that had happened. I wanted, too, to have a look at Yulia Mihailovna, if only at a distance. I reproached myself greatly that I had left her so abruptly that afternoon. End of Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2. The End of the Fête. Section 3. All that night, with its almost grotesque incidents, and the terrible dénouement that followed in the early morning, still seems to me like a hideous nightmare, and is, for me at least, the most painful chapter in my chronicle. I was late for the ball, and it was destined to end so quickly that I arrived not long before it was over. It was 11 o'clock when I reached the entrance of the marshal's house, where the same white hall in which the matinée had taken place had, in spite of the short interval between, been cleared and made ready to serve as the chief ballroom for the whole town, as we expected, to dance in. But far as I had been that morning from expecting the ball to be a success, I had had no presentiment of the full truth. Not one family of the higher circles appeared. Even the subordinate officials of rather more consequence were absent, and this was a very striking fact. As for ladies and girls, Pyotr Stepanovitch's arguments, the duplicity of which was obvious now, turned out to be utterly incorrect. Exceedingly few had come. To four men there was scarcely one lady, and what ladies they were! Regimental ladies of a sort, three doctors' wives with their daughters, two or three poor ladies from the country, the seven daughters and the niece of the secretary, whom I have mentioned already, some wives of tradesmen, of post office clerks, and other small fry. Was this what Yulia Mihailovna expected? Half the tradespeople even were absent. As for the men, in spite of the complete absence of all persons of consequence, there was still a crowd of them, but they made a doubtful and suspicious impression. There were, of course, some quiet and respectful officers with their wives, some of the most docile fathers of families, like that secretary, for instance, the father of his seven daughters. All these humble, insignificant people had come, as one of these gentlemen expressed it, because it was inevitable. But on the other hand, the mass of free and easy people, and the mass, too, of those whom Pyotr Stepanovitch and I had suspected of coming in without tickets, seemed even bigger than in the afternoon. So far they were all sitting in the refreshment bar, and had gone straight there on arriving, as though it were the meeting place they had agreed upon. So at least it seemed to me. The refreshment bar had been placed in a large room, the last of several opening out of one another. Here Prohoritch was installed with all the attractions of the club cuisine, and with a tempting display of drinks and dainties. I noticed several persons whose coats were almost in rags, and whose get up was altogether suspicious and utterly unsuitable for a ball. They had evidently been with great pains brought to a state of partial sobriety which would not last long, and goodness knows where they had been brought from; they were not local people. I knew, of course, that it was part of Yulia Mihailovna's idea that the ball should be of the most democratic character, and that even working people and shopmen should not be excluded if any one of that class chanced to pay for a ticket. She could bravely utter such words in her committee with absolute security that none of the working people of our town, who all lived in extreme poverty, would dream of taking a ticket. But in spite of the democratic sentiments of the committee, I could hardly believe that such sinister looking and shabby people could have been admitted in the regular way. But who could have admitted them and with what object? Lyamshin and Liputin had already been deprived of their stewards' rosettes, though they were present at the ball, as they were taking part in the literary quadrille. But, to my amazement, Liputin's place was taken by the divinity student, who had caused the greatest scandal at the matinée by his skirmish with Stepan Trofimovitch, and Lyamshin's was taken by Pyotr Stepanovitch himself.
What was to be looked for under the circumstances? I tried to listen to the conversation. I was struck by the wildness of some ideas I heard expressed. It was maintained in one group, for instance, that Yulia Mihailovna had arranged Liza's elopement with Stavrogin and had been paid by the latter for doing so. Even the sum paid was mentioned. It was asserted that she had arranged the whole fête with a view to it, and that that was the reason why half the town had not turned up at the ball, and that Lembke himself was so upset about it that his mind had given way, and that, crazy as he was, she had got him in tow. There was a great deal of laughter too, hoarse, wild, and significant. Every one was criticising the ball too with great severity, and abusing Yulia Mihailovna without ceremony. In fact, it was disorderly, incoherent, drunken, and excited babble, so it was difficult to put it together and make anything of it. At the same time there were simple‐hearted people enjoying themselves at the refreshment bar. There were even some ladies of the sort who are surprised and frightened at nothing, very genial and festive, chiefly military ladies with their husbands. They made parties at the little tables, were drinking tea and were very merry. The refreshment bar made a snug refuge for almost half of the guests. Yet in a little time all this mass of people must stream into the ballroom. It was horrible to think of it. Meanwhile the prince had succeeded in arranging 3 skimpy quadrilles in the White Hall. The young ladies were dancing, while their parents were enjoying watching them. But many of these respectable persons had already begun to think how they could, after giving their girls a treat, get off in good time before the trouble began. Absolutely every one was convinced that it certainly would begin. It would be difficult for me to describe Yulia Mihailovna's state of mind. I did not talk to her, though I went close up to her. She did not respond to the bow I made her on entering. She did not notice me, really did not notice. There was a painful look in her face, and a contemptuous and haughty, though restless and agitated expression in her eyes. She controlled herself with evident suffering. For whose sake, with what object? She certainly ought to have gone away, still more to have got her husband away, and she remained. From her face one could see that her eyes were fully opened and that it was useless for her to expect anything more. She did not even summon Pyotr Stepanovitch. He seemed to avoid her. I saw him in the refreshment room; he was extremely lively. But she remained at the ball and did not let Andrey Antonovitch leave her side for a moment. Oh, up to the very last moment, even that morning, she would have repudiated any hint about his health with genuine indignation. But now her eyes were to be opened on this subject too. As for me, I thought from the first glance that Andrey Antonovitch looked worse than he had done in the morning. He seemed to be plunged into a sort of oblivion and hardly to know where he was. Sometimes he looked about him with unexpected severity, at me, for instance, twice. Once he tried to say something; he began loudly and audibly, but did not finish the sentence, throwing a modest old clerk who happened to be near him almost into a panic. But even this humble section of the assembly held sullenly and timidly aloof from Yulia Mihailovna, and at the same time turned upon her husband exceedingly strange glances, open and staring, quite out of keeping with their habitually submissive demeanour. "Yes, that struck me, and I suddenly began to guess about Andrey Antonovitch," Yulia Mihailovna confessed to me afterwards. Yes, she was to blame again. Probably when after my departure she had settled with Pyotr Stepanovitch that there should be a ball, and that she should be present, she must have gone again to the study where Andrey Antonovitch was sitting, utterly shattered by the matinée, must again have used all her fascinations to persuade him to come with her. But what misery she must have been in now! And yet she did not go away. Whether it was pride, or simply she lost her head, I do not know. In spite of her haughtiness, she attempted with smiles and humiliation to enter into conversation with some ladies, but they were confused, confined themselves to distrustful monosyllables, yes and no, and evidently avoided her. The only person of undoubted consequence who was present at the ball was that distinguished general whom I have described already, the one who after Stavrogin's duel with Gaganov opened the door to public impatience at the marshal's wife's. He walked with an air of dignity through the rooms, looked about and listened, and tried to appear as though he had come rather for the sake of observation than for the sake of enjoying himself. He ended by establishing himself beside Yulia Mihailovna and not moving a step away from her, evidently trying to keep up her spirits and reassure her. He certainly was a most kind‐hearted man, of very high rank, and so old that even compassion from him was not wounding. But to admit to herself that this old gossip was venturing to pity her and almost to protect her, knowing that he was doing her honour by his presence, was very vexatious. The General stayed by her and never ceased chattering. "They say a town can't go on without 7 righteous men. 7, I think it is, I am not sure of the number fixed. I don't know how many of these 7, the certified righteous of the town, have the honour of being present at your ball. Yet in spite of their presence I begin to feel unsafe. Vous me pardonnez, charmante dame, n'est ce pas? I speak allegorically, but I went into the refreshment room and I am glad I escaped alive. Our priceless Prohoritch is not in his place there, and I believe his bar will be destroyed before morning. But I am laughing. I am only waiting to see what the literary quadrille is going to be like, and then home to bed. You must excuse a gouty old fellow. I go early to bed, and I would advise you, too, to go bye bye, as they say, aux enfants. I've come, you know, to have a look at the pretty girls, whom, of course, I could meet nowhere in such profusion as here. They all live beyond the river, and I don't drive out so far. There's a wife of an officer, in the chasseurs I believe he is, who is distinctly pretty, distinctly, and... she knows it herself. I've talked to the sly puss, she is a sprightly one. And the girls, too, are fresh looking, but that's all, there's nothing but freshness. Still, it's a pleasure to look at them. There are some rosebuds, but their lips are thick. As a rule there's an irregularity about female beauty in Russia, and they are a little like buns. Vous me pardonnez, n'est-ce pas? With good eyes, however, laughing eyes. These rosebuds are charming for 2 years when they are young, even for 3. Then they broaden out and are spoilt for ever, producing in their husbands that deplorable indifference which does so much to promote the woman movement. That is, if I understand it correctly. H'm. It's a fine hall. The rooms are not badly decorated. It might be worse. The music might be much worse. I don't say it ought to have been. What makes a bad impression is that there are so few ladies. I say nothing about the dresses. It's bad that that chap in the grey trousers should dare to dance the can-can so openly. I can forgive him if he does it in the gaiety of his heart and since he is the local chemist. Still, 11 o'clock is a bit early even for chemists. There were 2 fellows fighting in the refreshment bar and they weren't turned out. At 11 o'clock people ought to be turned out for fighting, whatever the standard of manners. 3 o'clock is a different matter. Then one has to make concessions to public opinion, if only this ball survives till 3 o'clock. Varvara Petrovna has not kept her word, though, and hasn't sent flowers. H'm. She has no thoughts for flowers, pauvre mère. And poor Liza, have you heard? They say it's a mysterious story, and Stavrogin is to the front again. H'm. I would have gone home to bed. I can hardly keep my eyes open. But when is this literary quadrille coming on?" At last the literary quadrille began. Whenever of late there had been conversation in the town on the ball, it had invariably turned on this literary quadrille, and as no one could imagine what it would be like, it aroused extraordinary curiosity. Nothing could be more unfavourable to its chance of success, and great was the disappointment. The side doors of the White Hall were thrown open and several masked figures appeared. The public surrounded them eagerly. All the occupants of the refreshment bar trooped to the last man into the hall. The masked figures took their places for the dance. I succeeded in making my way to the front and installed myself just behind Yulia Mihailovna, Von Lembke, and the General. At this point Pyotr Stepanovitch, who had kept away till that time, skipped up to Yulia Mihailovna. "I've been in the refreshment room all this time watching," he whispered, with the air of a guilty schoolboy, which he, however, assumed on purpose to irritate her even more. She turned crimson with anger. "You might give up trying to deceive me now, at least, insolent man," broke from her almost aloud, so that it was heard by other people. Pyotr Stepanovitch skipped away extremely well satisfied with himself. It would be difficult to imagine a more pitiful, vulgar,
dull and insipid allegory than this literary quadrille. Nothing could be imagined less appropriate to our local society. Yet they say it was Karmazinov's idea. It was Liputin indeed who arranged it with the help of the lame teacher who had been at the meeting at Virginsky's. But Karmazinov had given the idea and had, it was said, meant to dress up and to take a special and prominent part in it. The quadrille was made up of 6 couples of masked figures, who were not in fancy dress exactly, for their clothes were like every one else's. Thus, for instance, one short and elderly gentleman wearing a dress coat, in fact dressed like every one else, wore a venerable grey beard tied on, and this constituted his disguise. As he danced he pounded up and down, taking tiny and rapid steps on the same spot with a stolid expression of countenance. He gave vent to sounds in a subdued but husky bass, and this huskiness was meant to suggest one of the well known papers. Opposite this figure danced 2 giants, X and Z, and these letters were pinned on their coats, but what the letters meant remained unexplained. Honest Russian thought was represented by a middle aged gentleman in spectacles, dress coat and gloves, and wearing fetters, real fetters. Under his arm he had a portfolio containing papers relating to some case. To convince the sceptical, a letter from abroad testifying to the honesty of honest Russian thought peeped out of his pocket. All this was explained by the stewards, as the letter which peeped out of his pocket could not be read. Honest Russian thought had his right hand raised, and in it held a glass as though he wanted to propose a toast. In a line with him on each side tripped a crop‐headed nihilist girl, while vis‐à‐vis danced another elderly gentleman in a dress coat with a heavy cudgel in his hand. He was meant to represent a formidable periodical, not a Petersburg one, and seemed to be saying "I'll pound you to a jelly." But in spite of his cudgel he could not bear the spectacles of honest Russian thought fixed upon him, and tried to look away. And when he did the pas de deux he twisted, turned, and did not know what to do with himself, so terrible probably were the stings of his conscience. I don't remember all the absurd tricks they played, however. It was all in the same style, so that I felt at last painfully ashamed. And this same expression, as it were, of shame was reflected in the whole public, even on the most sullen figures that had come out of the refreshment room. For some time all were silent and gazed with angry perplexity. When a man is ashamed he generally begins to get angry and is disposed to be cynical. By degrees a murmur arose in the audience. "What's the meaning of it?" a man who had come in from the refreshment room muttered in one of the groups. "It's silly." "It's something literary. It's a criticism of the voice." "What's that to me?" From another group. "Asses." "No, they are not asses, it's we who are the asses." "Why are you an ass?" "I am not an ass." "Well, if you are not, I am certainly not." From a third group. "We ought to give them a good smacking and send them flying." "Pull down the hall." From a fourth group. "I wonder the Lembkes are not ashamed to look on." "Why should they be ashamed? You are not." "Yes, I am ashamed, and he is the governor." "And you are a pig." "I've never seen such a commonplace ball in my life," a lady observed viciously, quite close to Yulia Mihailovna, obviously with the intention of being overheard. She was a stout lady of 40 with rouge on her cheeks, wearing a bright coloured silk dress. Almost every one in the town knew her, but no one received her. She was the widow of a civil councillor who had left her a wooden house and a small pension, but she lived well and kept horses. 2 months previously she had called on Yulia Mihailovna, but the latter had not received her. "That might have been foreseen," she added, looking insolently into Yulia Mihailovna's face. "If you could foresee it, why did you come?" Yulia Mihailovna could not resist saying. "Because I was too simple," the sprightly lady answered instantly, up in arms and eager for the fray, but the general intervened. "Chère dame," he bent over to Yulia Mihailovna, "you'd really better be going. We are only in their way and they'll enjoy themselves thoroughly without us. You've done your part, you've opened the ball, now leave them in peace. And Andrey Antonovitch doesn't seem to be feeling quite satisfactorily. To avoid trouble." But it was too late. All through the quadrille Andrey Antonovitch gazed at the dancers with a sort of angry perplexity.
and when he heard the comments of the audience he began looking about him uneasily. Then for the first time he caught sight of some of the persons who had come from the refreshment room. There was an expression of extreme wonder in his face. Suddenly there was a loud roar of laughter at a caper that was cut in the quadrille. The editor of the menacing periodical, not a Petersburg one, who was dancing with the cudgel in his hands, felt utterly unable to endure the spectacled gaze of honest Russian thought, and not knowing how to escape it, suddenly in the last figure advanced to meet him standing on his head, which was meant, by the way, to typify the continual turning upside down of common sense by the menacing non Petersburg gazette. As Lyamshin was the only one who could walk standing on his head, he had undertaken to represent the editor with the cudgel. Yulia Mihailovna had had no idea that anyone was going to walk on his head. "They concealed that from me, they concealed it," she repeated to me afterwards in despair and indignation. The laughter from the crowd was, of course, provoked not by the allegory, which interested no one, but simply by a man's walking on his head in a swallow tail coat. Lembke flew into a rage and shook with fury. "Rascal!" he cried, pointing to Lyamshin. "Take hold of the scoundrel, turn him over, turn his legs, his head, so that his head's up, up!" Lyamshin jumped on to his feet. The laughter grew louder. "Turn out all the scoundrels who are laughing," Lembke prescribed suddenly. There was an angry roar and laughter in the crowd. "You can't do like that, your Excellency. You mustn't abuse the public. You are a fool yourself," a voice cried suddenly from a corner. "Filibusters!" shouted someone from the other end of the room. Lembke looked round quickly at the shout and turned pale. A vacant smile came on to his lips, as though he suddenly understood and remembered something. "Gentlemen," said Yulia Mihailovna, addressing the crowd which was pressing round them, as she drew her husband away. "Gentlemen, excuse Andrey Antonovitch. Andrey Antonovitch is unwell. Excuse. Forgive him, gentlemen." I positively heard her say "forgive him." It all happened very quickly. But I remember for a fact that a section of the public rushed out of the hall immediately after those words of Yulia Mihailovna's as though panic stricken. I remember one hysterical, tearful feminine shriek: "Ach, the same thing again!" And in the retreat of the guests, which was almost becoming a crush, another bomb exploded exactly as in the afternoon. "Fire! All the riverside quarter is on fire!" I don't remember where this terrible cry rose first, whether it was first raised in the hall or whether someone ran upstairs from the entry, but it was followed by such alarm that I can't attempt to describe it. More than half the guests at the ball came from the quarter beyond the river, and were owners or occupiers of wooden houses in that district. They rushed to the windows, pulled back the curtains in a flash, and tore down the blinds. The riverside was in flames. The fire, it is true, was only beginning, but it was in flames in 3 separate places, and that was what was alarming. "Arson! The Shpigulin men!" roared the crowd. I remember some very characteristic exclamations. "I've had a presentiment in my heart that there'd be arson. I've had a presentiment of it these last few days." "The Shpigulin men! The Shpigulin men! No one else." "We were all lured here on purpose to set fire to it." This last most amazing exclamation came from a woman. It was an unintentional, involuntary shriek of a housewife whose goods were burning. Every one rushed for the door. I won't describe the crush in the vestibule over sorting out cloaks, shawls, and pelisses, the shrieks of the frightened women, the weeping of the young ladies. I doubt whether there was any theft, but it was no wonder that in such disorder some went away without their wraps because they were unable to find them, and this grew into a legend with many additions, long preserved in the town. Lembke and Yulia Mihailovna were almost crushed by the crowd at the doors. "Stop, every one! Don't let any one out!" yelled Lembke, stretching out his arms menacingly towards the crowding people. "Every one without exception is to be strictly searched at once." A storm of violent oaths rose from the crowd. "Andrey Antonovitch! Andrey Antonovitch!" cried Yulia Mihailovna in complete despair. "Arrest her first!" shouted her husband, pointing his finger at her threateningly. "Search her first! The ball was arranged with a view to the fire." She screamed and fell into a swoon. Oh, there was no doubt of its being a real one. The General, the Prince, and I rushed to her assistance; there were others, even among the ladies, who helped us at that difficult moment. We carried the unhappy woman out of this hell to her carriage, but she only regained consciousness as she reached the house, and her first utterance was about Andrey Antonovitch again. With the destruction of all her fancies the only thing left in her mind was Andrey Antonovitch. They sent for a doctor. I remained with her for a whole hour, the Prince did so too. The General, in an access of generous feeling, though he had been terribly scared, meant to remain all night by the bedside of the unhappy lady, but within 10 minutes he fell asleep in an armchair in the drawing room while waiting for the doctor, and there we left him. The chief of the police, who had hurried from the ball to the fire, had succeeded in getting Andrey Antonovitch out of the hall after us, and attempted to put him into Yulia Mihailovna's carriage, trying all he could to persuade his Excellency to seek repose. But I don't know why he did not insist. Andrey Antonovitch, of course, would not hear of repose, and was set on going to the fire, but that was not a sufficient reason. It ended in his taking him to the fire in his droshky. He told us afterwards that Lembke was gesticulating all the way and shouting orders that it was impossible to obey owing to their unusualness. It was officially reported later on that his Excellency had at that time been in a delirious condition owing to a sudden fright. There is no need to describe how the ball ended. A few dozen rowdy fellows, and with them some ladies, remained in the hall. There were no police present. They would not let the orchestra go, and beat the musicians who attempted to leave. By morning they had pulled all Prohoritch's stall to pieces, had drunk themselves senseless, danced the Kamarinsky in its unexpurgated form, made the rooms in a shocking mess, and only towards daybreak part of this hopelessly drunken rabble reached the scene of the fire to make fresh disturbances there. The other part spent the night in the rooms dead drunk, with disastrous consequences to the velvet sofas and the floor. Next morning at the earliest possibility they were dragged out by their legs into the street. So ended the fête for the benefit of the governesses of our province. End of Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 4 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 2, The End of the Fête. Section 4. The fire frightened the inhabitants of the riverside just because it was evidently a case of arson. It was curious that at the first cry of fire another cry was raised that the Shpigulin men had done it. It is now well known that 3 Shpigulin men really did have a share in setting fire to the town, but that was all. All the other factory hands were completely acquitted, not only officially but also by public opinion. Besides those 3 rascals, of whom one has been caught and confessed, and the other 2 have so far escaped, Fedka the convict undoubtedly had a hand in the arson. That is all that is known for certain about the fire till now, but when it comes to conjectures it's a very different matter. What had led these 3 rascals to do it? Had they been instigated by anyone? It is very difficult to answer all these questions even now. Owing to the strong wind, the fact that the houses at the riverside were almost all wooden, and that they had been set fire to in 3 places, the fire spread quickly and enveloped the whole quarter with extraordinary rapidity. The fire burnt, however, only at 2 ends. At the 3rd spot it was extinguished almost as soon as it began to burn, of which later. But the Petersburg and Moscow papers exaggerated our calamity. Not more than a quarter, roughly speaking, of the riverside district was burnt down, possibly less indeed. Our fire brigade, though it was hardly adequate to the size and population of the town, worked with great promptitude and devotion. But it would not have been of much avail, even with the zealous co operation of the inhabitants, if the wind had not suddenly dropped towards morning. When an hour after our flight from the ball I made my way to the riverside, the fire was at its height. A whole street parallel with the river was in flames. It was as light as day. I won't describe the fire; every one in Russia knows what it looks like.
The bustle and crush was immense in the lanes adjoining the burning street. The inhabitants, fully expecting the fire to reach their houses, were hauling out their belongings, but had not yet left their dwellings, and were waiting meanwhile sitting on their boxes and feather beds under their windows. Part of the male population were hard at work, ruthlessly chopping down fences and even whole huts which were near the fire and on the windward side. None were crying except the children, who had been waked out of their sleep, though the women who had dragged out their chattels were lamenting in sing-song voices. Those who had not finished their task were still silent, busily carrying out their goods. Sparks and embers were carried a long way in all directions. People put them out as best they could. Some helped to put the fire out, while others stood about admiring it. A great fire at night always has a thrilling and exhilarating effect. This is what explains the attraction of fireworks. But in that case the artistic regularity with which the fire is presented, and the complete lack of danger, give an impression of lightness and playfulness like the effect of a glass of champagne. A real conflagration is a very different matter. Then the horror and a certain sense of personal danger, together with the exhilarating effect of a fire at night, produce on the spectator, though of course not in the householder whose goods are being burnt, a certain concussion of the brain, and, as it were, a challenge to those destructive instincts which, alas, lie hidden in every heart, even that of the mildest and most domestic little clerk. This sinister sensation is almost always fascinating. "I really don't know whether one can look at a fire without a certain pleasure." This is word for word what Stepan Trofimovitch said to me one night on returning home after he had happened to witness a fire, and was still under the influence of the spectacle. Of course the very man who enjoys the spectacle will rush into the fire himself to save a child or an old woman, but that is altogether a different matter. Following in the wake of the crowd of sightseers, I succeeded, without asking questions, in reaching the chief centre of danger, where at last I saw Lembke, whom I was seeking at Yulia Mihailovna's request. His position was strange and extraordinary. He was standing on the ruins of a fence. 30 paces to the left of him rose the black skeleton of a two-storied house which had almost burnt out. It had holes instead of windows at each story, its roof had fallen in, and the flames were still here and there creeping among the charred beams. At the farther end of the courtyard, 20 paces away, the lodge, also a two-storied building, was beginning to burn, and the firemen were doing their utmost to save it. On the right the firemen and the people were trying to save a rather large wooden building which was not actually burning, though it had caught fire several times and was inevitably bound to be burnt in the end. Lembke stood facing the lodge, shouting and gesticulating. He was giving orders which no one attempted to carry out. It seemed to me that every one had given him up as hopeless and left him. Anyway, though every one in the vast crowd of all classes, among whom there were gentlemen and even the cathedral priest, was listening to him with curiosity and wonder, no one spoke to him or tried to get him away. Lembke, with a pale face and glittering eyes, was uttering the most amazing things. To complete the picture he had lost his hat and was bareheaded. "It's all incendiarism, it's nihilism. If anything is burning, it's nihilism," I heard almost with horror. And though there was nothing to be surprised at, yet actual madness, when one sees it, always gives one a shock. "Your Excellency," said a policeman coming up to him, "what if you were to try the repose of home? It's dangerous for your Excellency even to stand here." This policeman, as I heard afterwards, had been told off by the chief of police to watch over Andrey Antonovitch, to do his utmost to get him home, and in case of danger even to use force, a task evidently beyond the man's power. "They will wipe away the tears of the people whose houses have been burnt, but they will burn down the town. It's all the work of 4 scoundrels, 4 and a half. Arrest the scoundrel! He worms himself into the honour of families. They made use of the governesses to burn down the houses. It's vile, vile! Aie! What's he about?" he shouted, suddenly noticing a fireman at the top of the burning lodge, under whom the roof had almost burnt away, and round whom the flames were beginning to flare up. "Pull him down, pull him down! He will fall, he will catch fire! Put him out! What is he doing there?" "He is putting the fire out, your Excellency." "Not likely! The fire is in the minds of men and not in the roofs of houses. Pull him down and give it up. Better give it up, much better. Let it put itself out. Aie, who is crying now? An old woman! It's an old woman shouting. Why have they forgotten the old woman?" There actually was an old woman crying on the ground floor of the burning lodge. She was an old creature of 80, a relation of the shopkeeper who owned the house. But she had not been forgotten; she had gone back to the burning house while it was still possible, with the insane idea of rescuing her feather bed from a corner room which was still untouched. Choking with the smoke and screaming with the heat, for the room was on fire by the time she reached it, she was still trying with her decrepit hands to squeeze her feather bed through a broken window pane. Lembke rushed to her assistance. Every one saw him run up to the window, catch hold of one corner of the feather bed, and try with all his might to pull it out. As ill luck would have it, a board fell at that moment from the roof and hit the unhappy governor. It did not kill him, it merely grazed him on the neck as it fell. But Andrey Antonovitch's career was over, among us at least. The blow knocked him off his feet, and he sank on the ground unconscious. The day dawned at last, gloomy and sullen. The fire was abating, the wind was followed by a sudden calm, and then a fine drizzling rain fell. I was by that time in another part, some distance from where Lembke had fallen, and here I overheard very strange conversations in the crowd. A strange fact had come to light. On the very outskirts of the quarter, on a piece of waste land beyond the kitchen gardens, not less than 50 paces from any other buildings, there stood a little wooden house which had only lately been built. And this solitary house had been on fire at the very beginning, almost before any other. Even had it burnt down, it was so far from other houses that no other building in the town could have caught fire from it, and vice versa, if the whole riverside had been burnt to the ground, that house might have remained intact, whatever the wind had been. It followed that it had caught fire separately and independently, and therefore not accidentally. But the chief point was that it was not burnt to the ground, and at daybreak strange things were discovered within it. The owner of this new house, who lived in the neighbourhood, rushed up as soon as he saw it in flames, and with the help of his neighbours pulled apart a pile of faggots which had been heaped up by the side wall, and set fire to. In this way he saved the house. But there were lodgers in the house: the captain, who was well known in the town, his sister, and their elderly servant, and these three persons, the captain, his sister, and their servant, had been murdered and apparently robbed in the night. It was here that the chief of police had gone while Lembke was rescuing the feather bed. By morning the news had spread, and an immense crowd of all classes, even the riverside people who had been burnt out, had flocked to the waste and where the new house stood. It was difficult to get there, so dense was the crowd. I was told at once that the captain had been found lying dressed on the bench with his throat cut, and that he must have been dead drunk when he was killed, so that he had felt nothing, and he had bled like a bull; that his sister Marya Timofyevna had been stabbed all over with a knife, and she was lying on the floor in the doorway, so that probably she had been awake and had fought and struggled with the murderer. The servant, who had also probably been awake, had her skull broken. The owner of the house said that the captain had come to see him the morning before, and that in his drunken bragging he had shown him a lot of money, as much as 200 roubles. The captain's shabby old green pocket book was found empty on the floor, but Marya Timofyevna's box had not been touched, and the silver setting of the ikon had not been removed either. The captain's clothes, too, had not been disturbed. It was evident that the thief had been in a hurry and was a man familiar with the captain's circumstances, who had come only for money and knew where it was kept. If the owner of the house had not run up at that moment, the burning faggot stack would certainly have set fire to the house, and it would have been difficult to find out from the charred corpses how they had died. So the story was told. One other fact was added: that the person who had taken this house for the Lebyadkins was no other than Mr. Stavrogin, Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, the son of Varvara Petrovna. He had come himself to take it, and had had much ado to persuade the owner to let it, as the latter had intended to use it as a tavern. But Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was ready to give any rent he asked, and had paid for 6 months in advance. "The fire wasn't an accident," I heard said in the crowd. But the majority said nothing. People's faces were sullen, but I did not see signs of much indignation. People persisted, however, in gossiping about Stavrogin, saying that the murdered woman was his wife, that on the previous day he had dishonourably abducted a young lady belonging to the best family in the place, the daughter of Madame Drozdov, and that a complaint was to be lodged against him in Petersburg, and that his wife had been murdered evidently that he might marry the young lady. Skvoreshniki was not more than a mile and a half away, and I remember I wondered whether I should not let them know the position of affairs. I did not notice, however, that there was anyone egging the crowd on, and I don't want to accuse people falsely, though I did see and recognised at once in the crowd at the fire 2 or 3 of the rowdy lot I had seen in the refreshment room. I particularly remember one thin, tall fellow, a cabinet maker as I found out later, with an emaciated face and a curly head, black as though grimed with soot. He was not drunk, but in contrast to the gloomy passivity of the crowd seemed beside himself with excitement. He kept addressing the people, though I don't remember his words. Nothing coherent that he said was longer than "I say, lads, what do you say to this? Are things to go on like this?" And so saying he waved his arms. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 1 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3. A Romance Ended. Section 1. From the large ballroom of Skvoreshniki, the room in which the last interview with Varvara Petrovna and Stepan Trofimovitch had taken place, the fire could be plainly seen. At daybreak, soon after 5 in the morning, Liza was standing at the farthest window on the right, looking intently at the fading glow. She was alone in the room. She was wearing the dress she had worn the day before at the matinée, a very smart light green dress covered with lace, but crushed and put on carelessly and with haste. Suddenly noticing that some of the hooks were undone in front, she flushed, hurriedly set it right, snatched up from a chair the red shawl she had flung down when she came in the day before, and put it round her neck. Some locks of her luxuriant hair had come loose and showed below the shawl on her right shoulder. Her face looked weary and careworn, but her eyes glowed under her frowning brows. She went up to the window again and pressed her burning forehead against the cold pane. The door opened and Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch came in. "I've sent a messenger on horseback," he said. "In 10 minutes we shall hear all about it. Meantime the servants say that part of the riverside quarter has been burnt down, on the right side of the bridge near the quay. It's been burning since 11 o'clock, now the fire is going down." He did not go near the window, but stood 3 steps behind her. She did not turn towards him. "It ought to have been light an hour ago by the calendar, and it's still almost night," she said irritably. "Calendars always tell lies," he observed with a polite smile, but a little ashamed. He made haste to add, "It's dull to live by the calendar, Liza." And he relapsed into silence, vexed at the ineptitude of the second sentence. Liza gave a wry smile. "You are in such a melancholy mood that you cannot even find words to speak to me. But you need not trouble, there's a point in what you said. I always live by the calendar. Every step I take is regulated by the calendar. Does that surprise you?" She turned quickly from the window and sat down in a low chair. "You sit down too, please. We haven't long to be together and I want to say anything I like. Why shouldn't you, too, say anything you like?" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch sat beside her and softly, almost timidly, took her hand. "What's the meaning of this tone, Liza? Where has it suddenly sprung from? What do you mean by 'we haven't long to be together'? That's the second mysterious phrase since you waked half an hour ago." "You are beginning to reckon up my mysterious phrases," she laughed. "Do you remember I told you I was a dead woman when I came in yesterday? That you thought fit to forget or not to notice." "I don't remember, Liza. Why dead? You must live." "And is that all? You've quite lost your flow of words. I've lived my hour and that's enough. Do you remember Christopher Ivanovitch?" "No, I don't," he answered, frowning.
Christopher Ivanovitch at Lausanne. He bored you dreadfully. He always used to open the door and say, 'I've come for 1 minute,' and then stay the whole day. I don't want to be like Christopher Ivanovitch and stay the whole day." A look of pain came into his face. "Liza, it grieves me, this unnatural language. This affectation must hurt you too. What's it for? What's the object of it?" His eyes glowed. "Liza," he cried, "I swear I love you now more than yesterday when you came to me." "What a strange declaration! Why bring in yesterday and to day and these comparisons?" "You won't leave me," he went on, almost with despair. "We will go away together to day, won't we? Won't we?" "Aie, don't squeeze my hand so painfully. Where could we go together to day? To rise again somewhere? No, we've made experiments enough, and it's too slow for me, and I am not fit for it; it's too exalted for me. If we are to go, let it be to Moscow, to pay visits and entertain. That's my ideal, you know. Even in Switzerland I didn't disguise from you what I was like. As we can't go to Moscow and pay visits since you are married, it's no use talking of that." "Liza, what happened yesterday?" "What happened is over." "That's impossible, that's cruel." "What if it is cruel? You must bear it if it is cruel." "You are avenging yourself on me for yesterday's caprice," he muttered with an angry smile. Liza flushed. "What a mean thought! Why, then, did you bestow on me so great a happiness? Have I the right to know?" "No, you must manage without rights. Don't aggravate the meanness of your supposition by stupidity. You are not lucky to day. By the way, you surely can't be afraid of public opinion and that you will be blamed for this great happiness? If that's it, for God's sake don't alarm yourself. It's not your doing at all, and you are not responsible to anyone. When I opened your door yesterday you didn't even know who was coming in. It was simply my caprice, as you expressed it just now, and nothing more. You can look every one in the face boldly and triumphantly." "Your words, that laugh, have been making me feel cold with horror for the last hour. That happiness of which you speak frantically is worth everything to me. How can I lose you now? I swear I loved you less yesterday. Why are you taking everything from me to day? Do you know what it has cost me, this new hope? I've paid for it with life." "Your own life or another's?" He got up quickly. "What does that mean?" he brought out, looking at her steadily. "Have you paid for it with your life or with mine, is what I mean. Or have you lost all power of understanding?" cried Liza, flushing. "Why did you start up so suddenly? Why do you stare at me with such a look? You frighten me. What is it you are afraid of all the time? I noticed some time ago that you were afraid, and you are now, this very minute. Good heavens, how pale you are!" "If you know anything, Liza, I swear I don't, and I wasn't talking of that just now when I said that I had paid for it with life." "I don't understand you," she brought out, faltering apprehensively. At last a slow brooding smile came on to his lips. He slowly sat down, put his elbows on his knees, and covered his face with his hands. "A bad dream and delirium. We were talking of two different things." "I don't know what you were talking about. Do you mean to say you did not know yesterday that I should leave you to day? Did you know or not? Don't tell a lie. Did you or not?" "I did," he said softly. "Well, then, what would you have? You knew, and yet you accepted that moment for yourself. Aren't we quits?" "Tell me the whole truth," he cried in intense distress. "When you opened my door yesterday, did you know yourself that it was only for 1 hour?" She looked at him with hatred. "Really, the most sensible person can ask most amazing questions. And why are you so uneasy? Can it be vanity that a woman should leave you first instead of your leaving her? Do you know, Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, since I've been with you I've discovered that you are very generous to me, and it's just that I can't endure from you." He got up from his seat and took a few steps about the room. "Very well, perhaps it was bound to end so. But how can it all have happened?" "That's a question to worry about, especially as you know the answer yourself perfectly well and understand it better than anyone on earth, and were counting on it yourself. I am a young lady, my heart has been trained on the opera, that's how it all began, that's the solution." "No." "There is nothing in it to fret your vanity. It is all the absolute truth. It began with a fine moment which was too much for me to bear.
The day before yesterday, when I insulted you before every one, and you answered me so chivalrously, I went home and guessed at once that you were running away from me because you were married, and not from contempt for me, which, as a fashionable young lady, I dreaded more than anything. I understood that it was for my sake, for me, mad as I was, that you ran away. You see how I appreciate your generosity. Then Pyotr Stepanovitch skipped up to me and explained it all to me at once. He revealed to me that you were dominated by a great idea, before which he and I were as nothing, but yet that I was a stumbling block in your path. He brought himself in, he insisted that we three should work together, and said the most fantastic things about a boat and about maple wood oars out of some Russian song. I complimented him and told him he was a poet, which he swallowed as the real thing. And as apart from him I had known long before that I had not the strength to do anything for long, I made up my mind on the spot. Well, that's all, and quite enough, and please let us have no more explanations. We might quarrel. Don't be afraid of any one. I take it all on myself. I am horrid and capricious. I was fascinated by that operatic boat. I am a young lady. But you know I did think that you were dreadfully in love with me. Don't despise the poor fool, and don't laugh at the tear that dropped just now. I am awfully given to crying with self‐pity. Come, that's enough, that's enough. I am no good for anything, and you are no good for anything. It's as bad for both of us, so let's comfort ourselves with that. Anyway, it eases our vanity." "Dream and delirium!" cried Stavrogin, wringing his hands, and pacing about the room. "Liza, poor child, what have you done to yourself?" "I've burnt myself in a candle, nothing more. Surely you are not crying too? You should show less feeling and better breeding." Why did you come to me?" "Don't you understand what a ludicrous position you put yourself in the eyes of the world by asking such questions? Why have you ruined yourself so grotesquely and so stupidly, and what's to be done now?" "And this is Stavrogin, the vampire Stavrogin, as you are called by a lady here who is in love with you. Listen, I have told you already. I put all my life into 1 hour and I am at peace. Do the same with yours. Though you've no need to, you have plenty of hours and moments of all sorts before you." "As many as you. I give you my solemn word, not 1 hour more than you." He was still walking up and down and did not see the rapid penetrating glance she turned upon him, in which there seemed a dawning hope. But the light died away at the same moment. "If you knew what it costs me that I can't be sincere at this moment, Liza, if I could only tell you." "Tell me? You want to tell something to me? God save me from your secret!" she broke in, almost in terror. He stopped and waited uneasily. "I ought to confess that ever since those days in Switzerland I have had a strong feeling that you have something awful, loathsome, some bloodshed on your conscience, and yet something that would make you look very ridiculous. Beware of telling me if it's true. I shall laugh you to scorn. I shall laugh at you for the rest of your life. Aie, you are turning pale again. I won't. I'll go at once." She jumped up from her chair with a movement of disgust and contempt. "Torture me, punish me, vent your spite on me," he cried in despair. "You have the full right. I knew I did not love you, and yet I ruined you. Yes, I accepted the moment for my own. I had a hope. I've had it a long time, my last hope. I could not resist the radiance that flooded my heart when you came in to me yesterday, of yourself, alone, of your own accord. I suddenly believed. Perhaps I have faith in it still. I will repay such noble frankness by being as frank. I don't want to be a sister of mercy for you. Perhaps I really may become a nurse, unless I happen appropriately to die to day. But if I do I won't be your nurse, though of course you need one as much as any crippled creature. I always fancied that you would take me to some place where there was a huge wicked spider, big as a man, and we should spend our lives looking at it and being afraid of it. That's how our love would spend itself. Appeal to Dashenka, she will go with you anywhere you like." "Can't you help thinking of her even now?" "Poor little spaniel, give her my greetings. Does she know that even in Switzerland you had fixed on her for your old age? What prudence, what foresight! Aie, who's that?" At the farther end of the room a door opened a crack, a head was thrust in and vanished again hurriedly. "Is that you, Alexey Yegorytch?" asked Stavrogin. "No, it's only I." Pyotr Stepanovitch thrust himself half in again. "How do you do, Lizaveta Nikolaevna? Good morning, anyway. I guessed I should find you both in this room. I have come for one moment, literally, Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch. I was anxious to have a couple of words with you at all costs. Absolutely necessary. Only a few words." Stavrogin moved towards him, but turned back to Liza at the third step. "If you hear anything directly, Liza, let me tell you I am to blame for it." She started and looked at him in dismay, but he hurriedly went out. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 1. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2. Of the Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3. A Romance Ended. Section 2. The room from which Pyotr Stepanovitch had peeped in was a large oval vestibule. Alexey Yegorytch had been sitting there before Pyotr Stepanovitch came in, but the latter sent him away. Stavrogin closed the door after him and stood expectant. Pyotr Stepanovitch looked rapidly and searchingly at him. "Well?" "If you know already," said Pyotr Stepanovitch hurriedly, his eyes looking as though they would dive into Stavrogin's soul, "then of course we are none of us to blame, above all not you, for it's such a concatenation, such a coincidence of events. In brief, you can't be legally implicated, and I've rushed here to tell you so beforehand." "Have they been burnt? Murdered?" "Murdered, but not burnt, that's the trouble. But I give you my word of honour that it's not been my fault, however much you may suspect me, eh? Do you want the whole truth? You see, the truth really did cross my mind. You hinted it yourself, not seriously, but teasing me, for of course you would not hint it seriously. But I couldn't bring myself to it, and wouldn't bring myself to it for anything, not for 100 roubles. And what was there to be gained by it? I mean for me, for me." He was in desperate haste, and his talk was like the clacking of a rattle. "But what a coincidence of circumstances! I gave that drunken fool Lebyadkin 230 roubles of my own money. Do you hear? My own money. There wasn't a rouble of yours, and, what's more, you know it yourself. The day before yesterday in the evening. Do you hear? Not yesterday after the matinée, but the day before yesterday. Make a note of it. It's a very important coincidence, for I did not know for certain at that time whether Lizaveta Nikolaevna would come to you or not. I gave my own money simply because you distinguished yourself by taking it into your head to betray your secret to every one. Well, I won't go into that, that's your affair, your chivalry, but I must own I was amazed, it was a knock‐down blow. And forasmuch as I was exceeding weary of these tragic stories, and let me tell you, I talk seriously though I do use biblical language, as it was all upsetting my plans in fact, I made up my mind at any cost, and without your knowledge, to pack the Lebyadkins off to Petersburg, especially as he was set on going himself. I made one mistake. I gave the money in your name. Was it a mistake or not? Perhaps it wasn't a mistake, eh? Listen now, listen how it has all turned out." In the heat of his talk he went close up to Stavrogin and took hold of the revers of his coat; really it may have been on purpose. With a violent movement Stavrogin struck him on the arm. "Come, what is it? Give over. You'll break my arm. What matters is the way things have turned out," he rattled on, not in the least surprised at the blow. "I forked out the money in the evening on condition that his sister and he should set off early next morning. I trusted that rascal Liputin with the job of getting them into the train and seeing them off. But that beast Liputin wanted to play his schoolboy pranks on the public perhaps you heard? At the matinée. Listen, listen. They both got drunk, made up verses of which half are Liputin's. He rigged Lebyadkin out in a dress coat, assuring me meanwhile that he had packed him off that morning. But he kept him shut somewhere in a back room, till he thrust him on the platform at the matinée. But Lebyadkin got drunk quickly and unexpectedly. Then came the scandalous scene you know of, and then they got him home more dead than alive, and Liputin filched away the 200 roubles, leaving him only small change. But it appears unluckily that already that morning
Lebyadkin had taken that 200 roubles out of his pocket, boasted of it, and shown it in undesirable quarters. And as that was just what Fedka was expecting, and as he had heard something at Kirillov's, do you remember your hint? He made up his mind to take advantage of it. That's the whole truth. I am glad, anyway, that Fedka did not find the money. The rascal was reckoning on 1,000, you know. He was in a hurry and seems to have been frightened by the fire himself. Would you believe it, that fire came as a thunderbolt for me. Devil only knows what to make of it, it is taking things into their own hands. You see, as I expect so much of you, I will hide nothing from you. I've long been hatching this idea of a fire because it suits the national and popular taste, but I was keeping it for a critical moment, for that precious time when we should all rise up and they suddenly took it into their heads to do it, on their own initiative, without orders, now at the very moment when we ought to be lying low and keeping quiet. Such presumption! The fact is, I've not got to the bottom of it yet. They talk about two Shpigulin men, but if there are any of our fellows in it, if any one of them has had a hand in it, so much the worse for him. You see what comes of letting people get ever so little out of hand. No, this democratic rabble with its quintets is a poor foundation. What we want is one magnificent, despotic will, like an idol, resting on something fundamental and external. Then the quintets will cringe into obedience and be obsequiously ready on occasion. But anyway, though, they are all crying out now that Stavrogin wanted his wife to be burnt and that that's what caused the fire in the town. But why, are they all saying that? Well, not yet, and I must confess I have heard nothing of the sort, but what one can do with people, especially when they've been burnt out, vox populi, vox Dei. A stupid rumour is soon set going. But you really have nothing to be afraid of. From the legal point of view you are all right, and with your conscience also. For you didn't want it done, did you? There's no clue, nothing but the coincidence. The only thing is Fedka may remember what you said that night at Kirillov's, and what made you say it? But that proves nothing, and we shall stop Fedka's mouth. I shall stop it to day." "And weren't the bodies burnt at all?" "Not a bit. That ruffian could not manage anything properly. But I am glad, anyway, that you are so calm. For though you are not in any way to blame, even in thought, but all the same, and you must admit that all this settles your difficulties capitally, you are suddenly free and a widower, and can marry a charming girl this minute with a lot of money, who is already yours into the bargain. See what can be done by crude, simple coincidence, eh?" "Are you threatening me, you fool?" "Come, leave off, leave off! Here you are calling me a fool, and what a tone to use! You ought to be glad, yet you... I rushed here on purpose to let you know in good time. Besides, how could I threaten you? As if I cared for what I could get by threats. I want you to help from goodwill and not from fear. You are the light and the sun; it's I who am terribly afraid of you, not you of me. I am not Mavriky Nikolaevitch, and only fancy, as I flew here in a racing droshky, I saw Mavriky Nikolaevitch by the fence at the farthest corner of your garden. In his greatcoat, drenched through, he must have been sitting there all night. Queer goings on, how mad people can be." "Mavriky Nikolaevitch, is that true?" "Yes, yes, he is sitting by the garden fence. About 300 paces from here, I think. I made haste to pass him, but he saw me. Didn't you know? In that case I am glad I didn't forget to tell you. A man like that is more dangerous than anyone if he happens to have a revolver about him, and then the night, the sleet, or natural irritability. For after all he is in a nice position, ha ha! What do you think? Why is he sitting there?" "He is waiting for Lizaveta Nikolaevna, of course." "Well, why should she go out to him? And in such rain too. What a fool!" "She is just going out to him." "Eh! That's a piece of news. So then... But listen, her position is completely changed now. What does she want with Mavriky now? You are free, a widower, and can marry her to morrow. She doesn't know yet. Leave it to me and I'll arrange it all for you. Where is she? We must relieve her mind too." "Relieve her mind? Rather, let's go." "And do you suppose she won't guess what those dead bodies mean?" said Stavrogin, screwing up his eyes in a peculiar way. "Of course she won't," said Pyotr Stepanovitch with all the confidence of a perfect simpleton. "For legally... ech, what a man you are! What if she did guess? Women are so clever at shutting their eyes to such things, you don't understand women. Apart from its being altogether to her interest to marry you now, because there's no denying she's disgraced herself, apart from that, I talked to her of the boat, and I saw that one could affect her by it. So that shows you what the girl is made of. Don't be uneasy, she will step over those dead bodies without turning a hair, especially as you are not to blame for them, not in the least, are you? She will only keep them in reserve to use them against you when you've been married 2 or 3 years. Every woman saves up something of the sort out of her husband's past when she gets married, but by that time what may not happen in a year? Ha ha!" "If you've come in a racing droshky, take her to Mavriky Nikolaevitch now. She said just now that she could not endure me and would leave me, and she certainly will not accept my carriage." "What? Can she really be leaving? How can this have come about?" said Pyotr Stepanovitch, staring stupidly at him. "She's guessed somehow during this night that I don't love her, which she knew all along, indeed." "But don't you love her?" said Pyotr Stepanovitch with an expression of extreme surprise. "If so, why did you keep her when she came to you yesterday, instead of telling her plainly, like an honourable man, that you didn't care for her? That was horribly shabby on your part, and how mean you make me look in her eyes." Stavrogin suddenly laughed. "I am laughing at my monkey," he explained at once. "Ah, you saw that I was putting it on!" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, laughing too, with great enjoyment. "I did it to amuse you. Only fancy, as soon as you came out to me I guessed from your face that you'd been unlucky. A complete fiasco, perhaps, eh? There, I'll bet anything," he cried, almost gasping with delight, "that you've been sitting side by side in the drawing room all night, wasting your precious time discussing something lofty and elevated. There, forgive me, forgive me. It's not my business. I felt sure yesterday that it would all end in foolishness. I brought her to you simply to amuse you, and to show you that you wouldn't have a dull time with me. I shall be of use to you 100 times in that way. I always like pleasing people. If you don't want her now, which was what I was reckoning on when I came, then..." "So you brought her simply for my amusement?" "Why? What else?" "Not to make me kill my wife?" "Come, you've not killed her. What a tragic fellow you are!" "It's just the same. You killed her." "I didn't kill her. I tell you I had no hand in it. You are beginning to make me uneasy, though." "Go on. You said, 'If you don't want her now, then...'" "Then leave it to me, of course. I can quite easily marry her off to Mavriky Nikolaevitch, though I didn't make him sit down by the fence. Don't take that notion into your head. I am afraid of him now. You talk about my droshky, but I simply dash by. What if he has a revolver? It's a good thing I brought mine. Here it is." He brought a revolver out of his pocket, showed it, and hid it again at once. "I took it as I was coming such a long way. But I'll arrange all that for you in a twinkling. Her little heart is aching at this moment for Mavriky, it should be, anyway. And do you know, I am really rather sorry for her. If I take her to Mavriky she will begin about you directly. She will praise you to him and abuse him to his face. You know the heart of woman. There you are, laughing again. I am awfully glad that you are so cheerful now. Come, let's go. I'll begin with Mavriky right away, and about them, those who've been murdered, hadn't we better keep quiet now? She'll hear later on, anyway." "What will she hear? Who's been murdered? What were you saying about Mavriky Nikolaevitch?" said Liza, suddenly opening the door. "Ah, you've been listening." "What were you saying just now about Mavriky Nikolaevitch? Has he been murdered?" "Ah, then you didn't hear. Don't distress yourself. Mavriky Nikolaevitch is alive and well, and you can satisfy yourself of it in an instant, for he is here by the wayside, by the garden fence, and I believe he's been sitting there all night. He is drenched through in his greatcoat. He saw me as I drove past." "That's not true. You said murdered. Who's been murdered?" she insisted with agonising mistrust. "The only people who have been murdered are my wife, her brother Lebyadkin, and their servant," Stavrogin brought out firmly. Liza trembled and turned terribly pale. "A strange, brutal outrage, Lizaveta Nikolaevna. A simple case of robbery," Pyotr Stepanovitch rattled off at once. "Simply robbery, under cover of the fire. The crime was committed by Fedka the convict, and it was all that fool Lebyadkin's fault for showing every one his money." I rushed here with the news. It fell on me like a thunderbolt. Stavrogin could hardly stand when I told him. We were deliberating here whether to tell you at once or not." "Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, is he telling the truth?" Liza articulated faintly. "No, it's false." "False?" said Pyotr Stepanovitch, starting. "What do you mean by that?" "Heavens, I shall go mad!" cried Liza. "Do you understand, anyway, that he is mad now?" Pyotr Stepanovitch cried at the top of his voice. "After all, his wife has just been murdered. You see how white he is. Why, he has been with you the whole night. He hasn't left your side a minute. How can you suspect him?" "Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, tell me as before God, are you guilty or not, and I swear I'll believe your word as though it were God's, and I'll follow you to the end of the earth. Yes, I will. I'll follow you like a dog." "Why are you tormenting her, you fantastic creature?" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch in exasperation. "Lizaveta Nikolaevna, upon my oath, you can crush me into powder, but he is not guilty. On the contrary, it has crushed him, and he is raving, you see that. He is not to blame in any way, not in any way, not even in thought. It's all the work of robbers who will probably be found within a week and flogged. It's all the work of Fedka the convict and some Shpigulin men, all the town is agog with it. That's why I say so too." "Is that right? Is that right?" Liza waited trembling for her final sentence. "I did not kill them, and I was against it, but I knew they were going to be killed, and I did not stop the murderers. Leave me, Liza," Stavrogin brought out, and he walked into the drawing room. Liza hid her face in her hands and walked out of the house. Pyotr Stepanovitch was rushing after her, but at once hurried back and went into the drawing room. "So that's your line? That's your line? So there's nothing you are afraid of?" He flew at Stavrogin in an absolute fury, muttering incoherently, scarcely able to find words, and foaming at the mouth. Stavrogin stood in the middle of the room and did not answer a word. He clutched a lock of his hair in his left hand and smiled helplessly. Pyotr Stepanovitch pulled him violently by the sleeve. "Is it all over with you? So that's the line you are taking? You will inform against all of us, and go to a monastery yourself or to the devil. But I'll do that for you, though you are not afraid of me." "Ah, that's you chattering," said Stavrogin, noticing him at last. "Run," he said, coming to himself suddenly. "Run after her. Order the carriage, don't leave her. Run, run! Take her home so that no one may know, and that she mayn't go there, to the bodies, to the bodies. Force her to get into the carriage. Alexey Yegorytch! Alexey Yegorytch!" "Stay, don't shout. By now she is in Mavriky's arms. Mavriky won't put her into her carriage. Stay! There's something more important than the carriage." He seized his revolver again. Stavrogin looked at him gravely. "Very well, kill me," he said softly, almost conciliatorily. "Foo! Damn it! What a maze of false sentiment a man can get into!" said Pyotr Stepanovitch, shaking with rage. "Yes, really, you ought to be killed. She ought simply to spit at you. Fine sort of magic boat you are. You are a broken down, leaky old hulk. You ought to pull yourself together if only from spite. Ech! Why, what difference would it make to you since you asked for a bullet through your brains yourself?" Stavrogin smiled strangely. "If you were not such a buffoon I might perhaps have said yes now, if you had only a grain of sense." "I am a buffoon, but I don't want you, my better half, to be one. Do you understand me?" Stavrogin did understand, though perhaps no one else did. Shatov, for instance, was astonished when Stavrogin told him that Pyotr Stepanovitch had enthusiasm. "Go to the devil now, and to morrow perhaps I may wring something out of myself. Come to morrow." "Yes? Yes? How can I tell? Go to hell, go to hell!" And he walked out of the room. "Perhaps, after all, it may be for the best," Pyotr Stepanovitch muttered to himself as he hid the revolver. End of Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3, Section 3 of The Possessed by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 3. A Romance Ended. Section 3. He rushed off to overtake Lizaveta Nikolaevna. She had not got far away, only a few steps from the house. She had been detained by Alexey Yegorytch, who was following a step behind her in a tail coat, and without a hat; his head was bowed respectfully. He was persistently entreating her to wait for a carriage. The old man was alarmed and almost in tears. "Go along, your master is asking for tea, and there's no one to give it to him," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, pushing him away. He took Liza's arm. She did not pull her arm away, but she seemed hardly to know what she was doing. She was still dazed. "To begin with, you are going the wrong way," babbled Pyotr Stepanovitch. "We ought to go this way, and not by the garden, and secondly, walking is impossible in any case. It's over 2 miles, and you are not properly dressed. If you would wait a second, I came in a droshky, the horse is in the yard. I'll get it instantly, put you in, and get you home so that no one sees you." "How kind you are," said Liza graciously. "Oh, not at all. Any humane man in my position would do the same." Liza looked at him and was surprised. "Good heavens! Why, I thought it was that old man here still." "Listen, I am awfully glad that you take it like this, because it's all such a frightfully stupid convention, and since it's come to that, hadn't I better tell the old man to get the carriage at once? It's only a matter of 10 minutes, and we'll turn back and wait in the porch, eh?" "I want first... Where are those murdered people?" "Ah, what next! That was what I was afraid of. No, we'd better leave those wretched creatures alone. It's no use your looking at them." "I know where they are, I know that house." "Well, what if you do know it? Come, it's raining, and there's a fog. A nice job this sacred duty I've taken upon myself. Listen, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, it's one of two alternatives. Either you come with me in the droshky, in that case wait here and don't take another step, for if we go another 20 steps we must be seen by Mavriky Nikolaevitch." "Mavriky Nikolaevitch? Where? Where?" "Well, if you want to go with him I'll take you a little farther, if you like, and show you where he sits, but I don't care to go up to him just now. No, thank you." "He is waiting for me? Good God!" She suddenly stopped and a flush of colour flooded her face. "Oh, come now, if he is an unconventional man... You know, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, it's none of my business. I am a complete outsider, and you know that yourself. But still I wish you well. If your ferry boat has failed you, if it has turned out to be nothing more than a rotten old hulk, only fit to be chopped up..." "Ah, that's fine, that's lovely!" cried Liza. "Lovely, and yet your tears are falling. You must have spirit. You must be as good as a man in every way. In our age, when women... Oh, foo, hang it!" Pyotr Stepanovitch was on the point of spitting. "And the chief point is that there is nothing to regret. It may all turn out for the best. Mavriky Nikolaevitch is a man, in fact he is a man of feeling, though not talkative. But that's a good thing too, as long as he has no conventional notions, of course." "Lovely, lovely!" Liza laughed hysterically. "Well, hang it all, Lizaveta Nikolaevna," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, suddenly piqued. "I am simply here on your account. It's nothing to me. I helped you yesterday when you wanted it yourself. To day... Well, you can see Mavriky Nikolaevitch from here, there he's sitting, he doesn't see us. I say, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, have you ever read Polenka Saxe?" "What's that?" "It's the name of a novel, Polenka Saxe. I read it when I was a student. In it a very wealthy official of some sort, Saxe, arrested his wife at a summer villa for infidelity. But hang on, it's no consequence. You'll see, Mavriky Nikolaevitch will make you an offer before you get home. He doesn't see us yet." "Ach, don't let him see us!" Liza cried suddenly, like a mad creature. "Come away, come away! To the woods, to the fields!" And she ran back. "Lizaveta Nikolaevna, this is such cowardice!" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, running after her. "And why don't you want him to see you? On the contrary, you must look him straight in the face with pride. If it's some feeling about that... some maidenly... that's such a prejudice, so out of date. But where are you going? Where are you going? Ech, she is running! Better go back to Stavrogin's and take my droshky. Where are you going? That's the way to the fields. There... she's fallen down." He stopped. Liza was flying along like a bird, not conscious where she was going, and Pyotr Stepanovitch was already 50 paces behind her. She stumbled over a mound of earth and fell down. At the same moment there was the sound of a terrible shout from behind. It came from Mavriky Nikolaevitch, who had seen her flight and her fall, and was running to her across the field. In a flash Pyotr Stepanovitch had retired into Stavrogin's gateway to make haste and get into his droshky. Mavriky Nikolaevitch was already standing in terrible alarm by Liza, who had risen to her feet. He was bending over her and holding her hands in both of his. All the incredible surroundings of this meeting overwhelmed him, and tears were rolling down his cheeks. He saw the woman for whom he had such reverent devotion running madly across the fields at such an hour, in such weather, with nothing over her dress, the gay dress she wore the day before, now crumpled and muddy from her fall. He could not utter a word. He took off his greatcoat and with trembling hands put it round her shoulders. Suddenly he uttered a cry, feeling that she had pressed her lips to his hand. "Liza," he cried, "I am no good for anything, but don't drive me away from you." "Oh, no, let us make haste away from here. Don't leave me." And seizing his hand she drew him after her. "Mavriky Nikolaevitch," she suddenly dropped her voice timidly, "I kept a bold face there all the time, but now I am afraid of death. I shall die soon, very soon, but I am afraid, I am afraid to die," she whispered, pressing his hand tight. "Oh, if there were someone," he looked round in despair, "some passer by. You will get your feet wet, you... will lose your reason." "It's all right, it's all right," she tried to reassure him. "That's right, I am not so frightened with you. Hold my hand, lead me. Where are we going now? Home? No, I want first to see the people who have been murdered. His wife has been murdered, they say, and he says he killed her himself. But that's not true, is it? I want to see for myself those three who've been killed on my account. It's because of them his love for me has grown cold since last night. I shall see and find out everything. Make haste, make haste. I know the house. There's a fire there. Mavriky Nikolaevitch, my dear one, don't forgive me in my shame. Why forgive me? Why are you crying? Give me a blow and kill me here in the field like a dog." "No one is your judge now," Mavriky Nikolaevitch pronounced firmly. "God forgive you. I least of all can be your judge." But it would be strange to describe their conversation. And meanwhile they walked hand in hand quickly, hurrying as though they were crazy. They were going straight towards the fire. Mavriky Nikolaevitch still had hopes of meeting a cart at least, but no one came that way. A mist of fine, drizzling rain enveloped the whole country, swallowing up every ray of light, every gleam of colour, and transforming everything into one smoky, leaden, indistinguishable mass. It had long been daylight, yet it seemed as though it were still night. And suddenly, in this cold foggy mist, there appeared coming towards them a strange and absurd figure. Picturing it now, I think I should not have believed my eyes if I had been in Lizaveta Nikolaevna's place. Yet she uttered a cry of joy and recognised the approaching figure at once. It was Stepan Trofimovitch. How he had gone off, how the insane, impracticable idea of his flight came to be carried out, of that later. I will only mention that he was in a fever that morning, yet even illness did not prevent his starting. He was walking resolutely on the damp ground. It was evident that he had planned the enterprise to the best of his ability, alone with his inexperience and lack of practical sense. He wore travelling dress, that is, a greatcoat with a wide patent leather belt, fastened with a buckle, and a pair of new high boots pulled over his trousers. Probably he had for some time past pictured a traveller as looking like this, and the belt and the high boots with the shining tops, like a hussar's in which he could hardly walk, had been ready some time before. A broad-brimmed hat, a knitted scarf, twisted close round his neck, a stick in his right hand, and an exceedingly small but extremely tightly packed bag in his left, completed his get-up. He had besides, in the same right hand, an open umbrella. These three objects, the umbrella, the stick, and the bag, had been very awkward to carry for the first mile, and had begun to be heavy by the second. "Can it really be you?" cried Liza, looking at him with distressed wonder, after her first rush of instinctive gladness. "Lise!" cried Stepan Trofimovitch, rushing to her almost in delirium too. "Chère, chère, can you be out too, in such a fog? You see the glow of fire. Vous êtes malheureuse, n'est-ce pas? I see, I see. Don't tell me, but don't question me either. Nous sommes tous malheureux, mais il faut le pardonner tout."
Pardonnons, Lise, and let us be free for ever, to be quit of the world and be completely free. Il faut pardonner, pardonner et pardonner." "But why are you kneeling down?" "Because, taking leave of the world, I want to take leave of all my past in your person." He wept and raised both her hands to his tear stained eyes. "I kneel to all that was beautiful in my life. I kiss and give thanks. Now I've torn myself in half, left behind a mad visionary who dreamed of soaring to the sky. 21 here, a shattered, frozen old man, a tutor chez ce marchand, s'il existe pourtant ce marchand. But how drenched you are, Lise," he cried, jumping on to his feet, feeling that his knees too were soaked by the wet earth. "And how is it possible? You are in such a dress, and on foot, and in these fields. You are crying. Vous êtes malheureuse. Bah, I did hear something, but where have you come from now?" He asked hurried questions with an uneasy air, looking in extreme bewilderment at Mavriky Nikolaevitch. "Mais savez-vous l'heure qu'il est? Stepan Trofimovitch, have you heard anything about the people who've been murdered? Is it true? Is it true?" "These people, I saw the glow of their work all night. They were bound to end in this." His eyes flashed again. "I am fleeing away from madness, from a delirious dream. I am fleeing away to seek for Russia. Existe-t-elle la Russie? Bah! C'est vous, cher capitaine. I've never doubted that I should meet you somewhere on some high adventure. But take my umbrella and... Why must you be on foot? For God's sake, do at least take my umbrella, for I shall hire a carriage somewhere in any case. I am on foot because Nastasya, would have shouted for the benefit of the whole street if she'd found out I was going away. So I slipped away as far as possible, incognito. I don't know, in the Voice they write of there being brigands everywhere, but I thought surely I shouldn't meet a brigand the moment I came out on the road. Chère Lise, I thought you said something of someone's being murdered. Oh mon Dieu, you are ill!" Come along," cried Liza, almost in hysterics, drawing Mavriky Nikolaevitch after her again. "Wait a minute, Stepan Trofimovitch." She came back suddenly to him. "Stay, poor darling, let me sign you with the cross. Perhaps it would be better to put you under control, but I'd rather make the sign of the cross over you. You, too, pray for poor Liza. Just a little, don't bother too much about it. Mavriky Nikolaevitch, give that baby back his umbrella. You must give it to him. That's right. Come, let us go, let us go." They reached the fatal house at the very moment when the huge crowd which had gathered round it had already heard a good deal of Stavrogin and of how much it was to his interest to murder his wife. Yet, I repeat, the immense majority went on listening without moving or uttering a word. The only people who were excited were bawling drunkards and excitable individuals of the same sort as the gesticulatory cabinet maker. Every one knew the latter as a man really of mild disposition, but he was liable on occasion to get excited and to fly off at a tangent if anything struck him in a certain way. I did not see Liza and Mavriky Nikolaevitch arrive. Petrified with amazement, I first noticed Liza some distance away in the crowd, and I did not at once catch sight of Mavriky Nikolaevitch. I fancy there was a moment when he fell 2 or 3 steps behind her or was pressed back by the crush. Liza, forcing her way through the crowd, seeing and noticing nothing round her, like one in a delirium, like a patient escaped from a hospital, attracted attention only too quickly, of course. There arose a hubbub of loud talking and at last sudden shouts. Some one bawled out, "It's Stavrogin's woman!" And on the other side, "It's not enough to murder them, she wants to look at them." All at once I saw an arm raised above her head from behind and suddenly brought down upon it. Liza fell to the ground. We heard a fearful scream from Mavriky Nikolaevitch as he dashed to her assistance and struck with all his strength the man who stood between him and Liza. But at that instant the same cabinet maker seized him with both arms from behind. For some minutes nothing could be distinguished in the scrimmage that followed. I believe Liza got up, but was knocked down by another blow. Suddenly the crowd parted and a small space was left empty round Liza's prostrate figure, and Mavriky Nikolaevitch, frantic with grief and covered with blood, was standing over her, screaming, weeping, and wringing his hands. I don't remember exactly what followed after. I only remember that they began to carry Liza away. I ran after her. She was still alive and perhaps still conscious. The cabinet maker and 3 other men in the crowd were seized. These three still deny having taken any part in the dastardly deed, stubbornly maintaining that they have been arrested by mistake. Perhaps it's the truth. Though the evidence against the cabinet maker is clear, he is so irrational that he is still